Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 101 Private Lynch, Kiss Hina, the so-called moonwalk. See Circle Calendar 1506. Naval Headquarters, Elite Training Camp. Listening to Teacher Zephyr's vivid explanation in front of him, Lynch seemed a little lost. Flying by stepping on the air quickly, is this really something a human can do? It has been 10 years since he came into this world. Lynch, being exceptional in Marines recruit, naturally earned his spot among the elite Marine recruits at the training camp. But even after hearing about it multiple times, this strange life return technique, like the moonwalk, still seems unbelievable. The important thing is, has the system really been offline for 10 years? Something to think is. The world of One Piece is full of extremely powerful monsters. Whitebeard, who can cause earthquakes with one punch; Golden Lion, who can float dozens of islands 10,000 meters in the air for many years; Kaido, the most powerful creature in history. Seriously, it's like one odd thing after another, like an old sew wearing a bra. If he can't be strong, then the safest bet is to hide in the Marines' headquarters and live as a civilian security officer. But Lynch refused to give up. After finally arriving in this era of great pirates, how could he be satisfied without making a name for himself on the sea? However, he doesn't have any powerful fruit abilities and doesn't possess physical talents beyond the ordinary. Getting stronger seems too challenging. Can he simply be an ordinary person with nothing but good looks? Just as Lynch was contemplating whether to resort to the illegal means of selling his body to become stronger, suddenly, a series of electronic synthesized sounds echoed in my mind. Ding. Loading complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the life selection system. Please become the king of a country within 3 years to activate the Emperor's belief system. Life selection system successfully activated. Ding. First life choice made. Option 1, memorize Teacher Zephyr's moonwalk technique. Reward, basic understanding of moonwalk. Option 2, gain prestige in the elite camp and defeat Smoker. Reward, zone, bird fruit, white dove form. Option 3, embrace fearlessness as a time traveler and kiss Hina. Reward, mastered moonwalk. Peak, awakening the system. Dual systems. Lynch was stunned, then he felt ecstatic. After waiting 10 years for this system, it's finally here. But his system doesn't seem very reliable. Seeing the third task choice, Lynch couldn't help but think of Hina's unmatched beauty. Her waist is plump, her buttocks are plump and round, her breasts are even more impressive, and her figure is so good that it's unreal. Unlike men, who often appear rough and rugged, the women in this world generally seem flawless and elegant. Even the 4 Emperor's Big Mom was a great beauty in her youth, despite giving birth to 85 children over 42 years, leaving her body completely out of shape. He still remembered the data from the One Piece newspaper. Nami and Robin both had impressive F-cup busts and perfect, disaster-level figures. It had deeply shocked young Lynch at the time. But Hina is different from ordinary folks like him. Along with Smoker, she defeated the others in the elite selection with a decisive advantage. Known as the hope of the Marines' future, she's the leader of the elite camp and a rising star in the Marines. It's safe to say that he and Hina are from completely different worlds. Glancing at Hina, who was right next to him, Lynch's heart was beating fast as a faint fragrance surrounded his nose. Sensing the intense stare on her, Hina's beautiful face slightly frowned. She noticed him glancing her way often, worrying he might be thinking something dirty against her. As the goddess of marine recruits, Hina is very familiar with Lynch's gaze. But usually, those people only dare to watch secretly, and when caught, they immediately pretend to be gentlemen. But this guy, he's the only one who doesn't shy away from others? Lynch's gaze slowly settled on Hina's seductive red lips, and his throat tightened. Just do it, let's go for it. Option 1 is too lame, option 2 can't beat smoker yet, and only option 3 seems most fitting. With teacher Zephyr lecturing up front, everyone's attention was attracted to him. Hina stood right beside him. If he missed this chance, he might never get this close to Hina again. Without hesitation, Lynch swiftly stepped forward, hugged Hina under her astonished gaze, and then quickly lowered his head to kiss her. Whoa! Hina's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had encountered something unbelievable. Her pupils trembled, and for a moment, she forgot to resist. Lynch held on tight. Who knew if there was a time limit for this task? So he made sure to be steady and precise. Lynch felt the incredibly soft touch from her lips. Looking at her beautiful face so close, he couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions in his heart. The marine beauty, a goddess in countless men's fantasies, was actually in his arms at this moment, her lips tasting like vermilion. Zephyr's explanation came to an abrupt halt. One by one, the students immersed in the moonwalk technique snapped back to reality, puzzled by teacher Zephyr's sudden silence. Hiss. Following teacher Zephyr's gaze, everyone couldn't help but gasp, and the scene suddenly became tense. Hina got kissed. The young marine was shocked, and others were too. Damn it. This kid dared to kiss Miss Hina. There are few women in the army, let alone beauties like Hina. On normal days, everyone only dares to steal glances from a distance during training, and that's enough for them. Now Lynch dared to kiss their goddess right in front of them. This kind of behavior was like challenging a bull head-on, utterly unacceptable. People were furious, and several Hina fans had red eyes. It seemed that if teacher Zephyr wasn't present, everyone would have swarmed up and torn Lynch apart. I can't take it anymore, I'm going beat him up. Luckily, there were still a few level-headed individuals in the crowd who restrained those eager to fight, grabbing a hold of them before they could take off their shirts. Calm down. Look, Miss Hina didn't resist. Maybe she's already made a private decision. So we need to verify it first? Yeah. After the reminder, everyone was stunned, only then realizing that Hina didn't resist. Since when did their goddess find a boyfriend? He's just a guy with mediocre fighting skills. Isn't it just that he looks a little more handsome? Can being handsome solve everything? Suddenly, everyone felt life had turned grim. But what they didn't know was that at that moment, Hina's mind was completely blank. She didn't hear a word from the people around her, and she didn't even have a clear sense of time. Ugh! You pervert! It took a full 7 or 8 seconds before Hina's pupils refocused, and she delivered an angry cannon punch right into Lynch's lower abdomen. Chapter 2:02 Instant Moonwalk Mastery. Lynch felt like he'd been hit by a cannonball, sent flying into the air. He almost spurted out a mouthful of blood, but he smiled happily as the system's sound rang again. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Moonwalk, peak. Rewards are being distributed. A large amount of technical information about moonwalk flooded his mind instantly, as if he had been studying moonwalk for over 10 years. The leg muscles bulge at a rate that is visible to the naked eye. Hina's pretty face blushed as she watched Lynch in the ground. Gritting her teeth, she wiped her lips with a handkerchief, her expression tense. That was her first kiss. She had hoped to save it for her future husband. She never expected it would be taken by a strange man at this time. Hina's beautiful eyes were spitting fire, and she even wanted to kill Lynch. Driven by strong anger, Teacher Zephyr's previous teachings instantly became clear in her mind. Whoosh, in full view of everyone, Hina flew into the sky on the moonwalk and quickly approached Lynch. Seeing this scene, Zephyr's stern eyes showed a hint of surprise. Unexpectedly, there was a genius among the students he taught this year. She successfully used the moonwalk technique after hearing it just once, something he'd only seen happen twice in his 16 years of teaching. Among them are the current 3 admirals, Kizaru, Okainu, and Aokiji. Hina is more talented than rumored. Seeing Hina getting closer and closer, Lynch broke into a cold sweat. Judging from the other party's expression, getting caught wouldn't lead to anything good. Ending up in the emergency room would probably be the least of his worries. I must not get caught. Lynch instinctively integrated moonwalk into his movements, swiftly pedaling through the air to put distance between himself and Hina. This kid learned moonwalk too? Zephyr's eyes widened in surprise. Zephyr had underestimated Lynch's talent, but he realized he was wrong. Wait a minute, there's something off about that kid's moonwalk. The admiration on Zephyr's face slowly turned serious, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Lynch's moonwalk, whether in terms of force exertion, air stepping, or other skills, cannot be compared to Hina's. As an instructor and former Marine Admiral, Zephyr has a keen eye and can see the whole picture at a glance. Zephyr even suspected that the vice admirals in the headquarters were at most on par with this kid's moonwalk skills, if not inferior. That was quite scary. Which vice admiral didn't rise to the top with over 10 years of combat experience, having mastered the Marine 6 power to a high level? How could a mere recruit compare to him? Even Borsellino's performance in the elite camp was far inferior to Lynch's moonwalk skills. Could it be that Lynch had already been practicing moonwalk for more than 10 years before joining the Marines? Zephyr quickly dismissed this idea. Impossible. Setting aside the physical strength needed to practice moonwalk, it just didn't add up. Even the training method of moonwalk was unknown to Lynch. Marine 6 Styles is closely guarded as Marine secret. To prevent potential spies from infiltrating the ranks, Zephyr ensures he knows all the information about these recruits. If Zephyr remembered correctly, that kid was just an orphan working on a ranch before joining the Marines. So, there was only one conclusion. That kid is a buried genius. He has unparalleled talent for the 6 styles. Zephyr's expression turned fiery. He had a premonition that another monster, similar to the 3 admirals, would emerge among his students. Hey, stop chasing me. You can't catch me. In midair, Hina chased Lynch while he tried to escape. To an outsider, it might look like a playful chase between a couple, if they ignore Hina's clenched expression. Stop if you can. What kind of man runs away? Hina was furious. Stop? Are you stupid or am I stupid? I won't stop and let you beat me to death. Lynch turned around, giving Hina a disdainful look. You! Hina's chest heaved with anger. The soldiers on the ground were already stunned. They can understand Miss Hina learning moonwalk, but isn't Lynch just an ordinary person with no exceptional physical or swordsmanship talent? But what's remarkable is that someone with mediocre qualifications has learned moonwalk. So are they just losers? That's enough, stop it. Zephyr's voice echoed. Teacher Zephyr. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Lynch obediently descended from the sky and respectfully addressed him. Hina followed closely behind, pointing angrily at Lynch and complaining, Teacher Zephyr, but this guy. Zephyr raised his right hand to signal Hina to calm down. The matter between you two can be settled after class. I don't want any disruptions now. Don't delay others' class, Teacher Zephyr spoke, and although Hina was reluctant, she had to let it go for the time being. Giving Lynch an angry look, Hina returned to the class and remained silent despite everyone's concern. Lynch gave Zephyr a grateful glance. For now, he had managed to dodge a severe beating. Confidently, Lynch believed that given enough time to complete a few more tasks, he wouldn't fear any threats by then. Next, Let's continue with the skills of moonwalk. The rest of the time was filled with Zephyr's lectures. As the sun set, evening arrived. Today's lecture ends here. Lynch, Smoker, and Hina, please stay. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Goodbye, Mr. Zephyr. See you tomorrow, Mr. Zephyr. After everyone left, Zephyr motioned for the three of them to follow him. Meet me in the forest behind training ground number 3 at 6 o'clock tonight. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. As Marines, it was their duty to obey the instructor's orders. None of the three questioned why, but all agreed without hesitation. You're all good. Don't disappoint me, Zephyr said before leaving. Feeling the sharp glances from the side, and fearing a confrontation, Lynch reluctantly followed Zephyr. What, you want to join me for dinner at my place tonight? After walking a while, Zephyr turned around and gave Lynch's shoulder a heavy pat. Hee, Mr. Zephyr, Thanks a lot, Lynch replied, smiling sheepishly. You're actually embarrassed to kiss a girl in public. I don't know what to say about you, Zephyr said, shaking his head in disbelief. The way young people pursue their partners these days is truly becoming more and more incomprehensible. First, there was the Tokakake Rear Admiral who wrote a love letter every day, confessing his love to Giant Rear Admiral every 2 days. Despite being beaten, scolded, and rejected, he was still so persistent. Now an even more relentless one has emerged, making Zephyr wonder if he's fallen behind. Lynch admitted he had no idea. Who could make the rewards given by the system so enticing? Even if he was asked to kiss Smoker, well, he might as well forget it. Chapter 303 Zephyr Elite Training Camp. Anyway, your pursuit is a bit extreme. Even if you end up in the hospital later, the Marines won't punish you in any way. Do you understand? Zephyr said. What makes Lynch more grateful is that the world of romance is still relatively open. In his previous life, Lynch's behavior would have already landed him in trouble. Zephyr listened well at first, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He looked at Lynch with a strange look. I hope you really understand. See you tonight, Teacher Zephyr. After seeing Zephyr off, Lynch found a secluded corner and began practicing moonwalk. At 5:30, just after the peak meal period, Lynch quickly went to finish dinner. As for the dormitory, he doesn't dare to go back now. There's definitely a group of flower guardians guarding the door. At 6 o'clock, the 4 of them arrived at the forest behind training ground number 3 on time. The reason I asked you 3 to come here at night is because you're all geniuses. Zephyr said earnestly, geniuses shouldn't be treated like ordinary people. That would only bury your talents. From now on, you'll gather here at 6 o'clock every night, and I'll personally train you. Hearing this, the 3 of them were pleasantly surprised. A former Marine admiral was willing to personally train them, which was a great opportunity. Others in the elite camp, learning new Marine 6 styles before mastering moonwalk will only hinder them. You're different. Hina and Lynch, you two have already learned moonwalk. Smoker, you work hard and fast. You can definitely start learning the next Marine 6 styles. Since ancient times, moonwalk and shave have been inseparable. They both reach the same goal by different paths. Next, I'll explain the techniques of shave. The 3 of them stood at attention, afraid of missing a single word. At this time, Zephyr glanced at Smoker and said, listen together, but don't start learning it yet. You'll come to the forest with me later to learn moonwalk first, and then we'll move on to this. Yes. Smoker nodded. Zephyr continued, both rely on the power of the legs to accelerate. The only difference between moonwalk and instant transmission is that moonwalk requires the speed of stepping on the air to exceed a certain level in order to generate the thrust of the shock wave and lift the person into the air. Shave, on the other hand, involves rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times in 1 second, generating a reaction force that increases speed. Having mastered the pinnacle of moonwalk, Lynch found this knowledge quite handy. Even though the system didn't appear this time, Lynch quickly mastered shave. On the other hand, Smoker and Hina hadn't started yet. Zephyr was very satisfied when he saw this. This kid is indeed a genius. But Lynch soon discovered a fatal problem. This entry-level instant transmission couldn't turn. If he didn't grasp the timing well in battle, wouldn't he end up running into someone's blade? While the three of them were practicing, there was suddenly a rush of footsteps approaching from far away, and Lynch heard some of their conversation. Hurry up, we might be able to save some people if we arrive earlier. Those hateful beasts, how dare they do this? Zephyr frowned and reached out to stop one of them. Zephyr Admiral. The middle-aged Marine was startled and quickly saluted. What happened? And I'm no longer an admiral, Zephyr said. We received news that a powerful pirate group was massacring villages. We were ordered to hunt down and eliminate them. Before that, they had massacred 10 villages and towns. It's really pirates again. Zephyr barely concealed the disgust on his face. As long as those bastards are still roaming in the seas, I don't know how many people will be ruined because of them. Pirates shouldn't exist. Teacher Zephyr. Hina looked at Zephyr worriedly. The current Zephyr was completely different from his usual generous elder image. Under the moonlight, he even looked a little ferocious. You guys go back first. Zephyr turned back to Lynch and the others, then said the middle-aged Marine. I'll go with you. Huh? The middle-aged Marine looked at Zephyr in bewilderment, then burst into ecstasy. Please come with me. Although the pirates were extremely ferocious, with the help of the legendary Black Arm Zephyr, they could be captured. More villagers would definitely be saved. As Lynch watched the two figures talking, he found himself lost in thought. It was then that the system's sound rang in his mind. A new life choice is available. Option 1, follow Zephyr's instructions and return to the dormitory. Reward, Paramsha, Corruption Fruit. Option 2, engage in color and martial arts, stay and defeat Smoker, or request stockings from Hina. Reward, randomly upgrade an existing ability to its limit. Option 3, actively follow Zephyr to fight the pirates. Reward, access to the system store. After a brief pause, Lynch called Zephyr, Teacher Zephyr. Without further thought, he made his decision. If he was going to eat a devil fruit, it had to be of the highest quality. Otherwise, it wasn't worth it. Although the reward for option 2 is also great, he doesn't seem to be able to beat Smoker yet. Asking Hina for her stockings seemed like a risky proposition, with potential consequences he could already imagine. Compared with options 1 and 2, option 3 is obviously more tempting. He is looking forward to what will be available in the system mall. What's the matter? Zephyr asked solemnly. Can I go with you, Teacher Zephyr? Lynch begged. Why? Zephyr's expression turned serious. Give me a reason. That level of battle is too dangerous for you. Because I want to fight alongside you, Teacher Zephyr, Lynch responded decisively. Besides, this is what you said, geniuses should not be treated like ordinary people. I believe this will be a good experience. You stubborn kid. Zephyr's mood was both proud and conflicted at the moment. Killing pirates wasn't Lynch's responsibility. In Zephyr's view, Lynch's request to join the battlefield was likely driven by a lack of trust in him. Had he underestimated him? It seems that after retiring from the position of admiral many years ago, many Marines seem to have forgotten that he still holds the title of Black Arm. At 58 years old, his age hasn't affected his fighting prowess one bit. If you want to come, then come. This will indeed be a good experience, Zephyr declared as he strode toward the harbor. His confident voice echoed, you two come along. No one can harm my students under my watch. Yes. Teacher Zephyr. The three said in unison, and they could all see the joy in each other's eyes. Chapter 4:04 The real pirates. As they boarded the warship, a middle-aged man in a cloak of justice approached. He had a mohawk, wore a suit, and carried a long sword at his waist, giving off an intimidating presence. I heard it's an honor to work with you, Teacher Zephyr. Seeing the visitor, Zephyr also showed a smile. Momonga, congratulations on your promotion to Rear Admiral. Where I'm today is all thanks to your teachings, teacher. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Momonga looked at the three people behind Zephyr and asked, Teacher, who are they? Oh, I'm taking them for some real training, Zephyr explained. Momonga nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further inquiry. As the warship raised its sails and set sail, Lynch felt a sense of awe wash over him. Even though he'd been on warships before, the sight never failed to impress him. Looking out at the vast sea stretching before him, he felt a stirring of ambition in his chest, a yearning for adventure and opportunity. The time at sea passed peacefully, as no one dared to challenge a marine warship recklessly. Before Lynch realized it, 3 hours had slipped by. Approaching the place, Zephyr and Momonga stopped chatting, and the atmosphere on the warship gradually became heavy. Rear Admiral, we will reach our destination in 15 minutes, the soldier came to report. Momonga placed his hand on the sword at his waist and commanded, prepare for battle. Yes, sir. The sea breeze carried the scent of gunpowder as soldiers loaded their flintlock muskets. Lynch took the opportunity to find the soldier who had reported to Momonga. When he returned, he had a flintlock pistol tucked into his waistband. Fire, such a big fire. The flames illuminated the night sky, turning it a blood-red hue. As the warship docked, screams and wails filled the air, including those from women and children. It had only been less than 4 hours since receiving the report and arriving at this place, and the place had already turned into a hell. These beasts. Momonga drew his sword and commanded coldly, enter the village and rescue the people. If you encounter pirates, kill them without mercy. Boom. Before Momonga could finish his words, a loud bang echoed as Zephyr shot forward like a cannonball, blasting a 2-meter-wide hole in the deck. Lynch and Hina followed closely behind, using moonwalk to quickly approach the village. Blood, there was blood and corpses scattered everywhere, and the ferocious and abominable faces of the pirates were illuminated by the fierce fire. What the hell, why are there still a few old guys hiding here? A drunken pirate dragged 2 trembling old men out of the wine cellar and mercilessly severed their heads with a sword. The heads fall to the ground with a thud, fear etched on their lifeless faces. Get lost, brat, you've ruined my mood. A passing pirate callously crushed a young child lying beside his dead father with a hammer, silencing the child's cries forever. Hey, ha ha ha, look what I found, a pretty woman. The pirate smiled lewdly and pushed the woman onto the straw mat, and while she fought desperately to break free. No. Please let me go, she begged. You stinky bitch, be honest with us. If you make me feel better, maybe we'll spare your life. Another pirate sneered, violently tearing open her skirt. Bang. A gunshot echoed, and the pirate fell instantly with a gaping hole in his head. Lynch swiftly reloaded his flintlock gun with another lead bullet as he hovered in the air. Got him. Lynch seemed to have expected it and was not surprised. Those 3 months he dedicated to learning firearms in his marine training now proved their worth. It was a necessary choice. Lynch knew his limitations in physical skills. After careful consideration, he realized that mastering marksmanship would offer him a safer path in the beginning for him, and it seems he had a talent for it. Hina ducked behind another pirate, stabbed him to the heart with a long sword, and saved the woman. Don't be scared. You're safe now with us. Hina comforted her gently. You. Marine? The woman, tears streaming down her face, revealed her face hidden behind her long messy hair. It's us. Get out of the village quickly. Our reinforcements are on their way. Bang bang. After killing 2 more pirates with his flintlock, Lynch dropped to the ground, retrieving his sword from his waist. Sustaining moonwalk constantly was taking its toll on his stamina. With the arrival of 200 Marines, the pirates finally realized something was wrong. It's Marine is here. Kill them all. This group of pirates was indeed ferocious. Their initial response upon encountering the Marines wasn't to flee, but to try to eliminate their opponents. Seeing 4 sword-wielding pirates surrounding him, Lynch whispered, "Shave." He transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly breaking through the siege, and in an instant, he stood before one of the pirates, piercing his heart with a swift sword thrust. Bang! "Watch out!" Hina swiftly shielded herself behind Lynch as a gunshot rang out. Her longsword intercepted something, deflecting it to the side. "Thanks," Lynch sincerely expressed his gratitude. Facing skilled opponents among the pirates, they managed to catch him off guard and shoot him using brief moment of stiffness. After using Shave as the gunshot pierced the air, Lynch felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head, a sign of awakening to observation hockey. But without Hina, he wasn't sure whether he could escape that gunshot. "Humphrey, Hina can help you once, but not every time, so be careful," Hina's voice echoed, her tone both reassuring and cautionary. "It's Captain." The surrounding pirates erupted in excitement, their voices carrying a mix of fear and admiration. The man on the roof scowled, retracting his sniper rifle. His attempt to eliminate the boy using his skills had failed. Just then, an iron hand came rushing from the side, thrown by Smoker, who had followed the sound of the gunshot. "Tch, another brat," he scoffed dismissively. He didn't take Smoker seriously, believing that this young Marine, who hadn't even awakened hockey, couldn't land a hit on him even if he tried. As expected, Smoker was quickly overpowered after just a few exchanges. If the man had wielded a sword instead of a gun, Smoker might not have stood a chance. Fortunately, Momonga arrived just in time to intercept, blocking Smoker from a killing blow. "Go somewhere else, leave it to me here." Smoker looked at Lun willingly, clasped his hands and left without saying a word. Having learned his lesson, Lynch chose for caution and refrained from using the newly learned instant transmission technique recklessly. Instead, he utilized Moonwalk to gracefully walk in the skies. Bing, another pirate died by Lynch's gun. The remaining pirates could only watch helplessly as Lynch remained out of their reach. Frustrated, they cursed their inability to reach him, feeling like Buddha ascending while they were left behind on Earth. Mastering Marine 6 styles is a feat reserved for the elite in the Marines, a league these pirates, lacking even Marine status, could never hope to reach. "Which one of you can shoot him down for me?" the pirate shouted angrily. Chapter 5, 5 More cruel to themselves, Aftermath. Shoot quickly. Bang bang bang, a series of gunshots rang out, and countless bullets flew into the sky. With such a dense concentration of bullets, an ordinary person would probably have been shot down long ago. However, Lynch was able to use his peak-level moonwalk to move around in midair, perfectly dodging every attack. On the contrary, each of his bullets can hit a pirate accurately and deadly. Lynch loomed over everyone like a sharp sword, keeping the pirates below on edge, preventing them from using all their strength in combat for fear of his deadly accurate shots. In this way, although Hina seemed to be surrounded by enemies, she was able to hold on with her sharp swordsmanship for a while. As a small number of Marines arrived here, the pressure on the two of them was greatly reduced. "Junior, that's some impressive marksmanship," Major Nishizawa remarked as he approached. Seeing just 2 people holding off a swarm of pirates, he couldn't help but offer his sincere praise. Bang, a lead bullet struck a pirate in the head like an antelope hanging its horns. Lynch noticed his marksmanship improving rapidly in the face of danger. "Unfortunately, I'm still not strong enough," Lynch gasped as he landed on a rooftop. The strain from using moonwalk made him feel like he had circled Marines headquarters 10 times. However, the pirates were already furious. Seeing Lynch on land, they swarmed towards him with loud roars. "Hey! Get that kid!" cursed Marine. Lynch wielded his long sword, fending off the climbing pirates. As the pillars of the house were cut off by the pirates below, the house collapsed, kicking up a large cloud of dust. "Lynch!" Hina rushed towards the ruins. Despite her disdain for the reckless man, she couldn't bear to see her companion die before her eyes. "I'm okay, worry about yourself." Lynch emerged from the smoke, rolling out of the ruins with a bloody wound on his right arm. Observing nearly half of the present pirates rushing towards Lynch, a smirk played on the corner of Major Nishizawa's mouth. "This kid has some nerve. Quick, get the others around to help him." Soon after, a large group of Marines arrived and swiftly dealt with the remaining pirates. Boom. Here, Lynch had just killed the amputated pirate in front of him, and without taking any time to rest, he was attracted by a huge explosion in the distance. "Is that Teacher Zephyr?" Hina and Lynch exchanged a glance, pushing past their physical fatigue as they hurried towards the source of the explosion. Upon reaching the scene, they beheld the sight before them. "I am Jonard the Blood Axe, a great pirate with a bounty of 230 million, and the man who wants to become the Pirate King. How can he fall here, by just some old man? Stop your nonsense." The 5-meter-tall ferocious man was covered in blood and shouted. As soon as he raised the giant axe in his hand, he was punched into the ground by Zephyr. Unknown know whether he was alive or dead. Boom. Just when Hina thought everything was over, a massive explosion erupted where Jonard was, engulfing Zephyr in its flames. Teacher Zephyr. No one anticipated this turn of events. Hina's pretty face was buffeted by the strong wind from the explosion as she anxiously looked towards its direction. While Hina was lost in thought, a long sword suddenly stabbed out from the soil under her feet. The attack came fast and from an unexpected angle, catching Hina off guard until Lynch pushed her aside. Blood splattered. Though Hina was spared, Lynch's other arm was unfortunately sliced in the process. Only then did Hina belatedly realize that she was probably on the verge of death. Hina is very angry. She quickly thrust the sword in her hand into the ground, but it seemed to hit nothing. "Quit poking around, the enemy's already left," Lynch said, sitting on the ground with a pale face. "If nothing else, it's probably a devil fruit user." "How can you be so sure the enemy's gone?" Hina frowned, still fixated on the ground. "Idiot. Because Teacher Zephyr is already here," Lynch retorted. Emerging from the heart of the explosion, Zephyr walked out, armed to the teeth, his clothes now tinged with the hues of armament hockey. At the sight, Hina's furrowed brows finally relaxed. "Thank you," but Hina blames herself seeing Lynch's bleeding arm. Hina tore off a piece of her own clothes, knelt down, and applied a simple bandage to stop the bleeding, her expression tinged with guilt. "I can help you once, but I can't help you every time, so be careful," Lynch said with a smile. What a vengeful man. 2 blushes appeared on Hina's face. These words were obviously what she said to Lynch not long ago, but she didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. However, thanks to Lynch's teasing, Hina's self-blame was relieved a lot. "Are you both alright?" Zephyr's towering figure cast a shadow over them, providing a welcome sense of relief from the heat of the flames, also bringing a sense of coolness. "I'm fine. Lynch got hurt while saving me," Hina replied, shaking her head. "What caused the explosion?" "That pirate had a bomb planted in his body. It detonates when his heart stops beating. In the future, be cautious when dealing with pirates like him. They're ruthless to their enemies and even more cruel on themselves," Zephyr cautioned. "We understand, Teacher Zephyr." Hina nodded, looking thoughtful as she recalled that she had been rescued by Lynch just now. Soon, all the pirates in the village were wiped out. Rear Admiral Momonga came over carrying a man with a big face and a sinister look on his face. "Thanks to you, teacher, many villagers are safe," Momonga said, throwing the person he carried to the ground. "This guy's got a devil fruit power. He'll be sent to the deep-sea prison," Momonga declared. "If someone with a devil fruit power dies, the devil fruit within them will reappear somewhere else in the world. To delay the rebirth of devil fruits, the world government require that all individuals with devil fruit powers be sent to the deep-sea prison when captured." "What devil fruit power does he have?" Seeing that it was Lynch asking, the Momonga said, It's his own type, the rat fruit, model, vole form. Upon hearing this, Lynch approached the man with a seemingly friendly expression and asked, "Were you the one who attacked us underground earlier?" No. No, the man stammered, swallowing nervously. "But your eyes tell a different story." Lynch patted the man's shoulder kindly. "Before you are sent to prison, I will tell others not to give you food. I hope you will not starve to death." The man lay helpless on the ground, the beard on his face trembling, as if he could foresee his tragic fate in the future. A few Marines stayed behind to handle follow-up matters, while the rest boarded the return ship. The scene shifted to Lynch lying in the warship's medical room. Hina's makeshift bandage had been replaced with delicate ones by the doctors, wrapping each of Lynch's arms carefully. "All right. Avoid using your arms forcefully and keep them away from water until the wounds heal," the doctor advised. "Thank you, Doctor." Chapter 6:06 On the way back, System Mall. After the doctor left, Lynch stood up from the bed. Gazing at the white armbands encasing both arms, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He wasn't sure what the doctor had applied, but it was making him itch. Reflecting on the battle, he became secretly wary. He knew he needed to work on his physical strength, otherwise, even moonwalk wouldn't be sustainable for long. Additionally, he realized he had to enhance his melee combat skills as soon as possible. Faced with those powerful pirates, he realized he was still too weak. Listening to the deafening snores of the patients in the ward, Lynch became increasingly irritated and decided to go for a walk. Under cover of darkness, he made his way to the deck, only to find an unexpected figure waiting there. Zephyr no longer exuded the fierce aura he did when confronting pirates. Instead, he appeared much older. Leaning against the railing, he gazed blankly at the moon in the sky. At this moment, he seemed like a twilight old man. Lynch deliberately made some noise, drawing Zephyr's attention away from his melancholy. "It's you, Lynch." "Teacher Zephyr, why are you still up so late?" "I'm an old man. Come out and enjoy the night view." With that, a long silence settled between them. After a moment, Zephyr reached into his pocket and retrieved a key card, handing it to Lynch. "You can't sleep in the ward. I was the same when I was young. Go to this room and get some proper rest." Lynch took the key card, opened his mouth as if to say something, hesitated, then silently turned and left without uttering a word. Following the numbers on the key card, he located the room. With a soft creak, the door opened as soon as he inserted the key. Hina's head popped out from the room, and upon seeing Lynch, she nodded before retreating back inside. "This girl's still up so late." Upon opening the door, Lynch found a very standard room with just one bed, one table, and one chair. Lying on the soft bed, Lynch let out a long sigh of relief. He closed his eyes and began to carefully recall every detail of the battle, reflecting on it deeply. Making mistakes isn't terrible, but repeating them means he hasn't learned his lesson. Dong dong dong. Just as Lynch was about to drift off to sleep, there came a sudden knock on the door, followed by Hina's soft voice. "Are you asleep? If not, could you open the door?" "Hina? Why is she here in the middle of the night?" Lynch opened the door in a daze and saw Hina standing in front of the door holding a tray filled with food. Hina raised the tray and said with a smile, "Does your arm still hurt? I see you didn't go to eat tonight, you must be hungry." Gulyalu. At that moment, Lynch's stomach growled loudly, breaking the silence. Considering the time, he realized he hadn't eaten in 9 hours, let alone after the intense battle. Lynch didn't feel embarrassed. "Your words just made me realize how hungry I am." "Thanks," he said gratefully. He stepped aside to let Hina place the food on the table. Noticing that Hina hadn't left even after placing the food, Lynch was puzzled. "Why are you still here?" "Will wait until you finish eating before leaving," Hina said hesitantly, standing beside the table with her plump figure. "Okay, whatever." Hina brought the things, so he wouldn't even agree to this request. Lynch replied casually. Hina had brought the food, so he didn't mind her staying here. The meal was plain but plentiful, including 7 white steamed buns and a large bowl of piping hot mixed vegetable soup. In this world, people have huge appetites, and the strong ones can often consume hundreds of times their own weight in one sitting. Lynch grabbed a large white steamed bun and took a bite. It was big, fluffy, and irresistibly sweet and delicious. However, since the steamed bun had cooled down a bit, it wasn't piping hot when he ate it and wasn't thoroughly heated. But he was so hungry that he ate all kinds of delicacies, including steamed buns, but he was very satisfied. Hina watched, a smile playing on her lips. Ugh! Lynch suddenly widened his eyes and began patting his chest while eating. Quick, have some soup. Lynch was choking at this point. Unaware of the subtle expectation in Hina's words, he took a couple of sips from the large bowl. Phew, I'm alive. Lynch let out a long sigh of relief, but then he suddenly frowned, licked his lips uncertainly, and lowered his head to take another sip. I guess the cook who made this soup must be related to Rear Admiral Momonga. Oh, is that because the soup tastes so good? Hina smiled. No, it's a fact that making soup this bad could get you fired. Hina's smile froze. No, there's something murderous. Lynch abruptly stood up from his chair, scanning the room for the source of the ominous feeling until his gaze settled on Hina. Did you make this soup? Lynch asked, his tone uncertain, and Hina nodded. Is this your first time cooking? Lynch asked again, and Hina nodded once more. Lynch nodded in understanding, settled back into his chair, picked up the bowl of mixed vegetable soup, and drank the soup in one gulp. Seeing this, Hina burst into laughter. She leaned over to clear the dishes and said softly, if it doesn't taste good, you don't have to force yourself to drink it. It's up to you. Although Hina said this, the raised corners of her mouth proved that she was in a good mood. Hina's figure was already extremely good, and now she bent down to pack her things, making her already full breasts look even more spectacular. Lynch, who had just eaten, suddenly felt hungry again. Women are such lovely creatures. Lynch thought to himself as he looked at the thing in front of him that could not be grasped by one hand. Okay, you can go to bed early. I'm leaving. Hina carried the dinner plate and left the room with light steps. The soldiers on the warship's observation deck suppressed their sleepiness and were still alert to the surroundings, while Lynch had already fallen asleep. The warship's return journey was less urgent than its outbound trip. It wasn't until the next dawn that the group finally arrived back at the Marine headquarters. When he woke up, Lynch was pleasantly surprised to find that his arm no longer hurt. He took off the bandage and found that the original bloody wound had healed without even leaving a scar. It's great. It seems that my body has adapted to this world. In the world of pirates, a strong appetite is matched by a strong resilience. As long as he doesn't lose his hands or feet, he can recover very quickly no matter how serious the injury is after eating enough. In some cases, even lost teeth can regrow within 5 seconds just by drinking a bottle of milk. After moving his arms casually a few times, Lynch disembarked with the large group of people. The moment the body set foot on land, the system's voice sounded on time. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The system mall has been opened. Please check it yourself, since the host has just activated the mall. The system will grant the host 1,000 points. Lynch paused and narrowed his eyes. System, how to get points? You can earn points by killing evil people. The greater their level of evil, the more points you'll receive. Example, if you kill an enemy who kills one person, you will get 1 point. If you kill an enemy whose crime value is less than 1 point, you will not get any points. Chapter 7:07 Buying Item. Establish prestige using the sin of the people as currency? In this world, among pirates, marines, revolutionaries, and bounty hunters, who hasn't taken a life? Teacher Zephyr, Hina, and even his sin value will definitely not be low. But it's not easy to earn the sin points. Lynch suddenly wondered how much sin points would be gained by killing a celestial dragons. As Lynch arrived at the Marine cafeteria, he fixed himself a meal and opened the store interface while eating. Inside, there were only 6 items to choose from. High-precision sniper rifle. Price, 350 points, quadruple body training scroll, 1 week. Price, 500 points, 4-piece armor set. Price, 10 points, introductory ability advancement book. Price, 500 points, delicious bread X100. Price, 10 points, Logia gas fruit. Price, 188,888 points. Additionally, there was a countdown in the upper right corner, 16 hours, 24 minutes, and 17 seconds. It seemed like the store refreshed daily. Calculating the time, the refresh coincided with midnight every day. After some thought, Lynch decided to buy a quadruple body training scroll, 1 week, and an entry-level ability advancement book from the mall, spending exactly 1,000 points. The quadruple body training scroll can amplify the effects of physical exercise, making 1 week of training equivalent to a month's worth. The entry-level ability advancement book can upgrade a basic skill to a junior level. Lynch immediately used it on Shave, upgrading it from entry-level to beginner. All abilities are categorized into 6 levels: entry, beginner, intermediate, advanced, peak, and master. Hey Lynch, where were you last night? We waited outside your dorm all night, but you never showed up. Before Lynch could finish his meal, several burly men from the elite camp surrounded him. One of the short-haired men joked, "You don't even dare to go back to the dormitory, do you?" Lynch calmly set down his spoon and asked, "What's the matter?" He had no intention of telling where he had been the previous night to these people. Seeing Lynch getting straight to the point, the others didn't hesitate. "We're challenging you. If you lose, stay away from Miss Hina and never bother her again." Mo Seeley, a man with green hair, shouted, gripping the table. The commotion caught the attention of others in the cafeteria, who glanced over frequently. Lynch rubbed his forehead and sighed. What kind of guy is this musclehead? "So, you're Hina's lapdogs?" "What's a lapdog?" Ma Seeley looked at Lynch with a bad look, always feeling that this was not a good word. "Lapping the dog means you'd do anything for someone you love," Lynch explained. "So that's what it means." Several people nodded eagerly. "Yes. We're Miss Hina's lapdogs." Lynch took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. "It seems that you don't need to worry about the matter between Hina and me, right?" "Asshole, what are you talking about? We are Miss Hina's lapdogs," Mo Seeley yelled. Joseph grabbed Lynch by the collar and said angrily, "Boy, the rules of the world are that only the strong can possess the goddess. Unless you defeat us, don't get close to Hina again. You got that? The goddess Hina is untouchable." In truth, these guys weren't dumb. Private brawls were forbidden in the Marines unless both sides agreed. They were just looking for an excuse to take out their frustrations on Lynch. They usually don't even dare to take another look at the goddess Hina, but this boy dares to forcefully kiss Hina in public, which is intolerable. "Let go," Lynch said coldly, shaking off the hand gripping his collar. "Time and place." No matter the reason, if he didn't respond, it would look like he was weak and easy to push around within the Marines. Taking this opportunity to establish his reputation in the elite camp was also a smart move. "All right, you said it," Ma Seeley said, grinning. "Whoever doesn't show up will become the loser. See you at training camp number 9 in half an hour." He would take advantage of this half hour to find some people to come and watch. It would be best if this matter reached Hina's ears. Maybe Hina's favorability towards him would soar. Half an hour later, Lynch arrived at training ground number 9. He frowned at the large crowd gathered there. What does the other party want to do? "Quickly, get out of the way, the real owner is coming." At this time, someone noticed Lynch and made way for him. Lynch walked toward the center in silence. "All right, Lynch. Didn't think you'd actually show up. You've got guts. Don't underestimate yourself." Remember your performance in the last evaluation. Forget about using moonwalk here. You're in for a beating." The chatter continued, one comment after another. It was clear that nobody believed Lynch stood a chance, and they were all here for the good show. The key figures from both sides converged in the center of the arena. On one side stood Lynch, armed with 2 guns at his waist, while on the other side stood 4 individuals brandishing marine swords. "You didn't chicken out, so you've got some sense," Joseph remarked in a good mood. "Pick one of us 4 as your opponent already." "One? You guys are overestimating yourselves," Lynch scoffed, pointing at the 4 of them. "Don't waste time, all 4 of you come at me." Lynch's words immediately provoked a few of them. "You're really bold, Lynch. Don't forget if your moonwalk won't work here at Training Ground Number 9. The Number 9 Training Ground is an indoor facility with a roof, indicating careful consideration in its selection by 4 of them to limiting Lynch abilities. One of them seemed ready to charge at Lynch, but Joseph held him back, sneering, "All right, if you're itching to get beat up, we'll satisfy you." Joseph winked, and Mashili caught on, shouting to the crowd, "You all heard it. We're not the bullies here. This guy brought it on himself. If they fought one-on-one, they might stand a chance of losing accidentally. But if all 4 of them couldn't take down Lynch together, they might as well pack some shit." "We get it, let's get started," the crowd urged impatiently. "Bah. Fighting 4 against 1 is shameless. Lynch brought this on himself." At this moment, most of the people in the entire 9th Training Ground were attracted to watch the excitement, and no one noticed that 2 rare visitors appeared at the door of the 9th Training Ground. One of the figures looked very wretched, almost surpassing Kizaru, but judging from his temperament, he should be an uncle with a very kind-hearted personality. The other figure was a fair-skinned, beautiful woman, with long legs that caught the eye. Her long hair, tied into a bun, spread freely behind her, accentuating her smooth forehead. A touch of lilac eyeshadow added to her charm. The clothes were slit wide open at the chest, revealing half of the white breasts that were about to come out. Looking at the size, one couldn't help but wonder whether even if they were buttoned, they would fall apart in the next moment. The most eye-catching thing is the long legs, which are thin and long. The admiral-level military uniform he wore added to the temptation of the uniform. Chapter 8, 08 Giant and Tokakake Giant. "There seems to be a good show over there. Let's go and take a look." Tokakake followed Momousagi's footsteps and said in a flattering way. Momousagi sighed helplessly. "Tokakake, don't you have something important to do today?" Rear Admiral Giant was annoyed by Rear Admiral Tokakake's persistence, so she used an excuse to go out for a walk. However, he followed her anyway. Tokakake grinned, revealing a row of jagged teeth. "Nothing's more important than you, Giant. Let's go have a look," Momousagi said, feeling helpless about her persistent admirer. She had rejected him more than once, but Tokakake's enthusiasm never waned. She had already rejected his confession 42 times. Sometimes she got so angry she wanted to beat him up, but whenever they sparred, Tokakake would deliberately lose, making it hard for her to beat him up. If Tokakake wasn't such a decent person and if the relationship between rear admirals weren't so delicate, Momousagi might have considered asking Sister Tsuru for help. Through everyone's conversation, the Tokakake quickly figured out what was happening here. It turns out that a few boys were fighting. "There's nothing interesting to see. Why don't we go to the back streets together? I heard that a good dessert shop opened there recently." "No, I would like to see how new Marines recruits do in this elite camp," Momousagi said calmly. "All right, I'll help clear the way," Tokakake said, straightening his back and putting on a serious face. He then coughed several times. Ahem. Tokakake's loud cough drew attention, making someone to joke around. "Whoever's coughing that loudly must have lung disease, right?" Tokakake's face darkened at the remark. Tokakake Rear Admiral. And Momousagi Rear Admiral. The scene that was bustling with people just now suddenly became quiet. The brave young man just lowered his head silently. The crowd naturally spread to both sides and made way for them. This is the benefit of fame. Okay Giant, let's go in. As Tokakake glanced at Momouzagi, a flattering smile spread across his face once more. Marines have long been accustomed to this. After all, Rear Admiral Tokake's reputation as a big licker is well known in Marines headquarters. In the center of the field, 4 Marines drew out their marine swords, winked at each other, and attacked Lynch together. Bang! Gunshots echoed through the air. A bullet went straight to Mashili. Just a little trick. Based on the bullet's path, the target is the thigh. Mashili grinned proudly and skillfully deflected the bullet with a satisfying ding sound. Why is there another shot? However, the next moment, Mashili was horrified to find that there was another bullet after the bullet he had knocked away. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't block another one with his sword, and the bullet hit his nose with precision amidst the lightning flash. Ding dong. The sword clattered to the ground, and Mashili winced in pain, clutching his nose reddened by the practice bullet. It turned out Lynch had drawn 2 guns and fired them simultaneously. The shots were so closely timed that they sounded like just one. What a cunning boy, and his shooting skills are quite good. Momouzagi laughed and scolded. Seeing Momouzagi smile, even Tokakake seemed to warm up to Lynch a bit more. The others were even more shocked when they saw Mashili defeated. Whether it's true or not, he's been in the same spot from the start. Just how strong is Lynch? The man exclaimed. Why do I feel like we are in trouble? Mashili mumbled as he reluctantly made his way to the side of the field, his eyes red with frustration. If that bullet had been real, he'd be dead for sure. After firing all the bullet, Lynch neatly tossed the gun aside. No way around it, guns need reloading after each shot in this world. With the enemy before him, there's no time to reload. Get down. Charge. 3 marine swords swung from different angles. Lynch's eyes narrowed as he said, shave. His figure disappeared from the place as if teleporting, leaving only after images. The attack failed, and the 3 of them were shocked. It's so fast. Shave. Lynch materialized next to the short-haired man like a ghost and delivered a powerful punch to his side. If he's just starting to use shave, he definitely can't use it twice in a row. However, his shave has been upgraded with more items. The short-haired man was knocked to the ground, rolling twice. As he lifted his upper body, he retched, as if about to spit bile. Shave? Momouzagi glanced at Tokakake with a questioning look. If I recall correctly, Teacher Zephyr didn't start teaching Marine 6 styles until the 2nd week at the elite camp. Today. Tokakake followed up after Momouzagi. Based on the elite camp's annual selection schedule, this is the 9th day since they joined. Just 1 day, Tokakake exclaimed, also taken aback. It had taken him half a week to understand shave. Could this kid's talent be even greater than his own? Momouzagi smiled and remarked, looks like Teacher Zephyr has found us a promising junior. Never underestimate the retired admiral's capabilities, especially one who's been an instructor for 16 years. Currently, almost 60% of Marine senior management were taught by Zephyr. It's amazing. I've already defeated half of him. This Lynch is so fierce. I guess I shouldn't mess with Lynch anymore. I don't want to end up looking like a pig's head, remarked people in the crowd. Lynch defeated them both consecutively, sparking an uproar in the crowd. Joseph stared at his fallen comrades in horror, then turned to Lynch with fear in his eyes. Hey, you used shave, didn't you? Lynch simply nodded, unfazed. Damn, we haven't even learned moonwalk yet and you've mastered shave? Joseph exclaimed, horrified. What kind of monster was this? It was clear they'd bitten off more than they could chew by picking a fight with him. They probably picked an environment where moonwalk couldn't be used on purpose. In the eyes of the other side, they must look like clowns. Joseph exchanged glances with his remaining companions, silently communicating, still fighting? Sure it is not. With determination, they tossed their marine swords aside and cried out, "We surrender." Lynch glanced at the discarded marine sword with a smile. "So, are you all ready to admit defeat?" "Yes, we are admitting defeat," Joseph lamented, feeling like crying but unable to shed tears. Was he destined to get a thorough beating today? But sadly, I can't accept that. You wanted to fight, and now you want to admit defeat? It's not that simple. Lynch's hand drew closer, prompting Joseph and the other man to close their eyes in fear. Instead of the expected beating, Lynch gave them each a sharp slap on the head. "Your life is your own. Don't act recklessly next time, and don't try to take the lead after being criticized by others. It's very dangerous behavior, especially in battle." "I'm sorry, Brother Lynch." The two of them burst into tears, deeply moved and impressed by Lynch's generosity. It truly moved them to tears, and the tears turned into fountains. Lynch couldn't help but marvel once again at the wonders of the human body in this world. Chapter 9:09 Meeting Sengoku, Tomcat? After witnessing the battle, everyone had the same thought: this kid is terrifying. He defeated two opponents with force, then later persuaded the two others, showing not just his strength but also his character for all to see. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, celebrating Lynch's victory. At some point, Momozagi and Tokacake slipped away from the scene. After his victory, Lynch didn't leave. Instead, he used the quadruple bodybuilding scroll, a week's worth, as a guide to refine his physique. He spent the morning exercising, broke for lunch at noon, attended elite camp classes in the afternoon, and engaged in special training with Teacher Zephyr in the evening. It's worth noting that since the last incident with the pirates, Smoker had become less thorny and more dedicated to his work. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Outside the Marine dormitory, a plump beauty approached. "Boss Lynch, Sister Hina is here to see you." Since defeating the four who came to provoke him, Lynch noticed a change in the attitudes of those around him, even in the way his roommates call him. Hina heard about yesterday's events early in the morning and came to offer her apologies. "I'm sorry, Hina already told them not to bother you anymore. You didn't send them here, so it's not your fault." Lynch's hair was still wet from washing, and he casually dried it with a towel. He appeared a bit more handsome than usual. Hina's eyes sparkled as she saw him. "Besides, if you're apologizing, I should apologize to you too. After all, I did something pretty outrageous to you." Meeting Lynch's gaze and recalling that day's events, Hina felt a blush creep up her cheeks and shyly looked away. "Don't worry about it, Hina, don't take it to heart." "Didn't you take it to heart?" Lynch raised an eyebrow. "No. That's not what Hina meant." Hina's face flushed with embarrassment. Clearly, this emotional matter was unfamiliar territory for her. After a long conversation, Hina spoke earnestly. "You saved Hina's life, so please don't use such harsh words again." Seeing the embarrassment on the slim and graceful Miss Marine in front of him, Lynch couldn't help but find her adorable. He decided to stop teasing her for now, but knew he would probably tease her again later. "Haha, no more teasing, I get it." "Ugh, gross," Hina scowled at Lynch, part annoyed, part angry. "Since you're not mad, can Hina ask you something?" "Go ahead." "What does dog licking mean?" Hina asked hesitantly. "Today, some people from our elite camp came and told Hina they were not gonna be Hina licking dog anymore. There's another sentence that they didn't say because Miss Hina is the woman Lynch likes." Lynch immediately recognized Joseph's eyes when he heard about it. He fought back a smile and asked, "Do you want the truth or a lie?" "What's the truth, and what's the lie?" "The truth is." He explained the meaning behind licking the dog, but Hina just rolled her eyes, which was quite annoying. "You're so mean, I thought you were actually saying something nice." Ha ha ha, Lynch chuckled. The friends in the same dormitory felt envious when they heard the laughter outside the door. Not only is Brother Lynch very powerful, he's also good at charming the ladies. After breakfast with Hina, Lynch encountered an unexpected individual when he returned to the dormitory to retrieve his belongings. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Buddha Sengoku, a close friend of Garp, stands for justice in the world. He later devised the plan to take down the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Lynch quickly saluted with a military salute. Facing the unfamiliar Marine's greeting, Sengoku simply smiled. Everyone knows that although Sengoku isn't the Fleet Admiral yet, the current Fleet Admiral Kong has designated him as his successor. Furthermore, Kong has now delegated all official duties of Fleet Admiral of the Marines to Sengoku and spends his days lying in the sun. Once Kong steps down and hands over the reins, Sengoku will become the true Fleet Admiral. Initially, Sengoku would shyly correct others, saying he wasn't Fleet Admiral yet. But after being called that so many times, he stopped bothering to correct them. Are you Lynch? The more Sengoku looked at the Marine, the more familiar he seemed, and suddenly, it clicked. The night Lynch followed Zephyr to eliminate the pirates, information about him, Hina, and Smoker was already on Sengoku's desk. The following day, he had a talk with his old friend Zephyr and discussed Lynch. He remembered Zephyr giving him a high evaluation at the time. Over time, Sengoku recalled Lynch. This young man looks even more handsome in person than in the photo. Master Sengoku, do you know me? Lynch asked, looking flattered. Of course I recognize you. You're our Marine's genius. Keep working hard and protecting our justice and its people in the future. Sengoku's words were encouraging, but he couldn't help but think that if Zephyr spoke so highly of someone, maybe he should try to get in touch with him. There are different factions within the Marines, like Hawks, Doves, and Neutrals. If I remember correctly, you were working on a farm before joining the Marines, right? You must be good at shearing sheep. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Lynch was puzzled by Sengoku's sudden request. If you could, I'd like to ask you to shear my pet sheep. Its hair has gotten too long. As if afraid Lynch might misunderstand, Sengoku added, this sheep involves confidentiality. It's best to have someone you trust to cut his hair. When he mentions confidentiality, does he mean he feeds every document to the goat directly? That goat must be quite ink-filled physically. Lynch complained in his heart, but said respectfully, it's an honor for the Fleet Admiral to trust me, and I'm happy to help. Sengoku gazed at Lynch with satisfaction. This kid truly had a righteous heart, wasn't arrogant or rash, and showed great promise. Suddenly, the system's sound rang out. A new life choice has been unlocked. Task 1, trim the goat normally. Reward, 500 points. Task 2, cut the goat into a stylish and stunning image. Reward, swordsmanship experience book. Task 3, shave the goat into a Mediterranean style. Reward, companion Tom the cat. Seeing the mission and rewards, Lynch was stunned. Could this system really create living creatures? When Sengoku noticed Lynch's silence, he thought perhaps Lynch had changed his mind. It was understandable, after all, young people often have high aspirations, and shearing sheep is usually left to servants. It's okay if you don't want to, I can find someone else to help, Sengoku said. But just as he was about to go away, Lynch grabbed Sengoku's hand excitedly. No, Fleet Admiral, since it involves secrets, let me do this sacred task. Sengoku. Sengoku remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Why is this kid so excited all of a sudden? Sengoku led Lynch to the Fleet Admiral's office, pointing to the goat beside the table. There's the goat. The tools are in the box. Don't touch the documents on the table. I'll be out for a while. Chapter 10, 10 Poor Tom. I promise to complete the mission, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As Sengoku walked away, Lynch rolled up his sleeves, took out the wool shears and shaver from the box, and slowly approached the goat. The goat seemed to sense something was wrong and began to move uneasily. Buzzing, Lynch turned on the shaver, hugged the goat tightly, and began his task. With a tearing sound, The hair on the goat's head was shaved down to the skin, creating a groove. The goat felt a chill on its head, screamed continuously, and struggled violently. "Be quiet. I'll be done in a moment. I'm sure you'll impress with the new haircut." As he spoke, Lynch sped up his movements. The shaved head area was completely bald, as the Mediterranean style meant it couldn't have a single hair on it. The animals in this world are extremely intelligent. Not only can they understand speech, but some of them can also speak themselves. The goat turned back and gave Lynch an "I don't believe you" look, then screamed even louder. "Ba ba dot ba ba ba. Bwah ha 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 ha, Sengoku, did you do something shameful to your goat? It's screaming so miserably." The door burst open, and Garp walked in with an unfamiliar swagger, holding a bag of senbai and stuffing it into his mouth. Meanwhile, Lynch finished the final cut. The goat's entire body was covered in furry hair, except for its bald head, giving it the appearance of a middle-aged uncle, which was very funny. The goat stood looking at Garp with tears in his eyes. "Pfft bwah ha ha ha, but it's so ridiculous, I'm dying." Garp couldn't contain himself anymore and laughed loudly, clutching the door. The senbai fell to the ground as he burst into tears. Lynch smiled awkwardly and explained, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku asked me to help shave his goat." "Bwah ha ha ha, with this hairstyle, you're really talented, kid." Whenever Garp saw his old friend's pet's new look, he couldn't help but laugh until his stomach hurt. "Senior Garp, you came just in time. Help me see where there are any flaws, and I will correct them." "Okay, I'll give you some advice." Garp walked over happily, like a playful old child. At first, Garp directed Lynch on where to cut. Then, feeling it wasn't enough, he simply took the tools and started doing it himself. Lynch couldn't help but sigh. Garp's character was so similar to Luffy's. They truly were worthy of being grandfather and grandson. It's quite a miracle that a funny man like Garp can produce someone as serious as Monkey D. Dragon. In the end, with the cooperation of the two, a new-look goat was born. "Bwah ha ha ha, perfect? I can't wait to see Sengoku's reaction when he sees the goat." Garp chuckled, picking his nostrils. As luck would have it, Sengoku returned after finishing his work. The moment he opened the door, Sengoku's first reaction was, "What in the world is that exotic creature on the ground?" The second reaction was, "Where is my sheep?" The third reaction was, "That's my sheep." Sengoku's eyes slowly moved to the scissors in Garp's hand. Veins popped up on his forehead, and he almost gritted his teeth as he said, word by word, "Gah. RP." The donut in his hand dropped and hit Garp. Garp laughed loudly. "No, Sengoku seems really mad this time. Let's get out of here." He grabbed Lynch and leaped out of the window, not forgetting to snatch a few donuts on his way out. Just after turning a corner, Garp stopped, patted Lynch on the head, and said, "Don't worry, Sengoku's anger usually only lasts about half an hour." For Garp, who often steals Sengoku's snacks, he clearly understands Sengoku's temper. "I'm not worried. After all, Senior Garp, you're the real troublemaker. I'm just a helper." Garp's eyes widened. "Fair enough. Want to join me on my ship?" Even with Senior Garp, I still have to build my skills in the elite camp. Lynch thought to himself, with Garp's old habits, if I stick around him, I might end up fighting every pirate in sight. Then, it'll be my job to clean up the mess and earn points. TCH. Isn't it just Marine 6 styles? That's nothing. I can teach you that, Garp said, but when Lynch declined, Garp didn't insist. Once Garp left, Lynch retreated to a deserted corner and muttered to himself, "Time to claim my reward." Meanwhile, in the world of cats and mice, Tom Cat walked down the street, carrying a small bag of belongings slung over a wooden stick. Because he's unable to catch mice, Tom was replaced by a robot cat purchased by its owner, who then kicked Tom out of the house. Just as Tom was feeling lost, a voice echoed in his mind. "Are you willing to travel to another world?" 1. "Yes." 2. Very willing, the fur on Tom Cat's body suddenly exploded, and it jumped 5 meters high with a whoosh. It fell to the ground and turned into a puddle of liquid cat cake, and then slowly returned to its cat shape. What sound had it heard incorrectly? In exchange, you may make a request. A piece of parchment materialized out of thin air into Tom's hand. Tom's eyes bulged, then snapped back like springs. Not a mere illusion. Lost in thought, Tom fell silent. After a long while, a line of words slowly materialized on the parchment. Please give Tom a master, the one who will never abandon Tom. In Tom's heart, only cats with owners are true domestic cats. A cat without an owner is just a stray. Tom longs to be a house cat, not a wild cat. The parchment crumbled into ashes and vanished into the air, while a black hole materialized in the sky, sucked Tom Cat into its depths. The words were divided into 2 parts. Lynch looked at the British short-hair cat that appeared in front of him and fell into deep thought. The blue and white fur is just like the Tom Cat he watched when he was a child. Are you Tom? Lynch asked. Lynch wasn't worried about whether Tom would understand him. After all, this was a unique cat. Tom has served as a sailor in the United States, a guard for the Queen in the United Kingdom, a samurai in Japan, and even going into space, the moon, and assisting experiments, etc. Police, prison guards, sentries, swordsmen. Tom has mastered countless things in his rich life experience, becoming Grand Master in 16 languages. Spotting Lynch's attire, Tom quickly offered a military salute and nodded in recognition. Amazing, you're truly Tomcat. Lynch exclaimed with joy. As Lynch knelt down to get a closer look, a stool was quietly offered from the side. He instinctively took it and gratefully said, "Thank you." However, Lynch quickly realized and turned to Tom, asking, "Where did you find the stool?" Tom scratched his head and took out a stool from where the tail hair was. Lynch's eyes widened. How had these 2 stools, each as big as Tom, been hidden within his fur? Yes, Tom in the cartoon will take out something from time to time, as if it appears out of thin air. Can you hide something in your hair? Tom nodded. How much can be hidden? Tom thought for a while, and it seemed that he didn't know how many things were hidden on his body, so he started to take them out one by one. Shovels, firecrackers, cans, hammers, dried fish, binoculars. Tom took out countless things and piled them into a hill 2 meters high. Chapter 11, A Cat Lover? Okay, take it back. After hearing Lynch's words, Tom stuffed the things back one by one. Lynch touched the hair on the top of Tom's head. Tom narrowed his eyes with enjoyment and took the initiative to cup Lynch's hand. For the time being, Tom is very satisfied with his new owner, as his old owner would not touch him like this. Is there anything you want to do now? This time, Tom was as fast as lightning. He got a stick from nowhere and wrote crookedly on the ground, "Go home." With Tom now in the picture, Lynch feels it's no longer safe to stay in the dormitory with his roommates, fearing that he might accidentally expose something. Lynch took Tom and rented a second-floor apartment in Marine's family area for 60,000 Baileys a month. There are 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, 2 kitchens and a dining room. Since Marine dormitories are free, and family dormitories different from free to paid, it's wise to choose something similar to avoid frequent moves and save money in the long run. You stay at home and I'll buy you some cat food, Lynch said while stroking Tom's fur. Suddenly, Tom hugged Lynch's thigh, puffed out his chest, and flexed his biceps. What's up? You want to protect me? Lynch asked. Tom nodded, then swiftly vanished into an afterimage. Then let's come together. Lynch took the back of Tom's neck and put him on his shoulder. Just outside the family building is a commercial street managed by the Marines, making it convenient to buy things. After buying all the daily necessities, Lynch walked home with large and small bags, while Tom helped carry one. While walking down the street, he suddenly heard 2 familiar sounds, as if he had heard them before. Following the sound, he saw a tall beauty and a wretched uncle in front of a cat cafe. Just by looking at her curvy figure, one could tell she must be beautiful. Admiral-level clothes, where have I heard their voices before? Seeing the uncle's face, second only to Kizaru's in terms of wretchedness, it was easy to recognize him as the famous Rear Admiral, Tokakake. The woman's identity was clear, she was Rear Admiral Momouzagi. Giant, do you like cats? If you do, I'll buy them all for you, he offered. No need, she replied, walking away from the cat cafe with a hint of helplessness. Suddenly, she felt someone watching her and her eyes met Lynch's like lightning. Lynch quickly looked away, feeling embarrassed to be caught peeking but even more surprised by her beauty. What a beautiful woman, he thought. He was almost mesmerized and couldn't look away as she walked past. So white. Ah no, so big. No, so tender. Why are there so many elegant ladies in the Marines? First, there's Hina. Although she's only 18, she always exudes a mature aura due to her well-developed figure. Compared to Hina, who is still transitioning from youth to maturity, Momouzagi is like a ripe peach, ready to burst with juice at a pinch. That said, when judging the three major factions of the Marines, Pirates, and Revolutionary Army. In the Marines, there are many noble sisters, and in the Pirates, there are many Leltis. But the Revolutionary Army is different. They have many strong individuals. A new opportunity has arisen. Task Option 1, gain Momouzagi's favor. Reward, 1 million belly. Task Option 2, request Momouzagi to cover up and keep the rabbit hidden. Reward, Momouzagi's swordsmanship skill at age 20. Task Option 3, kiss Momouzagi. Reward, Conqueror's Hockey. Gulu, that's a Rear Admiral. He didn't even have a rank before graduating from the elite camp. And system wants him to do the following? Lynch was certain that if he dared to treat Momouzagi like he did Hina, he'd be lucky to escape without a beating. Lynch was sure that if he dared to treat Momouzagi like he did to Hina, he would be fine if he didn't get beaten to death. He's starting to wonder if this system is just plain messing with him. Otherwise, why would it push him toward danger every time a beauty shows up? Despite the tempting rewards, he even feared the system might assign missions involving the four emperors like Big Mom in the future. Unfortunately, the system remained silent to Lynch's complaints, leaving him feeling disappointed. After much thought, Lynch decided to abandon the task. Setting aside whether he had the skill to complete it, he didn't want to die young. The sword at Momouzagi's waist wasn't just for show. This mission won't disappear anyway, let's talk about it later. Were you peeking at me just now? Momouzagi suddenly appeared in front of Lynch, catching him off guard. So fast. I'm sorry. Lynch apologized, clasping his fists. You're just too beautiful, Sir Rear Admiral. It's hard not to admire someone with such a kind heart. Everyone has a beautiful heart, but I didn't expect you to be so smooth-tongued, Momouzagi said with a half-smile, leaning closer to Lynch. Lynch doesn't like the feeling of being looked down upon, but Momouzagi is 2.4 meters tall. But his height is only 1.99 meters. Like the red hair, he is still struggling to pass the 2-meter mark. The two stood opposite each other. Lynch had just reached Momouzagi's chest and could even smell the fragrance on it. From his perspective, it was spectacular. In this world where the average height is 2 meters and 3 meters, the average height of 3 admirals is 3 meters, and there are many people taller than 3 meters. Luffy's height is considered a third-level disability. Lynch was unsure how to respond to Momouzagi's words, but she took the initiative and said, "How about lending me your cat to play with? Then forget about before." Tom was stunned. He had been enjoying watching the scene unfold, so why did he have to get involved? Lynch smiled helplessly and said, "Sir Rear Admiral, if you want to pet a cat, just let me know. Then I'll take that as your consent." Momouzagi lifted Tom from Lynch's shoulders. He took a deep breath, clearly satisfied. She was truly like cats. As a seasoned cat lover, seeing a cat like Tom, one she had never encountered before and in such good condition, was as heartbreaking as not being able to pet it. Lynch noticed out of the corner of his eye that Tom gave him a weird look. What does this cat want to do? What an obedient little kitten, sell it to me. I'll pay you 500,000 belly. She gently held Tom in her hand and stroked his soft fur. I'm sorry, Rear Admiral, but Tom is my family. I can't sell him. Okay, Momouzagi replied, and didn't look very regretful. Since you're staying at Marine Headquarters, I'll come find you when I want to play with Tom, alright? Tokacake, chasing after Momouzagi, heard this and its eyes lit up with excitement. This was no ordinary cat, it was a treasure. Of course, Rear Admiral, Lynch replied. Momouzagi gave Lynch a knowing look and said, Don't call me sir. You're also Mr. Zephyr's disciple. You can call me Senior Sister or Giant Sister from now on. Okay, Sister Giant. My name is Lynch. Lynch smiled. The Tokacake on the side not only had green eyes this time, but also seemed to have a faint green color on the top of his head. Chapter 12, 12 Expert Wingman. Tom the cat. Momouzagi has always been in a state of resistance to the Tokacake calling her by her real name. According to her, since they are colleagues, they should be addressed by code names. Now that she took the initiative to tell Lynch her name, Tokacake felt a little bit disgusted. He didn't hold any grudges against this younger generation, but he couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy. Huh? Look at this, the cat can actually smoke, Momouzagi exclaimed in surprise, looking at the kitten in her arms. A burning cigar suddenly appeared in Tom's mouth. Tom took a deep breath, then blew out smoke from his mouth. In the air, the smoke formed a line of text, Hello, beautiful lady, wow, Tom, you're amazing. Is your name Tom? Would you like to stay at my sister's place for a few days? We have lots of fun things to do there, Momouzagi exclaimed joyfully, hugging Tom. Tom looked smug and extended his paw to touch her face. Ever the helpful sidekick in helping his master pick up girls, Tom even showcased his housekeeping skills. Back when he was a cowboy in Mexico, he used this trick to charm countless female cats. Tokacake's eyes widened in amazement. This cat might have turned into a spirit. The trick was so cool that he wanted to learn it too. Seeing Tom, Momouzagi felt her troubled mood of being harassed by Tokacake instantly improve. Before she knew it, Tom conjured up various things one after another, almost like magic. He quickly prepared a fruity drink with a juggling act and handed it to Momouzagi. Giggle, is this for me? Thank you, Momouzagi chuckled, taking the cup and drank it in one gulp without hesitation. After all, who would suspect a kitten in Marine Headquarters? What mischievous thoughts could a cat possibly have? It tastes good, Momouzagi remarked, stretching out her tongue to lick away the last drop of liquid stuck to the corner of her mouth. No. Wait. What drink did you give me? Momouzagi belched wine, and her exposed skin turned red at a visible speed. Suddenly, the world seemed to spin, and her steps became unsteady. Taking advantage of the moment, Tom leaped out of Momouzagi's arms, thrust a wine bottle into her grasp, and then sprayed something unknown on Lynch. Giant, are you alright? Lynch asked, trying to assist Momouzagi, but receiving only a stern stare in return. Is this really wine? Momouzagi murmured, holding the wine bottle, her eyes gradually blurring, as if they could bulge out. Momouzagi, where is your home? How about I help you go back and rest first? Lynch suggested, despite his endless complaints. Due to her height advantage, he found himself bombarded by a cascade of snowballs, fragrant and soft. But they were out on the street. Lynch did his best to focus on unpleasant thoughts, fearing he might lose his dignity if caught off guard. Tom, what on earth did you give Momouzagi to drink? I feel like her eyes look like she wants to eat me. Tom seemed to sense what his master was thinking, and held out 5 fingers as if asking for help. 5 small dried fish, at least 5. Tom, the ingenious cat, had concocted various potions, and the one he just produced was one of his inventions. "Smells good," Momousagi murmured, leaning against Lynch and inhaling the pleasant fragrance emanating from his body. The scent seemed to intoxicate her more and more, prompting her to nestle burrowed into Lynch's arms. "If I don't want to go home, can you take me to your place?" As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Momousagi wanted to slap herself. It seemed she was really drunk. What else could explain her words? "Ah. Sister Momousagi, what are you talking about?" Lynch asked, surprised. I mean, let's go to a cafe and sit down." "I'll be fine in a moment," Momousagi stuttered, trying to backtrack. "Tokacake, don't touch me, let Lynch help me," Momousagi slurred as Lynch assisted her into the cafe and seated her. Tokacake followed silently and took a seat across from the two of them. Momousagi's condition seemed to be getting worse. She hugged Lynch tightly, trying to press herself into his body. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore," Lynch exclaimed, feeling Momousagi's soft skin. Silently, Lynch grabbed a pillow and placed it on his lap for Momousagi to lean on. Glancing at Tokacake across from him, Lynch grew increasingly embarrassed. It felt like he was facing off against a towering Tokacake. Momousagi's teary eyes also caught sight of Tokacake across from them, bringing back memories of the past and stirring up a sense of deep injustice within her. Tokacake's relentless pursuit of her had reached a level that disrupted her life. Due to Tokacake's relentless pursuit, she had no male friends left, and even her circle of female friends had greatly reduced. No matter where she went on weekdays, she couldn't shake off Tokacake's entanglement. While Tokacake may not have had bad intentions, Momousagi had simply had enough of this life. In her drunken state, she became determined to get rid of Tokacake by any means necessary. Even if it caused trouble for Sister Tsuru, Momousagi was willing to find another solution. Wait, maybe there's a better way than involving Sister Tsuru. Momousagi looked up and realized she was being held in his arms. Her eyes sparkled like peach blossoms, her face flushed even redder. Since their first meeting, she had always found this younger brother so handsome. Maybe Brother Lynch. Momousagi exhaled the scent of orchids, and the pleasant aroma left Lynch momentarily speechless. "Sister Giant, are you alright?" Lynch asked, looking down at the strikingly beautiful woman in his arms. Suddenly, Momousagi held Lynch's cheek, pulling him closer, and planted a kiss on his lips. Her touch was soft and sweet, sending a shiver down Lynch's spine. "Whoa!" Lynch's pupils trembled in surprise. What a turn of events, he never imagined he'd be forcefully kissed one day. The twists of fate were truly remarkable. Please let more reincarnations like this happen. Under the influence of the drug, things began to take a strange turn. Snort. Witnessing the scene, Tokacake couldn't bear it any longer. He threw up his sleeves in frustration and walked off angrily. As he walked out of the tea house, it felt like something shattered in his chest, and a tear trickled down his right eye. Giant, why is this?" Since the first day he joined the Marines, just a glance in the crowd was all it took for him to fall in love with Giant. His efforts, his struggle, everything is for Giant. Giant is everything in his life, he can even give his life for Giant. Tokacake knew that Giant didn't like him, but he never got discouraged, even if he was rejected again and again. Because Tokacake believed that one day he would surely impress Giant. But today, his heart was shattered. It seemed like there was no longer a goal worth living or striving for. Boom. At that moment, an unparalleled conqueror's haki erupted in the cafe, its force spreading throughout most of Maniford. The walls of the entire marine base trembled. Conqueror's haki is the only ability that cannot be developed through training, it only grows stronger as the spirit does. If the spirit is strong enough, even a newly awakened conqueror's haki can move mountains and split the seas. With Lynch at the center, people in the surrounding area dropped like wheat. Momazagi was already unconscious from the drink, and was further knocked out by the impact. Shoppers on the street were struck by Conqueror's haki and collapsed, rolling their eyes as they fell. In the marine conference room, Sengoku stood up, gripping the trembling table. He slammed his fist down, shattering his glasses, which showed that he was not at peace inside. Chapter 13, 13-time skip. Half-year. This Conqueror's haki is powerful enough to affect reality. Is that bastard Roger resurrected? Or is Whitebeard coming back for revenge? Sengoku speculated, his voice filled with speculation. Bwahahaha. I haven't come across such an outstanding conquerors in many years. Garp exclaimed, crossing his legs as he laughed. Vice Admiral Tsuru cast an angry glance at the two of them and snapped, "Why don't you go see what's going on?" Above the red line, the holy place Mary Ijos. In Pangaea Castle, sitting on the void throne was a woman with a good figure wearing a gauze. She lowered her wheat-colored fleshy legs and narrowed her three eyes, gazing down in the direction of Manafort, whether intentionally or unintentionally. She opened her lips lightly and murmured, "Do you have the qualifications of a king? I've found what I was looking for." Under the influence of Conqueror's haki, Lynch extended his hand, seemingly reaching for a target in the void, his eyes blood red. "What I want is everything." Since the incident happened in the middle of Marine Base, two admirals arrived at the scene within a short time. "Hey, what a scary young man. Is this the kid who's releasing Conqueror's haki?" About half an hour later, the unconscious people began to gradually wake up, and Lynch was invited to the highest conference room in the Marine headquarters. Besides him, there were three admirals present along with Marines hero Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Zephyr, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru. Momazagi, who had been invited as well, felt a twinge of panic when she saw the serious atmosphere in the room. Why was she summoned to such a meeting? Feeling weak, pitiful, and helpless, Momazagi couldn't shake off the sense of unease. Ahem. "Well, Giant, could you please explain how this kid awakened Conqueror's haki?" Vice Admiral Tsuru asked, feeling her age, found the situation simply outrageous. "Okay, Tsuru-ne," Momazagi said, rising to her feet. Her pretty face flushed, she spoke with brevity and clarity. "I was drunk and forcefully kissed Lynch, and then he awakened Conqueror's haki," Momazagi confessed, her embarrassment evident as she finished speaking. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The group of people stared at Momazagi with a mix of confusion and disbelief. The idea of Conqueror's haki being awakened with a kiss seemed like something out of a supernatural tale. Why don't they get this treatment? Conqueror's haki is innate, a sign of being born with the qualifications of a king, a trait possessed by only one in a million. The fact that today's three admirals don't have Conquerors highlights just how rare and exceptional it is. Bwahahaha, Giant, if you can make people awaken Conquerors with just one kiss, you'll become famous, Garp joked, the only one with the heart to jest at that moment. Within 3 seconds, however, he received a punch to the back of his head. "Be more serious, Garp," Sengoku said, observing Giant with his peripheral vision and sensing Momazagi wanted to run away. Sengoku hammered the table twice to attract everyone's attention, and said seriously, "Everyone knows that Conquerors can only awaken during moments of life and death crisis or through great mental stimulation." Kizaru said in a long voice, "So, it was Giant's forced kiss that triggered intense mental stimulation in Lynch, leading to the awakening of Conqueror's haki?" Everyone still found it unbelievable. What level of stimulation could compare to the moment of life and death? But there was only one explanation: Giant was truly amazing. "Giant, you've caused Lynch severe mental stimulation. Remember to comfort him when you have nothing to do in the future," Zephyr suddenly said. His tone was cold. Tsuru frowned, then relaxed again. It was obvious that Giant was interested in Lynch when she forcefully kissed him. After this incident, Lynch should be listed as a key training target. He's worthy of Momazagi. Sengoku looked at Lynch, the protagonist of the incident, and said, "Lynch, is what Giant said correct?" "Yes, sir, more or less," Lynch replied, touching his nose, feeling the weight of the incident sink in a little deeper. "Good." Sengoku glanced at everyone's faces one by one. Lynch's Conqueror's haki is unique. I suggest investing resources in his training. Any objections? Since entering the ages of pirates have become more and more rampant. It is also time for Marines to train an admiral who is good at conquerors to scare the pirates. Agreed. I have no objection. Sounds good. With these opinions voiced, Sengoku swiftly concluded the matter. Alright, from now on, Lynch will withdraw from the elite camp and receive instruction from Zephyr and Garp, Sengoku announced. These two are the best instructors that Marines have. The former taught the three admirals, while the latter taught Dragon. "As you command, Fleet Admiral Sengoku," Lynch replied. Even as he returned home, Lynch couldn't shake the feeling that today had been a dream. Lynch also gave Tom a serious warning not to drug people without his permission in the future. Thankfully, nothing serious happened today, or it could have been disastrous. Time flies by like a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. A lot has happened in these 6 months. Firstly, there's Momazagi, who seems to blame herself for that day, feeling guilty about Lynch. She visits Lynch almost every day or two, helping with cleaning and cooking. Some even come several times a day, and Momazagi seems to enjoy staying at Lynch's place. The visits under the guise of seeing Tom have nothing to do with Lynch. Nonetheless, Lynch didn't mind and enjoyed the food cooked by Momazagi. The two of them tacitly agreed not to mention anything about what happened that day. With frequent close contact, their feelings for each other grew rapidly. This led to Lynch often feeling that Momazagi looked at him in a weird way. Compared to a woman looking at a man, he felt that it was more like a sister looking at a younger brother, but there were other things mixed in, which was very strange. Hina visits more frequently, especially since Momazagi, being a rear admiral, is usually busy with duties. Hina, a grandmaster, takes care of household chores like cleaning, cooking, and laundry. It's hard to believe she's an aristocratic lady from the East Blue. Lynch sometimes thinks that marrying Hina would be a good idea, but he wonders if she would agree. Under the support of the two Marine sisters, Lynch rarely goes out to eat. Smoker often comes to Lynch for discussions. But 3 months ago, Lynch surpassed Smoker in their discussions. These are the only 3 peers Lynch knows well. In the past 6 months, Lynch has been single-minded. All he needs to do every day is practice with Zephyr and Garp. Even the two losers in the original work could produce earth-shaking changes after practicing with Garp for half a year, let alone Lynch. His strength undergoes almost daily transformations, bringing about earth-shaking changes. It's worth noting that Tokakake actually gave up harassing Momazagi. Moreover, Tokakake are now rarely seen in Marine base. They spend most of their time chasing pirates at sea. After 6 months, all the Marines in the elite camp graduated and were assigned to various units in the Marine. Smoker and Hina became his team members by his request. Lynch had been discussing his plan to go overseas alone for a while. Sengoku's initial response was that Lynch wasn't qualified to be the top commander of a warship. But yesterday, that all changed. It was the day he graduated from Mr. Zephyr and Garp. They both agreed that all the necessary teachings had been taught, and now it was up to him to figure things out on his own. In the past 6 months, in order to learn about fighting, he had to suffer a lot from Garp's Iron Fist. Chapter 14:014 Training Result, Appointment. At this moment, many Marines are gathered by the shore. They keep glancing out to sea, like they're expecting something. Whoa! Out of nowhere, a huge bulge appeared on the calm sea, and water burst out, creating massive waves over 10 meters high crashing onto the shore. Hurry, Brother Lynch has arrived. Get ready to grab it for him. Whoa, the Sea Kings are even bigger today. Brother Lynch is so cool. Lynch, half naked, was dragging the 1,000-meter-long Sea King slowly toward the shore. He casually tossed the Sea Kings onto the shore and grabbed the towel his follower handed him to dry his hair. Take it to the cafeteria for a feast tonight. Got it, Boss Lynch? Dozens of prepared people used forklifts and other tools to drag the huge body of the Sea Kings away. Looks like we're in luck tonight, someone said, licking their lips. The bigger the Sea Kings, the more vitality they have, and the better the meat tastes. Sea Kings over 1,000 meters are a rare find, even for naval headquarters. Thanks to Brother Lynch always fighting the Sea Kings at sea, we get to enjoy this food. Yeah, we owe it all to the boss. We're like family here, no need for formalities. Lynch grinned warmly. What's up, Brother Lynch? I have a good news. In the distance, he could see Joseph's big grin, showing off his teeth. Ever since Joseph's group got beaten 6 months back, he's been oddly fanatical about Lynch and became his loyal follower. What makes you so happy? Joseph panted as he pulled out 2 envelopes with peace stubs embroidered on them and handed them to Lynch. Vice Admiral Garp wanted me to give these to you. Oh? From Vice Admiral Garp. Lynch opened the letter and found his appointment as a colonel, with a note at the bottom. Even though you have the power of a rear admiral, colonel is the highest rank I can give you. Without military merit at a high level, convincing the public might be difficult. Sengoku, military ranks in Marine can be divided into Seaman Recruit, Seaman Apprentice, Seaman First Class, Warrant Officer, Ensign, Lieutenant Junior Grade, Captain, Major, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, Commodore, Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, Admiral, Fleet Admiral. This is not yet the era when admissions were forced to be made under special circumstances. Military merit and qualifications are still an important factor. Colonel, that's quite high. Is Sengoku worried about drawing too much attention? Another envelope gave him the supreme command of the warship. The crew was small, just 200, exactly what Lynch preferred. Too many people would hinder him in chasing pirates. He chuckled as he closed the 2 letters. Well, that's a good news. Thanks for all your efforts. What good news are you talking about? Tell Hina. Hina appeared behind her carrying a food box. Everyone was stunned and shouted, Sister Hina. Stop shouting. Hina blushed and scolded. She was happy when she heard Lynch was finally going to sea. She grabbed his hand and said, You have to take Hina with you. Of course. Lynch ruffled her hair and grinned. I can't survive without your cooking now. What did you bring today? Hina opened the food box and revealed 3 lunch boxes. This is the Sea King meat you caught yesterday. I cooked it with salt and pepper. The others are your favorite dishes too. Sea King meat is filled with vitality. A small piece can be worth a whole carload of beef. Table, please, brother. The group quickly got into action, used to this routine, and swiftly set up tables and chairs. To make more time for exercise, he hardly goes to the canteen anymore. Lynch opened his chopsticks, suddenly remembering something, and looked at Hina. Want to share a meal? Sure. Hina brushed her hair back, leaning in eagerly with her red lips parted, like a bird ready to be fed. Lynch skillfully picked up a piece of Sea King meat and put it into Hina's mouth. Well, it tastes just right. Hina took a quick taste, then glanced at Lynch before he could say anything. Let's head home early tonight. Hina needs to talk to you about something. Okay. After Hina left, Lynch ate his lunchbox, but his mind wandered elsewhere. That guy Smoker's been gone for 2 weeks now. They say he's on a secret mission, but it's rather weird. System, show me the personal interface. Host, Lynch combat skills, moonwalk, peek, instant transmission, advanced, tempest kick, advanced, finger pistol, advanced, iron body, intermediate, life return, intermediate, paper arts, beginner. Note, proficiency levels are expressed as extremes. Life skills, sailing, elementary, cooking, elementary. Basic attributes: Physique, Level 4, Physically strong, Swordsmanship, Level 4, Skilled swordsman, Marksmanship, Level 3, Experienced sniper, Observation hockey, Level 3, Armament hockey, Level 4, Conquerors, Level 5. Note: there is no limit. What can be continuously improved will be represented by basic attributes. After 6 months of hard work, this is where Lynch stands. If you were to ask how strong he is now, even Lynch wouldn't have a clear answer. Over the last 6 months, facing Garp and Zephyr, both melee combat experts, he had no choice but to focus on melee combat himself. Despite his talent, his marksmanship barely reached level 3. As for points, he hasn't had the chance to go overseas in the past 6 months. His progress has been remarkable, but his point count remains at 0. Wow! A warship approached from afar, and Lynch spotted the graceful figure on the bow. It's Momouzagi-san, she's back after catching pirates. Thump. Lynch watched as a pirate, chained from head to toe, knocked aside a guard marine and leaped into the sea. No, the prisoner escaped. A marine shouted anxiously, prompting others to jump into the water. Trying to escape? This is Marine's headquarters. Lynch's expression suddenly changed. No, they're trying to commit suicide. The chained prisoners were sinking fast. Seeing Momouzagi about to jump too, Lynch grew anxious. With Momouzagi's plump figure, her clothes will definitely get soaked by the seawater. What's he thinking about? Momouzagi-san, let me help. Lynch activated Moonwalk and dove into the sea like a torpedo. Caught up. When Lynch caught the man, he was still drinking seawater with the intention of choking himself to death. A trace of blood flowed from the man's mouth, and Lynch knew that the man might have bitten off his own tongue. The man was thrown on the deck again, and a group of doctors rushed forward to rescue the man. Momouzagi took a deep breath and patted her chest. Thanks to you. I didn't expect the prisoner to still have the strength to struggle despite being in sea stone restraints. He almost died. Lynch wondered, why did that man try to commit suicide? That was the captain of the Star Pirates. He probably commit suicide because he didn't want to drag down his subordinates. Chapter 15, 015 Sweet Night, New Life Choice. Glancing around, Momouzagi whispered in Lynch's ear, actually, the fleet admiral planned to use him as bait to lure out the remaining pirates. The scent tickled her nose, teasingly fragrant. Lynch nodded. Wasn't this the same tactic they used on Whitebeard in the future? It wasn't the first time Sengoku had pulled such a move. No wonder he was so experienced. He believed there were pirates who valued love and justice, but there were still more who were vicious in comparison. By the way, why did Sengoku target the Star Pirates so harshly? It's said they massacred most of the nobles of a kingdom, Giant replied. Lynch was taken aback. He reconsidered his earlier thoughts. Feeling an itch in his palms, Lynch snapped back to reality. It turned out that Momouzagi was teasing him, drawing circles on his palms with her smooth hands. Be patient and wait for me at home tonight. Your sister here found something great for you this time. All right. All right. Lynch couldn't find a reason to refuse, so he could only hope the two girls wouldn't come over together in the evening. He couldn't imagine the chaos that would happen. Nightfall. Training for the day was over. When Lynch returned home, Hina, like a doting wife, had prepared a luxurious meal for him to eat. You're home. You must be tired. Hina leaped off the sofa, slipped on her slippers, and hurried over to Lynch. She helped him out of his coat, hung it up, and fetched his slippers from the entrance. Lynch was lost in thought until Hina reached out and snapped him back to reality. What's on your mind, fool? Lynch grinned. I was just thinking how great it would be if you were my wife. Stupid. Stupid. What are you saying? Hina's face flushed instantly. Why don't you go wash your hands and eat? Haha, let's go then. Facing a table full of delicacies at the dinner table, Lynch was about to move his chopsticks when his foot suddenly seemed to kick something. He looked under the table and said, Where did the pig come from? Tom looked at Lynch aggrievedly. Haha, it's just you, Tom. As he enjoyed the delicious meal, he recalled what Hina had mentioned earlier in the day. Didn't you say you have something to discuss with me? Hina took out a devil fruit from behind her back. My father had someone bring this for me today. I checked it in the devil fruit illustrated book. It's a Parimsha type. I'm not sure if I should eat it, so I wanted to ask you, Hina explained. After hearing this, Lynch fell into deep thought. Since a woman is asking you, it means she can't make up her mind. At this time, you have to give her a definite answer instead of being ambiguous. He took Hina's hand and said, "Don't eat it. I'll find something better for you in the future." "No, I want to eat." Hina seemed to have made up her mind and held Lynch's hand with determination. "Why?" Lynch didn't understand Hina's sudden change of mind. "Because it's the only way I can help you, idiot. You don't have to do this. Stop talking. I've made up my mind." The two looked at each other lovingly, their faces gradually came closer, and they kissed each other. Meow. Tom jumped on the table and captured the scene with his camera. After a moment, their lips finally parted. Hina's face flushed, looking adorable and endearing. "I don't think I'll leave tonight, okay?" Hina's breath was ragged, her chest rising and falling. Lynch felt his mouth go dry. Could it be that? Hina caught Lynch's thoughts with a single glance and rolled her eyes. "You jerk, thinking naughty thoughts again? You have an empty room here, right? I want to move in. No matter how you act, you'll be mine sooner or later." Seeing Lynch being so direct, Hina said playfully, "Tom's still watching, you know." "Who's your anyway?" Observing the exchange between the two, Tom gave a knowing look and vanished with a whoosh. "Oh? Someone who's not mine kissed me just now. Well, I want to return the favor." Hina didn't expect Lynch to be so bold. Her lips were captured, and she couldn't say a word. In the end, Hina's mouth was swollen from being kissed, and she was sent back to the room with sloppy steps. Lynch savored the lingering sweetness on his lips, leaning back on the sofa with a smile. Another visitor would be arriving tonight. As the hour hand lingered at 11 o'clock, the sound of a key turning in the lock signaled someone's arrival, and Lynch knew exactly who it was. Despite his exhaustion, Lynch couldn't ignore Momozagi's impressive presence. Unlike before, Momozagi now held a sword in addition to the sword at her waist. "Giant, over here," Lynch gestured to Momozagi in the darkness. "Why didn't you light the lamp?" Momozagi asked. "Tom was asleep, and I didn't want to wake him," Lynch explained. "All right." Momozagi sat down on the sofa, and slumped down on it. "You look exhausted, Giant. Let me give you a massage." Lynch massaged Momozagi's shoulders, and she closed her eyes in comfort. "Let me tell you about that old guy, Sengoku." Momozagi suddenly lost her temper and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about Sengoku. This sword is a gift I brought you. Do you like it? I wanted to find the great grades blades for you, but unfortunately, I could only find this skilled grade sword." Lynch unsheathed his sword. The blade looked extremely sharp in the moonlight, with the word Longyu engraved on it. "Giant, thank you." "Giant-san?" Lynch turned around to find Giant fast asleep on the sofa, completely exhausted. Concerned that Momozagi might catch a cold, Lynch picked up her tired form and carried her to another guest room. As Lynch was about to leave after put her in, a jade hand suddenly grabbed him. Half asleep, Momozagi mumbled, "Don't go." Suddenly, a strong force pulled Lynch towards the bed. Fearful of waking Momozagi, he didn't resist and allowed himself to be dragged onto the bed. "Ouch! I can't breathe." Lynch struggled to free his head from the indescribable thing, only to find a long, fleshy leg pressing down on him. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. "Forget it, I have no choice but to humiliate myself in order not to waking up Momozagi-san." Thinking about it, Lynch rested his head on the soft position again, smelled the rich fragrance, and slowly fell asleep. As the night grew darker, Momozagi's body temperature gradually subsided, finally calming down. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a rapid system prompt woke Lynch up. It has been detected that the Sun Pirates intend to rescue the slaves in the Holy Land of Mary Ejos, and a new life choice has been activated. Character Choice 1, ignoring the world outside the window and continuing to sleep with Momozagi in my arms. Reward, Great Grade Blades, Nidai Kaitetsu. Character Choice 2, intervening to stop the Sun Pirates. Reward, Hirumsha, Sweet Fruit. Character Choice 3, assisting the Sun Pirates in liberating the slaves. Rewards, depending on the level of liberation achieved, different rewards will be given. This is the first time such a reward that can be accumulated has appeared. As for the second option, it's interesting. Wasn't the sweet fruit already being eaten by Boa Hancock? Could it mean Boa Hancock's life is in danger tonight? Chapter 16, 016 Sun Pirates. Nighthawk Lynch stopped thinking about it. Whether the Empress dies or not is none of his business. But he was very interested in the rewards that could be accumulated. Giant San, you're pressing too hard. Lynch carefully moved the giant beautiful legs off his body and then eased the softness pressing against his chest. Lynch quietly slipped out from under the quilt, put on his shoes, and quietly left the room. As the door closed, Momozagi opened her eyes in the darkness. Lynch changed out of his marine clothes, and put some black attire, covered the lower half of his face, and used his Return of Life ability to increase his height to 2.1 meters. This should be foolproof. If he dared to use his official identity to do this kind of thing, he'd have at least 3 admirals knocking on his door the next day. Tang 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 in the dark of night, Lynch dashed away on moonwalk. Crossing the red line was now just a minor hurdle for him. After reading the original work, Lynch knew that the group of fishmen climbed up from behind the red line. So, once he had the information, finding them wouldn't be difficult. Found it. After what felt like an eternity, he finally perceived the Sun Pirates' ship slowly docking on the red line in the dark of night. Brother Tiger, do we really have to risk our lives to save those humans? Don't forget, you used to hate humans too. On the deck, Arlong gripped Tiger's shoulders and shook him angrily. Arlong, you're too brash, and you still haven't let go of the past with Boss Tiger. Fisher Tiger gestured for Jinbai to stop, then looked Arlong in the eyes and said, Arlong, I understand your hatred for humans, but not all of them are bad. You need to learn to forgive. Our queen, Princess Atoheim, wishes for reconciliation between fishmen and humans in our generation. We may represent the fishmen, but the fishman doesn't represent us. You need to understand that. And besides, many of our fellow fishmen are among the slaves. I came here originally for their sake. Yes, Arlong, you should listen to Boss Tiger. Hachi said naively. Humphrey. Arlong snorted coldly, walked aside and said nothing. Maybe due to the butterfly effect, Tiger didn't harbor the unrelenting hatred for humans as he did originally. Instead, he was moved by Princess Atoheim and chose to let go of his animosity. The famous Sun Pirates don't seem to live up to their reputation. They can't even control their own crew. The sudden sound startled the Sun Pirates. Everyone must be aware of their next move, but there must be no leaks. The fisherman turned towards the sound and spotted a figure standing proudly atop the sail, arms folded, gazing down at them. Asshole! How did you find us? What do you want? A group of crew members asked nervously. Arlong coldly gripped his shark-tooth sword and pointed it at Lynch. Why are you asking so many questions? It won't be too late when I catch him and slowly interrogate him. The other fishmen stayed silent, agreeing with Arlong's decision. Young fishman, I suggest you consider the consequences of attacking me and whether you can bear it, Lynch warned, his voice low as he slowly raised a finger. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure surged toward Arlong. Arlong's pair of dead fish eyes shrank in an instant, and he was sweating like rain. For a moment, he felt as if he glimpsed the future. If he dared to attack that man, his hand would surely be severed. Looking at Arlong, who appeared as if he'd just been plucked from the sea, Tiger took a step forward. "Respected strong man, please forgive Arlong for being unreasonable. May I ask whether you are an enemy or a friend?" Jinbai and the other fishermen tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to act if the man gave the wrong answer. "Whether I'm friend or foe depends on your decision," Lynch replied calmly. "You're heading to Mage's tonight. How about you take me along?" "You?" Tiger was truly panicked now. Only the Sun Pirates knew about his plan for tonight. How did this man find out? Could there be a spy among them? Impossible. "Well, there's no harm in bringing me along. If I were from the world government, would you still be alive today? On the contrary, you'd be more worried if you didn't take me with you." Hearing this, Tiger fell into deep thought. Indeed, the men can't be members of the world government, especially those overly righteous like the Marines. In this situation, cooperation might not be impossible. But the most terrifying thing would be if someone went to report it. After wanting to understand everything, Tiger said in a deep voice, "I can agree to your request, but please don't drag us down." "Don't worry, I'm also wanting to liberate the slaves. We're on the same goal," Lynch reassured. Tiger couldn't help but marvel at how much this guy knew about their plan. "Boss Tiger, do we really have to trust this human?" Jinbai asked, casting a worried glance at Arlong. "I've got a feeling he's not our enemy," Tiger declared, eyeing Lynch. "What's your name?" "Nighthawk." 5 minutes later, as Arlong watched the man discussing the rescue plan with their boss, a smirk played across his lips. "Does he have to be so friendly? Hey, he nearly scared me to death just now." Recalling the fright he'd just experienced, Arlong was so on edge that he didn't dare to make any mistakes. "In that case, we'll leave it to you, Nighthawk," Tiger declared, folding away the map of the prison layout. "You have my trust." The night was pitch black, with not a single star in sight. Heavy clouds veiled the moon, as a group of fishermen climbed the red line using only their bare hands. Not wanting to reveal that he was Marine, Lynch climbed along with him. Celestial dragons never imagined that someone would climb up from behind the red line. So they managed to infiltrate Mage's without encountering a single guard along the way. "Your Excellency Nighthawk, proceed as planned." After Tiger finished speaking, he led a group of fishermen and disappeared into the night. Lynch stealthily followed the mental map, making his way towards the prison where slaves were held. Their only goal: rescue as many people as possible before being detected. If caught, immediate escape was the plan. Tiger warned that Mage's teamed with countless Cypher Pol agent organizations. If they tangled with them and awaited higher-level combat forces, they'd be doomed. Lynch knew that Tiger was referring to 3 Admiral. The Marines' headquarters was right in front of Mage's, and it only took less than half an hour to get there. But he knew better. The terrifying and unknown Cypher Pol Zero agents, the 5 elders who can turn into monsters, the Knights of God who have never appeared, and the most powerful M. If any of these forces shows up, it's certain death for everyone here. Mage's is, without a doubt, the most dangerous place in the world. If the reward this time wasn't big, he wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. The prison guards aren't very strong, mainly tasked with guarding slaves. These people didn't even have the slightest sense of precaution. It seemed that they had been at ease for too long. Lynch knew that after tonight, these guys would be executed by the angry celestial dragons. So, adhering to the principle of a good man going to the end, Lynch crushed their throats. "Don't make any noise, you are free." Lynch used the key to open the prison, and a group of people cried with joy. Chapter 17:017 Mage's, killing celestial dragon. After you get out, go all the way east. There will be people there to pick you up. They will help you escape from here. While everyone thanked him, they came to Lynch and bowed deeply before leaving. Ding. Congratulations on completing the first phase of the task. Do you want to claim the reward? No. Just as he freed the last slave, an explosion echoed from the distance. Although the explosion was not loud, Lynch knew he should hurry up. He rushed to the next prison without stopping. The explosion had put the guards on high alert. Seeing Lynch dressed in black, a group of guards approached, nodding and bowing. Are you here for anything? Does another celestial dragon sir need a fresh slave? Lynch. One sword style, swift last. Lynch's sword moved like a ghost, slicing through the night sky. Before the guards could react, their heads were already on the ground. There are enemies. Who are you to come here to cause trouble? The guards in the same prison pulled out their weapons in horror and stood ready. It was so terrible that they didn't even see how their companion died. He knew the principle of quick battle and quick decision, and breathed out a breath of cold air. Omnislash Lynch's figure was too fast to be seen clearly, and he appeared in another location as if teleporting, putting the sword back into its sheath. The moment the long sword was sheathed, countless lines of blood streaked out of the remaining guard's body, and it was shattered into a pile of pieces of flesh. Seeing this scene, the prisoners in the cell couldn't sit still and climbed to the fence one after another to look through. Sir, are you here to free us? Lynch used keys taken from the guards to unlock the cells. Yes, once you're out, go to the east. There'll be someone waiting to take you away. Oh, thank you so much. We'll never forget your kindness. Some of them were covered in blood, with no good piece of meat to be found on their bodies. Some had 3 of their limbs chopped off, and some had their eyes hanging out. But at this moment, a light called hope burst out in their eyes again. Prisons opened one after another, and when he came to the last one, Lynch discovered that this prison was so luxurious that it was made of sea stone. When he used the key to open the thick and closed door, he found that this noisy room was dark and well soundproofed, separating it from the outside world. Only 4 slaves were held inside. 4 girls. 2 were fat, 1 was thin, and 1 was skinny. 3 of them were about 14 or 15 years old, and the last one looked to be only about 5 or 6 years old. Without exception, all of them were dressed in rags and looked as dirty as beggars. Because it was too dirty, he couldn't see clearly what they looked like, let alone whether they looked good or not. When the 3 older people heard someone coming in, they just buried their heads in their knees without raising their heads or making a sound. The 5 or 6-year-old girl looked at Lynch with stupid eyes and a silly smile on her face. Lynch could see their vigilance and did not get too close. He stood not far away and whispered, "You are free." The 4 of them seemed not to hear anything and remained unmoved. Hancock sneered inwardly. They had seen those disgusting celestial dragons deliberately give people hope countless times, and then crushed them with their own hands. Now she's afraid it's just celestial dragons' tactics again. If they dared to escape, they might not survive tomorrow. The room was completely sealed, so they didn't see Lynch killing the jailer, so they doesn't know what happened outside at all. Lynch sighed, they are all pitiful people. He wanted to go out and call someone to prove what he said, but when he looked around, he realized everyone had already escaped. He walked up to the youngest girl and squatted down, saying as gently as possible, "Why are you locked up here at such a young age? Did you also eat devil fruit?" The girl's unwavering pupils were not focused, and she just said stupidly, "Devil fruit, I can eat it, as long as you don't hit me, I can do whatever you want." Hancock's ears twitched, she raised his head and said sarcastically, "Are you even going to lie to children now? Are you willing to talk now? What are your names?" Hancock said in a cold voice, "Let's see how long you can keep pretending." Hancock. Boa Hancock. Seeing their sister speaking, the other 2 also followed suit, Marigold. Sandersonia. That brat's name is Koala. Sure enough, they are the 3 Hancock sisters. And koalas are an unexpected bonus. Lynch had a vague feeling that these people had unusual identities, so he was willing to tell them so much. Surprisingly, he thought the future pirate empress will be here, But he didn't expect Koala to be here with them. Among the famous female figures in the future, they are only 14 or 15 years old this year, and the other is only 5 or 6 years old. These are all potential candidates. Maybe they could start with developing Lolita first, Lynch thought while rubbing his chin. There's nothing more satisfying than raising a Lolita. Hey, Dad, why are there so many people lying here? Are they sleeping? Stupid, they're dead. I guess they're playing the game again. Don't worry about them. Let's see if there are any interesting slaves. A naive, cruel, and excited voice echoed in the prison full of corpses. In reality, Mary Ejo's, the Holy Land, was too comfortable, and the celestial dragons had too much free time. They didn't consider the possibility of an enemy invasion. Dad, hurry, there are still people alive here. The door to Lynch's room swung open, and 2 celestial dragons in glass masks and bulky clothes, resembling fat pigs, entered. Son, what are you looking for? What kind of useless people are you looking for? Look at those people on the ground who are so weak. They will probably die in one strike. But the guy standing looks pretty good. I want to hang him up and use him as a practice target. But Dad, he doesn't seem to be a slave. Stupid son, whether he is a slave or not is just a matter of our words. Seeing the 2 celestial dragons coming in, the 3 Boa sisters were trembling. Koalan on the side was too scared to move, trying her best to keep a smile on her face. Asshole, if you don't kneel down when you see us, do you want to die? The middle-aged celestial dragon suddenly raised the gun in his hand. You really makes me unhappy. Lynch suddenly raised his head, swung out the sword in his hand, and the man's gun-holding arm flew into the air. Ah! I am going to kill you. As a celestial dragon, when had he ever endured such humiliation and pain? The man writhed on the ground in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face. Dad, Dad. It doesn't hurt, does it? Celestial dragons, another fat boy, said stupidly. It doesn't hurt your dad. Lynch stepped on the head of middle-aged celestial dragons and chopped off his head with his sword. Because he's dead. Ding. Hidden mission triggered, killed the celestial dragons. Congratulations on completing Phase 2 of the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No. Chapter 18, 018 Mary Joy's 02, Harvesting Sin Point, points plus 12.798, Lynch was stunned. Each guard he had killed before only added a few dozen points at most, but killing a single celestial dragon easily exceeded 10,000 points. How many bad things have been done? If converted into sin value, killing 12,000 people would have so much sin value. This shows how many bad things the celestial dragons have done. Celestial dragons fell. Lynch was full of surprise seeing Lynch slash the celestial dragons with his sword. Koala's zombie-like pupils regained focus. The 3 Hancock sisters stopped shaking and looked at Lynch in disbelief. Pearl-like tears fell from Hancock's beautiful eyes. She stared at Lynch blankly, as if she wanted to completely imprint the scene in front of her into her heart. They were really saved. Witnessing his father being hacked to death, the fat pig celestial dragon quickly knelt down and pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything." Oh? Lynch suddenly became interested and lifted the celestial dragon's chin with his foot. Take me to your house. The mission's difficulty just went up. In the first stage, he only needed to free a prison. In the second stage, he had to free a prison and kill a celestial dragon. Lynch figured that rescuing slaves alone might not get him to the third stage tonight. So he was ready to take a risk and search for an opportunity in danger. Yes, as long as you don't kill me, the fat celestial dragon nodded crazily. Hearing he's spared, Lynch turned away and suddenly reverted to his original tone. Remember my voice. We'll meet again someday in the future. Now I have something to do. You go east, there will be someone there who can take you away. Thank you, Savior, please be careful. Sandersonia said sincerely. Lynch was in a hurry, nodded, and dragged celestial dragons away. Others don't dare to kill celestial dragons, but he does. After Lynch left, Hancock slowly stood and wiped her dirty face with her sleeves, revealing determination in her eyes. "My benefactor, I will find you, no matter how long it takes," Hancock vowed, looking lovingly in the direction Lynch had gone in the original story. Hancock first saw Luffy punch celestial dragons in the newspaper and couldn't help but admire him. Later on, she fell in love with Luffy, the monkey. It's clear that Hancock isn't superficial. She doesn't have any specific criteria for her lover. She simply likes men who dare to stand up to celestial dragons. While Luffy only punched the celestial dragons, Lynch's act of killing them in front of Hancock was hundreds of times more shocking. Compared to over 10 years later, Hancock was only 15 years old at this time. Who wouldn't be moved by that? Lynch was the one who rescued Hancock from this hell, and because of that, among other things, Hancock couldn't help but fall in love with him. "Sister, what should we do with this girl?" "Take her with us." Taking advantage of the darkness, Lynch avoided the Cypher Paul agent organization patrolling the streets and arrived at the home of celestial dragons. "You brat, have you brought your toys back?" A sarcastic woman walked downstairs. Lynch killed the woman with one slash, and also killed the Cypher Paul agent bodyguard behind the woman. With his admiral-level strength, it should be too easy to kill a guy or girl like this whose brain is not above the elementary school level. Points plus 10,012, points plus 9, take me to your treasure house. Lynch wiped the bloody sword clean on celestial dragon's clothes. Please come with me," he said tremblingly. After passing through several secret doors, Lynch was almost blinded. Mountains of gold and silver treasures were everywhere, but unfortunately, he couldn't take them away. After some thought, he picked a few valuable and lightweight items and put them in his pocket. He didn't need them, but some slaves would need travel expenses. There were several long swords on a nearby shelf. Lynch checked them and found they were all good, sharp swords. However, since celestial dragons had no interest in them, there was no value in taking them. Swords are too identifiable, and there is a risk of being discovered after taking them away, which is not worth the loss. Finally, he found 5 more boxes. 2 of the boxes were empty, but the remaining 3 held devil fruits. He took the devil fruits, planning to identify them later using the fruit illustration book. "Trash, come here." The celestial dragon trembled and approached, holding a dendenmushi. "Call your bad friends and ask them to come over. Just follow the script and don't let me see you playing tricks." Lynch holds the sword to celestial dragon's neck. "Also, tell them not to bring guards, say that you don't like low-level creatures watching around when you play games. I think this is in line with the habits of you celestial dragons. If you do it right, I'll let you live." Under Lynch's threat, the celestial dragon trembled and started making calls one after another using the dendenmushi. Most calls from the other side of the dendenmushi were some kind regard. In the dead of night, Lynch dealt with these arrogant celestial dragons. In the end, he tricked 6 stupid celestial dragons. "Ha ha ha ha, it's rare that you Saint Blur invites me to play with some beauty. Where's the beauty? Where's the beauty?" Lynch positioned himself on a stool by the door. As it opened, he swiftly stabbed the person who entered to death. Points plus 8,549. Despite their privileges, the physical fitness of celestial dragons is inferior to that of ordinary people. The fat celestial dragon trembled as he dragged his friend's corpse away and hid it behind another door. As long as he survived, he didn't care about his friends or his parents. After killing the second celestial dragon who arrived. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 3rd phase of the task. Do you want to claim the reward? No. With the addition of the fat celestial dragon's mother, after killing 3 celestial dragons, the reward increased once more. Calculating this, killing 1 celestial dragon is as valuable as killing the whole pirate crew. As Lynch killed the 5th celestial dragon, a massive explosion suddenly erupted in the distance, lighting up the sacred place of Mage with blazing fire. Through the crack in the door, he saw many Cypher Pol agent members rushing towards the fire. Meanwhile, some Cypher Pol agents continued to investigate the streets one after another. "Little fatty, do you think you'll betray me after I leave?" Lynch asked kindly, bringing the chubby celestial dragon closer. The celestial dragon's IQ suddenly came online. "No. No, I lured them here to be killed by you. I'm also your accomplice. Their family won't let me live if I reveal this, so I won't betray you." Lynch grinned. "Unfortunately, I don't believe you." With that, he took the sword and stabbed it into the celestial dragon's heart. Points plus 6,872. Pushing open the door, he happened to encounter the last celestial dragon arriving and dispatched him easily. Points plus 18,845. Ding. Congratulations on completing the 4th phase of the mission. Do you want to claim the reward? No. After killing 5 celestial dragons, the reward leveled up again. In total, he had actually killed 9 celestial dragons tonight. If this news gets out, it will definitely cause a huge stir all over the world. But Lynch doesn't know if the world government has the courage to announce it. Chapter 19:019 Mage 03. Retreat. Celestial dragons are always at the top. Usually, when someone harms them, an admiral rushes in to protect them. When have they ever been killed like this before? "Bold, you dare to attack the celestial dragons." Lynch's killing of celestial dragons in the street shocked the nearby Cypher Pol agents. Dozens of them rushed towards Lynch to capture him. "You slaves are really loyal to your master." Lynch spent a lot of effort to kill dozens of Cypher Pol agent members. Those at the forefront now are all senior Cypher Pol agents, and their strength is not weak. Unfortunately, right now in Mage, Cypher Pol agent members are falling one after another. Hundreds more Cypher Pol agent members surrounded them. Lynch couldn't afford to continue his killing here and used his speed to get rid of these people. Moving closer to the east, he can see the slaves who are constantly escaping and the fishmen setting fire everywhere. There are also some fishmen and slaves fighting against the Cypher Pol agent that has arrived. These slaves are extraordinary, otherwise, they wouldn't have become slaves of the celestial dragons. Many of them were once great pirates. He even saw Arlong fighting against the Cypher Pol agent organization while protecting the fishmen slaves, which stunned Lynch. It seemed that if there was a boss who could suppress Arlong, Arlong would not be too evil. "Where's your boss?" Lynch grabbed a fishman and asked urgently. "It's Nighthawk. The boss is at the cliff's edge. Hurry, please. We can't hold out much longer." As more and more Cypher Pol agents members arrived, the Sun Pirates were forced to retreat. On the cliff edge of the Red Line, slaves jumped into inflatable boats they had taken from the Mage's warehouse. The cliff was soon covered with many of these boats. Fishman karate, air explosion. Tiger roared and punched the air, creating a strong wind that blew several inflatable boats off the cliff. The inflatable boat that was washed down was as light as a fallen leaf and was enough to fall safely to the sea. Awesome technique. As he got closer, Lynch noticed that Tiger's face was covered in sweat, and he didn't know how many punches he had thrown. "Nighthawk." Tiger gasped, "You're back." Lynch looked at the sweat-soaked fishman and suddenly felt a sense of respect. There aren't many good people like him left. I've killed a few celestial dragons. If the world government can't find me, they'll come after you next. Lynch got straight to the point. After today, find a secluded place to live and stay hidden for at least 10 years. Your life will be in danger if you're seen again. He handed Tiger a devil fruit, a ring, and a pair of exquisite earrings. This devil fruit is a zone type. It can save your life if you're ever seriously injured and dying in the future. As for these earrings and ring, please give them secretly to a slave named Hancock and Koala. Help them get home safely. I owe you a favor. If he remembered correctly, Fisher Tiger would be seriously injured and die shortly after in the future. If possible, he wanted to keep Tiger alive. With today's friendship, Tiger will play an important role in his plan for the Fishman Island. Hearing that Nighthawk dared to kill celestial dragons, Tiger was horrified but did not blame him. Anyway, Tiger, don't worry about the details. After tonight, they'll be hunted down by the world government no matter what. Even if he wasn't the scapegoat, he would laugh and praise Nighthawk. For Tiger, who had been a slave for 3 years, he also hated the celestial dragons from the bottom of his heart. Brother Nighthawk, I'll help you whenever you ask me, but this devil fruit. Tiger hesitated. Take it. I hope you won't need it, but it's good to be prepared. Letting fishmen eat devil fruit is probably something only Lynch would think of. Turning fishmen into landlubbers, okay. Tiger accepted with a wry smile. Tiger lost his strength, and the remaining inflatable boat was able to jump down the cliff by itself, and without the help of magic. How long he could survive at such a height depended on God's will. Boss Tiger, we can't hold out any longer. A large group of fishmen rushed over in panic from a distance, with Jinbai's body badly beaten and bloody. Arlong in the rear was limping while running, and his calf was pierced by a spear. Compared to when they arrived, the number of members of the Sun Pirates had dropped by 1/3. Countless Cypher Pol agents filled the mountains and plains, chasing Jinbai and the others. Tiger glanced at the slaves still approaching and sighed deeply. He knew they couldn't escape anymore. But the fishmen who came with him must survive and leave this place. This is my final order as captain. Sun Pirates, follow this command. Return to our original route and leave here. Don't look back. I'll cover the rear. Tiger clenched his fists and shouted. Brother Tiger. Hachi cried out. Stop talking nonsense. How can we abandon you? Jinbai's fish-like eyes were as red as blood. Someone has to cover the rear, or else everyone here will die. As captain, it's my mission. No more arguments. Tiger tried to wrap his fists around weapons but was weakened by exhaustion, nearly falling to the ground. Just then, a long, strong hand gripped Tiger's shoulder. It was Lynch. You're not fit to do this in that state. I'll take care of it, Brother Nighthawk. Tiger exclaimed, surprised. He had resigned himself to dying here today. Let's go. Remember what I told you to do, Lynch said, patting Tiger on the shoulder. He raised his sword and faced the army. Brother Nighthawk, the Sun Pirates will always remember your kindness today. Tiger said gratefully. Knowing it was time to act, he and his companions boarded the inflatable boat and jumped off the cliff. If you want to capture me, deal with the sword in my hand first. Lynch raised his sword to confront the army. In the world of One Piece, swords are not just weapons. They are specifically referred to as swords and wielded by swordsmen, because swordsman is the master of that sword. The chasing Cypher Pol agent was surprised to see that the person blocking the road was not a fishman, but a human. Who are you and what is your relationship with those fishmen? Forget it, it's the same thing if I catch you and torture you slowly. Shave. A group of Cypher Pol agents quickly approached Lynch, using Marine 6 Style's instant transmission from all direction. Finger pistol. Countless fingers jabbed at Lynch from all directions like bullets. The finger pistol's power is enough to pierce through steel, leaving bloody holes in its target. Damn, they think they can bully me just because I can't use Marine 6 Styles now, huh? Lynch pulled out another sword from his waist and said, Two-sword style, searing wind. With Lynch at the center, a powerful tornado shatters approaching enemies into pieces. The enemy died screaming. Headbutt. Big blast. Two-sword style, wheel tomb. Lynch chopped down everyone with his swords, but he struggled against their overwhelming number. He fights against thousands of elite Cypher Pol agents alone. If his conquerors weren't so recognizable, fighting them wouldn't be so troublesome. Chapter 20, Kizaru arrive, ambiguous justice? They kept coming, no matter how many he killed. For every one he took down, 10 more appeared. Lynch knew he should retreat after 10 minutes. Rust, sword. Suddenly, a Cypher Paul agent appeared and grabbed Lynch's sword with its hand. Not only was the hand unscathed, but the sword was also reduced to scrap metal. "Oh, don't be surprised. I am the Rushman, who ate the rush fruit, the nemesis of all swordsmen." "Idiot," Lynch muttered, shifting sideways to block the view of his hand and stabbing the man through the heart with a finger pistol. Blood overflowed from the man's throat, and he looked at Lynch in disbelief. Lynch used another sword to chop off the man's head with his backhand. Sweet shock. Tempest kick. Lynch saw a heart flying over, but he didn't know what kind of random fruit abilities it was. He dodged the flying kick and sheathed his sword. One sword style, quick slash. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, cutting down dozens of enemies in an instant. Lynch finally had a moment to catch his breath. Suddenly, his expression suddenly became alarmed. He tilted his head sharply as a stream of air whooshed past his ear. Flying finger pistol? It seems a true master has arrived. An enemy wearing a cat mask appeared in front of Lynch and attacked without a word. "The legendary Cypher Paul Zero agents?" Lynch asked. In response, the masked figure rapidly fired off 6 consecutive finger gun attacks. The afterimage of 6 finger gun instantly aimed for Lynch's head, heart, and arteries in his limbs. It was clear from their first encounter that this man possessed the strength of a vice admiral. This was going to be troublesome. Without Marine 6 styles or Conqueror's hockey, and left with just one sword, Lynch found himself being beaten by Vice Admiral level master. After dozens of exchanges, his sword covered by armament hockey was shattered by the opponent, sending Lynch flying. This time, Lynch only had 2 ordinary swords, which, despite being coated with armament hockey, couldn't withstand the relentless attacks from another armament hockey master. At that moment, the system beeped in his mind. Ding. Successfully led 12,000 slaves to safety. Congratulations on completing the 5th, final, stage of the mission. Do you want to claim the reward? Lynch was hesitant to take it now because he wouldn't be able to take it with him if it gave him a supremely sharp sword or a devil fruit. If he were to eat his own type devil fruit, it would take time to adapt, and falling into water would risk his life as a landlubber. The man in the cat mask swiftly caught up with Lynch and delivered a lightning-fast leg whip. Lynch pushed thoughts of the reward aside and focused solely on dealing with the formidable opponent in front of him. His teachers are Garp and Zephyr, so Lynch's boxing skills are also quite strong in addition to his swordsmanship. He can hold his own against an opponent for 3 to 5 minutes without much trouble. The retreat path was surrounded by seas, but he was not very panicked. The worst that could happen was exposing Moonwalk, but he trusted it would help him escape. "Hey, you're the one behind all these freed slaves, huh? You're really scary despite being so young." In the dark night, a radiant glow shone like the sun as a mischievous old man floated in the air, observing the scene below. In fact, Kizaru arrived 5 minutes ago. If he hadn't been afraid that Sengoku would deduct his salary, he would have even wanted to hide for a while. "Admiral Kizaru." Lynch's expression changed drastically. "Wasn't it said Marine admirals took half an hour to arrive?" "Yes." Kizaru ate the Logia devil fruit, the light fruit, which moves faster than light. "Admirals. Looks like he is forced to work hard right now. With that scary look, are you trying to attack me?" Kizaru slowly raised his 2-meter-long legs. "Young man, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" In less than a blink of an eye, Kizaru turned into a golden light and appeared next to Lynch, kicking him up to a height of 100 meters. The masked Cypher Paul Zero agents paused for a moment. Why did Kizaru kick someone so far? Speed is power, Yata no Kagami. Kizaru flew into the air and opened his hands. A mirror-like object appeared, and a laser-like light shot out in an instant. These lasers are too fast to be seen with the naked eye. Without Lynch knowing, Kizaru already above him, and kick him hard toward the sea. "Lynch? He realized that Kizaru's kick just now wasn't that strong. Yasukani no Magatama. The hunt with Yasukani no Magatama is even more surprising. It appears to hit its target, yet it actually doesn't hit anyone. On behalf of Marine, I, Kizaru, must kill you, the evil person who is disrupting the world. After the laser shot, Kizaru suddenly shouted something abnormal, and then kicked Lynch off the cliff with a strong kick. This kick was so hard that Lynch fainted with a mouthful of blood. As he fell into the sea, Lynch woke up feeling the cool water and wondered why Kizaru spared him in the end. He was sure that Kizaru didn't recognize him. And he's definitely doesn't have the protagonist halo here. Is ambiguous justice still justice in the end? He felt he was starting to understand Kizaru differently. After a moment of silence, Lynch stepped on the moonwalk and rushed towards Marine Base. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Lynch returned to Manafort from a remote corner. He couldn't explain things that would appear suddenly if he received the reward. What if he was given something weird? So he planned to leave Marine tomorrow and collect the reward before it was too late. Immediately after returning home, Lynch immediately destroyed anything that could reveal his identity. After taking a shower, he took out the Devil Fruit illustrated book and examined the 2 devil fruits in his hand. Luck was on his side. Both devil fruits were listed. One was Parimsha, the prison fruit, and the other was Zone, ape fruit model, Bigfoot form. After some thought, Lynch knocked on Hina's door late that night. "What are you doing? Hina is so sleepy." Hina yawned and came out in her underwear, not realizing that she was in her underwear. His curvy figure was an eye-opener for Lynch. Especially the one on her chest, a deep and endless abyss. As if aware of the burning gaze, Hina rubbed her eyes and looked down. "You. Don't look at it." She didn't know whether to cover her body or Lynch's eyes for a moment, and finally closed the door with a bang. Lynch's throat was rolling. It was so exciting in the middle of the night, and there were late-night benefits. After a while, fully dressed, Hina welcomed Lynch inside. If he looked closely, he could see her flushed cheeks, which was really cute. "Give me your devil fruit." "Oh." Hina didn't ask any questions, simply retrieved the devil fruit from under the covers and handed it to Lynch. "This is for you." Lynch handed the Parimsha prison fruit he had prepared to Hina. "What's this?" Hina turned the devil fruit in her hand over and over again, always feeling a bit like her own fruit. "This is Parimsha's prison fruit, the superior fruit of your cage fruit. If you eat it, it should be able to disguise itself as cage fruit. Just eat it." Lynch explained with a smile. Chapter 21:021 Marines Meeting. Smoker Hina stepped back, mouth slightly agape, and asked in surprise, "Where did you get this?" The price of devil fruit on the black market can reach up to 100 million belly, but it's rare to find one for sale. Hina couldn't imagine how much risk Lynch took to get her this devil fruit. Lynch just looked at her with a smile. "Okay, Hina will eat it." Feeling determined under Lynch's gaze, Hina lowered her head and took a bite. She secretly made up her mind to use the abilities she gained to help Lynch in the future. Then, Hina bent over and showed a disgusting face. She looked at the bitten devil fruit in her hand and decisively threw it into the trash can. "This taste. Hina can't think of anything worse than this." "Now, what abilities did you get?" Lynch looked at Hina expectantly. Hina closed her eyes, concentrated for a moment, and said happily, "Hina can create prison-related items and give them special powers." With that said, a long whip and a pair of handcuffs appeared out of thin air in Hina's hand, and she looked at Lynch eagerly. "Do you want to give it a try?" Lynch's eyes roamed back and forth between the handcuffs, the small leather whip, and Hina's beautiful face. He suddenly shuddered and waved his hands. "Forget it, let's talk about it later." PFFT. Hina picked up the whip and said softly, "Look at how scared you are, and Hina won't really hit you." After Hina relaxed for a while, she went back to her room to sleep. Early the next morning, Lynch got up early. While eating cookies on the sofa, the door to Hina's and Momozagi's rooms opened at the same time. The two of them stretched their waists, revealing their slim waists, like lazy cats. The cookie in Lynch's hand fell to the floor. Is Shorefield still here? Good morning, Momouzagi. Good morning. Momouzagi Hina greeted each other like a pair of good sisters, which surprised Lynch. This reaction between the two of them is not quite right. What are you thinking? You dropped all the cookies. Momouzagi leaned over to pick them up and tossed them in the trash before sitting next to Lynch. Why do you look so surprised? Hina sat on the other side of Lynch. She didn't mind the half-eaten cookie on the table that Lynch had left, so she picked it up and ate it. No. It's fine. Lynch found himself sandwiched between two people, surrounded by their distinct fragrances, pretending to be calm. Dong dong dong. A sudden knock on the door came as a welcome distraction for Lynch. Outside the door, a Marine shouted, "Brother Lynch, is Rear Admiral Momouzagi here? The Fleet Admiral has called her to a meeting. By the way, the Fleet Admiral wants you to come too." Lynch and Jian exchanged puzzled looks. What could be happening so early in the morning? Lynch had a vague suspicion that it might be related to his actions from the previous night. Okay, we understand, you can go back. The two were dressed neatly, and when they arrived at the conference room, they found that almost the entire middle and upper management of Marine had arrived. The seats for a total of 100 people were almost full, and Momouzagi pulled Lynch to sit aside. After everyone arrived, Sengoku came out from behind the scenes and fixed the 3 photos in his hand on the tactical board for everyone to see. Smoker. Lynch felt bad. The first photo on the tactical board was of Smoker. But this time, Smoker looked different. Not only was he in prison clothes, but he also had a cigar in his mouth. Sengoku tapped Smoker's photo with his baton and spoke in a deep voice, "The first thing I want to discuss with you today is this young Marine. We, Marines, once assisted the world government in escorting a Logia devil fruit. However, during the escort team was attacked by the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. A fight broke out between the two sides, and the escort team were no match. This young Marine ate the devil fruit himself in order to prevent the fruit from being taken away by the pirates." Hearing this, Lynch secretly thought something was wrong. The term Logia alone is worth 10 lives like of Smoker. With all 3 admirals currently being Logia users, it's clear that they're one of a kind. Especially with Marines assisting the world government, which is troublesome, the impact of this incident is not just as simple as the surface, but also has a deeper meaning. This precedent cannot be allowed to stand. There must be a death sentence to deter others. Just imagine, if Smoker is spared this time, the team escorting the devil fruit might see it as an opportunity to rebel, claiming the devil fruit for themselves with excuses that they were attacked by pirates as expected. Sengoku continued, "The world government demands Smoker's execution. What are your thoughts? What else can we do with this rebellious Marine? He should be executed," Akainu said coldly with a sinister face. In his view, Marines must always follow orders. No matter the reason, someone who disobeys orders and eats a devil fruit privately deserves death. Smoker was right. If he hadn't eaten the devil fruit, everyone on that ship would have died, and the devil fruit would have been lost to pirates. Executing a hero like him would chill Marine's heart. Aokiji voiced an opposing view to Akainu. There was quite a sense of tension between the two. "Whatever, as long as it's the Fleet Admiral's decision, I agree with it with both hands." Kizaru slowly raised his hands as he spoke. Lynch's mouth twitched when he saw it. Kizaru is truly a working man. As long as he wasn't personally involved, no one could touch him. After the 3rd Admiral spoke, the Vice Admiral followed, and finally, the Rear Admiral spoke. As for Lynch, he couldn't intervene yet, being the lowest-ranking officer present. Many suggested Smoker should be executed. This might relate to Aokiji being seen as the dove at the start, and Akainu as the hawk. "That's enough, stop." Sengoku had a headache and rubbed his eyebrows. His already depressed mood became even more anxious. "Lynch, tell me what you think." "I?" Lynch saw all the senior officers looking at him and stood up to speak. "I agree with Aokiji Admiral's opinion. We cannot let the Marines feel cold. A good army is based on military morale. If the military morale is strong, it will be invincible. If the military morale is weak, the enemy will win without a fight. I hope the Fleet Admiral will think twice." As Smoker's friend, Lynch naturally doesn't need to speak for others. A good army should be based on military morale. Sengoku's eyes lit up and he said to everyone, "You guys wait here for a moment, I will be back soon." About 15 minutes later, a shouting voice came from the side room, "That's enough. I am the Fleet Admiral of the Marines." After hanging up the Dendenmushi, Sengoku returned to the front with a dark face. "The decision is final. The world government agreed not to execute Smoker, but as punishment, he will be stationed in East Blue to guard Log Town for 20 years. 20 years? Aokiji exclaimed. Sending a young and promising Marine to a remote corner like East Blue for that long, Smoker will be wasted by then. In East Blue, there's no hockey, no strong opponents. If Smoker stays there without regressing, that's the best case scenario, let alone progressing. Chapter 22, 022 Marines Meeting, Marines Assignment. This is the world government's final decision, Sengoku sighed. In a casual meeting, Smoker's fate for the next 20 years was decided. Sengoku's expression suddenly became heavy. Compared to the next two things, Smoker's matter is insignificant. Garp put down the donut in his hand, Kizaru put down his legs, and the air in the conference room became solemn. I believe some of you already know that the Holy Land Mary-Ejos was attacked last night and a large number of slaves were released. But you don't know that celestial dragons died last night, a total of 9 celestial dragons. Every time he thinks about it, Sengoku is shocked. 9 celestial dragons died at once. To be honest, Sengoku was surprised that the world government didn't go crazy. 9 celestial dragons? Everyone present took a deep breath. Some people find it very satisfying, some people find it too scary. Even Akeinu's expression was stunned. He had long held a grudge against the celestial dragons. Now, even as an admiral, he couldn't shake his anger towards them. Sengoku placed 2 photos behind the picture of Smoker. It became clear to everyone that they were 2 wanted posters. Captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger. Bounty, 1,580 billion belly, Man in Black, Nighthawk with fist and sword. Bounty, 1.13 billion Baileys. 2 bounty posts were posted. There was a commotion among the crowd. Bounties today aren't as high as they are in the future. A bounty of over 1 billion makes them a super famous pirate on the seas. Faced with Tiger's bounty, everyone can still understand it, and the general action people are not surprised. But who in the world is this Nighthawk of the fist and sword style? Completely dressed in black, even his hair and face concealed, only a narrow eye visible. This is over too cautious. With only one eye visible, how can anyone identify him? Does this bounty poster even make sense? The Marines had no grounds to argue. Ahem. Sengoku also knew what they were thinking, but what the world government wanted was an attitude. If not for the celestial dragons being killed, Sengoku would have guessed that the bounties on these 2 men would have doubled. You all know about Tiger, so I won't go into details there. Let's talk about this Nighthawk. In fact, Nighthawk covered the Sun Pirates' retreat. He single-handedly held off nearly 1,000 members of the Cypher Paul agent. This person's strength cannot be underestimated. You must be careful when you meet him in the future. After a fierce battle that happened for a long time, this man was able to hold his own briefly against a Cypher Paul agent with Vice Admiral strength. I believe his strength is at least that of a Rear Admiral, possibly even already at Vice Admiral level. Listening to Sengoku, a veteran storyteller, talk endlessly about his heroic deeds, Lynch panicked. It's really exciting to listen to his own bounty at the Marine headquarters. He peeked at Kizaru several times to confirm that the other party did not realize it was him. Are you alright? A soft hand gripped Lynch's hand from the side, and Momouzagi smiled at him. I'm fine, Momouzagi-san. Looking around cautiously, Momouzagi leaned in and whispered to Lynch, did you do something to me while I was asleep last night? I woke up this morning and smelled your scent in the bed. Lynch. A certain Rear Admiral with good hearing was shocked. Momouzagi Rear Admiral was fucked by Lynch at night. This. Big news. Later, Sengoku formed a lineup to pursue the Sun Pirates, which included 3 Vice Admirals and 5 Rear Admirals, a rather formidable lineup. It's a pity that Momouzagi-san is included among them. It is estimated that he will not be able to see Momouzagi-san for a long time. After the meeting ended, Lynch went to Sengoku and expressed that he also wanted to go to sea. As agreed, I want to travel around the world. Marine can assign Smoker to me, and I'll take him to Logetown along the way. Why go to the 4 seas? In addition to gaining Sin's points, he also wants to see where it is suitable for him to become a king of some country. There's another task that hasn't been completed, and he hasn't forgotten about it. He must become the king of a country within 2.5 years. As for why he chose the 4 seas over the Grand Line, there are 2 reasons. Both halves of the Grand Line are equally breathtaking. The first half of the journey is so close to the Holy Land of Marigios that someone could try to capture him in a minute. The second half is even more dangerous, and even Marines can't move freely there. The second reason is stability. Of course, the more dangerous the place, the better the experience of the strong, but the development of a country is exactly the opposite. With the crazy weather in New World and the pirates who are always committing massacres, let's forget it. The 4 seas. Yes, that's where pirates came from. As long as you can effectively suppress them, I support your every move. To help your efforts, I've assigned you to the Sword Department, Sengoku said with a hint of excitement. Sword? What's that? The Sword Department is something I've wanted to establish in early years. They have the authority to freely attack any pirates except the 4 emperors without needing approval from the Marines. Their goal is to reduce pirate numbers and bring stability to the world. However, we've always lacked manpower. The admirals are always busy, and we haven't had the talent to deal great blows to pirates. Until I encountered your extraordinary conqueror's hockey. Yes, I will definitely devote myself to the cause of fighting pirates and live up to the name of justice. Okay, very good. The more Sengoku looked at the young man in front of him, the more satisfied he became. Take my orders and set sail on a warship. Before leaving, Lynch visited his 2 teachers, Zephyr and Garp, who had taught him for half a year. Zephyr looked at the disciple in front of him, who seemed to have grown taller again. He saw in him a reflection of his own child, who had been brutally killed by pirates. His eyes burned with sad memories. Although I have given you everything, I have one last lesson: always protect your family. A man who can't even protect his family is worse than trash. Lynch squirmed a bit and said, I understand, Teacher Zephyr. Let's go, you are Marine's future. Zephyr patted Lynch on the shoulder and walked away, not wanting to burden his disciple with his own negative emotions. Teacher Zephyr. Lynch murmured, watching him leave. Bwahahaha, you're going to East Blue? I need you to bring some gifts to my useless grandson. Garp jumped up from his seat, laughing heartily. Vice Admiral Garp, do you have any grandchildren? Lynch pretended to be surprised. Yeah, but I haven't seen him for a long time. Garp remembered with rare nostalgia, counting the time. He will be 4 years old in a few days, and his name is Luffy. Luffy. After coming to this world for many years, Lynch felt like he was out of time and space when he heard this name again. Chapter 23, 023 to East Blue, Marines Officer Tom. Wait a minute, where's the gift I prepared for Luffy? Garp rummaged through the box and pulled out a book from nowhere. I am a man who wants to be a Marine Admiral. Lynch nearly had a cardiac arrest when he saw the title. He really wanted to ask, "Are you sure your grandson can read this?" "Okay, I understand. I'll give it to Luffy personally." "Bwahahaha, thanks." With Smoker and Hina by his side, Lynch embarked on his first independent overseas trip. Sengoku provided Lynch with a top-notch, double-sailed medium-sized speedboat, which is considered top-notch among medium-sized boats. It is equipped with 20 artillery pieces and 200 marine soldiers from the headquarters, which is enough to cause a devastating blow to any pirates they encounter. Set sail. With a loud shout from Joseph, the warship left the port and disappeared on the sea. After one day at sea, the journey had been mostly uneventful. Lynch's conquerors' hockey had scared off 2 groups of small-time pirates, leaving the rest of the trip peaceful. Ha ha ha, even a Logia user like Smoker can't keep up. Lynch laughed as Smoker, who's floating in the air, was brought down by his swift sword strike, landing heavily on the deck. Smoker got up with a gloomy look on his face. He didn't expect that Lynch's observation hockey had surpassed him so much. Lynch had precisely timed his attack to the moment Smoker shifted from his intangible form to his physical one. Logia users are invincible to those without hockey, as they can passively become elemental. Only attacks with armament hockey can hit them. From this perspective, Logia truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest type of devil fruit. It's unfortunate that Smoker was suppressed by Lynch. It's a pity that Smoker are both suppressed by Lynch. "Do you want to fight again?" At this time, Lynch came over and pulled Smoker up from the ground. "No more fights for now. Once I master the smoke fruit, I'll definitely defeat you," Smoker retorted with arrogance. He wouldn't admit to losing, after all, he'd only just get the smoke fruit a few days ago. As he spoke, Smoker took out a cigar tied to his shoulder and started smoking it. He offered one to Lynch, saying, "Want one?" Smoker never smoked before, but after eating the smoke fruit, he discovered that being around smoke helped him recover his physical strength quickly. The smile disappeared from Hina's face, and her big eyes stared at Lynch, as if to say, "How dare you smoke?" "No, I don't smoke," Lynch responded, stopping his attempt under Hina's disapproving gaze. After a moment of silence, Lynch spoke up, "The world government made a mistake this time. They shouldn't have left you in East Blue." Smoker took a long drag on his cigarette and gazed into the distance. "It'd be nice if I could leave that life behind. Wait for me. I'll come get you once I become an admiral." Hina listened quietly to their conversation, gently touching her cheek as she leaned against the ship edge, looking in the direction of East Blue. East Blue, her hometown. She wondered how her parents, whom she hadn't seen in a year, were doing now. Suddenly, Hina felt something tugging on her trouser leg, and when she lowered her head, she saw that it was Tom. PFFT, Hina chuckled, looking at the funny Tom in front of her. She gently rubbed its ears and said, "Tom, don't get caught trying to wear your master's clothes or you might get in trouble." Tom clumsily put on Lynch's cloak of justice left in the room. The cloak was too large for Tom, trailing 3/4 of its length on the ground like a quilt. To complete the look, Tom had a flintlock gun at its left waist and a marine sword in its hand. Ding! Detected Tomcat's change in mentality regarding the transfer to Marine Tomcat? Tom? Lynch, who was talking to Smoker, looked away. Can this cat change jobs? This incident seems to have opened up something amazing, and many unlocked professions have appeared on Tom's interface. Uchiha, Tom Hawkeye, Tom Uchiha, Tom Madara Stark, Tom Magician, Tom. There are many jobs for Tom to unlock. It's almost unbelievable to think of Tomcat transforming into Madara Uchiha. Unfortunately, these are not easy to unlock. Lynch clicked Change Job. As Lynch clicked on Job Transfer, Tom's body emitted a rich white light. When the white light faded, Tom's weapons and cloak had transformed into new, Good shapes, which look really cool. Did your cat eat a devil fruit too? Smoker asked in astonishment, rubbing his eyes. Tom opened his eyes and noticed the change in himself. Excitedly, he jumped 2 meters high and pointed his sword at Smoker. In Tom's mind, Lynch is the owner and cannot be beaten. Hina often feeds him small dried fish but cannot be beaten. Smoker can be beaten. This silly cat is completely lost. Lynch looked at Tom, who was playfully challenging Smoker. After switching to an ordinary marine, Tom's combat ability only improved slightly, from handling 5th-rate scum to 10th-rate. Dealing with small-time pirates was manageable, but facing Smoker was still too much for him. Most importantly, Tom doesn't know how to use hockey. Even if Tom attacks Smoker head-on, he may not be able to hit the target. Why might he miss? Because this is Tom, it's not surprising that if he hit Lynch unexpectedly. However, Smoker can't do much against Tom. Theoretically, no one in the world can kill Tom. Well, Smoker, since Tom wants to challenge you, you should play with him. Smoker nodded. He was quite like this little cat. With a playful attitude, Smoker struck down with his jit. The speed was not fast, and it would be embarrassing if he killed Lynch's pet. Seeing Smoker move as slow as a turtle, Tom smirked and swung his sword at Smoker's thigh. As expected, Tom's sword was blown away and snapped into 2 pieces. The weapon in Smoker's hand is a seastone weapon, and the hardness of ordinary weapons cannot compete with it. Bang bang bang! Tom quickly drew his flintlock from his waist and fired 7 times. At this point, Lynch noticed something was wrong. The flintlock gun was supposed to fire 1 shot at a time, yet Tom's hand seemed to hold unlimited bullets, no need to reload at all. After firing more than a dozen rounds, Tom was panting with his tongue stretched out. It seemed that he could directly convert his physical strength into bullets. With Tomcat's recovery speed, he can be resurrected with full health in less than 2 minutes, which is interesting. More than a dozen bullets missed their mark, leaving Tom in a panic, especially as Smoker's Nanashaku jit closed in on his head. Suddenly, Tomcat flattened himself from a rectangular shape into a square, narrowly evading the attack. Funny cat, but it ends here, Smoker said as he turned his hands and aimed a sweep at Tom's legs. At this time, Tom had just flattened himself and had not yet recovered, and had nowhere to hide. Just when Smoker thought it was over, one of Tom's hands grabbed his tail. Then Tom grabbed his tail and lifted himself up from the ground, hanging in the air. Newton would have jumped out of his coffin if he saw what Tom doing. Chapter 24, 024 Sun Candle Cough. Hina had just taken a sip of juice when she saw the scene happening in front of her and made her choke until she coughed. Smoker was dumbfounded. Whatever devil fruit this cat had eaten seemed to defy the laws of physics. For people with rich combat experience, even if their brains are not thinking, their bodies will change their tactics to fight on their own. By the time Smoker came to his senses, his Nanashaku jit had already hit Tom on the head. Tom was knocked to the ground, flattened into a cat cake less than 1 centimeter thick. Smoker's expression changed. It was over. He had beaten the cat to the death. It's all right, just watch. Lynch approached Smoker calmly. The cat cake on the ground suddenly began to wiggle. After a few moments, it transformed back into Tomcat. Smoker's eyes widened and the cigar from his mouth fell to the ground. This is so fucking outrageous. How's Tom? How could you be so rude to him in front of others? Lynch rubbed Tom's head. Tom felt aggrieved and ran to the distance to pick up the broken sword. A white light flashed and an intact sword appeared in Tom's hand. Smoker. This cat is evil. Leaving Tom to play with Smoker, Lynch returned to his room alone. It's time to claim the reward for his killing in Mary Jo Eyes that day. Completing all 5 stages of the mission was a hellish level of difficulty. If it weren't for Kizaru's mercy, he even doubted whether he would be able to come back alive. At such a high difficulty level, the rewards are definitely very attractive. The system's rewards have never disappointed him, System: collect the reward from that day. Congratulations, host, for completing the final 5-stage task. Rewards are being distributed. Zone: mythical beast species, sun candle. A strange-looking devil fruit appears in Lynch's hand. As for why it looks strange, is it because this fruit actually has special effects? The surface of the fruit was covered with frost, and the surroundings were covered with thunder. The most strange thing was that there was a halo of flame surrounding the outermost part of the fruit. The legendary mythical beast species is rarer than Logia. Lynch stared at the devil fruit in his hand in shock. Such a reward was much better than he thought. There are only a few species of mythical beasts that have appeared in this world. Kaido's blue dragon fruit, Orochi's Yamata Orochi fruit, Sengoku's golden Buddha fruit, Yamato's Akachi no Mikami fruit, Marco's phoenix fruit, and some others. Looking at the world's timeline in the past few hundred years, there are only 11 species of mythical beasts that have appeared. Each one is extremely powerful, rarer than Logia, with the ability to destroy the world. What's a sun candle? Why haven't I heard of it before? Lynch wondered, as a flood of information about sun candles filled his mind. As the name suggests, mythical beasts are creatures that do not exist in reality and only exist in legends. According to legend, Sun Candle is a mythical beast born from the universe's solstice and the essence of the sun, transformed from the Eye of Pengu. As the ruler of the sun, he is revered as the holy god by other mythical beasts due to his noble status. Moreover, due to being influenced by his sister Taiyin Ying, a beast that comes from chaos and the essence of yin, his fruit is evolving into 4 forms. Besides thunder and fire, which symbolize the sun, it also possesses ice attributes. Let me explain the 4 phenomena here. Sun Candle and his sister Taiyin Ying underwent a transformation together, giving rise to the 4 celestial beings: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. So theoretically speaking, Sun Candle is the progenitor of Kaido's blue dragon fruit. After processing the information, Lynch could only think, awesome. A real man swallows devil fruit in one go. Lynch didn't hesitate, he swallowed the entire devil fruit in one gulp. Boom. As Lynch swallowed the devil fruit, he felt a surge of heat spreading through his limbs. His height is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It began after surpassing 2 meters. 2 meters 1. 2 meters 4. 2 meters 7. 3 meters. Before he knew it, Lynch had grown to 3 meters tall, still increasing in a wild manner. Finally, 5 meters tall. He stood in the room, astonishingly transformed into a tall giant, nearly reaching the ceiling. Feeling the terrifying power surging in his body, Lynch felt like he was capable of anything at this moment. With the fruit's ability, even an admiral might not be unbeatable. Little did he know, he had only eaten the devil fruit 5 minutes ago, already approaching the level of Whitebeard and Kaido. He feared it wouldn't be long before he could casually sip a wine bottle with the 4 emperors. Hey, why did I become so tall? When he opened his eyes, Lynch had a headache. Being too tall is not a convenient thing in life. Before he could think of a solution, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly ran towards the open space outside. There seems to be some strength coming out of the body. As soon as he arrived on the deck, Lynch could no longer control the power in his body. Ouch! Lynch disappeared, and in his place appeared a huge monster, a lion-headed creature with antlers, tiger eyes, elk horn, dragon scales, and a dragon tail. Standing 30 meters tall, it looks 70% similar to the legendary Kirin. The main difference between this monster and a Kylin is the 35-meter-wide black and red halo behind it. A layer of flames constantly burned on the black halo, hovering behind Sun Candle. The moment Lynch transformed into his beast form, the warship suddenly sank under the weight of his huge body. He simply flew high into the sky and let out the surging power in his body. Well, it was more like floating than flying, since he had no wings. Roar! Sun Candle roared angrily, shooting several thunderbolts dozens of meters thick from his mouth as he charged towards the sky. The sky, once filled with dark clouds, instantly cleared. Golden lightning crackled in the air, resembling dancing electric snakes. Lynch swiped his front paw, instantly freezing the sea within a 10-kilometer radius. The ships were trapped in place, unable to move. Oh my god, what a monster this is! The soldiers on the warship were trembling with fear when they saw this scene. The sky. It's breaking apart. Help, the ship's frozen. Countless Marines looked at the series of changes in horror, unable to resist at all. It felt like a mortal facing a god. Smoker and Hina looked seriously at the monster in the sky, feeling nervous. Why did this terrifying monster show up here? He just hoped they weren't the target, or else. At this moment, someone said something weakly from the side. Well, I happened to see Colonel Lynch turn into that monster on the deck. Who said that? Who? Smoker looked around for the figure who had just spoken. I did. Joseph timidly walked forward. Even though he knew it was Boss Lynch in the sky, he was still afraid by it. Chapter 25:025 I have a feeling we might hear legends about that Kirin on the sea soon. Did you see it with your own eyes? Yes. Smoker fell silent. What had happened to Lynch to cause such a drastic transformation? The terrifying pressure made him feel frightened by just seeing it. Lynch? Hina looked worriedly at the terrifying creature in the distance. Lynch noticed the frozen warship under his feet, and a rain of fire shattered the ice cleanly. The story splits into two parts. The red hair pirates are just 50 miles away from Lynch. Shanks looked solemnly in the distance. His instincts told him that there was something terrifying there. At that time, Red Hair was only 24 years old, 6 years older than Lynch. Though not yet one of the 4 emperors, he was already famous in the New World. Hey Captain, what are you doing? We're here for a banquet. Lucky Roo, rarely seeing the red-haired Shanks looking serious, approached with chicken legs in hand. Let's change course. The things ahead are not easy to mess with. I understand. Lucky Roo became serious and went back to tell the helmsman. He was completely trusting in the captain's judgment as always. Not long after, Yusuf and Ben Beckman came over. Although there were not many people on the red-haired pirates, they were all elites. Hey boss, I'm here. As a sniper, Yusuf had a keen eye and precise observation hockey. He could keep watch over a designated point with precision. In this way, although the observed range is not as comprehensive as usual, and only a small range can be seen, the advantage is that it is far away. Simply put, it's like condensing the 360-degree circular view and color range into a single line. According to the direction pointed by the red hair, Yusuf subconsciously opened the scope on his sniper rifle. Damn, that Kirin has a halo behind it. The next moment, Yusuf exclaimed, as if he had witnessed something incredible. Hey, Yusuf, are you drinking your head out? How can there really be such a legendary thing as Kirin? Lime Juice complained. I believe what Yusuf said, it wouldn't be surprising if it was a Kirin. The red-haired Shanks pointedly reminded, have you forgotten that there is a blue dragon in New World? You mean someone ate his own mythical beast species, Kirin form? Lime Juice exclaimed in shock. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. The red-haired Shanks lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking. This is amazing. It's annoying enough to have a dragon in the New World, but now there's a Kirin. Lime Juice was troubled. Yusuf set down his gun. Boss, you're right. You should have seen how terrifying that Kirin is. Yusuf was so frightened that he started sweating as he imagined the scene he just saw. I have a feeling we might hear legends about that Kirin on the sea soon, Shanks smiled. But for now, it's not the right time for us to meet him. After releasing his pent-up energy, Lynch felt the excess power leave his body. He returned to his human form and landed on the deck. All the Marines breathed a sigh of relief. Lynch, what just happened to you? Smoker asked. Wait a minute, Let me try the final human hand form first. With a thought, Lynch's height skyrocketed to 7 meters again. His hands and some important parts were covered by dragon scales, and there were 2 winding dragon antlers on his forehead that looked like deer antlers. There are many sharp barbs protruding from the joints and other places, which looks very powerful. However, regardless of the form, the black-red halo always remains behind him. After some experiments, he transformed back into human form and looked down at the 2 little people in front of him. I was in the kitchen and saw an apple that looked like a devil fruit. I ate it, and that's how it happened. Faced with Smoker's expression of "I believe you," Lynch laughed and patted his shoulder. That's the story. If anyone asks in the future, just tell them that. Smoker grinned as Lynch slapped him, the force of which almost knocked him apart. Sorry, I can't control the power properly yet. Lynch, can you change back to normal? Seeing Hina standing on tiptoes to reach Lynch's waist, she pursed her lips in frustration, almost being able to hang a soy sauce bottle on them. Hina was very sad when she thought about not being able to kiss Lynch anytime in the future. 5 meters was just too tall. Should I be able to change back? Lynch said uncertainly. I feel like this fruit has many abilities. Just give me some time to get used to it. About half an hour later, Lynch's height began to shrink from 5 meters back to his original height of 1.99 meters. Sun Candle had mastered the power of Yang. After some experimentation, Lynch discovered 2 main functions of this power. Firstly, his recovery ability was extremely fast. He cut his arm with a knife, and before he even put the knife down, the wound had already healed. This powerful resilience made Smoker call him pervert. The second ability is that he can control his height in his normal form, up to 3 times larger or smaller. Now his normal height is 5 meters, which means his height can be converted at will between 1.6 meters and 15 meters. 15 meters. It was taller than Kaido. Great, you've changed back. Hina rushed forward excitedly. Good. Lynch spent the next few days on the warship studying the power of the Sun Candle. It takes half a month to reach East Blue from the Marine headquarters, and this is through the official World Government channel. If we were to climb Reverse Mountain like pirates, it would likely take another 3 to 5 days, even without sacrificing the ship. They say there's a whale blocking the path beneath Reverse Mountain. Almost half of the new pirates who entered the Grand Line from the Four Seas died in these 2 levels. Colonel, I'm sorry. There's bad weather ahead, including a waterspout. Please take a detour, the ship's navigator hurried over to inform Lynch. The sky in the Grand Line changes at a moment's notice. 1 second it's cloudless, and the next second there will be a heavy rainstorm, and people can never imagine what kind of weird weather will happen. In the Grand Line, if it's not raining, there are lightning bolts as thick as barrels, rocks the size of hills falling from the sky, and hundreds of waterspouts forming barriers. It can be said that the weather in Grand Line is more complicated than a woman's mind. Without an experienced navigator, it would be a miracle to survive on the sea. Let's see how bad it is. Lynch put down the 10-layer barbell in his hand and took the telescope from the navigator's hand. He could see heavy rain pouring 10 miles ahead, fist-sized ice rain falling continuously, and dozens of waterspouts carrying large amounts of seawater straight into the sky. How long will it take if we take a detour? It's expected to take an extra 3 days of driving. Returning the telescope to the navigator, Lynch said calmly, "Don't worry about it, just move the ship over." Chapter 26, 026 New Life Choice, Reverse Mountain Awe. The navigator suspected that he heard wrongly. Did the colonel just say to bring the ship over? I said move the ship over. Do I need to repeat myself? No. No need. I'll get someone to steer the ship over. The navigator quickly saluted and ran off. Ever since they witnessed Lynch's unparalleled power that day, every Marine on the ship has trusted the colonel completely. The warship moved towards the direction of the storm without hesitation. Looking at the sea spout that could destroy the ship, the soldiers on the ship swallowed their saliva, hoping that they would not get caught. The dark cumulonimbus clouds seemed to be pressing down on people's hearts, making them breathless. Boom, boom, boom. Scattered fist-sized ice rain hit the deck, and Lynch strode onto the bow. Colonel Lynch. Lord Colonel. The soldiers around him all looked at Lynch in awe. "Don't worry, I'm here," Lynch reassured everyone. The next moment, he transformed into a 30-meter-tall sun candle and rushed high into the sky without hesitation. Roar. Roars like dragons and tigers resounded across the sky. Thunder, fire, frost. Dozens of barrel-thick attribute light beams blasted towards the bad weather head. Thunder exploded, scattering the dark clouds. Flames evaporated the rain and cloud, slicing through the sky like sharp swords. Each waterspout froze solid on the sea. It was like a scene of God creating the world, which was frightening to the people on board. The same thought crossed everyone's mind. Luckily, this man is on our side. Boom. Lynch transformed into a human again and landed on the bow of the ship. The dark clouds ahead became calm and the sun was shining brightly. Only waterspout eyes sculptures like works of art existed on the sea surface, telling everyone that the scene just now was not a dream. The defeat of natural disasters by human power. Gulp. The navigator looked at Lynch blankly. Mr. Lynch seemed to be the most powerful navigator. While other navigators struggled with natural disasters like waterspouts and thunderstorm, but Lynch effortlessly navigated through these scary natural disasters. How can one describe it as just awesome? This is the top-tier navigator. Okay, that's great. Long live Colonel Lynch. After a moment of silence, the ship erupted into an overwhelming cheer, and the admiration for Lynch grew to a new level. After solving the matter at hand, Lynch did not dare to relax for a moment and returned to the room to continue exercising. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of Tom in the corner, lazily panting. "This cat. I've been exercising for days, and he's been sleeping for days. Is he even a cat or just a pig? Tom, get up and exercise together. You're also a marine now and you can't be lazy." Meow meow meow. Tom was woken up, his innocent eyes were watery, as if he was saying that I was just an ordinary kitten. "Stop pretending, don't be lazy, come and exercise together." Under Lynch's coercion, Tom sighed in defeat, and then did sit-ups. Huff, huff, huff. After a few actions, Tom's patience ran out, he stuck out his tongue and pretended to be tired, and his speed became slower and slower. "Tom, if you dare to be lazy, today's dried fish will be gone." Tom's body trembled at the threat, casting a resentful glance at Lynch. He resumed his sit-ups with renewed vigor, moving as fast as lightning. 2 hours later, the cute kitten that was originally only 90 centimeters tall disappeared, and a muscular cat with a height of 2 meters, 8-pack ABS and a big gold chain appeared. Tom even had a big gold tooth in his mouth. Lynch couldn't help but marvel at Tom's transformation. What a sight! Tom stood proudly in front of the mirror, striking poses with great narcissism. However, within half an hour of stopping his exercise, Tom naturally reverted back to his original 90 centimeters cute kitten. From then on, Lynch no longer forced Tom to exercise. The end of the year 1506 on the Sea Circle calendar passed quietly aboard the ship, and Sea Circle 1507 arrived silently. 12 days have passed since they set sail. Unfortunately, during this time, they encountered only a few small pirate groups, and just managed to capture just one person with devil fruit abilities. It was only after becoming an officer, Lynch learned that capturing a devil fruit user and sending them to a deep-sea prison earned him as much military merit as destroying a small pirate crew. There happened to be 10 cells under the cabin. If one cell held 10 people, it could also hold 100 people. As they neared Reverse Mountain, the system suddenly beeped. New life choices triggered. Option 1, sail directly to East Blue. Reward, 500 points. Option 2, kill 1,000 pirates at the foot of Reverse Mountain. Reward, 20% mall discount coupon. Option 3, guard Reverse Mountain's foot for a month, defeat all pirates. Reward, 10% mall discount coupon, choose 3. Sailor, change the course and go to Reverse Mountain. Yes, Boss Lynch. After being out for so long, it's time to explain things to Sengoku. No one has ever tried to block the door and control Reverse Mountain, not even the world government. One reason is that if they block the area here, they'll have to face pirates from around the world. While they can manage it temporarily, sustaining such an effort isn't feasible in the long run given the resources required. At that time, the pirates had just entered the Grand Line. If they were left alone, half of them would die in less than 3 months, which would be a thankless task. There is another reason. There is a former crew member of Pirate King living under the Reverse Mountain. Since these old guys have retired, the world government doesn't want to mess with them, otherwise they wouldn't have let Rayleigh stay in Sabati Archipelago for so many years. The Roger pirates, except for Roger's high-end combat power, their overall abilities are almost all still there. It would not be a good idea for these old guys to go crazy. But if they could really block the Reverse Mountain, it would be a heavy blow to the pirates. The ship was sailing on the sea, and the lighthouse at the foot of the Reverse Mountain could be vaguely seen in the distance. Suddenly, a deafening scream came, and everyone covered their ears in pain. "It's really loud," Hina said, her face scrunching up. Boom boom boom. The loud noises echoed like thunder drums, filling everyone's ears. "You guys stay on the ship, I'll go take a look." Lynch stepped on Sky using moonwalk and disappeared into the mist. Laboon? Up close, Lynch saw it was a mountain-sized whale striking the red line, also known as Reverse Mountain. Blood flowed down the top of his head. Lynch has an impression of this whale that appeared in the original blot. So he said loudly, "Laboon, stop, I have something to tell you." Laboon has a very high IQ. Hearing this, he slowly lowered his tall head and roared at Lynch. Lynch stood in front of Laboon. Lynch's body was not as big as Laboon's eyes. "Laboon, Brook asked me to tell you something. His journey is still going on, and he'll return to you in about 20 years later. Please don't keep banging your head against the red line." Chapter 27, 027 West Blue Overlord Wu. Hearing Brook's name again, Laboon became agitated, causing waves to surge as he struck the red line with red eyes. "Laboon. Can you believe it? Brook is truly alive. Let me tell you about him. He is tall and skinny, with an afro, plays the violin beautifully, and his favorite song is Pink's Sake, right? Woo." Laboon stopped hitting the red line and fixed his gaze on Lynch with his large eyes. "Stop hurting yourself and wait patiently for him to return." Lynch had never seen a whale cry like that. Laboon sobbed loudly, rubbed against Lynch, and eventually sank to the bottom of the sea. "Young Marine, could you please come and have a drink?" From the lighthouse at the bottom of Reverse Mountain, an uncle who looked to be in his 50s walked out and extended an invitation to Lynch. "Of course." Lynch stepped on the moonwalk and landed on the island, and was enthusiastically taken into the house by this uncle. "I'm sorry, my humble house is shabby and there's nothing to entertain you. If you don't mind, you can try my home-brewed wine." Crocus brought out a wine jar, poured a glass for Lynch first, and then poured a glass for himself. Lynch took a sip and said, "It tastes good." "Thank you." Crocus put down the wine glass. "Thank you, young Marine. Laboon's body can no longer bear the self-inflicted damage he causes." "You're welcome, just a small favor." Crocus paused for a moment before asking, "Could it be that he's lucky and still alive after all these years? Is Brook really alive?" Lynch nodded. "He's alive, but he's a skeleton now because of his devil fruit power." "He's alive. A skeleton, huh? That's not bad." Excited by Lynch's news about Brook, Crocus kept pouring wine for him. "Ha ha ha ha, have more." I owe you a favor for Laboon's sake. No need to repay me, uncle. Come aboard my ship. With all those surgical tools on your wall, you must have amazing medical skills. This ruthless man was able to extend the life of terminally ill Roger for 5 or 6 years. How could he not try to invite him? Crocus smiled awkwardly. No, I'm too old to withstand the wind and waves at sea. I still have to stay and take care of Laboon. He remembers the last man who invited him was Roger. He really misses him. Boss Colonel, are you here? It looks like my subordinates are here. Old man, let's drink another day. Lynch stood up and bid farewell to Crocus. Young Marine, though I don't know your name, I'll always keep a jar of wine in my cellar for you. Haha, sounds like a good plan. I think I won't be lonely for the next few days. Lynch walked out confidently, and Crocus sensed something amiss. Wait, are you planning to stay here for a few days? In order to protect Lynch, he chased after him and persuaded him, you'd better leave now, otherwise you will be killed by a large number of pirates from the 4 seas. They will not be afraid just because you're a marine. Crocus thought that Lynch was a young man who was inexperienced in the world, and he would suffer big losses if he was left alone. He had seen such a hot-blooded and foolish young marine many times, and they all ended badly. Don't worry, old man. I'm the colonel of Marines headquarters. They are the ones who died. Hey. Seeing that persuasion wouldn't work, Crocus resolved to intervene and truly save the young marine when the time came. Lynch ordered the soldiers on the ship to take turns visiting the island to relax, knowing they'd be stationed there for a month. Lynch ensured everyone had a refreshing break. As one of the biggest gates to enter the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain did not disappoint. Less than half an hour later, a pirate ship crashed down Reverse Mountain along the waterfall, nearly disintegrating upon impact. The pirates were shocked, and before they could celebrate, they heard a man's voice. Where are the sailors? Load the cannons and fire. Damn it. Marines here too? Shameless Marines. Boom boom boom. The soldiers on the deck loaded the cannons, lit the fuses, and fired over 10 cannonballs, 6 of which struck the pirate ship. In this way, the shattered pirate ship was instantly buried in the sea, and the sea was dyed red with strands of blood. Kill 35 pirates, point plus 26, what, there are points. He just wanted to test the power of the cannon sent by Sengoku, but he didn't expect that this test would make him try something incredible. It seems that as long as they are his direct subordinates, he can get points by killing people. This is quite convenient. Wouldn't it be great if he becomes an admiral or a king in the future? Using artillery to bombard pirates is a good move, as it can catch the opponent off guard. Next, the pirate group with fewer than 50 people was bombarded by long-range cannons, quickly resolving them with ease. By the afternoon, Lynch had lost count of how many pirate groups he had killed. Crocus moved a small bench and sat by the shore, watching with great interest. This was far more entertaining than being alone here every day. Although he had been a pirate before, he considered himself more of an adventurer than a pirate, so he felt no sympathy for these pirates. He's worried about Lynch. If this kid keeps going like this, he'll hit the wall sooner or later. You guys stand back, something big is coming. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a large shadow fell from the sky, which looked very scary. A large pirate fleet consisting of more than 20 pirate ships flowed down the waterfall. Gee ha ha ha, Grand Line, my Bloody Handball is here. Boss, Bloody Handball is the biggest pirate crew in West Blue, known as the Overlord of West Blue. At its peak, they had over 50 ships and more than 3,000 people. Joseph showed Lynch a photo from the wanted poster. Bloody Handball. Bounty, 66 million, huh? Why is there a warship here? Bao was stunned, and then his face became ferocious. A little ship wants to block me? Boys, charge and kill them. Show them who we are. Let's use the Marines to build Bloody Handball's reputation in the Grand Line. Kill. Kill. Bao commanded, and thousands of pirates under him took control of their ships, ramming them towards the warship. It was clear these ruthless pirates didn't fear the Marines. Boom boom boom, over 20 pirate ships shooting their cannons at the same time, creating a stunning and chaotic scene as explosions rippled across the sea. If Lynch hadn't ordered the warship to retreat beforehand, it would have been hit by now. Crocus stood up from his stool, looking worried. "Young overlord of West Blue, don't be arrogant here. I'm Colonel Lynch. Don't even think about harming one of my sailors." Seeing the pirate fleet getting closer and closer, Lynch stepped on the moonwalk and flew into the sky with a loud sound, and drew out the cold long yuan sword from his waist. One sword style, Ice Shard Fang. Chapter 28, 028 half month, praising report. The majestic cold air was released forward from Lynch's sword. As soon as the cannonballs and the air entered the range of the cold fog, they were frozen into lumps of ice and fell straight down. "This young Marine is quite capable," Crocus murmured, sitting back down. Boss, our cannonballs are useless." The pirate crew members glanced at their cannons in dismay, realizing they were in trouble. "What the hell, are all Grand Line people like this?" Bao, who had never been out of West Blue, had never seen such a scene before. He had seen swordsmen who could cut through iron, but he had never heard of anyone who could unleash 1,000 meters of cold energy with a single sword. Why panic? If the shells can't reach them, just rush over and chop them to death. "We outnumber them by 10 times. Bao shouted angrily. "Humphrey, you have no chance." In an instant, Lynch was already in the sky above the pirate fleet. Lynch's body tensed as a powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from him, targeting the 2,000 pirates below. Boom. Ugh. As soon as they felt the Conqueror's Haki, the pirates seemed to momentarily face a god. They rolled their eyes and collapsed, unable to resist. 2,000 pirates were knocked down by the wind, leaving only Captain Bao standing. This is the terrifying power of Conqueror's Haki. Crocus's pupils shrank as he watched from the sidelines. Such powerful Conqueror's Haki. What is the origin of this kid? Everyone is dead. Bao was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Are all the Grand Line monsters like this? So scary. There was no visible movement, and the other side didn't even take action. His entire 2,000-man fleet was down. One moment, Bao was confident about making a name for himself in the Grand Line. The next, he lost all hope and couldn't even think of resisting. If God gave him a second chance, Bao vowed he would never set foot in the Grand Line again. It was terrifying. A devil fruit user? The man's voice snapped Bao back to reality. He found the fearsome man standing before him and, trembling, responded, "Yes, yes. Very good." Lynch tossed Bao into the warship's prison like a chicken. Military merit +1. As for Bao's resistance? Are you kidding? After barely surviving, he had no intention of facing that demon again. As for the unconscious pirates, Lynch ordered Marine soldiers to gather their heads and also moved the treasure on the ship to the warship. Hina counted it and found that it was quite good to have 20 million bellies worth of treasure. As evening fell, most pirates avoided crossing the reverse mountain at night due to higher mortality rates. Pirates may be uneducated, but they aren't plain stupid. By day's end, the exhausting battle had pushed every Marine aboard to their limits, but it also brought them significant growth. At the island's lighthouse, Crocus, Smoker, Lynch, and Hina gathered around a campfire. A Marine chef nearby prepared and served pieces of barbecue to everyone. Crocus sighed while eating. "I never thought I would be able to eat Marines cooking in this life." Hina smiled and said, "Eat more if you like." Smoker glanced at Crocus. He always felt that this uncle was weird, but he couldn't explain why. "If you agree to my invitation, you can eat Marines' food every day," Lynch said. "I'd rather decline. Just the thought of it makes me panic." He had a few pirate friends, But if he'd spent his entire life serving the Marines and the world government, he probably would never come out again. Refers to being imprisoned in Impel Down, the deep-sea prison. Cheers. Several people took a sip of wine. Maybe it was because they had been alone for too long, or perhaps something else entirely. Crocus, in particular, enjoyed talking with Lynch. Young Marine, what's your background? A Marine like you shouldn't be unknown in the past. I don't have any special background. Just a regular Marine. If Lynch had something to add, when it comes to backgrounds, I'm far less distinguished than you, senior. Ha 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 ha, I'm just a lighthouse keeper, what status could I possibly have? You're quite funny, young man, Crocus laughed. Drink up, drink up. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the past half-month, Lynch has only controlled Conqueror's Haki to destroy enemies, and has become more and more familiar with the control of Conqueror's Haki. After half a month of endless fighting, his 200 already elite soldiers were gradually evolving to become stronger. On this day, his subordinates came to report that it turned out that the 2 large warehouses of artillery shells that Sengoku had left before leaving were almost all used up. In addition, the food and fruits on the ship also needed to be replenished, so Lynch decided to have his men use the Denden Mushi to send a message to Sengoku. That's right, ask Fleet Admiral Sengoku for artillery shells, fruits and vegetables, and also tell him about our achievements in the past half-month. Get all the details, Lynch instructed the communication officer on the ship. At sea, they can go without meat, but they can't go without fruits, or they will get severe seasick. Yes, Colonel. The signal soldier responded loudly with admiration. After getting along with each other for half a month, the powerful courage shown by Lynch every time he killed the enemy was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Every soldier on the ship admired and respected their colonel deeply. Their admiration for Colonel Lynch flowed like an unstoppable river. When the colonel called, they dropped everything and rushed to his side. Ring, 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 ring. At Marine headquarters, the Denden Mushi on the fleet admiral's desk buzzed and printed out a document, landing on the table. Sengoku, who was reviewing a document, picked it up. The more he read, the wider his eyes grew, and his eyelids twitched occasionally as if he were having a seizure. After a moment, he shouted out the door, "Someone, go call Vice Admirals Zephyr, Garp, and Tsuru." Sengoku called out. Soon, several old friends gathered and stared at the report on the table. Zephyr and Sengoku sat on either side, their eyes twitching nervously. Vice Admiral Tsuru was speechless. She had lived a long time, but now she didn't know what to say. Only Garp laughed. "I thought this guy was a talent at the beginning, and he is indeed so." They looked at the 2,600-word report on the table, which read, "Colonel Lynch is a world-famous, wise and powerful man. He is like a military god descending and leads our army to guard the reverse mountain." For a moment, all the enemies were frightened. Just because Mr. Lynch was invincible and magnificent, he led us to defeat the pirates. However, all this is thanks to Colonel Lynch's wise command. The entire 2,600-word article is almost entirely praise for Lynch. They've seen reports that praise highly, but nothing like this. Whoever wrote this must be a genius. Even in marine history, this report is exceptionally bold. Chapter 29, 029 Pirate Nemesis, Supreme Sharp Sword. Luckily, this article came from a trustworthy marine. If it were from a newspaper, they'd suspect it was paid for. Putting the article aside, Lynch did a great job. Guarding Reverse Mountain and killing all pirates. Even if it's just for half a month, it's a heavy blow to pirate reputation. I agree with Zephyr. After a moment's thought, Sengoku ordered, "Someone, notify Morgans and have him publish this in the newspaper. This kind of thing that can enhance a marine's reputation and deter pirates who are ready to take action, how can we not spread it widely?" Although Marine also has its own newspaper, due to the lack of newsbird transportation, It is unrealistic to deliver it to every corner of the world in a short time. It is precisely because of Morgan's terrifying control over the news that he has been threatened by the world government many times. At the same time, there was a small island full of ancient trees. Through the weathered exterior of one ancient tree, there's many silhouette of busy staff inside. They rack their brains, reading the reports from their subordinates over and over again, and thinking about how to write better news. Ha ha ha, big news. Big news. A white-haired birdman suddenly ran out of the office, screaming excitedly. "Boss, what happened today? Are you stimulated?" "I don't know, I haven't seen him like this in a long time." All the employees looked at Morgan's curiously. Snap. Morgan slapped a piece of marine information on his subordinate's forehead. "Quick. Hurry up and print, we will definitely sell this issue on the newspaper." "What kind of news is it that makes you so excited, boss?" The subordinate muttered as he took the information from his forehead, then his pupils suddenly shrank. "Guarding Reverse Mountain." This action might not seem big, but it strikes at the very roots of the Grand Line pirate influx. Without new pirates pouring in from all over the world, the number of pirates in the Grand Line will become fewer and fewer. If this continues, the impact will be monumental. It's only for a month or two. If the blockage continues, even the four emperors will react. These new pirates are their reserve troops. Currently, 3 of the 4 emperors of the Grand Line are confirmed, with only one position still in contention. The sea's power dynamics are basically set, a reality the world government can't change. Is Marine determined to scare the pirates? The efficiency of the Morgan's newspaper was extremely high. In less than half an hour, fresh newspapers are delivered around the world by hundreds of thousands of newsbirds. North Blue. A young man stood on the beach, a sword in one hand and a newspaper in the other, staring at the boat tied up in the sea, frozen in place. Everyone, I think being a pirate is too dangerous. Let's go back to herding cattle." "Agree. I agree. Who knew Reverse Mountain would be the end of pirates?" As a result, this new pirate group, which had yet to set sail, was destroyed before it began. Compared with North Blue, West Blue is no less than a big tsunami. What? Bloody Hand Bao was killed by the Marines not even half a day after he went to the Grand Line. The pirate looked at the newspaper in his hand and trembled. Bao the Bloody Hand, the uncrowned king of West Blue, has left his terrifying influence in the bones of every West Blue pirate. Such a terrifying pirate was caught before he could even settle into the Grand Line. Grand Line, it turns out to be such a scary place. That day, countless West Blue pirates swore never to set foot in the Grand Line again. At the same time, they also deeply remembered the name Lynch. For the first time in history, Lynch had earned himself the title of pirate nemesis, Hobart Lynch. East Blue. The illiterate little Luffy was attracted by Didin, who was reading a newspaper next to him. What Luffy didn't know was that it was Lynch's appearance that strengthened Garp's determination to train Luffy. This led to Luffy being sent to Bandit Didin more than 2 years earlier in advance. As the only one who could read among the bandits, Didin proudly read aloud the contents to the boy beside her. "Wow, this brother Marine is so awesome, just like my grandpa." Little Luffy looked at the picture in the newspaper of Lynch smashing a pirate ship with a knife, and he was fascinated. New World. Whole Cake Island. Ha 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 ha. Big Mom laughed loudly as she ate the basin-sized cake in one gulp, her eyes suddenly turning dangerous. Marines have been reaching further and further. They need to learn a lesson. Raisin, Garrett, go kill this Marine and bring back some food. Charlotte Raisin, the 33rd son of the Charlotte family. Charlotte Garrett, Big Mom's 18th daughter. Yes, mother. The two knelt down on one knee and left quickly. It's been half a month since the newspaper incident. Lynch's fame has grown. In addition, there are fewer pirates who dare to come toward the Reverse Mountain. This made Lynch complain to Sengoku that the newspaper was distributed too early and made him unable to get more sin points. He saw that his points had reached a terrifying 121,530 points. A total of 120,000 points. He must know that the Logia gas fruit, which appeared once before, costs only 188,888 points. An ordinary flintlock gun can be bought for almost 5,000 points. If he exchanged it for fine wheat bread, he could get millions of loaves, enough to feed a small country. With a 10% price discount coupon, he could immediately buy a Logia devil fruit. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed guarding Reverse Mountain for a month. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim. After working hard for a month, he will naturally not show mercy when it's time to spend money. It just so happens that the products that were launched today are pretty good and can be called luxurious. Twice Resolve Training Scroll, 1 week, 1,000 points. Unlike the previous scrolls that focused solely on physical training, this one enhances both physical conditioning and swordsmanship, and can even improve hockey abilities. Paramsha, Gravity Fruit, 155,555 points. Supreme Sharp Sword, Demon Cutter, 160,000 points. Storage Ring, 2 meters length, width, height, 3,000 points. 10 oranges, 1 point each. Heart Cross, Demon Sword Power, 100,000 points. Damn it, I hate being short on point when I need it. The store was too luxurious, and Lynch didn't hate anything but his lack of point. Needless to say, he used the 10% price discount coupon to buy the Supreme Sword, the most cost-effective option. The original price was 160,000, but after using the discount coupon, it only cost 16,000. With a flash of light, a completely black knife appeared in Lynch's hand. The blade gleamed with a sheen like dragon scales in the sunlight, each scale sharply defined. A fierce black dragon motif adorned its hilt, seemingly roaring in silence. At its pommel, 3 colored gems glinted, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 blue. Good sword. Chapter 30, 030 New Demon Sword, East Blue. For someone like him who has been using a sword for many years, he can feel the energy contained in it just by holding it without doing anything else. Next, he decided to purchase a storage ring. Although the space isn't large, it's perfect for storing his sword in special circumstances. Otherwise, he might find himself unable to use his weapon in critical situations. He clicked on the introduction of Heart Cross, Demon Sword Power. Heart Cross, Demon Sword Power, attach it to any weapon to transform it into a demon sword. Enhance its abilities by killing enemies or devouring other demon swords. Nice one. It happened that his other sword, Long Yuan, was only a good grade sword and could no longer keep up with the current battle. The gift Momouzagi gave him was afraid that it would break if he exerted too much force. In other words, many good grade swords are replicas of the Supreme Blade. The Long Yuan sent by Sister Jian is one of these replicas of the Demon Cutter. To make it easier to distinguish, Lynch decided to rename the Long Yuan given by Sister Momouzagi to Dragon Slayer or Heart Cross Demon Sword. Buy, use, and merge with Dragon Slayer. 100,000 points consumed and used successfully, huh? Don't they all say demon swords are very evil? Why no reaction? After merging, Dragon Slayer remained unchanged except for an added grimace on the sword's hilt. Ding. Host, as the creator of the demon sword, the demon sword will not attack you, that's it. After shopping, he was left with only 2,530 points. Lynch glanced at his shrunken point and sighed. He still needed to earn more points. He purchased 2 additional double training scrolls, 1 week each, one for Hina and one for himself. At this point, he is completely broke, with only 530 points left. Uncle, we will go. I'll see you another day. Take your time. Mission accomplished, Lynch is ready to leave Reverse Mountain. Before leaving, Uncle Crocus and Laboon came out to bid him farewell. On the way to East Blue, the Marines gathered together and whispered among themselves. They had been doing nothing but killing for a month, and now that they were suddenly free, they were still a little unaccustomed to it. I always find Colonel Lynch scarier. Yeah, especially with those two swords at his waist. I can't shake the feeling that they're alive, you know. Oh no, I thought I was the only one who felt that. Every time I get near him, my legs and feet feel weak, like I'm being hunted by a wild beast. What are you talking about? Suddenly, a large shadow obscured the sun. Smoker, we were just talking about Colonel's swords. Swords? Smoker looked suspicious and asked when Lynch had changed to two swords. He walked straight over and asked, "Can I see your sword?" No. Lynch refused coldly. A swordsman's sword is like his wife, how can anyone touch it? Smoker said speechlessly, "What if your sword is male?" "Fine, but you can only touch this one." Lynch was curious about what would happen if someone else touched the dragon's lair. He wouldn't let anyone use it unless he didn't use it at a critical moment. After a moment's thought, Smoker reached out and grasped the demon's sword, the dragon's lair. The moment Smoker held the handle of the sword, the ghostly face on the sword lit up a purple aura. The purple light reflected in Smoker's eyes, turning them purple. Swish! Smoker suddenly swung the sword and struck a Marine at his side. "Enough!" Lynch shouted sharply, and the grimace pattern on the dragon slayer's sword faded. Smoker woke up with a start and threw away the dragon-slaying sword in fear. He was frightened for a while. "I was controlled by this sword just now? Don't throw it away." Lynch felt distressed and picked up the dragon's lair. "Actually, this is a demon sword. If you're qualified for it, you won't be controlled." Demon sword. Smoker was so frightened. "Don't you know that none of the swordsmen who used the demon sword in history have a good death?" "It's fine, he's well behaved." Lynch reassured, patting Dragon Slayer at his waist. "Well behaved." Smoker recalled the scene where he was controlled just now, and looked at Dragon Slayer, who was sitting quietly on Lynch's waist, with a complicated expression on his face. He really wanted to say something. "Look how well behaved your sword is. Lynch, come try my freshly baked waffles." "Yeah, Smoker, you're here too." As Hina approached with a plate of waffles and a glass of orange juice with 2 straws inserted into it, Smoker knew that this was not for him. He silently walked away. The dog food was enough to fill him, and he had to eat a few handfuls of it every day. Click, click. Afternoon tea passed with Hina's company. In the blink of an eye, on the second day, everyone crossed the red line and arrived smoothly in East Blue. East Blue. The gentle sea breeze brushed against their faces as Lynch embraced Hina from behind. She stood at the bow of the boat with outstretched arms, embracing the sea breeze. "Is this your hometown? It truly feels like where you grew up, Hina. Even the sea breeze seems sweeter here than anywhere else." Smoker tilted his head to the side. "Ugh, this is the disgusting stench of love." Hina returned to East Blue after a long absence, with a happy smile on her face. Boss, sorry to interrupt. That scent you're smelling seems to be coming from over there," Joseph pointed out cautiously in the distance. "That? A restaurant?" "No, it's the pirate crew." On the sea, a pirate group with chef hats on them was fighting fiercely with another group of pirates. The various aromas floating on the sea are coming from the kitchen on the ship. "Smoker, please, just knock out the pirates." Lynch gently touched Hina's soft belly, not wanting to move. "Smoker is enough to defeat these small-timers from East Blue." Whisper. Smoker reluctantly moved, cigar still in his mouth, transforming into smoke and flying over. In just a few blows, Smoker knocked out 2 boats full of pirates. He brought over the captain of both groups, who looked confused and disoriented. They seemed to be asking themselves, "Who am I, where am I, and why am I captured alive?" "You two tell your name and I'll see how much your reward is." The 2 captains raised their heads duly. Before they could recover from their failure, their bodies suddenly trembled. See? Pirate Nemesis, Hobart Lynch. One of them was so scared that he took several steps back. The other golden-haired pirate sighed, even against all odds, I couldn't escape. If I hadn't been afraid of running into you, I'd be on the Grand Line by now. Idiots, why are you talking so much? Answer Boss Lynch quickly. Joseph scolded. Burke Knight Pullman. Redfoot Zeph. Lynch became intrigued upon hearing the two names. Isn't his Zeph the pirate who later adopted Sanji? It seems he's still operating as a pirate in East Blue at this time. Lynch ordered his men to take away the other captain, leaving only Zeph. I've heard that you are a pirate, but you're not too bad and you haven't done anything harmful to the world. Zeph, who didn't understand why the pirate Nemesis was telling him this. How about you cook a meal for me and my crew? In return, I'll set you free. You're not tricking me, right? Zeppu's eyes never blinked. Nowadays, do any Marines willingly let pirates go? One promise, 9 dishes. Okay, but there are a lot of you, so I'll need my crew's help to make enough food. Sure. Chapter 31, 031 Zeph, Kokoyashi Village. It tastes delicious. This soup is obviously like water, but the taste is very rich. Lynch savored a sip of Zeph's carefully prepared soup and enjoyed another bite of seafood fried rice. As we all know, Sanji learned his cooking skills from Zeph. Now, he had tasted the food that even seagulls want to eat. Hina's mouth was bulging, her big eyes narrowed happily into crescents. Zeph was pleased to hear someone complimenting the soup he made. Of course, it would be even better if the one praising him wasn't a Marine. I like these dishes very much. Could you teach the ship's chef how to make them? No problem. After the meal, Lynch began shooing people away. You're not leaving yet. Would you like to stay for dinner? Thanks. Zeph couldn't believe his luck today, encountering a Marine who didn't arrest pirates but let them go. It's truly extraordinary, like how his mother opens doors to extraordinary things her children do. It's a breath of fresh air in the pirates' world. Did you really let them go? Smoker looked at the pirate ship moving away, as if he had met Lynch for the first time. If not? I thought you were going to kill them. That's too cruel. I'm actually quite kind, you know. You're the only one who's kind? Haha. Smoker looked at him with disdain. Can you take me to Logtown first? No. Hina hasn't been home in years. Take him back to see his family first. Smoker. He didn't want to stay on the ship and eat like a dog. By the way, Kokoyashi Village isn't far from Hina's home. Let's go take a look first. Lynch went to Kokoyashi Village not for Nami, but for her mother, Belmere. Based on the timeline, Belmere had quit the Marines about a year or two ago. Before leaving the Marines, Belmere wasn't just a regular soldier, she had fought pirates in East Blue for many years. Therefore, she has a clear understanding of the entire East Blue environment. Precisely because she has become a civilian, Lynch can safely ask her some sensitive questions. About the relationship between the East Blue Kingdom. Oh, by the way, can you help me keep an eye on someone in East Blue from now on? Who? Kuro. Do you have something to do with him? Do you know what's most valuable in this new era? What? Talent. I'm interested in him, so keep an eye out for me. Kuro is said to have the second highest IQ among pirates. Another month has passed. Lynch directed the warship to search for pirates as they hurried to their destination. During this time, over 60 pirate crews, big and small, were defeated. There are also a lot of ability users who were also captured one after another, including those caught at Reverse Mountain. There are a frighteningly high number of 50 Devil Fruit users imprisoned on the ship. 50 Devil Fruit users, this wave of military success has made Lynch a lot of money. Kokoyashi Village. In this remote town in East Blue, all residents make a living by selling oranges and live a difficult life struggling to make ends meet. When the residents saw the Marines arriving, they didn't greet them with excitement. Instead, they eyed them warily, as if they were a bad omen. Marines rarely visited this remote town, and nothing good ever seemed to happen when they did. When they were either catching pirates or chasing down criminals with bounties on their head, Marines usually caused great losses to the village. "Marine, what are you doing here again this time?" The man with the windmill on his head stepped out and cautiously negotiated with Lynch. "I'm afraid you may have misunderstood, Uncle. Look." Lynch pointed at his cloak of justice and said, "I am a colonel from the Marines' headquarters. I came to East Blue just to deliver a message. I heard that your oranges were delicious this time. I want to buy them all back and give them to my friends to try." "Not a Marine from East Blue?" Genzo's eyes quickly switched between Lynch and the soldiers behind him. The spirit of the soldiers in front of him was different from the Marines he had seen before. Is he really not from East Blue? Genzo was shocked to see 3 gems embedded in Lynch's sword. This guy seems to be a rich man. Some villagers hadn't sold anything for months, especially Belmere and her family, who had run out of food. The relief food was only enough for 2 children, and Belmere could only survive eating oranges every day. If they missed this big sale because of him, Genzo will probably blame himself. "Are you really here to buy oranges?" By now, Genzo had completely believed him. If Lynch had come to catch a criminal, the culprit would have fled long ago. If not? 5 minutes later. "Ha ha ha, young people are amazing. At such a young age, he's already a colonel at Marine headquarters. Oh, it's a pity that I don't have a daughter, otherwise I would have married her to a young and handsome man like you." A group of respected old people in the village stood in front of Lynch with smiles. "I want all the oranges in the village, every last one of it," Lynch instructed, gesturing for his men to bring a box of gold coins. "Also, I need to meet the person in charge of each orange tree." Easy to say, easy to say. "No problem at all," replied several villagers, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the treasure box. After killing many pirates, Lynch had become wealthy, and this small fortune could grow even larger. Belmere does not live in the village, but in a hidden corner outside the village. Genzo was known for protecting the Belmere family. Additionally, Belmere was a former Marine deserter. Putting all 3 together, it would take a lot of courage for Lynch to wear this outfit and say he want to see Belmere. Everything remains as simple as it is now. Before long, Lynch spotted Belmere among the orange boxes. She had pink hair that made her stand out, with a cigarette in her mouth, looking to be in her mid-20s. While her clothes were wet from moving all these orange boxes, her face still beamed with a bright smile. Lynch walked over and said, "Ma'am, to ensure the quality of the oranges I'm buying, may I visit your orchard?" "So handsome." Belmere stood up and looked at the man in front of her, slightly lost in thought. "What did you say?" "I praise you for being a handsome guy with her body sticky." Belmere simply took off her coat, revealing her better figure. She glanced in Genzo's direction, and he nodded back at her. "All right, come with me. Let's not bring too many people, so we don't scare the children." "Okay, I'll go alone with you. The rest will handle the oranges here." As soon as they reached Belmere's orange grove, the smile vanished from her face instantly. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" "Oh, how did you figure that out?" Lynch realized he had underestimated this woman's intelligence. Women's intuition. "Okay." Lynch spread his hands and dropped the act. "Soldier Belmere." Before he could finish, a long leg suddenly kicked towards him. Bang! The scene changed, and Lynch pinned Belmere to the ground with one hand. "You should listen to what I have to say, soldier. I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want you to be honest with me by revealing your identity." Let me go first, bastard." Belmere's long legs struggled fiercely. Chapter 32, 032 Nami and Naruto. Message in the distance, a small figure was hiding behind the orange tree, looking at the backs of Lynch and Belmere with a blushing face. Little Nami couldn't hear what they were saying, but when she saw her adoptive mother being pressed to the ground and being pinched down, She vaguely seemed to understand something. Belmere. Found me a stepfather? Hey, Nami, what are you looking at? A small figure suddenly tapped Nami from behind, startling her. Nami quickly grabbed the girl and covered her mouth. SHH. Don't make any noise, Nojiko. Remember the little book we read last time? Belmere is doing shameful things with a man. What? In broad daylight. Nojiko's words came to an abrupt end. It was because the actions of the two people were too easy for people to misunderstand. Belmere lay on the ground with her butt raised, while Lynch, behind her, pressed her legs with his calves and pinched the back of her neck with his hands. Wow, Belmere is actually so bold. No, we can't let Nami follow her example and go astray. Nojiko grabbed Nami's arm and dragged her away forcefully. On the other side, Madam, you don't want your daughters to starve with nothing to eat, do you? Madam, you don't want your daughters to live without enough food and clothing, do you? Belmere's face turned pale at Lynch's words. What exactly do you want? It's simple. Follow me into the woods and do as I say. The cute faces of Nami and Nojiko flashed in Belmere's mind. She gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Belmere was taken into the woods by Lynch just as Nami and Nojiko jumped out from behind the orange tree. Oh, Belmere, she's really. It's broad daylight, so she must be too excited. Nah, you shouldn't say that about Belmere. Maybe he just went to talk, Nami retorted to Nojiko. Despite their young age, thanks to Belmere's influence as a woman with an unusually open personality, Nami and Nojiko are already quite knowledgeable in that certain of thing. TCH, your mother has to go deep into the woods to talk. Are they discussing the world's secrets or what? Nojiko worried about her adoptive mother suddenly looking for a man. What if he's a bad person? Half an hour. 1 hour. Belmere and Lynch still hadn't come out for 2 full hours, and Nojiko couldn't help but worry aloud, it's been 2 hours. Can Belmere's body bear it? Nami was going crazy. Why is your little head full of thoughts? At this time, Lynch's figure finally appeared again. He thought about the information he got from Belmere. Thanks to Belmere's information, he learned more than he ever expected. The easiest place for him to become king is actually in West Blue. West Blue, known as the most chaotic sea area in the world, has few experts. In one sentence, it's like a bunch of inexperienced rookies having fun but also causing trouble. As a result, most kingdoms in West Blue are in dire straits, with both the kings and the people facing difficult lives. Many kings who only care about pleasure are even willing to sell their thrones for money. But there are quite a few such kings in West Blue. He could have become king through legitimate means. Well, it looks like becoming king is easier than I thought. He straightened his clothes and walked out of the woods. The fight with Belmere just now caused the cloak of justice to become crooked. Belmere was even more embarrassed. The earlier scuffle had dirtied her clothes, and now the dried mud was uncomfortably clinging to her body. She couldn't remove the clothes, and without them, she would have nothing else to wear. You two little guys have been watching the excitement for so long, come out. Lynch, who has a good sense of observation hockey, immediately spotted the two little guys. Wow, how did you find us? Nami and Nojiko emerged boldly. You're Nami and Nojiko, so adorable. Lynch smiled and gently touched their foreheads. What should we call you? Nami blinked her watery eyes, curious. Call me Daddy. What a surprise. The two little ones were completely shocked. Dad. Just as Nami was hesitating whether to call him Dad, a fist was waving and struck from the side. Asshole, don't teach bad things to children. Belmere angrily said, don't listen to his nonsense, call him brother. Haha, don't be so serious, it was just a joke. Lynch knelt down and gently rubbed Nami's cheek. Young Nami is so adorable, here's a gift from your big brother. A valuable ruby brooch was pinned to Nami's chest. Wow! It's so beautiful. Nami's eyes sparkled. She hugged Lynch and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you, brother. Actually, I wouldn't mind if you wanted to date Belmere." "You idiot." Veins bulged on Belmere's forehead. This girl had been bribed with a ruby brooch. Nojiko looked at Nami with envy. "By the way, you two also get something." Lynch handed 2 rings and a large pile of gold coins to Belmere and Nojiko. "Exchange the gold coins for belly, it should be enough for you to eat for a few years. Buy more food and clothes for the children, and let's see how they can fatten up," Lynch remarked, noticing the difficult life the mother and daughter had. Their clothes were all patched and they looked very thin. Thinking back, Nami developed a strong desire for money as she grew up, perhaps because she experienced poverty from her childhood. It's not that he doesn't want to give too much, he still understands the consequences of greed. There are no walls without cracks in this world. "Thank you, brother." Nojiko's sweet voice sounded happy after receiving the gift. "You're welcome, you're welcome." The money was a huge help to Belmere, who felt guilty for not being able to provide Nami and Nojiko with a better living environment. Suddenly, she found the man in front of her not so hateful. "All right, let's meet again when fate allows, Nami." Lynch playfully rubbed Nami's little face. He had to admit, Nami was adorable as a child. Almost enough to turn him into a human trafficker. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, and if you ever meet a fishman named Arlong in the future, tell him a guy named Nighthawk sent him a message. Give him this message: if you want to live, be honest." "All right then," Belmere thought the man was talking nonsense, but still wrote it down. Lynch seemed quite mysterious to her. As they left, the warship departed with a ship filled with oranges. "Did you finish all those oranges you bought?" Smoker took a bite of a sugar orange. "It's fine. When you have money, eat one and toss 2 away." Smoker just stared silently. "Can we still talk happily together? The mission of coming to East Blue has basically been completed. Next, he just needs to meet 2 more people, send Hina home, and then he can go back. Just have Smoker send one of his subordinates to deliver the gift Garp gave to Luffy." Chapter 33, 033 Big Mom Pirates, Garrett and Raisin. The whole army is on alert, something powerful is coming. Not long after leaving Kokoyashi village, Lynch sensed 2 powerful oars approaching quickly. "Ha ha 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 ha, I found you." A rather handsome man with long hair, holding a flaming sword, looked down at Lynch and his troops. "Brother, stop wasting time. Let's kill them quickly, we still need to find desserts for our mother." Another aloof woman with pink hair, standing on a floating ball of butter, urged impatiently, while holding a glass of red wine in her hand. "Well, sister, we've been drifting at sea for a month and a half. Of course, we have to kill them bit by bit." "Boss, they are Raisin and Garrett, one of the cadres of the Big Mom Pirates," a Marine subordinate quickly reported. Every elite Marine must remember the information about the 4 Emperor's crews. Charlotte Linland's people? From their conversation, they came here specifically for me. Why can't I remember where I provoked them? Lynch frowned. But no matter what, since they came to him, there's no reason to let them go. Smoker, I can sense a pirate ship behind them. Once the fight breaks out, that pirate ship is yours, and the 2 officers are mine. Okay, Smoker said, pulling out his jet. Me too, Hina wants to join the fight. Hina volunteered. You stay and protect the soldiers on the ship, Lynch ordered. The 2 in the sky are undoubtedly at the rear admiral or even vice admiral level, and the soldiers will be in grave danger if they engage them. Okay, do what you want. Garrett, who loves her family, couldn't refuse her brother's request. With his sister's permission, Raisin grinned and unleashed a flying slash at the warship. Killing drop. Raisin's longsword transformed into a white slash and rushed towards the warship. Do it. Lynch shouted and charged forward, leading the attack. Meanwhile, Smoker silently lurked and prepared to carry out his plan. Lynch ignored the incoming attack, confident in Hina's abilities. Cage wall. Sure enough, as Hina gestured with her hands, countless chains appeared from the void, tightly blocking the sword slash. So fast. Lynch arrived in front of Raisin in the blink of an eye, and without even giving it time to react, he punched out. Boom. The next moment, Raisin turned into a meteor and crashed into the depths of the sea. PFFT, a large mouthful of blood sprayed out. Raisin's pupils trembled violently a few times, then he simply rolled his eyes and fainted. That doesn't seem right. Can I really be this strong? Is the Rear Admiral level so weak? Lynch suddenly realized that he was no longer the same person he was when he first set sail. Back then, he wasn't sure if he could handle a Vice Admiral. Now, he figures he's past Admiral level. The strength difference is huge, no wonder he could take down his enemy with just one punch. Brother! Garrett shouted worriedly, spilling the red wine from her hand onto the floor. Abandoning her usual elegance, she assumed a fighting stance. The man in front of her was so powerful that he defeated Raisin with just one punch. Today, they were afraid they had picked the wrong opponent. Ma'am, your business is over. Lynch was blinded by the pair of white rabbits in front of him, so he kindly reminded her. Who would have expected that the person thanking him would be a barrage of butter? Butter throwing gun. Dozens of javelins formed from hardened butter were thrown by the woman. Permsha, butterfruit? Lynch muttered, facing the onslaught. He seized the woman by the neck and sneered, tickling me? You monster. Garrett gasped for air and couldn't breathe. She was trembling when she saw that there was not even a mark left on Lynch's body where the javelins had struck. R. Do you think I should kill you now, or keep you in exchange for military honors? Lynch pressed his hands a little harder, seeming to be hesitating. The next moment, the woman's head flew up. Headless corpses fall. Ahem. That hurts. You're such a man who doesn't know how to treat women. The head in the deckhouse suddenly turned into butter, squirmed, flew back to the body, and transformed into human form. Garrett's charming face turned purple and she kept coughing. Primsha similar to Logia? Lynch, who was already preparing to help Smoker, turned around again with strong interest. Butter heat wave. The woman poured a large amount of steaming butter, then transformed into a ball of butter and wrapped around Lynch's body. Oh, I just praised you a couple of times. What are you on about? Logia elemental transformations come with clothes. The woman in front of him, who looked like a prostitute, couldn't manage to put on any clothes after transforming into butter. Lynch watched as her clothing flew into the sea. Then he glanced at the woman coiled around his waist like a beautiful snake, trying to strangle him. For a moment, he couldn't tell if she wanted to kill him or seduce him. Have you had enough fun? With a snap, Lynch slapped the woman's perky buttocks, releasing a burst of icy cold air. Akakaka under the chilling blast, the woman froze into an ice sculpture and fell into the sea. If someone with devil fruit abilities falls into the sea, it's as good as dead. Deep beneath the sea, Raisin, after swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater, suddenly woke up, sliced through the surface with a sword slash, and leaped out. Ahem, tough, I almost choked to death. Raisin rubbed his aching chest in disbelief. He had been knocked out by a single punch. Damn it, what a kid. Sister. Without a moment's rest, he hurriedly caught Garrett as she fell. Raisin's eyes filled with rage as he looked at his sister, now frozen in ice. I'm going to kill you. Raisin shouted to the sky. Carefully placing his sister on a rock, he drew his sword with determination. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. 30 seconds later, Raisin and Garrett were lying neatly in a row and were thrown onto the warship by Lynch. He also thoughtfully turned the ice that frozen Garrett into opaque so that she would not be exposed. In this way, two people with Rear Admiral level combat abilities were captured without even breaking through Lynch's defense. Awesome, Hina exclaimed, clapping her hands. The soldiers on the ship looked at the two lying on the deck and started whispering among themselves. Did you see that man cut through the sea with one sword? but got easily defeated by Colonel Lynch. Colonel Lynch is powerful. Colonel Lynch, are you going to put them in jail? Wait a minute, why hasn't Smoker come back yet? Lynch frowned. Smoker with his Logia fruit abilities wouldn't be this slow to deal with a group of minions. Could something have gone wrong? The ominous feeling was soon proven right. A tall man with a red, spiky head and a towel wrapped around his mouth flew over, carrying Smoker with a bruised nose and swollen face. This man used moonwalk from the Marine 6 styles to walk thought the sky. Chapter 34, 034 Kitakuri, Hina home down Charlotte Kitakuri. Lynch spoke slowly, staring solemnly at the other party. If the later Kitakuri stood at the top as the 4 Emperors vice-captain, the current Kitakuri isn't there yet. In later pirate forums, many claimed Kitakuri was more powerful than an admiral. Lynch isn't sure about that. But judging from the aura exuding from his body, Kitakuri, now 37 years old, may have passed the admiral threshold. After all, he is comparable in strength to the later Admiral Ryokujo. Lynch stared at Kitakuri, and Kitakuri stared back. The young man in front of him looks like he is no more than 20 years old, but there seems to be a demon hidden in his body. His powerful observation haki was constantly reminding Kitakuri that that man was by no means an ordinary person. After much thought, Kitakuri gave up the idea of taking action forcefully. Let go of my brothers and sisters. In exchange, I'll return this man to you. Kitakuri mentioned the unconscious Smoker. Deal. Lynch agreed. Smoker can't die yet. If Kitakuri puts a little force on his hands, Smoker's head will explode. Kitakuri narrowed his eyes. The Marine was surprisingly easy to negotiate with. Wake them up first. Once they leave, I'll keep my promise and let him go. Sure. With a wave of his hand, Lynch unfroze Garrett and thoughtfully provided an ice coat to cover her. Garrett and Aizen woke up with splitting headaches and stared at Kitakuri in a daze. It's Kitakuri. Big brother, please avenge us and kill them. Aizen shouted. Shut up. Kitakuri scolded. Get out of here quickly and don't talk too much. Garrett touched her sore buttocks and glared angrily at Lynch, her red lips trembling as she hesitated to speak. In the end, her brother's authority kept her in check. Limping and holding her sore buttocks, Garrett left with Aizen. Once they were gone, Kitakuri kept his promise, leaving Smoker behind and chasing after his younger sibling Smoker. Smoker, are you okay? A group of military doctors rushed forward, rescuing and strangling him, and finally managed to wake up Smoker. Smoker opened his eyes and looked around. Did I lose? He couldn't remember much about the fight. He just remembered wiping out a pirate ship when something white, like a mochi cake, hit him from all sides. I'm sorry for holding you all back, Smoker muttered, hands clasped behind his back as he quietly walked away. The soldiers around were really surprised. Oh my god, that guy Smoker actually apologized. He seems really shaken up this time. Should we try to comfort him? Forget it, comforting him might just make things worse. Concerned about Smoker's state of mind, Lynch decided to send him to Logue Town first. Speaking of which, Smoker had a rough time, being demoted and then beaten down before leaving. Lynch handed the letter written by Garp to Luffy to Smoker and asked him to find someone to send it to him. Don't worry, I won't forget your request. Smoker stood on the dock and said goodbye to Lynch. As the ship sailed off into the distance, Smoker suddenly shouted, just wait and see, I will definitely surpass you next time we meet. Okay, I'll wait. Lynch laughed and left. After half a month of sailing at sea, the warship arrived at Hina's hometown, Kingdom of Marost. This country is of medium size and average in every way. The monarch is neither exceptionally wise nor stupid, and life for the people is neither very hard nor very easy. However, Hina's family ranks among the top 3 most influential families in the Kingdom of Marost. This can be seen from the fact that her father got a devil fruit in the small place like East Blue. Hina's grandfather was appointed as the country's defense captain, leading all land armies. The soldiers changed into casual clothes and enjoyed their free time. Lynch took Hina and Tomcat for a walk down the bustling street. After returning to her hometown after a long absence, Hina was exceptionally happy today. She held Lynch's hand as they walked and ate together, looking like a couple in love. Are you Lady Hina?" Suddenly an uncertain voice sounded from behind. Hina turned around and said, "Uncle Sam." Hina held Lynch's hand and walked over in surprise. "Let Hina introduce to you, this is Uncle Sam, the butler who watched Hina grow up. This is Lynch, Hina's boyfriend." Speaking of her boyfriend, Hina took a cautious glance at Lynch, hoping that he wouldn't mind calling him that. "Hello, I'm glad to meet Hina's family," Lynch said with a smile, shaking hands with the butler. "Hello," the butler replied, his face a bit stiff. "Didn't the lady go to become a Marine? How did she come back with a boyfriend?" He hoped that her father won't have a heart attack when he sees his precious daughter being fucked by a pig. "By the way, are my father and grandfather okay?" Hina asked. "I'm afraid not," the butler said sadly. "It's best if I take you home first. They'll be very happy to see you." "Yeah, let's go home." Hina put Lynch's arm in her arms and followed the butler. Family residence. Hina's father sat in the main seat, with the butler standing behind him. Lynch and Hina sat beside each other. After Hina and her father finished talking and laughing, a deathly silence filled the room. A pair of eyes stared directly at Lynch. He sat up straight, feeling uneasy. Why did meeting his father-in-law feel so intimidating? He feared that at any moment, the other party might give an order and countless swordsmen would rush out. "Father, Uncle Sam mentioned that something happened in the family recently. Can Hina help?" she asked, trying to ease the tension for Lynch. Returning to the topic, Hina's father sighed and said, "To be honest, a group of bandits claiming to be part of the Revolutionary Army has appeared in our kingdom every night. They would come out to rob in an organized manner without leaving any traces behind, and they would disappear during the day. It's been 2 weeks since the king tasked our family to get rid of these bandits, but we still have no clue. If we don't make progress soon, the king's trust in us will be greatly reduced. For this reason, your grandfather's scanty hair has fallen out. Leave it to Hina, father. Hina will catch them and return them if Hina can." Hina jumped up. "Leave it to you? No, our man is not dead yet." Hina's father shook his sharp head like a rattle, wondering how he could put his precious daughter in danger. In his heart, Hina will always be his little girl. "Not just Hina, but me too," Lynch added, standing up. "Don't worry, uncle. I'll help Hina solve this." "You?" Hina's father looked Lynch up and down. "The young man is very handsome, but he doesn't seem to be very good at fighting." Chapter 35, 035 Monkey D. Dragon. Hee, Dad, despite his youthful appearance, this guy is actually a Marine colonel, Hina said affectionately. "Marine colonel? At such a young age?" Hina's father looked at Lynch suspiciously. He had never heard of such a young Marine colonel before, and he wondered if his daughter had been deceived. Seeing this, Lynch had no choice but to demonstrate his abilities. "Uncle, watch closely." He suddenly inserted his fingers into the solid stone pillar beside him. When Lynch clenched his fingers, a 10 centimeters deep pit was drilled into the solid granite. Hina's father took a breath, grabbed Lynch's hand, and examined it closely. "Young man, is your hand okay?" He had never seen someone who could punch a stone like that. Could his hand be harder than stone? Seeing Lynch's fingers intact, Hina's father took another deep breath and exclaimed, "Awesome! I believe you're a Marine colonel." His attitude did a complete 180, and he excitedly shook Lynch's hand. "Then I'll leave the matter of dealing with the robbers to you, Colonel. Our family will be very grateful afterward." "Thank you, Uncle. I'm doing this for Hina's safety," Lynch replied. The smile on Hina's father's face froze, and his eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. These two. They shouldn't really be in a relationship, should they? His baby girl was stolen by a pig? Hina's face turned red at the sight, and her words stabbed her father hard. I hate it. Why are you looking at Hina like this? That night, Lynch stood at the highest point in the country, looking out in all directions. The zone sun candle fruit improved his vision to the point where it was comparable to that of a sniper without a scope. With his keen observation hockey and enhanced vision from the zone sun candle fruit, Lynch was confident that he could catch all the thieves tonight. Coming. As expected, during the second watch in the middle of the night, the intruders dared to sneak into a mansion. At that critical moment, Lynch swiftly detected the intruders. Iron body, steel fist. With a powerful blow, Lynch shattered the 3-meter-tall intruder, along with their weapons, into pieces. Miss, aren't you scared? Lynch asked as he rescued the rich man's daughter from the thieves. Thank you, the girl replied shakingly, visibly shaken and frightened. Her household servants quickly took her away to safety. You, who are you? If you dare to go against our revolutionary army, you're as good as dead. Everyone was shocked to see their comrade knocked out with no chance to retaliate. But he still gathered his courage, hoping to intimidate the opponent with the name of the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army? Lynch sneered, if Dragon knew what you were doing, I'm afraid he would come over and kill you personally. You're right. Click. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. At some point, a man shrouded in a cloak appeared in the corner of the room. He pulled back his cloak, revealing a face covered in slipper prints. The most vicious criminal in history. Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon? Lynch exclaimed in surprise. You know me? Dragon asked, puzzled, as he looked at Lynch. I know your father. Old man. Dragon raised his hand and touched his aching cheek. At this moment, the robbers were frightened when they saw Dragon coming. All day, they thought they were deceiving under the banner of the Revolutionary Army. They never expected the real owner to show up at their door one day. Dragon turned around and a hurricane appeared in his hand. You have damaged the reputation of the Revolutionary Army, so use your lives to repay it. Sorry, we were mistaken. We'll never misuse the Revolutionary Army's name again. Some knelt and begged for mercy, while others fled. It was a joke. Who would dare challenge the legendary Dragon? The few people who escaped were instantly torn into pieces by the hurricane from Dragon hand. A hurricane appeared in Dragon's hand again, and Lynch suddenly said, for the remaining people, remember to keep the body intact. It's best to leave one alive. I can be useful. Dragon's stern face showed no emotion as he replied, why should I listen to you? I'm not negotiating with you, Dragon. Lynch's right hand turned into a dragon's claw, and flames flickering around it. Zone mythical beast. Dragon muttered, silent for 2 seconds. Okay, I promise. 5 seconds later, over 30 bandits lay dead, with only one unconscious. Without a glance back, Dragon transformed into a breeze and left. They say you are cold-blooded, but after seeing you today, I know where that come from. The cold-bloodedness what Monkey D. Dragon's displaying is terrifying. Such people will only consider the gains and losses when doing things, and will never be swayed by emotions. No wonder Luffy, at 18 years old, doesn't know he has a father. He probably thinks he just appeared out of nowhere. Lynch picked up the unconscious robber and returned to the family headquarters. As for the bodies on the ground, they would likely be displayed on the tower tomorrow, so he didn't need to worry about them. Family residence. Hina father looked at the robbers brought by Lynch and laughed. My dear son-in-law, Hina told me about the matter between you two, and I wholeheartedly agree with it. Hina father was so happy that he even calling Lynch his good son-in-law. Lynch's mouth twitched. This old man. Can his expression change any faster? He didn't know who it was that looked like someone who wanted to stab someone during the day. Thankfully, I haven't brought shame upon my life, Hina's father said, looking at the robbers on the ground with relief. The robbery that had troubled him for days was finally over. It's late now. My dear son-in-law, you've worked hard. Go and rest, Hina's father said kindly. Okay, uncle, Lynch replied. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, Lynch returned to his guest room. He undressed, kicked off his shoes, and slipped under the quilt. His eyes widened in surprise. A warm jade was nestled in his arms. Hina rubbed her sleepy eyes. Lynch, you're back. Hina, why are you here? Lynch lowered his voice. If he were to be discovered, his father-in-law would chop him alive. Hina was afraid you'd be lonely. Hina hugged Lynch. In Hina's house, Hina has to act like the boss. Don't cause trouble, Lynch said, feeling her softness in his hands. Tell me, is the wall in your house soundproof? What are you thinking, you bad guy? Hina playfully punched Lynch's chest with her small fist. You are only allowed to sleep with Hina in your arms, and you are not allowed to think of bad things. Is it okay to touch it? Lynch tried to get benefits for himself. Okay then. Hina hesitated symbolically, then decisively agreed. She had wanted to sleep with Lynch for a long time. In Hina's heart, she knew she'd always be Lynch's, sooner or later. Being touched didn't matter to her. But soon, Lynch regretted his actions. With such a great beauty beside him, he realized he could only touch her with his hands. His blood pressure jumped to 180 and stayed high. His brother raised a sign in protest. The boss's eyes were wide open, unable to sleep. He didn't fall asleep with Hina in his arms until 3 o'clock in the morning. The good thing is that he felt so good touching Hina's delicate body, and her little face turned red when she was touched. Chapter 36, 36 Shimatsuki Village, Ishin Dojo. Lynch and Hina stayed in her hometown for a few more days. A few days later, his father-in-law, newly promoted to an official position, was in high spirits. He called Lynch his good son-in-law and personally went to the port to see them off. Good son-in-law, come visit with Hina when you have time. After a few days of getting along with each other, Hina father discovered that this young man must have both strength and potential. Most importantly, he was kind to his daughter, making him the perfect son-in-law. I understand, uncle. Please go back. Next, the trip to East Blue. There is one last goal left. It is also the most important destination. Half a month later. Is this Shimatsuki Village? Lynch wondered, looking at the ordinary little village. It didn't seem like the kind of place to hide an expert. Yes, boss, the map shows this is the place, Joseph confirmed. Let's go to Ishin Dojo. Dressed casually with 2 long swords at his waist, Lynch walked towards Ishin Dojo with Hina and Joseph. Bang bang bang. Before the door opened, the sound of bamboo swords clashing could be heard from inside. This was where Zoro's path to swordsmanship had its solid foundation. Creak. As the wooden door opened, the sound of clashing swords abruptly stopped. All the young men, the youngest no more than 6 or 7 years old and the oldest no more than 10, turned to look curiously at the outsider from the village. It looks like they're from out of town. We don't see people like them in the nearby villages. Wow, their clothes are really nice. Humphrey, who cares? Is the big sister pretty, though? The group of children chattered excitedly, and a little girl stepped forward from among them. She approached Lynch and bowed, saying, "Hello, I'm Kuina, the daughter of the dojo's owner. Who are you looking for? Could you please tell me where your father is?" Lynch asked. He reached out to touch the girl's head, but she dodged away. He had always admired this girl's refusal to give up, but fate had played a cruel twist on her. "Sure, please wait a moment. Jeff, bring tea for our guests." Kuina acted like a little adult, making sure to greet the guests while giving instructions. "Thank you." Lynch accepted the tea from the boy and took a sip. Click, click. The sound of wooden shoes on the floor echoed, and a smiling man with narrowed eyes appeared. He first dismissed everyone, and then warned Lynch, "Your Excellency is very powerful, what brings you here?" "To be honest, I want to learn swordsmanship from you," Real swordsmanship. Lynch said seriously. They say anyone with narrow, squinting eyes is a master. Koshiro is like that. Despite his harmless appearance, he is actually at Vice Admiral level strength, a low-ranking elite, and a swordsman nearing the level of Admiral. Why do you dare to say that? Because his name is Shimatsuki Koshiro. The Shimatsuki family is well known in Wano. Today, Wano is ruled by Kaido and isolated from the world. It's as hard to leave as it is to reach the sky. Yet, this man managed to journey across the New World and Grand Line to East Blue, carrying baby Kuina all the way. Such strength is truly terrifying. With Shimatsuki Koshiro's father and grandfather being exceptional individuals, it's no wonder he's extraordinary too. His father, Shimatsuki Kozaburo, forgot the famous swords Watawakimanji and the great sword Inma. His great-grandfather rumored to forget the supreme sharp sword. Neither Garp nor Zephyr knows how to use a sword. If Lynch wants to achieve rapid success in swordsmanship, he must learn from a good teacher. Otherwise, how can he compete with those who have trained in swordsmanship since childhood for decades? Koshiro laughed dryly and replied, "You must be joking. I'm just a regular kendo master from East Blue. How could I teach you?" He had came to East Blue to escape conflict. Teaching Lynch would mean revealing his strength, something he wasn't willing to do. "Sir, you wouldn't want the legacy of the Shimatsuki family's swordsmanship to fade away, would you?" Lynch asked. Koshiro paused as he poured tea, surprised that Lynch had already investigated his identity. Lynch's words struck a chord in Koshiro's heart. He is the kind of extremely old-fashioned person who always believes that girls cannot inherit the family swordsmanship and that girls are always inferior to men. Otherwise, the tragic events that followed wouldn't have happened. Haha, what's with this Shimatsuki nonsense? I don't get it, Koshiro laughed. Sir, why deceive yourself? As he spoke, Lynch pulled out Dragon's Lair, acting like a gangster. Kuina, who had been hiding behind a pillar and eavesdropping, looked panicked. Was her father about to start a fight? Seeing that Koshiro remained unmoved, Lynch swung his sword, creating sword slash. He thought Koshiro would reveal his strength and block it. Who would have thought that Koshiro would watch helplessly as the house he had lived in for many years was split in half by a sword slash more than 10 meters long? Little Kuina was excited. Is this also what kendo can do? Koshiro sighed, simply closed his eyes and stopped talking. Hey, are you really a master? I find it hard to believe, Joseph blurted out. If Koshiro really was a sword master, it would be too tolerable. But he's more tolerable than the old turtle. I told you, I'm just an ordinary person. If you want to learn swordsmanship, you've got the wrong person as a last resort. Lynch had no choice but to use his ultimate move to drag out Kuina, who had been eavesdropping behind the pillar. I'm telling you, your name should be Shimatsuki Kuina, from the so-called Shimatsuki family. Koshiro's eyelids twitched. Enough. I'll teach you. Will you teach me? Lynch asked eagerly, falling silent as Koshiro agreed. Little Kuina looked stunned. He have to finish what he's talking about. Hey, it's very exciting to talk about. I can see you're not a villain. Just don't dishonor the Shimatsuki swordsmanship, Koshiro said, no longer hiding his decision to teach. Come to class tomorrow. Thank you. I'll have the house repaired for you, Lynch replied gratefully, achieving his goal as he left happily. Kuina was left looking thoughtful. Father, what is the Shimatsuki family? Don't ask any more questions. I'll tell you when the time is right. Go practice your sword, Koshiro replied firmly. Starting the next day, Lynch and Hina began learning swordsmanship from Koshiro. From then on, Kuina often followed Lynch around, asking him about the Shimatsuki family. Lynch had promised Koshiro not to speak further about it, which left Kuina feeling frustrated. Hey, since you can't talk about the Shimatsuki family, Tell me something else. Are there any female great swordsmen in this world? Where are you from? Are there many masters there? Hey, bad guy, why won't you accept my challenge? Ouch. Stop hitting me on the head all the time, you'll make me stupid. Days passed with Kuina's playful banter. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Girls grow up quickly. Kuina had grown half a head taller since 6 months ago. That day, Lynch and Koshiro sat on the tatami, drinking tea together. You're very talented, and there's nothing more I can teach you, Koshiro said, pouring Lynch a cup of tea. Thank you for all your guidance these past 6 months, Lynch replied gratefully. Chapter 37:037 Return, Lilai Training? Actually, Kuina is a genius young girl, better than most men, Lynch remarked suddenly. I know that, but unfortunately, women cannot become great swordsmen, Koshiro replied solemnly, the room falling silent. You can tell Kuina to come to the Marines to find me in the future, and I'll help her achieve her dream. It depends on what she wants. Silence filled the room again. The conversation between them was tense. Koshiro has always stubbornly believed that women cannot go far in swordsmanship. Even if this person is his own daughter. Father, do you need more tea? Hearing Kuina's voice, the two of them made a tacit agreement not to discuss this issue again. It's Kuina, come in, Koshiro called. Kuina, looking adorable in her kimono, knelt at the table to refill the teapot. Kuina, I'm leaving today, Lynch announced. Ah. Kuina's hand shook, nearly dropping the kettle. She looked aggrieved, on the verge of tears. It's gone by so quickly. Can't you stay a few more days? Kuina pleaded. Silly girl, I've been here half a year already. You can't let me go, are you? Lynch teased gently. Who says I can't let you go, idiot? Kuina's face flushed with embarrassment. I'm just worried no one will talk with me in the future. Haha, Kuina's strong. I'm sure you'll find someone, Lynch chuckled. By the way, I haven't given you any gifts. Here's something for you before I leave. He placed a devil fruit on the table. This is the zone peacock fruit, a type of devil fruit. If you eat it, you'll gain strong resilient. Kuina, haven't you always wanted to surpass boys? You can achieve that by eating it. This devil fruit was bought during the system store update. This ordinary zone type is quite cheap. He couldn't believe that Kuina could fall to death after eating a zone devil fruit. Father, is what Brother Lynch said true? Kuina looked at Koshiro expectantly. How she wished she could hear the words from her father that she could surpass men. However, all that followed was Koshiro's silence. Koshiro only hopes for his daughter to live a peaceful life, and perhaps eating the devil fruit could be a good option too. With this thought, Koshiro nodded. This greatly encouraged Kuina, so she picked up the devil fruit and took a large bite. Thanks, Brother Lynch. It tastes awful. Kuina nearly spit it out, but thinking of surpassing the boys and earning her father's approval, she forced herself to swallow the fruit. Unpleasant tears welled up. Okay, I'm leaving, goodbye. Thank you for your teachings over the past 6 months. Kuina, I look forward to the day when we meet at sea. After seeing Kuina eat the fruit in person, Lynch stopped staying. Back on the ship, he immediately had 10 boxes of treasure delivered to Koshiro. Wouldn't it be more sincere if you delivered it yourself? Hina was puzzled. He wouldn't accept it if I sent it. Moments before the warship sailed, Kuina ran over, panting, stood on the dock, and shouted, Brother Lynch, I am here to see you off. Lynch smiled, Kuina, I believe you can become a great swordswoman. When Kuina heard this, she burst into tears for some reason. Thank you. I promise to become a great swordsman and show you. Good. Watching the warship sail away, Kuina wiped tears from her eyes, smiled, and headed straight to the training ground. See Circle Calendar 1508. Lynch led his troops back to the Grand Line and called Sengoku. Yes, I'm back, and I met the Revolution Army leader, Dragon in East Blue. Send the prisoners to the deep-sea prison first, alright. Lynch hangs up the den mushi. In just over a year at sea, hundreds of devil fruit ability users were imprisoned in the cabin. These prisoners wouldn't be safe with anyone else escorting them, except for Lynch. The deep-sea prison forms a triangle with the Marine headquarters and Inai's lobby. World government has a dedicated channel between the three. No one can pass except official members. Through the Gate of Justice, Lynch and his team arrived at the deep-sea prison. Magellan, still the deputy warden, came out to greet them. "Hello, Colonel Lynch. On behalf of Impel Down, I welcome you," Magellan said, wearing thick gloves and shaking Lynch's hand. "I'm Warden Magellan. It's an honor to meet you." Lynch and Magellan exchanged pleasantries, and his men escorted the prisoner to the deep-sea prison. Magellan looked at the prisoners who were all wearing sea-stone handcuffs, and asked strangely, "Aren't all of those you arrested people with abilities?" "Yes. So many. There must be hundreds of people." Magellan was shocked. Catching one or two ability users at a time while at sea was already considered good. As a result, Lynch captured hundreds of devil fruit users at every turn. It's as if he thought devil fruit users were as common as cabbage. Though Lynch is a rear admiral, those unaware might think he's a fleet admiral. "I've been at sea for a while, and these guys just happened to get caught," Lynch explained casually. Magellan's mouth twitched as he listened to Lynch's nonchalant explanation. He caught so many devil fruit users casually, no matter what, he was quite powerful. With so many military exploits, it's already enough for him to not do anything for at least 10 years. "Sir, all the prisoners have been escorted," the soldier reported. "All right. Well then, Brother Magellan, until next time. Goodbye." Magellan watched them all depart. Here's a refined version. A few more days passed. Lynch returned to Naval Headquarters. After over a year away, stepping back on Marineford land made him feel a sense of nostalgia. System, View Properties. Host, Lynch Combat Abilities, Moonwalk, Peak, Instant Transmission, Advanced, Tempest Kick, Advanced, Finger Pistol, Peak, Iron Body, Advanced, Life Return, Advanced, Paper Arts, Beginner. Note: all skills with extreme limits are expressed in terms of proficiency. Life skills: Sailing, Elementary; Cooking, Elementary; Lilai Training, Intermediate. Basic attributes: Physique, Level 5, Physical King, Swordsmanship, Level 5, Great Swordsman, Fruit Development, Level 3, Strong Fruit, Marksmanship, Level 3, Experienced Sniper, Observation Hockey, Level 3, Armament Hockey, Level 4, Conqueror's Hockey, Level 5, Conqueror's King. Note: there is no limit, what can be continuously improved will be represented by basic attributes. This is what Lynch gained after a year at sea. Both his physique and swordsmanship have reached Level 5, which is a qualitative leap. Everything else has improved as well. Only. Here's a refined version. What's with this Lolita training? Lynch protested. What kind of skills did this system mark for him? Why did it label it as Lolita training? Didn't he just help Boa Hancock, Koala, Nami, Nojiko, and Kuina? Well, if this Lolita has grown up, he concedes. Chapter 38, 038 Marines Headquarter, Strength Test. Welcome back, Rear Admiral Lynch. On both sides of the pier, Marines dressed in bright uniforms stood at the side. When they spotted Lynch's warship docking, they erupted in energetic shouts. What's the situation? Lynch was taken aback. As a colonel, he wasn't accustomed to receiving a higher level of welcome than an admiral. He leaped off the warship, ready to ask what was happening, when Garp appeared beside him, laughing. "Bwahahaha, Lynch, I heard you met Dragon in East Blue. He didn't give you any trouble, did he?" "So that's what happened." "No, Senior Dragon is easy to talk to." "That's good, that's good. Let's go. That old guy Sengoku is still waiting for you." Fleet Admiral's office. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr gathered in a circle, listening as Lynch recounted his year-long sea experiences. Ahem. Ahem. As Sengoku listened, his eyes widened, and he suddenly choked on the senbei in his mouth, coughing. Garp squinted at him, as if to say, when will you become as mature as me? You said you accidentally ate mythical zone fruit when eating fruit. Sengoku was shocked. That was mythical zone fruit. He was the only one who ate mythical zone fruit in the entire marine, so he understood how valuable it was. He almost died for the golden Buddha fruit, but this kid managed to pick one up for free. Sengoku couldn't help but envy his luck. Lynch, don't mind Sengoku, keep going, Zephyr urged, clearly enjoying the story. After that, I came across a supreme sharp sword by chance, and then... Wait. Lynch was interrupted again by Sengoku. He accidentally pulled off a handful of his beard and said in shock, you said you got a supremely sharp sword in that little place in East Blue? Sengoku's whole body was numb. The ultimate sharp sword? Even the huge Marines doesn't even have one. This kid is lucky, he got one casually. Still in that little shitty place in East Blue. Do you have a problem, Fleet Admiral? It's a pretty big problem, actually. Sengoku pretended to be mature and steady on the surface. No problem, just keep talking. Alright, then I encountered an Admiral-level swordsman in East Blue. I tried recruiting him for the Marines, but unfortunately, I failed. But it wasn't all for nothing. He passed on his swordsmanship to me. Now, where do you stand in terms of strength? Zephyr asked Lynch seriously. His disciple's strength improved a little too fast. In a little over a year at sea, he got a mythical beast fruit, then a supremely sharp sword, and received personal guidance from a great swordsman. They didn't suspect any bad origins behind these items. After all, no one willingly gives away such treasures at sea. Lynch scratched his head and said modestly and uncertainly, I haven't tested the limit, but I guess I can compete with Admiral, right? His physique and swordsmanship are both at level 5. Although his fruit abilities and haki aren't as developed as those of the older generation, he shouldn't have any trouble facing an Admiral. Even Admirals like Green Bull, who are relatively new in the future, Lynch still have a chance of victory fighting him. When the three heard this, they gasped at the same time. If what Lynch said is true, Admiral, who is only 20 years old, is too scary. How about I arrange a fight between you and Kizaru? Sengoku suggested. Lynch understood that Sengoku wanted to test his strength, so he agreed without hesitation. Okay. Half an hour later, they met at training ground number 7. Kizaru yawned lazily while slowly trimming his nails with nail clippers. Ah, you woke me from my nap just to fight this kid? Kizaru said with a hint of helplessness. Kizaru, don't underestimate him or you might regret it, Sengoku cautioned kindly. Kizaru still didn't care. At 44, he's more serious than some young men half his age, he could handle this with ease. If it weren't for the fear of losing his year-end bonus, Kizaru wouldn't have bothered to come. Sengoku was also serious, asking him to fight with someone so much younger. Hey, I'm going to move. In order to finish typing and get off work early, Kizaru took the lead in taking action. He turned into a stream of light, appearing instantly in front of Lynch and launching a powerful kick. Bang! He actually blocked it. Sengoku watched in astonishment as Lynch stood firm, blocking Kizaru's kick effortlessly with just one arm. Even though Kizaru hadn't taken it seriously, it was still shocking enough. Oh? Kizaru looked at Lynch with interest, increasing the force on his legs gradually. But Lynch remained unmoved. Kizaru-senpai, as a Logia user, please don't play around with me. Lynch grinned and used both arms to push Kizaru away. Kizaru landed firmly and put away his laziness. He also saw that the young man in front of him was extraordinary. No wonder Sengoku called him to fight this kid. Young Marine, I'll have to get serious next time. Don't get hurt. As he spoke, A golden lighted Amano Murakumo sword appeared in Kizaru's hand. "Here I come." Lynch drew Dragon's Lair, the blade burning with flames, and clashed head-on with Kizaru. The more Kizaru fought, the more frightened he became. This young man's swordsmanship was actually not weaker than his. In terms of swordsmanship, Kizaru was unable to defeat Lynch for a long time. Zephyr nodded appreciatively. Although Kizaru is not a professional swordsman, he is stronger than ordinary swordsmen due to his speed advantage. Lynch's swordsmanship has improved so much in just 1 year. It seems that what he said is true. Every move Lynch made reflected the styles of great masters, clearly showing their influence. What they didn't realize was how much Lynch had endured to achieve his current level of swordsmanship. He used the triple swordsmanship training scroll when he arrived at Isshin Dojo 6 months ago. Lynch woke up earlier than a donkey and slept later than a dog, practicing from before dawn until midnight. Unable to defeat Lynch with swordsmanship, Kizaru decisively changed his moves. Kizaru knew that he had been called here to test Lynch's strength, and since their swordsmanship was at a standstill, there was no need to continue. "I'm going to use my devil fruit power. If you can't handle it, give up now. Don't push yourself," Kizaru kindly warned. He transformed into a beam of light and jumped into the air, spreading his hands. Yasukani no Magatama. Hundreds of light bombs rained down relentlessly, dealing a devastating blow. Boom. The ground was littered with craters and dust. Zephyr looked on anxiously towards the billowing smoke. "Don't worry, that kid hasn't even used his fruit power yet," Garp reassured. Roar. A roar echoed, followed by a terrifying figure bursting from the smoke. It was a 7-meter-tall monster. His hands and crucial parts of his body were covered in dragon scales, with 2 coiling antlers on his forehead. Many sharp barbs protruded from his joints and other areas, while a burning black ring of flames hung behind him. "By the way, what kind of mythical beast is that kid?" As they observed Lynch's appearance, the 3 old men fell into deep thought. The characteristics of typical mythical beast species are quite obvious, making it clear what kind of fruit Lynch has. Chapter 39:039 Promoted to Rear Admiral. For example, the phoenix fruit or the Buddha fruit have obvious traits. But Lynch's mythical beast isn't as clear. It looks somewhat like Kaido's blue dragon fruit. Thunder Fist. Lynch flew into the air, his fists crackling with lightning, and punched Kizaru, sending him flying. Unfortunately, Dragon's Lair is too short. Once Lynch transforms into a giant, it's no longer suitable as a weapon, so he has to fight barehanded. It feels wrong. Did he elementalize in advance? Yo, what a scary monster. Kizaru landed on the ground as scattered light and transformed into a human form, raised his finger, and fired several laser beams at Lynch. Boom! The laser hit Lynch and exploded. However, Lynch remained unscathed. The skin broken by the laser healed itself instantly. Lynch landed hard like a comet, shaking the ground like an earthquake. He threw a straight punch at Kizaru, but Kizaru dodged by elementalizing again. Despite also being a Logia, Lynch could hit Smoker every time but always missed Kizaru. Kizaru's haki was simply too high. That's why I don't like fighting against mythical beasts. They're really tough to beat, Kizaru murmured, opening his arms in midair, and dozens of laser arrows chased Lynch as if they had eyes. Fire Fist. Lynch punched out, and a pillar of fire rising dozens of meters into the sky intercepted the laser arrows. So, dogs don't eat the Merimera fruit. He manipulated electromagnetic force to pull a meteorite from deep within the earth, holding it on his fingertips and charging it with electricity. Super electromagnetic gun. Boom. The charged meteorite streaked across the sky, slamming into Kizaru's head with a powerful blow before exploding in the air. Like a nuclear explosion, a mushroom cloud billowed up, drawing the attention of everyone at the marine base. Kizaru's head shattered into yellow particles but quickly regenerated. He turned to look at the explosion behind him, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his temple. "Hey, Hey, calm down. It's just a spar, no need to go overboard. We agreed to spar, are you really trying to take my life? I'm sorry, Kizaru-senpai, I can't hurt you unless I go all out. You kid. Forget it, maybe I should start seeing you as an equal, Kizaru muttered, almost acknowledging Lynch's strength. But it would be embarrassing if he couldn't defeat someone younger. If Aokiji or Akainu finds out, they'll definitely tease him for weeks. I guess I'll have to show my trump card. Kizaru-senpai, don't hold back. You haven't even used armament hockey. Huh? How did you figure that out? Lynch noticed the difference. One moment, Kizaru was trading blows from a distance, and the next, he appeared in front of Lynch without warning. Kizaru had always been fast, but this time he had teleported directly. Sengoku silently removed his glasses and chuckled, Kizaru, he actually used the light refracted by my lenses to teleport. Eternal frozen purgatory. Lynch naturally would not miss the opportunity to get close to Kizaru, and opened his mouth to spit out a blast of cold air. The cold spread swiftly, turning the air into frost and freezing the ground. The effect of this move is no less than Aokiji's frozen fruit. Gamma rays. Dark black light condensed on Kizaru's fingertips. Unlike the previous yellow light, Lynch sensed a deadly presence coming from those light. Enough. Galactic shock. At the crucial moment, Garp abruptly intervened, halting both attacks with an iron fist. Ouch. It hurts. Mr. Garp, your fists are still as strong as ever. Garp's unexpected punch sent both of them flying, even breaking Kizaru's elemental form. Lynch wasn't sure how Garp managed it, but it hurt like hell. When they got up, one of them had a big bump on his head, grinning through the pain. Kizaru-senpai, I lost. Lynch said humbly. If it weren't for Garp's intervention, he wasn't sure how things would have turned out against Kizaru's attack. On the contrary, his move made Kizaru embarrassed at most. The young man is impressive. He's so young yet already as strong as an admiral. It's incredible, Kizaru remarked, rubbing his sore waist. He shot a resentful glance at Sengoku. Fleet Admiral, next time something like this happens, please send a Kainu instead. Thank you. I'm sorry to trouble you this time, Kizaru. Sengoku apologized. The battle between the two was witnessed by everyone. It is undeniable that Lynch really has the strength of Admiral. Among them, Zephyr was the most astonished. He had personally witnessed Lynch's growth. In just over 2 years, he went from nobody to having strength comparable to an admiral. It's scary. Okay, Fleet Admiral, I'm leaving first. Don't forget to send my overtime pay to my home, Kizaru said with a wave. He returned to his lazy look, and turned into golden light and left. Colonel Lynch, in recognition of your meritorious service, on behalf of Naval Headquarters, I hereby promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral. You'll receive your insignia and items from the legal department later, Sengoku said formally. Sengoku said in an official tone. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Lynch, congratulations on your promotion. Zephyr sent his blessing. From Colonel to Commodore to Rear Admiral, upgrade 2 levels in a row. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. You kid, you rose from an ordinary Marine to a Marine Rear Admiral in 2 years. I envy you, it took me much longer just to become a Vice Admiral. Mr. Garp, please stop teasing. We all know you don't want to become an Admiral. Bwahaha, is that the case? Okay, we old guys don't bother Lynch. He has been at sea for more than a year, so he should have a good rest. I'll give you half a month off and have a good rest. Sengoku said kindly. As soon as he was free, Lynch rushed to find Momouzagi. Unfortunately, the nanny at Momouzagi's home informed him that Sister Momouzagi hadn't returned from her sea voyage yet. He had no choice but to head to the commercial street behind to find something to eat. That crazy girl Hina had disappeared ever since she returned. She probably went to catch up with her sisters. After eating and drinking, Realizing he hadn't brought any gifts for Momouzagi-san this time, he started browsing for gifts in the shopping street. Remember, Momouzagi likes cats. Should I buy her a cat? No. Momouzagi said that ever since meeting Tom, other cats seem too stupid. Momouzagi isn't into superficial things. She doesn't like what typical women usually do. While he was thinking hard, he suddenly remembered that Momouzagi-san liked to have many perfumes and hairpins at home. But he doesn't understand perfume. So Lynch focused on hairpins. He walked past one store after another, and there were many good-looking ones, but nothing particularly catching his eye. Just as Lynch was about to give up, he heard shouting from nearby. Come take a look. This special hairpin from Alabasta is made entirely of white jade, with 18 unique Alabasta gemstones in it. Today's big discount, you don't need 100 million Baileys, you don't need 9,000 Baileys, you only need 999 Baileys. Yes, you heard it right. Come and buy it. Chapter 40, 040 Kujaku, Surprise, I want it. I bought it. Two voices sounded in unison at the same time, and Lynch's hand collided with another customer's. Lynch looked up and saw a girl with blonde hair. Before he could say anything, the girl smiled sweetly and said, Now, brother, you're not going to snatch this from me. The girl appeared to be no more than 15 years old, not wearing a military uniform, suggesting she might be a family member of the Marines. But Lynch noticed the fluctuations of hockey in the girl. In this world, people mature early. Despite appearing 15, their true age remains a mystery. Possessing hockey at such a young age marked her as a genius. Yeah, brother, you want to snatch something from a little girl? Seeing Lynch remain silent, the girl repeated herself. Of course. Lynch reluctantly handed the hairpin to the girl. Thank you, brother. Goodbye, brother. After receiving the hairpin, the girl quickly paid and happily left, her long hair swaying. Ding. Trigger life choices. Choice 1, stealthily snatch the hairpin, making the girl cry. Reward, lesson from Vice Admiral Tsuru. Choice 2, take the black silk from Kujaku's legs and keep it as a treasure. Reward, world transfer scroll. Choice 3, invite Kujaku to watch your performance in the small room. Reward, title, Lilai Killer, +5 damage to little Lilai, M. The system is really getting more and more perverted. Lynch can no longer complain about his system. But the code name Kujaku sounds very familiar. Lynch thought about it, isn't this the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Tsuru? The world transfer scroll from option 2 is split into parts A and B. Holding both parts allows you to travel freely between 2 points. This kind of good stuff can be called a portal, and it's probably impossible to buy it without 50,000 points in the system store. And even for such a valuable item, the only requirement to obtain it is to collect girls' stockings. But I'm a gentleman. System, do you really think I'd do something so crazy just for a portal? Lynch scoffed. 5 minutes later, Lynch stopped Kujaku in a remote alley. Hey there, brother, you're in my path. Because Lynch used his life to return himself in advance and became unrecognizable to him, the girl did not recognize him. That's right. Lynch took out 2 bags of unopened black silk and explained, I am a staff member of a black silk manufacturer. We're conducting a market research project. If you give me your black stockings, I'll give you 2 new pairs. Why do you need my stockings? Kujaku was puzzled and tilted his little head, looking innocent. We're going to use the stockings you wore for testing so we can improve our products. The girl was silent for a moment, then suddenly scolded, pervert. Big pervert. You don't want to use my stockings to clean your gun, do you? That's gross. Kujaku gave Lynch a look of disdain. Clean the gun? Lynch muttered to himself, feeling stupid. Lynch never expected these words to come from a young girl. Get out of the way, pervert, I'm going home. Kujaku said, pushing Lynch aside and hurrying out of the alley. Shave. Lynch teleported over and knocked the girl unconscious with a sword strike. Sorry, since you won't take them off yourself, I have to do this. Lynch carefully removed the black silk stockings from the girl's smooth legs, inch by inch. A faint fragrance came from the stockings. Lynch looked serious and threw the girl's original stockings into the storage ring. He's not really a pervert, so how could he smell it? For important news, you have to go to a place where no one is around. 1 for 2, you're not at a loss. Putting the prepared stockings in the girl's hand, Lynch lit a cigarette and held it between Kujaku's fingers. When the cigarette burns out, she will be woken up by the burn. Perfect? Lynch made sure there were no clues left at the scene before quietly leaving. The system collects the rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The world transfer scroll is being distributed. A flash of light appeared, and a scroll split into 2 parts materialized in Lynch's hand. With one half in hand, Lynch could teleport to wherever the other half was located. Then, Lynch tirelessly searched for the pirate hunter who had come to Marine headquarters to claim the bounty. He spent 5 million Baileys to arrange safe passage for the goods to West Blue. Bounty hunters like Lynch eagerly welcome such safe and harmless escort missions. After 2 trips back and forth, it was already night. He dragged his tired body back to the door and saw it was dark inside. Tom, that stupid cat, doesn't know how to turn on the light at home. The moment he opened the door, the room suddenly lit up. Just 2 bangs were heard, and the ribbons floated down from the sky. Surprise! Congratulations on your promotion to Rear Admiral. A large group of people emerged from the corner. There were Marines who had sailed with him for a year, fellow students from the same period, and Hina and Momazagi. Colonel Lynch, ah no, I should call him Lynch Rear Admiral from now on. Sir Rear Admiral, you're the first from our elite camp to reach this rank. Congratulations. Thank you everyone. Lynch felt warm in his heart. Momazagi stepped forward gracefully. Momazagi-san, you're back. Yeah, Momazagi nodded, then suddenly hugged Lynch's head and kissed him on the forehead. Lynch's eyes widened in surprise. Hina gasped with her mouth wide open. The onlookers were so startled that they dropped their beers and quickly looked away. Tom seemed not to be surprised, lit a cigar on the side, and slowly exhaled a mouthful of mist of words. 100 years of love, Brother Lynch, welcome home, Momazagi said happily. Lynch looked at himself in the mirror, his face covered in lipstick marks. This surprise is so sudden. A night of partying. Early the next morning. Lynch rubbed his aching head and climbed up from the sofa. He was shocked by the scene in the room. Did 100 huskies just rampage through here? Everyone was gone, the living room was full of wine bottles, and messy things were everywhere. Tom hung like a noodle from the light bulb. With a bang, the wine bottle in Tom's hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Tom woke up instantly, ran up to Lynch, and saluted with a military salute. Good morning, Master. Blessings from your most loyal soldiers. A magnetic and hoarse voice came from Tom's mouth. Oh, you can talk. Lynch was really shocked this time. Tom also noticed something was wrong and quickly covered his mouth and shook his head. Stop pretending. I didn't drink too much. What's going on? Tom carefully observed Lynch's expression, took out a pen and paper from his tail, and wrote, Aren't you surprised? Chapter 41, 041 Talking Tom, Kujaku again. What's strange about that? There are many animals in this world that can talk, like deer, dogs and even fish. Tom breathed a sigh of relief and wrote again in the notebook, That's good. By the way, now that you can speak, you should stop using the notebook and just talk directly. Tom shook his head and wrote, I can talk, but it hurts. Tom doesn't like to talk. Okay, then don't speak. I'll give you a task, clean the room, and you'll get a box of dried fish as a reward. Tom was shocked and instantly transformed, sprouting 6 hands. 2 hands swept the floor, 2 mopped, and 2 held rags, cleaning rapidly. It was a scene straight out of an anime. Lynch quietly opened the door to Momosugi's room. Compared to the living room, it was much cleaner and looked almost the same as usual. Momosugi-san's sleeping posture is so enchanting, Lynch thought as he gazed at her raised hips and long white legs. He carefully closed the door and looked at Hina again, making sure that there was no problem with the two of them before walking out of the door. At the marine canteen, "Oba-san, I'd like 3 breakfasts to go," Lynch said. "Okay, young man, just a moment," she replied. While Lynch was waiting for his meal, he suddenly felt a small hand pat his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Kujaku. "Excuse me, is something wrong?" Lynch asked, feeling a bit panicked. He had just knocked someone out and taken their black stockings yesterday. Seeing Kujaku now made him nervous. "It won't be discovered, will it?" "Impossible." Yesterday, he had changed his appearance and voice completely. Kujaku said nothing, just stared at Lynch. "It's over. I used too much force yesterday and knocked a girl unconscious," Lynch admitted, feeling guilty. After a long silence, Kujaku spoke slowly. "I think we need to talk." "What do we need to talk about? Should we talk about it here?" Lynch secretly thought that something was wrong. He might have been discovered. "Are you sure?" Kujaku's cute big eyes blinked. "According to the laws of our military, attacking Marines' family members will result in a prison sentence of not less than 1 year but not more than 10 years. Brother, do you want to go to jail? You did that to someone else yesterday." "Enough," Lynch interrupted, covering Kujaku's mouth and breaking into a cold sweat. He was now certain that the girl had indeed discovered the truth. "Ugh, big brother, why are you being mean to others? Even if you did that to someone else, they won't hold you accountable." Kujaku wriggled free from Lynch's grasp and whispered. Pairs of upright and serious eyes around them turned to look. The cafeteria lady silently set down her rice spoon. "Enough." Lynch couldn't stand the looks from the people around him, nor could he stand the girl's harsh remarks, so he dragged her out of the cafeteria. After the two left, there were whispers in the cafeteria. "Wasn't that cute girl Vice Admiral Tsuru's granddaughter? That man seems to be Lynch Rear Admiral, who has been in the limelight recently. This gossip is so exciting. What I'm more looking forward to is whether Vice Admiral Tsuru knows about it." Lynch dragged Kujaku to a secluded corner of the woods and asked with a headache, "How did you find me?" "Hee, big brother, your disguise skills using life return is no use to me." Kujaku stood on tiptoes, leaned forward, and pointed proudly at her nose. "According to research, my sense of smell is 15 times stronger than humans. I remember your scent. A dog's nose? You have a dog's nose," Kujaku said in a charming voice. "Tell me your purpose." The person who came to see her today was a Kujaku, not a Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru proved that she had not complained yet. In this situation, she must have higher expectations. But her attempt to threaten Lynch was simply overthinking. Lynch will let this little girl know what regret is. "Ah, brother, have you figured it out yet?" Kujaku's sweet smile suddenly turned eerie, and hearts practically popped out of her eyes. "It's simple. Only my big brother is willing to play with me. Devil fruit, Perumsha, whip fruit user. Lynch? How could he have forgotten that this Kujaku and Sadi-chan from Impel Down were a pair of troublemakers? You're not trying to hit me with your devil fruit ability, are you?" Lynch's eyes twitched. "Yes, you won't refuse, right?" The love in the Kujaku's eyes turned pink. "Well." Lynch reached out and gently held Kujaku's head. "Little sister, you need to understand that I only took your stockings and gave you 2 pairs in return. Even if you go out and scream, nothing will happen to me. Okay, I'll go tell Grandma Tsuru right away." Kujaku reverted the weapon she had transformed with her whipped devil fruit, then turned and walked away. "Wait." Lynch grabbed Kujaku, realizing it would be a disaster if Vice Admiral Tsuru found out. Tsuru's wrath might bring severe punishment from Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. He didn't want to end up hung out to dry by Vice Admiral Tsuru washing fruit for days. Snapped. Kujaku was caught, suddenly came to her senses, and whipped Lynch on the arm with the ability to whip the fruit. The strength was so great that his clothes instantly shattered, but Lynch's body didn't even turn red. "Big brother, you're so strong, is this just shaking your whip?" It was the first time Kujaku had seen someone unaffected by her whipping, and Lynch couldn't help but chuckle. If she hadn't been the granddaughter of Tsuru Vice Admiral, she would have been pushed to the ground and beaten violently. Just when Lynch was thinking about what to do, Kujaku used Devil Fruit's ability again. Lynch grabbed Kujaku with one hand and held on tight, despite her attempting another attack. The pain was negligible, more like being buzzed by a mosquito. However, his clothes were completely ruined. "You've got quite the strong body." Kujaku gazed at Lynch with affection, and for some reason, she felt herself falling for him. Seeing her like this, Lynch worried she might faint from excitement. How could Vice Admiral Tsuru have such a wonderful granddaughter? The attack came again, but this time Lynch caught her. "You bullied me. I'm going to tell Grandma Tsuru." Kujaku huffed, looking at Lynch with displeasure. Lynch sneered twice. "Now we each have an advantage over the other. If you dare to snitch, I will tell Tsuru Vice Admiral what happened today." "I don't believe he Vice Admiral Tsuru will let you do this." Kujaku's expression froze. "Please, big brother." Seeing that force was not enough, Kujaku immediately changed his strategy and began to plead charmingly. "No. Go back quickly, I don't have time to play these boring tricks with you." Chapter 42, 042 A commission from Vice Admiral Tsuru. Oh well. Kujaku pretended to give up, but she had other plans. When Lynch turned around, she lashed out with the whip. Snap. Lynch caught the whip with his backhand, pulled Kujaku close with a strong tug, and sneered. "You asked for this. What are you going to do?" Kujaku, her hands now bound, felt a sudden wave of panic. It seemed like something bad was about to happen. "What am I doing?" "Of course, I'll teach you a lesson. Don't think you can do whatever you want." Lynch pinned Kujaku to the ground and slapped her on the butt. "Ah! It hurts." Kujaku screamed in pain, kicking her long legs wildly. "Humphrey, it hurts, doesn't it? Maybe you'll think twice before hitting someone next time." Lynch smiled wickedly and slapped her a dozen more times until her buttocks were completely swollen. "Ouch, it hurts so much." "Stop it, pervert. Help, someone help. There's a bad guy here hurting an innocent girl." Kujaku cried, tears streaming down her face, ruining her makeup. "Say you're sorry and swear to never hit anyone again, and I'll let you go," Lynch said. "I won't. Even if you beat me to death, I won't give in to you, you big bad guy," Kujaku said stubbornly while crying. True to her word, Kujaku remained stubborn despite the pain. "Okay, this is what you said." Bang 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 bang. Lynch became even more ruthless. For a moment, strange sounds echoed throughout the grove. Half an hour later. "Whoa, I was wrong, I apologize, please don't hit me again," Kujaku sobbed. "I'm fighting. I'm going to break if I keep fighting." Kujaku's eyes were red and swollen as she clutched her sore, bruised butt, begging for mercy. "Begging for mercy now? Weren't you so tough just a moment ago?" Lynch taunted, pulling her hand away and delivering another slap. Her already overwhelmed buttocks instantly felt heartbreaking pain. "Ah! It hurts. I've already apologized, what else do you want from me? Bad guy." Kujaku cried out in despair. If she had known it would end up like this, she would never have provoked him. Who is this person? Not only is he not afraid of her grandma, he also has no pity for her at all. If he says he's going to do something, he'll do it, Kujaku thought ruefully, her buttocks throbbing painfully. "Say you'll never use your whip to hit anyone for fun again," Lynch demanded. "I won't." "You might as well beat me to death," Kujaku retorted defiantly, standing firm on her hobbies. "Good," Lynch laughed in anger. Today, he was determined to break Kujaku's bad habit of being defiant. Bang 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 bang. Another half hour passed like this. Kusagakure rolled his eyes, drooled and fainted. Lynch's whole body felt bad. What kind of person was she? She would rather be knocked unconscious than give up her hobby in a perfunctory way. It really is the depth of love, right? Beat her to death. He couldn't change Kujaku's habit of whipping people. It's better to let Tsuru Vice Admiral have the headache. Now what should I do? He definitely couldn't move the Kujaku in this state, and he couldn't send it back in person, otherwise Garp would have to beat him to death. Boom. Lynch stepped on the ground hard, making a loud noise, and left quickly. Shortly after, a pair of Marines followed the noise and rushed to the scene. Quick, there's an unconscious girl over there. She seems to be Vice Admiral Tsuru's granddaughter. Go and inform Vice Admiral Tsuru. Lynch, who had been hiding far away, felt relieved and went home to have breakfast. In a plain, white hospital ward, Kujaku was lying on the hospital bed with her butt raised, covered in bandages, feeling like crying but unable to shed tears. It's typical for Kujaku to retreat when feeling overwhelmed. There was nothing she could do, her buttocks hurt whenever she touched anything, so she had no choice but to lie still like this. What made her even more desperate was the death stare from her grandmother. Grandpa Garp was still holding his big teeth. If it weren't for Grandpa Sengoku holding him down, he would probably be laughing out loud. Kujaku, never much of a social butterfly, wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Honestly, how did you end up like this? Vice Admiral Tsuru asked sternly. I already told you, Grandma, I fell on my own. In Kujaku's mind, Lynch's threat was still there. If she dared to sue him, he would also sue her and tell Tsuru about her hobby. Because you fell, your butt became like this. Do you think your grandma is an old fool? Tsuru's face was gloomy. No one could be happy when her granddaughter looked like this. I heard someone mention the incident with Lynch in the cafeteria. Could it be related to him? No, it has nothing to do with him. Kujaku quickly denied. Tsuru Vice Admiral narrowed her eyes and stopped asking. As a Marine General Staff officer, she could tell from her granddaughter's tone that she had already received the answer. Let's see how long it takes for Hinard to arrive. We'll have him use the devil fruit to heal Kujaku quickly. Garp, go and get Lynch. Grandma, Kujaku said coquettishly, it has nothing to do with him. Why did you ask him to come? Normally, Kujaku's playful manner was tolerated, but Vice Admiral Tsuru was now very angry. Garp didn't dare to mess with her, so he went to call someone. After an hour, with the help of devil fruit, the Kujaku limped to its feet. Except for the awkward walking posture, everything looked normal. The swelling in my butt has also gone down. However, Lynch looked increasingly embarrassed as he looked at this scene. Facing Vice Admiral Tsuru's death stare was something not everyone could endure. You old guys, get out first. She ordered. Garp and Zephyr left obediently, and Sengoku went ahead to handle official business. Ever since, the only people left in the room were the Kujaku, Lynch, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Go ahead, tell the truth. Grandma Kujaku still tried to resist, but Lynch sighed, stood up, and recounted the whole story from beginning to end. Of course, it's been sugar-coated. He definitely can't admit to stealing someone else's granddaughter's black silk stockings. It also saved some face for Kujaku, making her reluctant to report him. After listening, Vice Admiral Tsuru remained silent for a long time. It seemed that even with her rich experience, she needed time to process the information. After a while, Vice Admiral Tsuru opened her eyes. Lynch, you did a great job. Ah. Lynch, who closed his eyes and waited for being scolded or even beaten, was surprised. Where did this praise come from? Could it be sarcasm? Grandma, what do you mean? Kujaku was also confused. Why would her grandmother praise the person who had beaten her? But, Vice Admiral Tsuru changed the subject. Just because I praise you doesn't mean I forgive you. You have to acknowledge your mistake in this matter. Kujaku is a child who won't change her hobby. So, I want to entrust Kujaku to you. Chapter 43, 043 Weird disease need weird cure. Perhaps a stubborn disease requires strong medicine. If you help cure the Kujaku's hobby, I will not only forgive you, but also give you a generous reward. Kujaku's strange hobby symptoms troubled Vice Admiral Tsuru. From childhood to adulthood, after so many years, she originally thought that her granddaughter's symptoms were almost cured, but who knew? What happened this time made the Tsuru understand. If she was not cruel, Kujaku's life would be ruined. No man would want someone with such a shaky personality. Anyway, her granddaughter has already been spanked by Lynch, so it doesn't matter now. As long as this shivering can be cured. Ah, Granny Tsuru, are you sure? I'm not a doctor, so how can I treat her? Besides, I can't spank her anymore, can I? Lynch quickly refused. That's right, Grandma. Why would you leave me with this bad guy? Kujaku protested. You're right. If Kujaku disobeys, you can spank her until she learns. However, you are only allowed to spank your butt, not other places. You can spank her butt as much as needed, as long as it doesn't break. Lynch looked at old Granny firm attitude and seemed like he couldn't refuse. Grandma, what are you talking about? Kujaku blushed. It's decided, Vice Admiral Tsuru said firmly. Don't you have half a month's vacation? I'll send Kujaku to your house every day until she gets rid of her bad habits. In this way, Lynch has an additional task of correcting bad girls every day. As for Kujaku, her little butt suffered. When Lynch got home, he told what happened today, and Momouzagi defended him. How could Sister Tsuru do this? No. I'm going to argue with her right now. Momouzagi said angrily, standing up from the sofa. Forget it, Giant-san, Lynch said, holding her hand. Let her be. It's just a little girl. I can handle it easily. Okay. But if you can't stand it anymore, remember to tell me. It's not easy for you to have half a month's vacation. Momouzagi complained. Okay. It's getting late. Let me cook. Hina should be back soon. At night, Hina back home, the three of them sat at the same table to eat, and Lynch was surprised. How could these two people get along so harmoniously? He originally thought that he would have to adjust the relationship between the two, but who knew that they were getting along like real sisters? For Hina, he can understand that she was born into a noble family and her father had several wives, which influenced her from an early age. As for Giant-san, he just can't figure it out. What are you thinking? Don't just sit there, eat. Momouzagi said, picking up a large piece of meat and placing it in Lynch's bowl. I understand, you want Hina to feed you. Hina scooped up the hot soup with a spoon and blew on it with her little mouth raised. Open your mouth. Lynch's face turned dark. Was she treating him like a child? I need to make Hina know who's the man tonight. It is worth mentioning that since that day in East Blue, Hina got into his bed. Since then, the two have often slept together. Usually Hina refuses on the surface, but in reality she is still too shy to resist. When it was time to sleep, Lynch took advantage of the darkness and quietly opened the door of Hina's room. No, Sister Giant is back tonight. You can sleep by yourself. A confused Lynch was pushed out by Hina in less than 3 seconds. Oh, little girl, don't regret it. Lynch was so depressed that he had to go back to his room, cover his head and fall asleep. Late at night, Lynch suddenly woke up and felt a plump body crawling onto his bed. He grinned and pinched the visitor's plump part. Lynch, you better not hold back any longer. The woman under the quilt suddenly screamed as she was squeezed. No, that voice doesn't belong to Hina. Lynch withdrew his palm instantly, thinking of some possibility, and broke into a cold sweat. Lifting the quilt, Lynch was stunned. It's Giant-san. Momouzagi's face was red and he was holding a ball of snow. When Lynch looked at her, she rolled her eyes fiercely. Giant said angrily, do you usually treat Hina like this? I'm sorry, Giant-san, I didn't know it was you. Lynch's heart was beating like a drum at this time. If he had known it was Sister Jian, he would never have dared to pinch her. SHH. Jian made a silencing gesture and placed her fingers in front of Lynch's mouth. Don't talk, it's late at night, go to sleep. Jian blushed and leaned into Lynch's arms, closing her beautiful eyes. Lynch hugged this rapidly plump body, feeling hard, and his fist became hard. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. The next day, Awai slept so comfortably. Momouzagi yawned and woke up from bed with a sleepy look on her face. Sister Jian, when you wake up, could you please move your leg? It's getting numb for me. At that moment, a feeble voice spoke up. Lynch admitted that while it was nice to have Sister Jian's long legs resting on him, but Jian was too dishonest when sleeping, and he was overwhelmed by the lovemaking benefits she offered from time to time. PFFT, you didn't sleep all night, did you? Looking at Lynch with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, Momouzagi smiled wildly. So beautiful. Lynch was stunned by Jian's natural beauty. Last night it was dark, so he hadn't noticed that Jian had removed her makeup. No purple eyeshadow, no other makeup, completely natural. It just so happens that Giant-san is naturally beautiful. Giant-san? Are you awake? Jian heard Hina's voice, glanced at Lynch, quickly gathered her clothes, and left the room. Just then Hina came out of Momouzagi's room. Seeing Momouzagi Hina walking out of Lynch's room, she was startled, and then said with concern, Sister Jian, your face is so red. Could it be that you are sick? No. It's okay, I'm going to wash my face. Watching Jian fleeing, Hina entered Lynch's room suspiciously. You didn't secretly do anything bad to Giant-san, did you? I didn't do anything. Lynch said with a guilty conscience. Hearing this, Hina looked like she was annoyed and said, Oh, you fool, Hina can tell that Sister Jian likes you. Why aren't you taking advantage of such a good opportunity? Lynch feels that the development of this plot is not quite right. How could any woman encourage her boyfriend to pursue another woman? At the critical moment, Kusagakure came to his rescue. Okay, I know Grandma, I'll be good, I promise. Kusagakure nodded at the door. As a result, as soon as the door closed, she collapsed on the sofa in a sudden burst of happiness. Girl, you have a posture when standing and a posture when sitting. How can you act like this? Jian walked out of the bathroom with a frown. Ah, Giant-san. Kusagakure stood up quickly as if there were springs under her butt. Why are you here? It was clear that Kusagakure was a little afraid of Jian. Hina and I are good friends, and we often hang out here. But you, I heard you've been sick again recently? Jian asked, pretending to be angry. Chapter 44, 044 Is this success or Marines meeting? No, Giant-san, you must have heard wrong. Kusagakure buried her head in her chest. I hope so. Jian returned to the room wiping her wet hair. Kusagakure, you're here. Lynch looked at the girl on the sofa, lost in thought. Since he had promised Granny Tsuru to use his free time, why not try to help Kusagakure? Are you willing to give up your strange hobby now? Lynch asked firmly, but Kusagakure shook her head vigorously. No, don't want to. Lynch's face darkened. He sat on the sofa, patted his lap, and said, Come here, lie down on my lap. What are you doing? Ouch! Kusagakure subconsciously took a step back, looking panicked. Your grandma said if you don't listen, I should teach you a lesson. Thinking of Vice Admiral Tsuru's words, Kusagakure trembled in fear and quickly reconsidered her actions. I'll change, can't I? Stop slapping my butt. I can finally walk. Can it really be changed? It can be changed. Kusagakure nodded his little head quickly. PFFT Jian, who was leaning on the door to watch the show, laughed and said, Lynch, don't listen to this girl. She is the best at lying. Let me help you. Giant-san. Kusagakure panicked as her little scheme was exposed. She feared all her little thoughts will be seen through in front of Jian. How are you going to help? Lynch asked curiously. It's simple, just have her sincerely admit she's corrected herself, Giant said, opening her hand to release a pink mist. I ate the Parimsha perfume fruit, so I can create different kinds of perfume. This is the truth perfume. If you don't have Admiral-level willpower, you can only tell the truth. Giant-san, that's amazing, Lynch praised, surprised that the perfume fruit could be used in such a way. No, Giant-san. Seeing Giant approaching, Kusagakure felt a moment of despair. Later, Kusagakure was held on Lynch's lap like a disobedient child, while Giant released a cloud of pink gas that enveloped her. I'll ask again, are you willing to give up your bad habits? I don't want to, Kusagakure blurted out, then immediately covered her mouth in surprise. What happened? She had meant to say yes, but her words came out differently. Humphrey, seems like what Giant said was right. You're not sincere at all, Lynch said, looking displeased. After a while, Kusagakure burst into tears and crouched in the corner, tears streaming down her face. In this way, Lynch's vacation passed day by day. Daily routine, eat, sleep, and slapped Kusagakure. They shared meals together as a group of 4, knowing Kusagakure would return home each night. In the blink of an eye, 12 days flew by. On this day, Kusagakure hummed a cheerful tune as she bounced through the door. Upon entering the room, she obediently climbed onto Lynch's lap. I'm ready, she said impatiently. Lynch's mouth twitched. I haven't asked yet. What are you ready for? Big brother, please ask quickly. Kusagakure said nonchalantly. Lynch called Giant, and the pink gas controlled the Kusagakure. I ask you, are you willing to give up your hobby? I do. Lynch and Giant nodded. It seemed like the girl had truly changed. Looking at Kusagakure lying anxiously on his lap, refusing to get up, Lynch had an idea and asked, what are you doing? Brother, feel free to do as you please. Kusagakure's big eyes were filled with anticipation. It's over, Lynch sighed, rubbing his forehead. This is not like Vice Admiral Tsuru's explanation. I don't know if the treatment is successful or not. How should I explain it to Vice Admiral? Say congratulations, your granddaughter's hobbies have changed? Giant also noticed something was wrong. Lynch, you shouldn't hit Kusagakure anymore. Yeah, I think so too. Lynch pushed Kusagakure away, but she immediately jumped back. Big brother Lynch. For the rest of the day, Kusagakure followed Lynch like a little follower. She refused to leave until late at night. Lynch had never encountered such an outrageous request. What was it about this pretty little girl? Rear Admiral Lynch. Fleet Admiral Sengoku requests your presence. A Marine soldier hurried over. Understood, please go back. Yes. The unexpected situation may not be simple. Lynch first explained to Giant and Hina. Just as he was about to leave, another Marine soldier rushed over. Rear Admiral Giant, I have found you. Fleet Admiral Sengoku asks you to come. In the conference room. When Lynch and Giant arrived, there were already 5 Vice Admirals and 7 or 8 Rear Admirals gathered there. Lynch also saw Tokakake and Momonga that we had not seen for a long time. Those who haven't arrived yet, please wait and listen to me, Sengoku said solemnly. The world government has ordered us to launch a buster call on Minapon Island, Grand Line the crime, sheltering Nico Robin, the Devil's Child, and trying to uncover the legendary blank history. As soon as he finished speaking, Momonga immediately asked, there's a country living on Minapon Island. Is it justified to destroy a country just because it is sheltering the Devil's Child? Momonga's words brought out the thoughts of many people. Before Sengoku could reply, another Vice Admiral with an unruly look scolded, Momonga, are you questioning the world government's orders? Rudolph, a Vice Admiral loyal to the world government and a nail in the Marines, spoke firmly. Giant also did not give Rudolph any face, and said coldly, Momonga is asking the Fleet Admiral, not you. That's enough. Sengoku stopped everyone's quarrel. 10 warships have docked at the port. You guys should go there quickly. Momonga is the supreme commander of this operation. The Buster Call involves 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, tens of thousands of elite marines, and the top 10 warships. Its power is enough to easily destroy a country. Lynch looked thoughtful. Marines have gone through the 3rd generation. The evolution of the Marines from Kon to Sengoku and later Sakazuki can be described as follows: the obedient dog of the world government, the dog that is dissatisfied with the world government, the dog that talks back to the world government. The Marine is, after all, just a dog of the world government. All military expenses are funded by the world government. If Marines are even slightly dissatisfied with the world government, the military fund will be deducted or directly forced to lay off its soldiers. As long as the world government cuts off funding, Marines will die on their own in a short time. Marines are not pirates, so it is impossible for Marines to commit acts of burning, killing and looting. Chapter 45, 045 Buster Call. Their hearts are not united, some are loyal to the world government, and there are multiple factions. And without formal sources of military funding, it would be difficult to survive. As for wanting to start their own operation? That's overthinking. The world government won't just give up its resources. Lynch also understood the difficulties of past fleet admirals. If Marines want to become completely independent, they will face 3 important problems. The issue of funding is also the biggest problem. Eliminate dissidents. For Marine to be independent, it must remove certain unscrupulous elements. This process would likely weaken Marine by about 1/3. Face 3 dangers. Once Marine becomes independent, both the Revolutionary Army, pirates and the world government will become enemies. Forget it, I'm not even an admiral yet, so why bother with this? Lynch thought. What makes Lynch more grateful is that Sengoku is obviously on his side. Sending Momonga as leader instead of Rudolph indirectly showed Sengoku's dissatisfaction with the world government. Arriving on the warship, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. The tens of thousands of troops were completely silent, truly worthy of being Marine's most elite unit. Momonga silently gave the order, and the warship set sail. Minapon Island is far from Marine headquarters. They will probably arrive tomorrow morning. Those on the island likely have no idea that when they wake up, they will be greeted by death. At night, Giant found Lynch alone. The 2 of them fell into silence on the deck looking at the night sky. I once went to Minapon Island to catch pirates. The people there are kind, and their way of life is simple, Giant remarked sadly. Are you questioning your sense of justice? Lynch asked. Yes, did you see that? Those people are clearly unarmed civilians, yet they face the threat of death just for sheltering a little girl. Do you think it's ridiculous? Even if they're hunting down a criminal, common people should not be involved. The common people are innocent. Giant said sadly. The world government has done this repeatedly. Have you ever considered the high-ranking officials, some of whom are celestial dragons? Lynch replied, looking at her, and gently hugged Giant's slender waist. We can't choose the path of our predecessors, but we can shape our own path. You and I are the Rear Admiral now, who knows what the Marine's future will be. If one day, you and I are Admiral or even Fleet Admiral, then you can try to turn your ideas into reality. In this world, strength is the basis for everything, and no one will pay attention to the thoughts of the weak. Can you understand what I say? After Lynch spoke, Giant's eyes brightened, as if she had found her purpose, shedding her previous despondency. For our future, for the people ahead, Giant said, extending her fist to bump Lynch's. Let's do this. The next day, on Minapon Island, within the kingdom, after the morning light broke through the thick sea fog, some hard-working farmers were already tending to their fields, cultivating acres of land. Look, is something coming towards us on the sea? The residents asked as they gulped their water bottle, squinting at the horizon. 10 huge warships were like 10 huge monsters, slowly approaching. Quick! Go and inform the king that there is an invasion. Manapon Island is a small nation with a population of only about 1 million. They don't have great military strength, with only a few capable of using Haki. Using Buster Call against such a low-level country is a complete one-sided massacre. Fire. Boom. 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 No need for anyone to land on the island. The most terrifying aspect of Buster Call is its bombardment, unleashing devastating firepower from afar. At Momonga's order, 500 cannons launched a carpet bombing towards Manapon Island at the same time. Some vice admirals and rear admirals who still have conscience turned their heads away and couldn't bear to look directly. Vice admirals are prepared to deal with powerful opponents. In the current situation, there is no need for them to take action. Since Buster Call bombs areas based on areas, after the bombing, there will be no living souls on the entire island. It was precisely because of the orderly bombing that the people of the kingdom were given some time to escape. The old king swore to live and die with the kingdom, sacrificing his chance to live for his people. All the civilians and officials boarded the 5 refuge ships and gradually moved away along the sea. Momonga kept his eyes closed tightly, as if he didn't see the refugees' ship and ignored it, allowing them to escape. Asshole! What are you doing? If you let those criminals go, can you bear the responsibility if something goes wrong? I think you have evil intentions. I will report this matter to the world government. Rudolph tried to distract Momonga, wanting to use his communication device, and issued the order. Fire. Target the refugee ship. Boom. 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 After the ferocious bombardment, the refuge ships were left with a cloud of dust. The sea turned blood red. At this point, a country with 1 million people was all dead in less than an hour. This is the power of Buster Call. No wonder those countries are so afraid of Buster Call. The burning fire on Manapon Island was deeply imprinted in Lynch's eyes. The mission was completed, and just as the 10 warships were about to turn around and go back, a hearty laugh came from a distance. Ha 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 ha, look what we met, Buster Call, what kind of trash is that? Ha 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 ha, Boss Quinn is right. A pirate ship that was as big as a Buster Call warship approached. There was a fat man standing on the bow of the ship with a Gatling gun in his hand. Beasts pirates. Everyone in Marine was shocked when they saw the flag on the pirate ship. Why did you bump into them here? Quinn, one of the 3 disasters, is here. Aren't they supposed to stay in the New World? Are they here to die? I'm laughing so hard. Now even stray cats and dogs dare to challenge Buster Call. Rudolph laughed. We have 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 10,000 elite soldiers here, not to mention Amir Quinn. So what if Kaido comes? Since we've met here, there's no need for him to leave. All vice admirals. We need to capture Quinn alive. He's the technical advisor for the Beasts pirates and knows all of Kaido's secrets. After Rudolph finished speaking passionately, his expression darkened when he realized no one was paying attention to him. Go ahead, maybe we can use Quinn against the Beast pirates. It was the Momonga that spoke, and 5 vice admirals joined forces to use Moonwalk to rush towards Quinn's ship. I'll be damned. You Marines are 5 against 1 and still trying to save face? When Quinn saw this, he cursed. Even he couldn't handle 5 vice admirals alone. 2 before anyone could get close, Quinn raised his Gatling gun and opened fire. Marine soldiers still used flintlock guns, while pirates had Gatling guns. Lynch didn't know what to say for a moment. The vice admirals easily dodged the bullets and landed on the pirate ship one by one. Chapter 46, 046 Beast Pirates, Kaido. The strength of the vice admiral cannot be underestimated. Faced with a ship full of pirates, each vice admiral was able to defeat them single-handedly. Ah! Boss Quinn, help! Damn it! I was hoping someone would come to save me. Facing the siege of the 4 vice admirals, Quinn complained endlessly. He couldn't withstand the onslaught even with his resistance. The combat prowess under Admiral is not for nothing. Roar. In desperation, Quinn transformed into a huge Brachiosaurus, over 10 meters tall. He was a zone-type devil fruit user of the ancient Brachiosaurus species. In this way, with his huge size, Quinn wouldn't be too miserable. The Quinn at this time was not the Quinn 10 years later, so he couldn't ignore Vice Admiral's attack. Ouch, take it easy. Damn, that hurts. My leg. Look here, I'll kill you all. Quinn opened his dinosaur mouth and spit out a barrage of bullets and shells. He was truly ruthless, not sparing even his own body in the name of science. I can't take this anymore. I can't take it. Boss Kaido, if you don't show up, they'll kill me. Quinn cried out in pain, calling for help desperately. Avoiding death was one thing, enduring the pain was another. Whirro Quinn, you idiot, can't even fight a few flies? With a loud bang, Kaido made his grand entrance. Kaido, who changed from dragon form to human form, stood on the deck and took out his mace. Ramai hack. Boom, with a swift swing, Kaido sent a vice admiral crashing into the depths of the sea. Quinn, I've come to save you. You boss Kaido, you're finally back to your senses. Quinn hugged Kaido's thigh excitedly, tears streaming down his face. Go away, it's disgusting. The beast. Kaido. Rudolph's legs went weak, sweat instantly drenching his back. Without an admiral present, many people would have been killed by Kaido. Kaido, aren't you worried about your base being attacked by the other 4 emperors when you personally enter the Grand Line? Momonga said coldly. Whirro, this is not the business of you losers. After beating my crew like this, have you thought about how you're going to die? Kaido struck down the mace hard, and Rudolph's knife and most of his face were shattered and flew out without any resistance. What a brave guy. The people on the warship called the Marine headquarters for help the moment they saw Kaido. But even the fastest, Kizaru, will take 3 hours to get here. It's hard to say whether Kizaru, who was physically exhausted when he arrives, can defeat Kaido. Get out of here, we'll hold Kaido as long as we can. Momonga issued orders to the warship through the Den Mushi, as if it was death will definitely coming. 10,000 elite marines cannot die here. Against a strong figure who has conqueror's haki, Buster Call seemed like a joke. 10 warships quickly followed orders, abandoning their commanders and fled. The 10 warships are huge and it is not easy to escape. You think you can leave? Does I allow it? Burrow breath. Kaido opened his mouth and unleashed a pillar of fire, piercing through the center of the warship. A raging fire broke out on the warship. Kaido, your opponent is us. The remaining 3 vice admirals stood in front of Kaido with resolute expressions. Lynch, who was on the warship, watched this scene and started to move. He knew that if he didn't take action, he might be able to escape. But those 3 vice admirals, 9 rear admirals, 10,000 marine elites, and most importantly, Giant San, will all die here. Lynch Momouzagi looked worriedly at Lynch's leaving figure, feeling very panicked for some reason. Step Lynch, who was stepping on moonwalk, released the restrictions on his body caused by the sun candle fruit, and his height returned from 1.99 meters to 6 meters. Kaido's mace shattered Momonga's weapon, and just as he was about to take Momonga's life, Lynch appeared. Lynch blocked the fatal blow intended for Momonga. Lynch, who is 6 meters tall, stands in front of Kaido, who is 7 meters tall, like 2 giants. Where did this kid come from? Interesting. Kaido looked with interest at the person who blocked his attack. Kaido, let them go, how about I be your opponent? Lynch stood in front of the Momonga like a wall. Kaido moved his nose and suddenly smelled a different smell. His eyes lit up. Are you a mythical beast? Kaido, who has the dream of being a zoo director, suddenly took an interest in Lynch's potential. Yes. Let them go, and I'll stay. Lynch replied. Whoa, that's good. Kaido laughed hard. I can let them go and won't chase after them, but you must promise me one thing. I won't kill you if you lose, but you have to join my beast's pirates. Kaido made a condition. Aren't you afraid that I will become Marine's spy and destroy your pirate crew? Lynch said. What's the worry? If I truly trust you, even if you were a spy, you'd find your way home eventually, wouldn't you? Kaido replied casually. Lynch have to say that Kaido does have a unique charm of a leader. Okay, I promise you. You're Lynch. Until then, Momonga vaguely remembered this junior brother who he had only met a few times. The main changes are too big, not just the height from 1.99 meters to 6 meters. His strength has also changed from a novice at the beginning to a level that can block Kaido. Lynch had become more powerful than Momonga could have imagined. No, if you stay here, how will I explain to Teacher Zephyr when I get back? Momonga declined. You have no say here, get lost. Kaido was displeased and struck Momonga with a club. Don't worry, I didn't break my promise. He'll be fine, Kaido reassured Lynch. Lynch nodded. You two Vice Admirals should head back on your own. Thank you, Rear Admiral Lynch. You're our Marine hero. Take care, Rear Admiral Lynch. The two Vice Admirals clasped hands and left. Thump. Momonga landed on the warship smoothly, thinking of Lynch's efforts, he clenching his fists. We can't let Rear Admiral Lynch's sacrifice be in vain. Everyone, retreat. He ordered through the Dendenmushi. What did you say? What happened to Lynch? Momouzagi asked anxiously as she approached Momonga. Seeing Giant's emotional state, Momonga seemed to understand the situation. With a signal from him, a Rear Admiral quietly knocked Giant out from behind. Take her to rest well and ensure she stays calm when she wakes up. Admiral Kizaru is on his way and will surely rescue Lynch. If Rear Admiral Momouzagi wants to blame someone, blame me. Two Vice Admirals dragged Rudolph and another Vice Admiral, whose condition seemed to be dying, back to the warship. The warship slowly turned around and disappeared on the sea. Kaido had crushed them just as they had crushed Manapon Island. Boy, they're all gone now. No need to worry. Once the warship was completely out of sight, Kaido spoke aloud. Chapter 47, 047 Jura Two-Sword Style, Way of the World. Come on, Kaido, show me the power of the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Lynch shrinking back 2 meters, no longer needing to protect the Vice Admirals. Otherwise, the two swords, Demon Cutter and Demon Gutter, are just toys in his hands. Hey, is this also your Devil Fruit ability? Reimai Hakkai. Kaido, who seemed friendly just a moment ago, suddenly erupted in flames and struck with a hockey-infused mace. Boom, Lynch raised 2 long swords to block the mace, creating a burst of sparks. Woororower, great block. Kaido was in a happy mood. Quinn, pay attention, this is a man's fight, and you can learn from it. Quinn's fat face fell, and he thought, Boss Kaido, do you really think anyone can match your strength? It's not like you don't know how powerful you are. Quinn didn't know how long it had been, but Kaido hadn't found anyone who could handle his meeting gift. Seeing Lynch become serious, Kaido's excited. He gripped the mace with both hands and charged to attack. What strength! Kaido's power was something Lynch had never witnessed before, far beyond anything Kizaru could do. As Kaido's arms bulged with veins, he pushed with all his might. Lynch could no longer hold on and was knocked out. PFFT. The huge power traveled through the weapon, causing Lynch to spit out a mouthful of blood, but he healed instantly. He stepped on Moonwalk, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth in midair, and looked solemnly at Kaido below. For Emperor's Kaido, well deserved. Kid, are you too scared to come down after that beating? Do you want me to come up and find you? Kaido taunted, raising his mace provocatively. It's rude not to give back. I've received your greeting gift. Now, try mine. Buzz. The 2 long swords, Demon Cutter and Dragon's Lair, turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wrapped in thick armament hockey, the 2 long swords were stacked in front of him. Lynch's body ignited with blue-red flames. Behind him, several evil ghosts appeared. In their hands, they also held the illusory demon cutter and dragon's lair. Reincarnation and death, all things rotate, Shura has feelings. I will live a century and feel the infinite Braham light. Yama is not my will, I am the mortal world. With each word Lynch spoke, the ghost energy on the swords grew stronger. As the words fell, the black dragon on the handle of the dragon's lair knife seemed to come to life, its eyes glowing red. GGGG. The cold and unruly laughter coming from Dragon Slayer made people shudder. The evil spirits behind him and Lynch raised their swords at the same time. Shura two-sword style, way of the world. Lynch's blade fell, and the air seemed to freeze. The pirates on the ship were frozen in place, as if trapped in an ice cave, unable to move. If they moved, they would die. The stronger the person, the more they could feel Lynch's power at that moment. Help, I'm gonna die. Boss Kaido, help. Quinn ran around on his thick legs and hid behind Kaido. Boom! Thousands of meters of sword energy fell, splitting the sea into an abyss-like chasm. The strong wind howled, seeming to destroy all in its path. Quinn, hold on. Kaido couldn't stop laughing and transformed into his dragon form, grabbed Quinn, and flew into the air. They were over the sea, and Kaido didn't want to fall into it. Boom! Kaido grabbed Quinn and managed to escape, but the sword was too fast, and Kaido's massive dragon form was hit. A large amount of blood was sprayed from the sky like a torrent. Boss Kaido, you're injured. Quinn exclaimed, shocked. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he saw Boss Kaido injured. Shut up, this little injury is nothing. Sure enough, within a few seconds, the wound on Kaido's tail had healed. This is the horror from the top zone mythical beast. In order to take down the Red Count, Marine fought continuously for a month before taking down the opponent. If the opponent had a mythical beast, it would have taken at least several times longer. No one could fight non-stop for several months without eating, drinking, or sleeping, except for those with his own mythical beast species. Help, Kaido-sama. Boom, the pirates on the ship, however, were not so lucky. Both the ship and its people were shattered by the bright sword light. Thousands of elite pirates were killed by this move. Not even the weapons they carried were left. Everything was annihilated and turned into black ashes. Ghost energy is Lynch's latest power. It can be combined with armament hockey and sword skills to unleash powerful sword slash. After trying it for the first time, he was satisfied with its current power. Damn you brats, those are my men. Kaido shouted in anger. If you don't want to die, come with me. Otherwise, I'll catch up and kill those Marines right now. Kaido threatened, then ignored Lynch, grabbed Quinn, and flew away. Breaking your word will tarnish the reputation of the four emperors. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a pirate. Come with me. Lynch, for the safety of Sister Giant and 10,000 Marines, had no choice but to follow. Kaido and Lynch landed on a small island to fight. Quinn, having learned his lesson, knew that mortals suffer when gods clash. He hid far away and watched the battle through a telescope. Thinking about his fallen men, Kaido, feeling down, pulled out a drink from his waist and began to drink. Gulu Gulu pirates are easy to find, and ships that big are indeed rare for pirates. My men. After a few sips of strong wine, Kaido started crying without any warning, and his big tears fell to the ground. It looks a little pitiful. Lynch had more black lines on his forehead. What is Kaido doing? Even if the four emperors are sad, they shouldn't be crying, right? From a distance, Quinn stamped his foot. It's over, Boss Kaido is going to get drunk again. Quinn knew that when Kaido was in a good mood, he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. When Kaido is in a bad mood, just one cup is enough to make him dangerous. A drunk Kaido is the scariest thing. If he becomes ruthless enough to even consider killing himself, like jumping from the Sky Island, that's truly terrifying. I'm going to kill you. Kaido transforms into his human form and becomes a lot taller. Not only that, his strength, speed and physical fitness are also skyrocketing. Ramai hack. Kaido's mace smashed Lynch deep into the ground. "Kid, are you dead?" Kaido shouted at the entrance of the pit. "I won't die, even if you do," Lynch replied. Transforming into his half-animal form, he grew to 7 meters tall and jumped out of the pit. Although Lynch's physical strength matched Kaido's, he couldn't use his 2 long swords in this form. Fortunately, Lynch controlled the electromagnetic force to pull iron sand from deep within the island. He shaped it into a low-quality mace that somewhat resembled Kaido's. Although it is inferior and looks a bit ugly, the quality goes without saying. Lynch tempered it with lightning, and its hardness was comparable to fine steel. Chapter 48, 048 Teacher Kaido Ramai hack. Luz Quinn subconsciously rubbed his eyes, his small Mungbin eyes looking at the battlefield in confusion. Why are there 2 Kaido bosses? No, there is a marine named Lynch. What kind of mythical beast is he? Quinn wondered. He looks just like Boss Kaido's blue dragon. Lynch and Kaido both had dragon horns are equally strong. There were also dragon scale patterns on Lynch's body. The difference was that Lynch had barbs on his knees and elbows, with a black halo always suspended behind him. Ramai hack. Ramai hack. The 2 maces, wrapped in electric light, collided with a deafening sound. The island trembled violently, coconut trees were uprooted, and ravines appeared on the ground. So strong. Quinn clung to a big rock, struggling to stay grounded against the powerful wind. Damn it, it's like 2 four emperors are fighting. You kid, how dare you learn my tricks? Kaido opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp and terrifying teeth. What are your tricks? Once I learn them, they are mine. Good kid, try this trick of mine. Teacher Kaido is very unhappy about someone forcing to learn from him without paying the copyright fee. Horai hack. Boom. Kaido hit his head with a stick, and a terrifying shockwave spread around. The overflowing lightning cracked the earth. Ramai. Forget it, frozen hell. This move was clearly a more advanced version of Ramai hack, making it impossible to block even with Ramai hack. Lynch exhaled a breath of cold air, freezing the sky and earth. Frost spread from Kaido's feet, causing him to pause mid-swing. Lynch took this chance to retreat, avoiding a fatal blow. It's Okiji's ability. Kaido pulled his foot out of the ice and said in wonder, "From the beginning of the war until now, you've used ice, fire, and lightning," Kaido noted. "Which mythical beast species did you eat?" "We'll talk about it after I win," Lynch replied. "Okay then, Daiadaku Ramai hack." Kaido roared. Kaido's mace suddenly expanded to hundreds of meters, carrying a terrifying shockwave. One blow nearly made Lynch vomit blood. He quickly jumped into the sky using moonwalk. Lynch originally wanted to secretly learn Kaido's Ramai hack, but Lynch had already mastered it and used it against him. Ghost Chi Ramai hack. Lynch's iron rod ignited with ghost energy as he struck Kaido's head with great force from above. Although Lynch could no longer use his swordsmanship, combining ghost energy with Kaido's Ramai hack is enough to unleash terrifying power. Wuoro Daiadaku Ramai hack. Kaido roared, pouring wine into his mouth while unleashing the advanced Ramai hack. Boom. At the moment of collision, Lynch used electromagnetic force to shatter the iron rod. Kaido's strike hit his head, causing Lynch to lose consciousness, his eyes turning white. 5 or 6 seconds later, Lynch's body shook. He suddenly woke up and jumped up from the ground. "Did I just get knocked unconscious?" "You didn't do anything when I was unconscious." Lynch looked at Kaido, who was drinking heavily, in surprise. "TCH, I never engage in sneak attacks," Kaido said disdainfully. Lynch thought, Kaido is surprisingly honorable in battle. Realizing he couldn't match Kaido in his human or half-beast forms, Lynch decided to try his beast form. Roar with a roar, Lynch's size increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, a 35-meter-tall sun candle appeared on the scene. So big. Quinn was shocked. His Brachiosaurus form seemed tiny compared to this giant beast. Roar. Kaido looked hot and liked it even more. He vowed to bring this exotic beast into the beast's pirates. Kaido transforms into dragon form and fights with Lynch. Roar. Lynch unleashed a lightning beam over 10 meters long. Hot breath. An almost identical flame beam erupted from Kaido's mouth. Two light beams collided in midair. The sky is cracked. Watching the battle between the two giant beasts in the sky, Quinn's little heart was beating fast. You can't afford to offend him. Gundari Ryuzaegun, Reimai hack. In midair, Kaido suddenly changed from dragon form to half-dragon, and hit Lynch's huge head with a mace. Boom. Lynch crashed into the island like a meteor, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He reverted to his human form and lost consciousness. His fall was like a nuclear bomb exploding, causing a massive impact on the island. The already overwhelmed island happily exploded, disappeared from the map, and sank into the sea. Boss Kaido, help me. Gulia Luquin was accidentally injured and blown into the distant sea by the explosion. With his size, he'll soon sink to the bottom of the sea, which is tens of thousands of meters deep. Kaido's eyes in the sky turned back and forth between Lynch and Quinn, and finally chose Quinn. He flew over and picked up Quinn. Sorry boss. Quinn said, bowing his head in apology. He knew his situation was the reason Kaido couldn't capture Lynch. I hope that kid isn't dead, Kaido said, shaking his head with regret. He had used all his strength, including Conqueror's Haki, in that last attack. The chances of Lynch surviving were slim. Unless he had fish-human blood, he would likely die from falling into the sea. Kaido looked at the calm water and, feeling depressed, took Quinn back. This was a huge loss. Not only did they lose tens of thousands of pirates, but they also lost a mythical beast. Deep under the sea, Lynch's internal organs were shattered by Kaido's blow. Seawater filled his chest, and blood floated from his mouth, drawing the attention of many sea kings. Soon, even if Lynch is not seriously injured and dies, he will be drowned and eaten by the sea kings. Suddenly this time, the black-red halo behind him that had never moved unexpectedly appeared on its own initiative. Lynch had never understood the purpose of the halo. It slowly formed a complete circle around him, blocking the seawater, and gradually lifted him to the surface. Whenever a sea king approaches, it will turn into a grilled fish in the next second. The sun rose and set. Lynch didn't know how much time had passed. He forced his eyes open, feeling weaker than ever. Lynch's energy was drained, and not eating for a long time kept his injuries from healing while he was in a coma. Now when I move, it feels like heartbreaking pain. He purses his dry lips and looks around. He is on a beach full of coconut trees. Oh. Who tied me to a coconut tree? Lynch finally realized something was wrong. No wonder he had a standing perspective as soon as he woke up. The person who tied me up was very kind. He didn't forget to put some pants on for me. Lynch noted, as his clothes had been completely torn after his transformation into a 35-meter-tall beast. Lynch didn't know who made the banana leaf skirt he was wearing, but it was quite useful. Unfortunately, he was too weak to even raise his hand, let alone break the rope. Chapter 49, 049 Isolated Small Island. Mrs. Shipwreck, you're awake, said a girl with black hair, coming over with 2 coconuts. When Lynch woke up, she dropped the coconuts aside and ran over to him. This is the first time I've seen someone like you. You've been in a coma for a month without eating, and you're still alive. If you weren't still breathing, I would have thought you were dead. Despite being on an isolated island, the girl's beauty was undeniable. Wait, did you say I was in a coma for a month? What day is it today? Lynch asked. The girl thought for a moment. If I remember correctly, it should be mid-August. Mid-August. Lynch realized it was only June when he set sail. So, he drifted at sea for a month and a half, and was unconscious on land for another month? How did he survive? Lynch felt incredible for himself. Drink some water first. Your mouth is very dry. The girl thought Lynch was remembering something sad, so she cracked a coconut and brought it to Lynch's mouth. Thanks. Lynch took a swig, and the coconut juice flowed from his mouth into his stomach. It tastes good. Can I have some more? He said, still wanting to drink. Okay, there are a lot of coconuts on this isolated island. As she spoke, the girl opened a few more coconuts for Lynch. With the water, Lynch felt warmer and the body is slowly recovering. I am saved. Thank you so much. I haven't asked for your name yet. Roddy. Just call me Roddy, the girl replied. Lynch nodded. My name is Lynch. I heard you say this is an isolated island. How did you get here? Roddy pointed to a small pile of broken wooden boards on the rocks and said, it was a shipwreck. My ship is gone. Okay, Miss Shipwrecked, let me ask one last question. Why are you tying me up? Because, while Roddy was talking, suddenly a 5-meter-tall tiger walked out of the forest. Roddy used her hands and feet to climb to the top of the coconut tree with a whoosh. Blue and white striped ones. Lynch muttered, raising his head. The tiger walked slowly and deftly to Lynch. It was obviously not the first time he had done this. It opened its mouth suddenly, bit Lynch's leg, and began to grind its teeth. Get off me. I'm not a chew toy. Lynch shouted, kicking the tiger. The tiger yelped and retreated, leaving behind a few broken teeth. Soon, lions, wild boars, leopards, and other beasts emerged from the forest. Unable to bite Lynch, they instead used him to grind their teeth and taste his flesh. So you were worried I'd be picked off by wild beasts, thanks for that, Lynch said, breaking free from his restraints. He punched a wild boar in front of him, killing it instantly. The other beasts, seeing his strength, scattered in fear. Come down and eat some meat. Don't just stand there, Lynch called up to the girl. Okay, the girl said, sliding down the tree trunk. She looked at Lynch with admiration and said, you're so strong. You killed that huge wild boar with just one punch, Roddy said. It's nothing. I've taken down bigger ones, Lynch replied. Don't just stand there. Come help us out. Let's have a barbecue. Barbecue? Roddy exclaimed in surprise. On the deserted island, a man and a woman worked together. An hour later, they had delicious roast pork. Roddy ate gracefully but quickly, devouring pieces of wild boar meat and getting her mouth covered in oil. Woo, this is delicious. Roddy added, to be honest, I've been eating only coconuts for a month. I almost feel sick just looking at them now. She enjoyed the meal so much that she almost cried. Eat more, you're welcome. Yes, you're such a good person, the girl nodded vigorously. Lynch ate heartily, his energy was replenished, and his injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The girl opened her mouth wide. Okay, that's awesome. Haha, I'm a zone devil fruit user, so it's normal for me, Lynch replied. Devil fruit, the girl said, seeming familiar with the term, but she didn't ask more about it. Lynch glanced at the leaf skirt he was wearing and said, I'm sorry you had to make this for me. Stupid. Stupid, don't say this. The girl said, blushing. Being reminded by Lynch, the ugly things that had been forgotten in her mind came back. Have you thought about leaving in the past month? Lynch asked. I have, but it's so remote here. There hasn't been a passing ship in a month, the girl replied. What's more, what would you do if I left? The girl suddenly choked and hit her plump chest hard with her small fists, causing waves to rise and fall. Lynch looked away and said, how about I take you with me? The girl shook her head and replied, stop bragging. I know you're strong, but you don't know how to build a ship. Why use a boat? I can fly. Just wait until I finish eating. After finishing a 7-meter-long wild boar, Lynch had fully recovered. Come, Lie on my back, and I'll take you away." The girl looked at him with wide, watery eyes, as if to ask, "Are you serious? What are you waiting for? Come on." The girl hesitated for a moment, then slowly climbed onto Lynch's back. So soft, Lynch felt like he had a warm, soft ball on his back, with two large, gentle weights pressing down. The girl blushed and put her hands in front of her chest. "Hold me tight with your hands, or I won't care if you fall down." Okay. The girl took her hand away from her chest again. Suddenly, a halo of black, burning flames appeared behind Lynch. With Roddy on his back, he floated as if defying gravity. Lynch realized that the halo, which seemed different after he woke up, allowed him to fly. "Wow, you can really fly. That's amazing," Roddy said, watching the ground get farther away. She suddenly felt scared and hugged Lynch tightly, not daring to let go. So big and so soft. Lynch thought to himself, he hadn't noticed that the girl kept it hidden. 2 days later, on the vast sea, Lynch and the girl reached a small town. "Looks like we got lucky," Lynch said, feeling relieved. Without a log pose, finding an island in the vast seas of Grand Line would be extremely difficult. If they were unlucky, it could be months before they saw anyone. "Well, you've worked hard these past few days," the girl said, feeling grateful. Sleeping on Lynch's back for 2 days made her feel protected for the first time in her life, and her attitude toward him had become much warmer. To avoid scaring the townspeople, they landed at a distance and walked into the town. Luckily, Lynch had spare clothes in his storage ring, so he didn't have to run around naked. "All right, Roddy, I'll help you find a safe place. Then we're even." Roddy grabbed Lynch's hand nervously. "Are you going to leave me too?" Lynch looked at the beautiful girl, wondering if he was being taken advantage of. Roddy knew that to avoid being abandoned, she had to prove her worth. She suddenly seemed to have made up her mind and dragged Lynch in one direction. "Follow me." Chapter 50 West Blue Kingdom Hotel. Lynch was pulled onto the bed by the girl. "Listen to me, there's no need for this. It's very dangerous to follow me. It's best for you to be alone." The girl bit her lower lip, put her hands on her chest, and stepped closer to Lynch. 100 flowers. The girl intertwined her hands, and white palms appeared all over the room. "I am also a devil fruit user and I won't drag you down, so don't leave me behind." Lynch was completely taken aback by her devil fruit ability. "Isn't this Robin's ability?" Robin. It turns out that the girl in front of him is Robin. "As long as I can stay, I'll do anything," Robin said. "Okay, you can stay," Lynch replied. "But let me warn you, it's very dangerous around me." Robin, who can read ancient texts, was exactly the kind of people Lynch needed. "It's okay, I'm not afraid of danger." When she heard that she could stay, Robin smiled like a flower. That night, Lynch and Robin rested well in the hotel. The next morning, Lynch woke up early, only to find that Robin had already been up for some time. She had bought a table full of delicious breakfast. Lynch thought that having Robin as a secretary might not be a bad idea. He ate his breakfast while planning their next steps. After being missing for 2.5 months, the Marines must think he's lost or even dead. With almost 3 months having passed, there's no need to rush things now. Instead, he should focus on quickly completing his task of becoming a king. Seeing that the 3-year period is approaching, if it is not completed, it will be considered a failure. The other half of the world transfer scroll has already been sent to West Blue by a bounty hunter. Everything is set, all that's needed now is money. The next task is to make money and buy a kingdom. "I need to go out for a bit." "Stay here and don't wander around," Lynch said. "Okay, I understand," Robin replied, putting away the dishes and giving Lynch a sweet smile. After arriving in town, Lynch first wrote a letter to let Hina and Sister Jaya know he was fine. After some thought, he wrote another letter to Smoker. He had asked Smoker to look for Kuro over a year ago, but wasn't sure if Smoker had found him yet. With Smoker being a Logia user, capturing Kuro should be easy if he's found. Lynch then asked some local shops for newspapers from 2.5 months ago and some eternal pose if he sacrificed himself to save others. The Marines would definitely publicize it to showcase their justice. As expected, Lynch found his name on the front page of one of the newspapers. Rear Admiral Lynch fights Kaido alone to cover soldiers' escape. With a title like that, the story must be incredibly moving and able to make people cry. Lynch looked confused. Why didn't he know that he was stabbed twice in order to save the retreating soldiers? Sengoku, this old fox, is dishonest. He silently criticized Sengoku's behavior. At the end of the newspaper, it read, Rear Admiral Lynch was killed in action, suspected. In recognition of his bravery, he has been posthumously named Vice Admiral. Finally, some good news, he got promoted. In the new world, as long as you have the skills, there are business opportunities everywhere. With his flying abilities, it will be easy navigating in the seas, so goes directly toward the new world. Lynch accepted several marine bounty missions and began hunting down pirates. Within just 2 weeks, he had taken down over 10 major pirates, amassing a total of 2.8 billion belly. I'm going to West Blue. Would you like to come with me? On this day, Lynch returned to the island where he had left Robin and explained the purpose of the World Transfer Scroll. Robin was amazed by what she heard. That's incredible, such a thing exists. Of course I want to come. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Alright, hold my hand. Lynch packed the 2.8 billion belly into a suitcase and got ready. After checking the mark, Lynch grabbed Robin's hand and used the teleportation scroll. The two of them suddenly felt dizzy. When they came back to their sense, they were already in West Blue. Lynch picked up the other half of the scroll and placed it carefully. Going from Grand Line to West Blue in an instant was a huge shock to Robin. Let's see, we're now in the Kingdom of Berank, Lynch said, pulling out the prepared scroll to check their location. The bounty hunter had delivered it as promised. Let's find out where the palace is first, Lynch said. He chose the Kingdom of Berank because it was not yet in a dire strait. The reason why the king was eager to sell the kingdom was because he was too arrogant and unsuitable to manage the kingdom. The more important thing is that he, the king, felt deeply aggrieved. There is a town called Sin Paradise in the kingdom, which is full of villains. Every now and then the king would be threatened with death letters and extorted money. The young king's mentality collapsed. The previous king had tried to send troops to deal with Sin Paradise, but he died before he could succeed. In this way, the young king wanted to throw away the problem and run away. However, these problems are not a problem for Lynch. What a perfect start. After finding the kingdom's palace, Lynch and Robin sneaked in late at night. Robin quickly took care of a few three-legged cat guards. When the sleeping king woke up and saw a sword at his neck, he was so terrified that he wet himself. No, tell me what you want. How much money? Don't kill me. There's a gold bar under my pillow. Take it. You can come back later for more, just let me live, the king pleaded. Lynch and Robin exchanged glances and almost laughed. This level of proficiency is often robbed. It is indeed the most chaotic West Blue, and the scenery is different. Keep your heart calm, Lynch said, tapping the king's head with the back of his sword. I used the sword just to set the stage for our next conversation. Tell me what you have to say. It was the first time for the king to encounter such a civilized bandit, and he was still a little unaccustomed to it. Alright, I'll get straight to the point. I heard you want to sell the throne. What's the price? When he heard that he was here to buy the throne, the king immediately changed his face. 10 billion, at least 10 billion. The king gritted his teeth and quoted a high price. Though his kingdom was worth more, he wanted to escape the situation quickly. Lynch, uninterested in small talk, drove Dragon Slayer into the ground. I'm not going to bargain. You know why you're selling the kingdom. Among everyone in West Blue, I'm the only one bold enough to take over your kingdom. Here's my offer, 2 billion Baileys. With that money, you could live comfortably as a rich man for the rest of your life. The king hesitated. On one hand, the amount Lynch offered was too low. On the other hand, the king feared he might be trapped there forever if he didn't accept. Seeing the king's uncertainty, Lynch decided to push harder. Seeing how desperate you are, I'll offer you 2.5 billion belly. Deal. The young king quickly shook hands, fearing Lynch might change his mind. Such opportunities were rare for him. He never wanted to meet the criminals in Sin Paradise again. Robin looked at Lynch with admiration, realizing that his skill was so impressive it was like getting a kingdom for nothing. Chapter 51:051 New King, New System. Alright, I'll give you 3 days to spread the news. After that, there will be a ceremony for you to abdicate and for me to ascend the throne. Agreed. The young king felt relieved rather than reluctant, as if shedding a burden he had carried for years. Tomorrow I will immediately have someone deliver the message to the people. This is the money promised to you. Lynch opened the suitcase, took out a few stacks, and threw the remaining 2.5 billion into the king's hands. Aren't you afraid I'll change my mind after getting the money? The king asked, surprised at how easily Lynch handed over the cash. Lynch sheathed his sword and said, "If you do, you'll regret ever being born." The king shuddered, and in the blink of an eye he found that no one was there, and he was very frightened. Could those two be ghosts? No, this money is real. The king sat in silence for a long time before calling his father-in-law, the Minister of Finance, to discuss future travel plans. 3 days later, hundreds of thousands of residents gathered at the enthronement venue. The area was packed with people, creating a busy and lively atmosphere. Who do you think our new king is? Has anyone seen him? I don't know. I hope he's a stronger leader. The last king had such a miserable reign. Oh, I heard a rumor. My brother's sister's husband's nephew's father works at the palace. They say the new king is like a ghost. Since this affects their future, millions of residents across the country are closely watching the enthronement ceremony. The people of the previous kingdom looked depressed. They had no other expectations, just hoping the new king could protect them from being robbed. The auspicious time has arrived. Please invite the old and new monarchs to come forward. With the announcement, gongs and drums erupted, and the atmosphere instantly turned festive. The young king waited on the 15-meter-high platform. Lynch, dressed in elegant robes and holding a gemstone scepter symbolizing royal power, walked slowly up the red carpet toward the platform. Robin, acting as a maid, gently held Lynch's left hand. With each step he took, he paused as numerous tendenmushi flashed their pictures. I mean, why bother with these uncomfortable clothes? Lynch complained to Robin in a corner away from the crowd's view. Robin pursed her lips and snickered, just bear with it. Who told this to be the tradition of this country since ancient times? Look, the new king is coming out. The crowd cheered. He looks so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend, a girl said dreamily. As if a king would be interested in you, someone replied. He looks impressive, much stronger than the previous king. Lynch walked down the red carpet for a full 20 minutes. The king stood next to the throne on the high platform, holding the crown in his hand, and greeted Lynch with his eyes. Please take your seat on the throne, new king. Now, the old king should place the crown on the new king. Hero, the country will be relying on you from now on, the young king said, placing the crown on Lynch with a troubled expression. It was clear he had mixed feelings about leaving his country. It is impossible to say that he has no feelings for this country at all. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll deal with anyone who causes trouble, Lynch whispered. The king nodded, then stepped off the high platform and got into the carriage prepared for him. He went on to live a happy life with his father-in-law and his family. Long live the king! Long live! Long live! Hundreds of thousands of people in the audience shouted excitedly. Boom! A massive explosion erupted in the center of the crowd, instantly killing dozens of people. Several fanatics holding bombs shouted loudly, "I heard a new king has ascended the throne, so I came to congratulate you. Congratulations." The congratulations are over. Now, about the protection fee? Not much. Each of our brothers needs 3 million, totaling 12 million. Give us the money and we'll stay good friends. Otherwise, we'll start a killing spree. The boss is right. Several fanatics chorused together, their threats clear. Lynch. Robin said, worried. She hadn't expected the people from Sin Paradise to be so bold. Just 4 of them dared to bring bombs and disrupt the coronation ceremony. Just a few pests looking for trouble. Lynch frowned. He hadn't bothered with them until they came to his door. His good mood was ruined as he pulled out a thunder gun. Go. Lynch threw the thunder gun, and with a loud bang, the 4 fanatics were instantly electrocuted and turned to ash. From now on, anyone who offends our people will be killed without mercy. Lynch declared loudly. So strong. The citizens were extremely excited to see the new king kill 4 robbers with one move. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! The cheers were louder than ever before. At the same time, ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission and becoming the leader of a country within 3 years. The Emperor's belief system is being activated. Activation successful. As the system activated, Lynch heard continuous prompts in his mind. Faith value +1, faith value +1, faith value +1, system, what's going on with this faith value? Ding. Host, the faith value is determined by the citizens. The more citizens there are, the more loyal they will be, and the faster the faith value will increase. Your actions greatly influence the faith value. For example, showing your power as you did earlier will significantly boost the faith value in the coming period. Faith points can be used to draw prizes. Currently, there are 2 prize pools available: the Bronze Lottery Pool, which costs 100 faith points per draw, and the Naruto Ninja Lottery Pool, which costs 1000 faith points per draw. Additional prize pools will open after a certain number of draws have been accumulated. Bronze Lottery Pool. Naruto Ninja Lottery Pool? The first one was fine, but the second one made Lynch's heart skip a beat. He wondered if he could really become a Naruto ninja. Is the system so powerful that it can bring items from other worlds? Lynch clicked to open the details of the 2 lottery pools. Bronze Lottery Pool, a basic lottery pool. It's inexpensive but has a low chance of getting rare items. Don't expect high-value items from other worlds. Naruto Lottery Pool randomly awards an item from the Naruto world. Awesome. After reading the introduction, Lynch was left with just 2 words in his mind. Faith value +1, faith value +1, faith value +1. The constant chime of increasing faith values was starting to annoy him. Chapter 52, 052 Lottery Pool, New Summon System. Can you mute the notification sound? Yes, host. The next second, the sound of increasing faith no longer echoed in Lynch's mind. After the coronation ceremony, Lynch returned to the palace to stay. Lynch asked Robin to organize the removal and replacement of everything in the palace, as he couldn't use what others had previously used. Later, Lynch reviewed the kingdom information that Robin had sent. Inhabitants, 3.65 million treasury, 0 army, 3,000 soldiers weapons, 300 flintlock rifles, 5,000 long knives specialties, iron, copper, wood, aquatic products. As expected, the treasury had been raided every year, with the little that remained taken by the previous king. It's disappointing that this country is so poor despite its rich copper and iron resources. What a weird thing. This cancer of Sin Paradise must be eliminated as soon as possible. As long as the criminals remain, the people will always live in fear. Miners dare not mine, businessmen dare not do business. As a result, the task of restoring the kingdom is far away. Lynch frowned more and more as he read the report. There are almost 4 million residents, the army only has 3,000 people, and there are only a measly 300 guns. It seems that this country is really frightened by criminals. He quickly called Robin, who was extremely busy. There's no other choice, Robin is the only one with trustworthy and capable subordinates. She has to handle everything. Is there a problem? Here, Robin had just finished overseeing the furniture replacement in the palace, and her whole body was wet with sweat, outlines the beautiful curves. When she heard Lynch was looking for her, she hurried over immediately. Please take these documents and handle the recruitment of soldiers. I still have some money left. Increase the number of standing guards in the kingdom to 10,000. Use the remaining money to find blacksmiths and make steel swords. Although making a flintlock gun is simple, not everyone can do it. It can only be bought through the black market. Robin wiped her sweat and said, "It's not difficult, your business is my business." Like a perfect secretary, Robin immediately set to work on the task. Lynch couldn't start other tasks because he lacked manpower. Recruiting soldiers and making weapons would likely keep Robin busy for several days. He decided to get some sleep. When he got up the next day, Lynch noticed that the growth rate of his faith value had slowed. The current faith value was 11,200. There are more than 10,000. Without further ado, Lynch immediately prepared for the lottery. He clicked on the system interface and saw 2 lottery pools: Bronze Lottery Pool, 100 points per draw, Naruto Lottery Pool, 1,000 points per draw system. I want to do 10 consecutive draws from the Bronze Lottery Pool. Seeing all the points, Lynch decided to start by trying 10 draws from the Bronze Lottery Pool. Ding. Minus 1,000 faith value, prize pool draw completed, ding. Congratulations host for winning, a bunny girl costume, ding. Congratulations host for winning, a box of chocolate bear cookies, ding. Congratulations host for winning, a Desert Eagle pistol, 100 bullets. Ding. Congratulations host for winning, 10 Happy Fat House water, ding. Congratulations host for winning, 10 boxes banana-flavored condoms, ding. Congratulations host for winning, 5 gold coins, ding. Congratulations host for winning, a small firecracker, ding. Congratulations host for winning, a pack of Asuma cigarettes. After reviewing his draws, Lynch sighed. The items were mostly low value, with the Desert Eagle pistol being the only worthwhile prize. Lynch turned his hand over, and a pure silver Desert Eagle appeared in his hand, which looked very nice. He was relieved to finally replace the flintlock gun, which required reloading every time. The bunny costume might look interesting on Robin. He'll have to try it on later when he gets used to it. Although the draw wasn't very rewarding, Lynch thought it was just a case of bad luck. So, he decided to move on and open the Naruto lottery pool. He hoped to get Tsunade from the draw. Why? It wasn't because of her bad temper. Anyone who understands knows it's because of her great skill. System, 10 draws from the Naruto lottery pool. Ding. Minus 10,000 points, prize pool draw completed, ding. Congratulations, host, for winning 10 shuriken, ding. Congratulations, host, for winning Ikiraku ramen, ding. Congratulations, host, for winning Yakushi Kabuto, youngster, ding. Congratulations, host, for winning Hinata's clothes, ding. Congratulations, host, for winning Sea Level Ninjutsu, Great Fireball, ding. Congratulations, host, for winning Little Sakura's bra. Note, the character summoned will be 100% loyal to the host. Unfortunately, Lynch didn't get the big European Tsunade this time. But he wasn't upset. Yakushi Kabuto, the genius character from Naruto, was a good consolation prize. Apart from Emperor Guy, Yakushi Kabuto is the only genius in Naruto who can overcome a bloodline limit through his own efforts. He didn't immediately summon Yakushi Kabuto, instead, he first received the Great Fireball training method. If he remembered correctly, Ninjutsu in the Naruto world required something called chakra to activate. Chakra is a special energy derived from both the spirit and body through specific methods. Lynch tried to learn the Great Fireball technique but couldn't because he didn't have chakra. It might be due to the differences between the two world systems. In the end, Lynch couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Little Sakura's bra, does she even have breasts? The scene changes. In the Naruto world, in Hidden Leaf Village, the young Yakushi Kabuto was ordered by Orochimaru to lurk in Hidden Leaf Village again and again to conduct the Chunin exams to select potential ninjas for Orochimaru. On this day, Yakushi Kabuto was performing his mission as usual. Suddenly, the people around him screamed. Yakushi Kabuto followed his gaze and discovered that his body was slowly becoming transparent. When Yakushi Kabuto opened his eyes again, he found himself in a mysterious space. At the same time, a lot of information filled his mind, including details about a man named Lynch. Summon Yakushi Kabuto. As Lynch completed the summoning, Yakushi Kabuto appeared in the One Piece world. Lord Lynch, Yakushi Kabuto said, kneeling on one knee and saluting respectfully. You know me? Well, it was something called the system that told me everything. I know it was you who summoned me to this world. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, I didn't expect there to be so many worlds. My previous perspective was too limited. It's good that you understand. I won't need to explain further. Lynch nodded, knowing that since the summoned person was fully loyal, he could safely hand over some tasks to Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 53, 053 Task, Farming Faith Value. Yakushi Kabuto, I need you to organize the mining of ore. Some will be used to make weapons, and the rest should be sold. From now on, you are the finance minister of the kingdom. Make sure the treasury is filled as soon as possible. If he wants the country to achieve success, funds are indispensable. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto bowed and left to carry out his tasks. Once he was gone, Lynch instructed, announced that I will be going to destroy Sin Paradise this afternoon. Anyone brave enough can come and watch. To increase his faith value rapidly, Lynch needed to strengthen his influence over the people. Letting them witness his power firsthand was the best way to do that. In the afternoon, Lynch walked out of the palace, followed silently by the citizens. As he advanced, more and more residents followed him. By the time they reached the town where Sin Paradise was located, thousands of citizens were gathered behind Lynch. Is this where the criminal gather? Lynch asked as he looked at the smoky land in front of him and slowly raised his hand. A thunderball formed in Lynch's palm, growing larger and larger until it obscured the sky and sun. Go. When it reached the right size, Lynch hurled the thunderball high into the center of the town. Boom. Thunder and lightning danced wildly, and a mushroom cloud rose from the ground. The deafening sound of the explosion spread to everyone's ears. They covered their ears in pain and looked in the direction of the town in surprise. One blow and the entire town was wiped out. The king is truly a god, the people marveled. The criminals in Sin Paradise are just gone? It felt unreal to them. The criminals who had oppressed them for years vanished without a trace. The residents' hatred for the criminals quickly turned into gratitude for Lynch. After the smoke cleared, the town was completely gone, nothing remained but a deep pit. Chen was silent for a moment, and the scene suddenly erupted into overwhelming cheers. Long live the king! Long live the king! Don't worry, everyone, with me here, this country will be safer than anywhere else in the world. Listening to the sound of increasing faith in his ears, Lynch returned to the palace. Ding! The system issues new tasks. Upon his return to the room, a long-awaited mission appeared on the system. Life Choice 1. Have 3 devil fruit users in the kingdom. Reward, 1 opportunity to upgrade the world transfer scroll. Life Choice 2. Expand the army to 10,000 soldiers and equip them all with weapons. Reward, a random devil fruit. Life Choice 3. Of course, the king must have his own concubine and conduct a national concubine selection ceremony. Reward: Viagra pill. Faced with the three options, Lynch chose the first one without hesitation. To use the world transfer scroll for teleportation, he needs to have someone bring half of the scroll to the destination while he uses the other half to complete the teleportation. If there are 3 copies of the scroll, he can keep one in each location and use the third scroll to travel between the 2 places. He did the math and noted that there are currently 2 devil fruit users in the kingdom, himself and Robin. In other words, as long as there is a new devil fruit user present, he can use the scrolls. He happened to have his own type devil fruit, the horse fruit, model, Bigfoot horse, which was originally stolen from Mary Ejo's, the Holy Land. After considering this, Lynch decided not to call Yakushi Kabuto. He felt that giving Yakushi Kabuto such a worthless fruit would be a waste of his talent. Instead, Lynch handed the devil fruit to Robin and asked her to find someone who deserved it and would use it well. Lynch considered ordinary zone devil fruits to be worthless, but people from the West Blue saw them as valuable treasures and would be very grateful to receive them. That was quick. In the afternoon, the system sent a message confirming that the task was complete. The world transfer scroll has been upgraded from 2 halves to 3 halves. After waiting 3 more days, news of the destruction of the Sin Paradise town spread throughout the kingdom. The faith value increased to just over 20,000 points, enough to draw the Naruto lottery pool 20 times. System: use the entire point to draw Naruto lottery pool. If he doesn't want to spend money, he's a cheapskate. Lynch decided to draw from the lottery regardless. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning an AK-47 production line. Lynch was shocked to see that the first prize was an AK-47. What? Are there AK-47s in the Naruto world? If you think about it carefully, firearms do exist in the Naruto world, and they appeared in the plot of Kakashi's fight against Zabuza. Thinking about it later, even the Star Destroyer cannon was invented in Naruto, so it's not surprising that there is an AK-47. But putting an AK-47 in the pirate world would make it a dominant force. Lynch was excited. Just imagine, while others are still loading bullets into their flintlock guns, you've already fired a round. How to play this? Whether it is power or range, the AK-47 is not comparable to the flintlock gun. Lynch first found an empty factory building and set up a 200-meter-long AK-47 production line there. He then stationed troops to guard it closely. He instructed Robin to find the materials and start production. Still concerned, he decided to recruit Yakushi Kabuto, who was busy with mining, as a bodyguard. This was his treasure, and he couldn't afford to let it be destroyed. Alas, I still don't have enough manpower. When there are not many people, they might not make it. There were only 2 people available, Robin and Yakushi Kabuto, who were exhausted and couldn't handle the kingdom's important tasks. After organizing everything, he went back to check the other lottery contents. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning 10 military ration pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning Ikiraku ramen. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning a ton of sand gold. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning dog food. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning young Nara Shikamaru. Seeing this, Lynch stopped. Shikamaru is a valuable asset. As the intellectual leader in Naruto, he's the kind of talent Lynch needs. Summon Shikamaru. A flash of golden light appeared, and young Shikamaru materialized on the spot. Greetings, my lord. Shikamaru knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. Please stand up, there's no need for such formality, Lynch said, helping Shikamaru up. Get familiar with this world first, and I'll arrange a job for you tomorrow. Yes, sir. Shikamaru went to explore the kingdom library. The lottery continued. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning Tsunoda's bra. PFFT. Seeing this, Lynch couldn't bear it anymore and almost spit out a mouthful of coke. This is truly the Naruto world, where anything can be extracted. Tsunade, who was longing for her, didn't come out, and the blouse came out first. But Tsunade doesn't usually wear something like this. He took out the blouse and was hit with a sudden fragrance. Lynch quickly put it back. If people found out, his image as a king would be ruined. Chapter 54, 054. Return to Marine Headquarters, ding. Congratulations to the host for winning, Jiraiya's peeping telescope, ding. Congratulations to the host for winning, Naruto's frog wallet, ding. Congratulations to the host for winning, Hinata's bath towel. The rewards became more and more absurd, and Lynch couldn't take it anymore. What the hell is this? He muttered. Only one drawer remained. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning, Naruto Ninja Training System, ding. From now on, the host can practice ninjutsu obtained from the Naruto world. What? After Lynch received the news, he immediately activated the Great Fireball ninjutsu he had obtained earlier. There is good news and bad news. The good news is, he can unleash the Great Fireball ninjutsu. The chakra required for release is replaced by his mental energy and physical strength. The bad news is the Great Fireball is no more powerful than a sneeze. His hands almost cramped trying to form the seal. Lynch concluded that this ninjutsu was not meant for ordinary humans. After all, ninjas start learning seals at a young age and practice them for over 10 or 20 years. Only with years of practice can the speed of sealing be compressed into seconds. By the time Lynch slowly formed the seal, the enemy would already be gone. He figured that instead of practicing seals, he'd be better off training in Conqueror's Hockey or something like that. He estimated that 99% of ninjutsu would feel like scratching an itch, making it useless to learn. Finally, he came to a conclusion: either he could be like Hashirama, clapping his hands and summoning whatever he wanted, or he should just forget it. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. Seeing things in the kingdom on track, Lynch felt relieved. It was time for him to come back. Hina, Momozuki-san, and Tom didn't know what was going on. He had to return to the Marine headquarters to handle matters. While I'm away, the kingdom is entrusted to you too. Yakushi Kabuto is still young, so please take care of him. Before leaving, Lynch called Shikamaru and Robin and gave instructions. What, are you leaving? Robin looked at Lynch reluctantly. Fool, it's not like I won't come back, Lynch said, touching her head. Stay here and wait for me. Okay, but come back soon. After giving his instructions, Lynch set out to sea alone early the next morning. He transformed into a sun candle dozens of meters high and flew toward the Grand Line. At the astonishing speed of sun candle, he arrived at Marine headquarters from West Blue in less than half a month. Taking advantage of the darkness, Lynch returned to his adult form and knocked on the door of his post. Who are you? Why are you coming to the Marine base in the middle of the night? The guard, instantly alert, drew his flintlock and pointed it at Lynch. Gradually, the guard felt something was wrong. Why did the person in front of him look so familiar? Are you Vice Admiral Lynch? It's me. The guard's hand holding the gun trembled. Ghost! He suddenly shouted and ran away. In the middle of the night, someone the Marines had thought dead for months quietly appeared in front of him, which was a bit scary. Lynch's face darkened. He stretched out his hand, pulled the escaping man back, and said angrily, "Take a good look. Am I a human or a ghost?" The guard rubbed his eyes, saw Lynch's shadow, and cautiously asked, "You're not dead?" "Of course I'm not dead. Now go inform the superior quickly." "Yes, sir," the guard said, trotting inside. Half an hour later, in the conference room, Garp laughed loudly and slapped Sengoku's thigh. "See? I told you this kid is like a cockroach, he won't die." Although Vice Admirals Tsuru and Zephyr didn't speak, the raised corners of their mouths showed they were in a good mood. "Bastard Garp, I almost lost all feeling in my legs from your slaps. After yelling at Garp, Sengoku turned his attention back to Lynch. It's a miracle. How did you survive in that situation? Kizaru said even the island you fought on was destroyed. Good luck. I drifted to a small island and survived, spending the next few days recovering from my injuries. By the way, Fleet Admiral, you won't withdraw my rank as Vice Admiral just because I'm alive, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Sengoku's face straightened. We at the Marines will never forget your contributions. Forget about one Vice Admiral, I'll give you 2 Vice Admirals. Okay, don't go back on your word. Help me promote Sister Giant to Vice Admiral, Lynch said, seizing the opportunity. A Vice Admiral's rights are much greater than those of a Rear Admiral. If you don't want them, don't take them. Okay. Seeing Sengoku gritting his teeth and agreeing, Garp gloated, that's what you get for speaking quickly and showing off. Hearing that Lynch didn't forget to seek a promotion for Giant, Vice Admiral Tsuruo looked at Lynch approvingly. Nice guy then. Can I go back now? Lynch asked. Hina and Giant were still waiting, and he couldn't wait to return. Get out of here, get out of here. We old guys are still going to fight in the middle of the night, Sengoku waved him off. Back home, Lynch quietly opened the door. In the darkness, something suddenly pounced on him, licking his face with its tongue. Okay, Tom, you're about to lick my face off, Lynch said, holding Tom down and tickling him until he rolled over with laughter. Tom got up, bared his big teeth in a grin, and kept circling around Lynch, unable to stop smiling. Okay, I'm back alive. Go to bed. I'll go see Hina and the others. After patting Tom's head, Lynch quietly walked into Hina's room. Feeling his way in the dark, he got into Hina's bed. Huh, Giant-san, you're here again, Hina murmured seductively, turning to hug him. Who are you? As soon as she hugged him, Hina immediately noticed something was wrong the body and punched him hard. Is this how you welcome your man home? Lynch smiled, grabbing Hina's wrist. Fortunately, he was in good health, anyone else might have been seriously hurt by her punch. Lynch. Hina was stunned and suddenly fell into Lynch's arms, tears falling down. Oh, that's great, you're still alive. Where have you been these days? Lynch gently stroked Hina's back and hugged her tightly. There, stop crying. See? I'm back, alive and well. Hina sobbed and stopped crying. Her big watery eyes looked at Lynch. You shouldn't have disappeared suddenly. I was really worried about you. I swear, I won't do it again. Look at you, you've turned into a little cat from crying. You're not pretty when you're crying. Tom, meow meow? Lynch coaxed and teased her for a while before turning Hina's tears into laughter. You should also go see Sister Giant. She must be worried about you too. Though Hina was reluctant to leave Lynch, she didn't forget about her good friend. Chapter 55, 055 Daily Life, New Home. Okay, I'll be with you later. With a gentle kiss on Hina's forehead, Lynch quietly slipped into Momozagi's room. He hugged her from behind and whispered, Giant, are you surprised? Momozagi turned around, reached out and pressed Lynch's head against her chest, and said with a smile, my observation Haki noticed you as soon as you walked in. Ugh, Sister Giant, I can't breathe. After finally pulling his head out of the abyss, a pair of red lips kissed him, and Lynch's body trembled. Under Momozagi's playful insistence, Lynch couldn't return to Hina's room. Early the next morning, Lynch went to the bathroom to clean lipstick marks off his face. After cleaning up, Lynch walked out of the bathroom to find Giant lying on the sofa in scantily clad clothes, revealing a lot of skin. Ah, Sister Giant, please don't move. Let Hina just rub you. Hina was playing with Momozagi, her hands moving up and down, looking extremely playful. Lynch touched his nose. It was quite exciting to start the morning, and he wasn't sure how much more he could handle. Stop causing trouble. It's almost noon, and you still haven't cooked, Lynch said, walking over and giving Hina a playful slap on the butt. Ouch! Hina suddenly turned around, covering her butt, and hung on Lynch like a hungry tiger pouncing on food. If you hit Hina, Hina will eat you. Ah woo ha ha ha, be careful. Lynch laughed and reached out to scratch Hina's navel. He had rarely seen Hina in such a good mood, and her whole person seemed to become lively. Keck, after a while of playful wrestling, Hina lay disheveled and panting on the sofa. By the way, Hina forgot to mention that lunch is being brought, so we don't have to cook, Hina said. Who? Lynch wondered. It couldn't be Tom, that lazy cat. Who else could it be? At this time, Momouzagi took over the conversation. Kusagakure heard the news about your return from somewhere and insisted on coming here. Momouzagi rolled his eyes at Lynch angrily. I really don't know what charm you have, so many people like you. Lynch knew that Momouzagi was jealous, so he hugged her gently and said sweetly, don't worry, I will always love only you and Hina. Humphrey, why are you telling me this? Momouzagi snorted, a blush appeared on her face, and she turned her head to the side. At noon, Kusagakure arrived with 5 dishes and 1 soup for takeout. Everyone enjoyed a wonderful meal together. During the meal, Lynch looked at the quiet Kusagakure and thought she had improved. Who knows, it's easy to change a country, but changing one's nature is hard. When Kusagakure and Lynch were alone in a room, her true nature quickly showed. Brother, I missed you so much. Kusagakure jumped on Lynch and hugged him tightly like an octopus. Come on down, how can girls from Vice Admiral families be like this? Kusagakure was hugged so tightly that Lynch couldn't even get a grip. If he tried harder, her clothes might tear. You know, people were so sad when they heard you were dead, but now you're doing this to me. Grandma Tsuru said you are not dead, and I always believed you were fine. Kusagakure chattered in Lynch's ear, and he lowered his hand that he was about to slap. Forget it, if she wants to hug him for a while, let her hug him for a while, just treat it like playing with a child. Half an hour later. Brother, let me tell you that someone was dreaming about you. You said it so rudely. As Kusakure's words grew more outrageous, Lynch wanted to find something to cover her mouth. If this was heard by Vice Admiral Tsuru, and she definitely slapped him to death. Stop. Come down quickly. Lynch threatened, if you don't come down, I'm going to spank you. Really? When Kusagakure heard this, his eyes lit up and he became excited. Lynch has a black line. It seemed this girl had been waiting for this moment. He really shouldn't have always spanked Kusagakure, but now she's become addicted to it himself. Of course, it's just a joke. Taking advantage of Kusakure's restlessness, Lynch grabbed her by the back of the neck, pulled her off him, and walked to the window to open it. Oh, what are you going to do? Put me down quickly, Kusagakure struggled. Let's go. Lynch gave Kusagakure a firm kick on the butt, and she turned into a stream of light and flew out. He used skill in this kick to ensure that Kusagakure would not be harmed in any way. Damn it, I'll remember you, you big pervert. Kusagakure flying in the air was frightened. After a few dazed moments, she fell from the sky and found herself in front of the front door of her house. I'm so angry. You stinky man. She stomped her feet coquettishly and walked into the house. Since Lynch came back from the dead, Sengoku might have found his conscience and decided not to exploit him. This time, Lynch took a long vacation. In his own backyard, after being promoted to Vice Admiral and doubling his salary, Lynch moved to a larger, more luxurious house. Not only is it a 3-story house, but it also has a spacious backyard. Kek Giant San is here. In the center of the backyard, a large net was set up, and the 3 girls, in swimsuits, were playing volleyball. Kusagakure and Hina were on one team, while Momouzagi played alone. Despite this, Giant still showed mercy when beating them. Nice shot. Giant jumped 3 meters high and smashed the volleyball, causing a splash because she was wearing a swimsuit. Lying on the beach chair, Lynch looked at the 7 volleyballs on the field and nodded frequently, good ball, good ball. Oops, too fast. Seeing she couldn't catch Momozagi's spike, Kujaku's expression changed. A whip suddenly appeared in her hand, and she nearly hit the volleyball back. Woo! Lynch whistled. Kujaku fouled. No devil fruit powers allowed. Sister Giant wins. Alright, I admit defeat. Hina stroked Kujaku's head, reached out and took out a coin from the deep groove in her chest, and threw it to Giant. Giant caught the coin and casually placed it on her chest, then collapsed onto the beach chair next to Lynch. Lynch was used to this, he had once seen Giant pull a bottle of Coke from her chest. Truly a different dimensional pocket. You two should come over for a break and join us, Lynch called to Hina and Kujaku. All three were wearing minimal swimsuits, barely covering anything, giving Lynch a great view. Lynch was clearly the biggest winner today. This kind of life was far better than being an admiral. Honestly, Sister Giant is amazing. I've never won once, Kujaku complained as she lay down. Then next time, just team up with Giant-san. Hina pursed her lips and chuckled. After all, Kujaku is still a child at heart and cares about winning or losing. No, I won't abandon Sister Hina. We'll lose together, Kujaku said, hugging Hina's arm playfully. Chapter 56, 0561 1-year period. Tom, are the drinks ready? Lynch called towards the kitchen. Meow. Tom, in his cat chef form, walked over slowly, holding a tray with drinks in each paw. Thanks, Tom. Giant patted the cat's head and took a glass of blue sparkling drink with ice cubes. Thank you, kitten. Kujaku and Hina each took a pink drink with green lemon. Ha ha ha, just smile, Tom. Look at how fat you are. Why don't you do some work? Lynch patted Tom's chubby belly and took the last glass of iced Coke. Tom, having completed his task, slumped down on the ground, sighed, and took out a can of cat food to start eating. Life is tough for Meow who performs tricks. After the fun, Kujaku was pulled by Giant to practice swordsmanship. Hina went to develop her devil fruit abilities. Lynch started his daily exercise routine. Let's warm up with 200,000 push-ups first. Lynch thought, and the push-ups were almost turning into afterimages. Every standard Marines headquarters soldier has to do 2,000 push-ups every day. Lynch does 100 times what they do, which is normal. Next, run 100 laps around the Marine headquarters, and then practice boxing to flatten 3 mountains. Time passes by in a hurry like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, 1 year has passed. It was now C-Circle calendar 1510. During this year, Lynch used a Marine mission as an opportunity to stop by Little Garden and learn the Giant's unique skill, Hueco, from the 2 giants there. Other than that, this year has been very peaceful. Nothing special happened. Lynch's routine was simple: go on a mission, take a vacation and rest, then repeat. Occasionally, Lynch would use the teleportation scroll to check on the kingdom's development. During this year, his relationship with Giant and Hina quickly heated up, reaching the point of discussing marriage. Lynch sees Kujaku as just a naive girl and has no other feelings for her. His strength is steadily improving. Yesterday, Lynch went to sea and caught a group of pirates. Today, he is resting on the sofa at home. He casually opened the newspaper delivered today and was immediately fascinated. A huge headline appeared on the homepage. Moria challenged 4 emperors Kaido and was defeated miserably. All except the captain were killed. It turned out that Moria was crippled by Kaido at this time, and has been in a state of decline since then, with his strength gradually declining, and finally becoming a fat nerd? Lynch thought to himself. This event with Moria and Kaido reminded Lynch that the world's gears are starting to turn again. The next seas are going to be more and more dangerous. Time waits for no one. Lynch realized it was time to start implementing his plans. Huh? This issue of the newspaper has quite a few breaking news stories, he said, continuing to read. Alabasta's new hero, the messenger of justice, Sand Crocodile. Crocodile? He appeared later than I expected. Lynch hadn't heard from Crocodile in years and wondered if his actions had caused Crocodile to disappear. He found this famous pirate's dramatic turn of events quite interesting. The Sun Pirates announce their disbandment. Fisher Tiger is dead. After years on the run, the Sun Pirates were captured by the world government, leading to a fierce battle. Lynch was puzzled by the news of Fisher Tiger's death. That shouldn't be right. I gave him his own fruit. If he couldn't win, he could have jumped into the deep sea. He shouldn't have died. Lynch put down the newspaper and requested a month's leave from Sengoku. A year later, Lynch set out to sea alone again. This time, his target was Sky Island, specifically Enel. The Thunder Fruit is one of the most powerful Logia fruits. Although it has a shameful record of being defeated by rubber, the Thunder Fruit's power cannot be denied. Enel is a true genius, capable of using observation hockey even in difficult situations and developing the heart network technique in conjunction with his fruit. Even the main characters can't match this. With the Thunder Fruit, Enel could become an admiral-level fighter with a bit of training. Lynch wants to recruit Enel to prepare for future plans, so a trip to Sky Island is a must. Lynch, who had read the original story, flew for over half a month and easily found the town below Sky Island. "Boss, money's no problem. Just pick out the best stuff for me," Lynch said, settling into a chair and greeting the tavern owner. After not eating for half a month, Lynch planned to head to Sky Island once he was full. After all, there might still be a fierce battle going on there. "Of course, sir. Please wait a moment," the tavern owner said, eyes practically turning into Baileys at the sight of such a big spender. In a short time, the table was filled with roast suckling pig, pasta, sakura peach pie and other food. Among them, there is also a large glass full of beer. "Thank you. Please follow this standard for my future orders and add another 10 serving," Lynch instructed. Are you sure?" The boss looked puzzled. "Can this person really eat that much?" "Yes, let's start by filling the gaps between my teeth," Lynch said, tearing off a pork leg and taking a few bites. "Why, are you worried I won't pay?" Lynch asked, slamming a bag of Baileys on the table. No, I'll get it ready right away," the boss replied, as Lynch continued eating. Slowly, the plates piled up to 2 meters high beside him. Seeing such an exaggerated appetite, more and more people gathered to watch the meal. The boss, trembling with fear, worried that the man might collapse from eating so much. "Hey, brother, you don't look like a local. What are you doing here?" Someone suddenly spoke to Lynch. "Go to Sky Island," Lynch said casually. "Huh?" The visitor was startled, then smiled and said, "You are so funny. Everyone knows that Sky Island is fake." Boom. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a group of fierce-looking men walked in. The once bustling tavern fell silent. "I heard someone is heading to Sky Island. Who is it?" the leader demanded. Lynch asked, "What's the matter?" Ja, you idiot, everyone knows that Sky Island does not exist." The big man and his little brother walked up to Lynch, and the people in the tavern stopped eating. "Damn, you eat so much, are you a pig?" The big man slapped the high stack of plates and kicked over a chair. "Boy, you're new here. Pay the protection fee." Lynch slowly raised his head and asked, "Are you talking to me?" "Of course I am. Who else would I be talking to?" The big man pulled out his big sword and said, "If you don't want to die, please hand over the money you have." Lynch sighed, stood up, looked at the big man, and said regretfully, "Isn't it better to live a good life? Why do you have to mess with me?" Chapter 57, 057 Trip to Sky Island. Thunderstrike. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, pierced through the roof, and electrocuted the big man into a charred mess. Lynch glanced at the remaining people who were paralyzed by fear. "Why don't you leave? Do you need me to help you out? Get out! Get out!" The gangsters quickly bowed their heads and fled through the door. The tavern owner looked at the penetrated roof and felt terrified. "No wonder you are so calm. It's so powerful." No, bro, you really want to go to Sky Island? Yeah, brother, does Sky Island really exist? When the same words are spoken from the mouths of people with different strengths, their taste suddenly changes. If Lynch had mentioned going to Sky Island before, people would have laughed it off. But now, they take him seriously. As for the bullies, they usually act aggressively. Lynch is only satisfied when he takes them down. Brother, let me get you a glass of beer. Tell us more about Sky Island, said the boss, who was usually very tight-fisted. Lynch took the glass and drank it in one gulp. The cold beer was refreshing, and he began to share exciting news. Sky Island is real. There are people with wings living there, and even a god. The food money and the money to repair the roof are all here. He stood up, threw out a bag of gold coins, and walked out of the tavern. After Lynch left, the tavern erupted in cheers. Sky Island, a magical place. Using his anime memories, Lynch summoned a black-red halo behind him and floated upward. Flying is convenient. Unlike Luffy and others, who had to risk their lives to reach Sky Island, Lynch easily made it. After passing through the clouds, he landed safely on the edge of the largest Sky Island. Sky Island isn't just one place, it's a series of layers, like a trapezoid, with each level higher than the one below. Those who know how can reach the highest point safely and easily. Only those two idiots Luffy dare to be so reckless. Sky Island, the entry fee is 100 million extort. In front of the Sky Island gate, a short old woman said with a smile. Can't you see I'm from the Blue Sea? If you're not asking for brie, then you're just extorting, Lynch frowned. The old woman had been a doorman for decades, she knew better. Her behavior was clearly just extortion. In reality, 100 million extort equals 10,000 Baileys. In the original story, Luffy and his crew were frightened by this fee and forced their way in without paying. This led to them being wanted by Sky Island and a series of subsequent troubles. The old woman was trying to deceive visitors. Fine, Sky Island entry fee is 10,000 Bailey. Seeing that her trick wasn't working, she dropped the fake smile. This kind of person is simply bad to the core. What 10,000 Baileys? Didn't I just give you 100,000 Baileys? You should be asking me for 90,000 Baileys. Lynch said with a smile. His favorite thing is to fight evil with evil. What? The old woman looked down. Blue Sea people, you have to figure out whose territory this is. Why do you think you can do this? Hurry up, now you have to pay 20,000 Billy. If you don't pay, go back. Since you won't repay the debt, I'll collect it myself. Lynch instantly appeared behind the old woman and lifted her up. What are you going to do, Blue Sea person? Are you looking for trouble? The old woman struggled fiercely. If you don't do anything, I won't hold it against you for owing money. But being arrogant and domineering is unacceptable. Lynch carried the old woman to Sky Island and dropped her down. Listening to her screams, Lynch nodded and said with satisfaction, if you owe me money, I'll send you back to the Blue Sea for a visit. There aren't many good people like me left. With that, Lynch walked through the door. Sky Island is 10,000 meters above sea level. While altitude sickness can be dangerous for others, Lynch feels no discomfort. Angel Island. Angel Island is the largest and only Sky Island open to outsiders. It's home to a group of winged humans. What kind of genius is this? Lynch walked through Lovely Avenue to the bustling Lovely Street. Everywhere he went, people stared at him as if he were a giant panda. On this island, anyone without wings is seen as an alien. Hey little brother, you are from Blue Sea, right? I haven't seen guests from Blue Sea for a long time. Do you want to come and try my skewers? Greeted the barbecue man on the street. Okay, 2 skewers. Lynch paid the money, took 2 skewers of barbecue and asked while eating, excuse me, I heard you have a god here. Where does he live? The barbecue vendor froze, looked around nervously, and said in a hushed tone, SHH. Don't talk like that. God is everywhere. Be careful of his punishment. What's so special about this god? Isn't it just a guy with devil fruit powers? Lynch said. The barbecue vendor didn't answer. He just shouted, "Who knows where the god is? I want to see him." People looked at Lynch in horror, afraid of what would happen to him. They ran as fast as they could, and the shopkeepers didn't even want to have their shops anymore. The bustling lovely street became deserted in just a few seconds. Tap tap tap. A group of guards quickly ran over and pointed their guns at Lynch. "Blue Sea people, you have offended the majesty of God. We will put you through the trials of God." The trials of God are overseen by 4 priests under Enel. "Why bother? Let them come to me," Lynch said. His goal was to draw out Enel, knowing that defeating the 4 priests would force Enel to confront him. "How dare you? If you provoke the guards, you'll be executed on the spot." Bang bang bang, a series of gunshots rang out. Lynch's powerful conqueror's haki overwhelmed the guards, causing them to collapse and faint. "Quick, inform the priests." The onlookers watched in horror as the scene happened. If Lord God knows about it, if he thinks that they are accomplices with the Blue Sea people, everyone will die by then. After a year, Lynch's attributes are now: Host, Lynch combat skills, Moonwalk, Peak, Instant Transmission, Peak, Tempest Kick, Peak, Finger Gun Peak, Iron Body, Advanced, Life Return, Advanced, Paper Arts, Beginner. Ghost Energy, Advanced, Hueco, Advanced. Note: all skills with extreme limits are expressed in terms of proficiency. Life skills: Sailing, Intermediate, Cooking, Beginner, Lily Development, Intermediate, Sister Nemesis, Intermediate, Young Woman Killer, Entry. Basic attributes: Physique, Level 5, Physical King, Swordsmanship, Level 5, Great Swordsman, Fruit Development, Level 4, Senior Fruit Development, Marksmanship, Level 3, Experienced Sniper, Observation Haki, Level 4, Armament Haki, Level 4, Conqueror's Haki, Level 5, Conqueror's King. Note: there is no limit. What can be continuously improved will be represented by basic attributes. Chapter 58, 058. Enel, who from Blue Sea dares to cause trouble here? You must be tired of living. The 4 priests who got the news quickly rushed over. Ho ho ho, no matter where he comes from, kill him first. The majesty of God cannot be offended. Looking at the 4 funny guys, 1 fat and 3 thin, Lynch chuckled softly. Before knowing your enemy's strength, making unprovoked provocations will only lead to your downfall. Thunderflash. He raised his hand and threw 4 lightning bolts shaped like thunder, striking the 4 priests. Zizizi ah. You, how can you use lightning? The 4 priests were shocked by the electricity. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and their bodies turned black as they collapsed to the ground. The residents of Sky Island looked at Lynch in confusion. Compared with killing the 4 priests instantly, what shocked them even more was Lynch's ability to release thunder and lightning. That is the power that only gods have. Could the man from the Blue Sea also be a god? Boom. At this moment, a thunder column suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped Lynch. The residents on both sides of the street were so frightened that they squatted down with their heads in their hands, their faces pale. It's the Lord God who has sent down divine punishment. That man is dead. Amidst the thunder, Lynch walked out leisurely, looking up at the sky with a smile on his lips. I'm just afraid you'd keep hiding. Now that you've taken action, I can find you by following your aura. A black, fiery halo appeared behind Lynch as he soared into the air, flying toward Enel's location. Lord God, we have offended you many times, please forgive us. If you 2 gods fight, please don't let it harm us. As Lynch flew off, the Sky Island residents knelt and prayed. Lynch, using his observation haki, found Enel with his big ears and drooping chest in front of a temple on Sky Island. Fortunately, there is no Buddhism in the pirate world. Otherwise, if someone has these kinds of ears, He'd definitely be considered a reincarnation of the Buddha. With his upper body bare and a thunder drum on his back, Enel resembles the mythical god of thunder. Mortal, I sense a familiar aura from you. Are you also a god? Enel asked, floating cross-legged in the air. Lynch smirked. This guy keeps bragging about being a god. It seems he's become quite delusional. That's just observation hockey. Where would gods come from in this world? Lynch said. Enel looked as if this was true. Sure enough, I am the only true god in this world. Stupid mortal, how dare you mortals offend me and hurt my servants? Enel's eyes suddenly opened, and violent electricity crackled around him. Are you ready to face divine punishment? So what? Lynch blinked, observing the strange man who talked but did nothing. He discovered that Enel's mind seemed a little abnormal. O mortals, I will let you take action first, and only after I make you feel deep despair will I kill you with my own hands. Enel said condescendingly. Lynch. He knew that Enel was just trying to show off. Since there is no hockey on Sky Island, no one has been able to hit Enel after he ate the Logia devil fruit more than 10 years ago. Ever since, this guy has formed the illusion that no one can hit him and that he is invincible. Alright, then I'll make the first move. Come on mortal, it seems you can't wait to die. Enel raised the corner of his mouth. Raimhack. Lynch held the iron rod in his hand, and when he swung it out, it was instantly armed with advanced armament hockey, and he also turned on the human-animal form. PFFT. Enel coughed up a large amount of blood. His eyeballs almost popped out. His body was dented, his bones were likely broken, and he was launched backward like a missile. The look of disbelief on his face was almost comical. No, already fainted? You're too weak to even fight back. Lynch flew over, dug through the rubble, and found the unconscious Enel, who still looked astonishing despite his defeat. A basin of cold water was thrown on Enel's face. He woke up instantly and looked around confusedly. He was stunned. Lynch was nowhere to be seen and he thought he was dreaming just now. I was scared to death. Was it really a dream? How could anyone hurt this god? Are you looking for me? Lynch's face appeared from behind. Enel, startled, turned into a bolt of lightning and appearing into the distance. That was real? You can hit me? Enel was stunned. This is a power called hockey. How about it? Do you want to learn it? Enel nodded numbly. If you want to learn, then fine, become my subordinate and I will teach you how to do it. A place as big as Sky Island is too small for you. Come with me. Your goal should among the stars and the sea. Lynch continued, lying smoothly. Hey. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you want to make me your subordinate? Enel responded with strong reaction. How about this, if I defeat you and don't kill you, will you become my subordinate? I promise I won't treat you badly. You're a real jerk. I won't agree until you win. Enel said, fuming with anger. I haven't been this angry in a year. Just seeing your face makes me mad. Why don't you just stand still and let me beat you? Lynch teased with a smile. I'm going to kill you. Enel's face turned red with anger. Knowing he couldn't take another hit, he transformed into lightning and flew into the air. Amaru, Kiri. Enel's wrist crackled with thunder as it sent a lightning attack down on Lynch from above. Roar. Lynch transformed into a massive sun candle beast, swallowing the lightning attack. After charging up, he spat a larger thunderbolt back at Enel. Sizzle. As a user with thunder fruit abilities, Enel was hit by this lightning. Not only was he fine, but he also recovered some of his physical strength. Looks like thunder won't work against thunderfruit users. Lynch returned to his human form, stroking his chin. Are you a human, a god, or a ghost? Recalling the terrifying beast Lynch had just transformed into, Enel had deep doubts about the world. Is this world still the world he knows? Also, why can you use lightning power? You are obviously not a god. Lynch looked at Enel as if he were a fool. Why are there so many questions? The reason is very simple. Think about how you have the power of lightning. You mean? Enel's eyes widened in realization. Yes, I also ate that thing called devil fruit. The world is very big, and there are countless people like you in Blue Sea. If you want to know yourself, then come with me. Lynch took the opportunity to bewitch. Enel's pupils were trembling violently, which showed that his heart was not stable. Lynch's words reminded him of the past. Reminds him of when he was very young. Chapter 59, 59 Collapse of Enel. At that time, he was still very young. Because everyone living in Sky Island has wings, parents and family, but he does not. Therefore, Enel's childhood was full of hardships. In the beginning, in order to survive, he could only beg, steal, and rob. But just because he has no wings, he is often bullied by some children. Gradually, it was just throwing stones at him. It later turned into severe beatings. Every time Enel was seen by them, he would be beaten severely. Fearing that he might be killed, he had no choice but to move into the deserted forest alone. When he was hungry, he would find wild fruits to eat. When he was tired, he slept in an abandoned temple. When his clothes wore out, he made new ones from grass. He lived a savage life, isolated from people all day long. This kind of life lasted for 6 years. Until one day, when Enel was looking for fruit, he discovered a strange fruit. After eating it, he gained the power of lightning. He always thought it was a gift from God. From that day on, Enel vowed to make the people of Sky Island pay for causing him so much suffering. One day, when he gets tired of playing, he will blow up the entire place with thunder. No. I am God. The only God. Enel roared. He stretched out his hand, and a ball of golden liquid gold condensed into a golden trident in his hands. 30 million volts thunderbirds. Enel struck the thunder drum on his right with the trident. Lightning accumulated and released, forming a phoenix-shaped thunderbird in midair that swooped towards Lynch. 30 million volts thunder beast. Before it was over, Enel struck the thunder drum on the left with his golden trident, releasing another burst of lightning. This time, a wolf-shaped thunder beast leaped out. Both the thunderbird and the thunder wolf charged at Lynch, wanting to kill Lynch with these minions. Fancy, Lynch said, transforming into his half-animal form. His height increased to 9 meters, antlers sprouted from his head, and dragon scale-like patterns appeared on his skin. He held the sky with his hands and stepped on the earth with his feet, a halo of flames floating behind him, standing like a god. Bang! With just one punch, the 10-meter-tall thunder beast shattered like a toy. He raised his hand and pulled, tearing the phoenix-shaped bird in half. Roar! He roared, sending a red flame beam toward Enel. Enel was stunned, seeing his favorite creation destroyed so easily. Before he could recover from the shock, the attack was suddenly in front of him. Enel hurriedly reacted, electric light. He released lightning from his body, converting it into heat energy to form an invisible wall, successfully blocking the attack. You seem happy? Lynch appeared above Enel. This time, Enel didn't even have time to react, and Lynch punched him in the head. Enel's head exploded instantly, with his tongue and eyes flying out. His body crashed to the ground. If Enel weren't a Logia user, he would have died 100 times over from this. The tongue and eyes that flew out turned into lightning and returned to Enel's body. He staggered up, furious, and shouted at the sky, 60 million volts thunder dragon. Enel struck the drums on both sides at once, summoning a thunder dragon many times larger than the thunder beast. It is just hanging in the air, its terrifying power making people shudder. The raging thunder could be seen from 10 kilometers away, and its power was terrifying. Go and kill him. Enel ordered, waving his trident. The thunder dragon roared and charged at Lynch. Raimhack. Lynch's cold voice echoed as he swung a massive, thick stick. The thunder dragon was once again knocked away by Lynch's stick. Enel's eyes twitched uncontrollably, and he was on the verge of collapse. Lynch landed on the ground, thinking how useful the Raimhack he learned from teacher Kaido had become. Don't come any closer. Enel screamed in fear as Lynch approached. In a desperate move, he unleashed his most powerful attack, 20 million volts Thor. Enel released all the lightning he had accumulated at once. His body grew several times larger, surrounded by a massive storm of thunder, making him look like a true thunder god. Every move from Enel unleashed huge power. "That's more like it," Lynch said with satisfaction. He finally felt a bit threatened. Even though Enel doesn't know hockey, making him feel even a little threatened is something to be proud of. "Gloam paddling, dragon leads," Enel shouted, swinging a golden trident that had grown several times larger. As Enel danced, a massive amount of thunder, combined with hot gold liquid, wrapped around Lynch's body like a plaster. Once enveloped, the gold quickly solidified, trapping Lynch tightly. If an ordinary person were caught in this trap, they would either be scalded by the molten gold, electrocuted, or suffocated by the solidifying gold. However, since both Enel and Lynch can melt gold with lightning, this trick is ineffective against Lynch. When it comes to lightning, the sun candle fruit is highly effective and even more resistant than the rubber fruit. It has a strong advantage over Enel's lightning abilities. When Enel faced him, it was like a thief encountering a policeman, an unavoidable mismatch. Lynch burst through the lightning, grabbed Enel by the head, and slammed it into the ground. As he continued to slam, he asked, "Do you give up? Bang, do you give up?" Bang, ah. 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 Enel screamed in frustration, feeling his rage boil over. He couldn't believe how he, a self-proclaimed god, was being treated this way. "I'll fight you to the end, Thunderbolt." Unable to endure the beating, Enel, in his desperation, unleashed a devastating explosion. His fury released terrifying lightning that obliterated most of the island where he lived. As the lightning cleared, Enel, now missing arms and legs, gathered himself in midair. Not seeing Lynch, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, finally dead, finally dead. Who are you talking about?" Enel suddenly looked up when he heard the sound, and saw that abominable blue sea man floating in the sky. "You've used up all your tricks. It's my turn now." Lynch geared up and flew over with malicious intent. "What are you going to do?" Enel backed away in fear. "Ah. Don't slap me anymore." After several hours of friendly exchanges, Enel collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. "Are you convinced now?" "Yes, I give up. It hurts me to death." Bang bang bang. Without saying a word, Lynch pinned Enel to the ground and kept beating him. "Are you convinced now?" "No, I'm not." Bang bang bang. Lynch punched Enel a total of 15 times. Finally, the stubborn Enel's resistance began to waver. Chapter 60, 060 Surrender, Water 7 Stop. "Stop fighting, I have something to say." Enel, who was beaten into a pig's head, barely conscious, spoke weakly. "Explain," Lynch demanded. "Blue Sea Guy, there aren't many people like me." "There are many," Lynch replied. "You might not be among the strongest." This is reflected in the motto of the arc built by Enel. In reality, Enel has always wanted to see the outside world. After Lynch defeated him, recruiting Enel wasn't difficult, considering his instinct for survival. The challenge is that Enel has been deceiving himself by staying in Sky Island for years. To recruit him, Lynch must first get rid of his arrogance. "All right, I'll surrender," Enel said through gritted teeth. "But I have 2 conditions." "Explain." "First, you cannot restrict my personal freedom. Even though I surrender, I am not a slave. You are at most my boss." "All right, and the second condition?" "You must take care of my food," Enel said, sitting up with a serious expression. "Ha ha ha ha, of course." Lynch laughed and patted Enel on the shoulder. The wounds all over his body were affected, and Enel grinned in pain. "You couldn't have been gentler when you were fighting me just now." "That's okay, how can I make you surrender if I don't use more force?" Lynch has basically made a judgment on Enel's strength. His physical skills are average, which makes sense. In Sky Island, no one could hit Enel, so there was no need for him to develop physical skills. Enel's observation Haki is top-notch. However, he doesn't have both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. His Devil Fruit ability is also top-level. Overall, his strength is at the level of an elite Vice Admiral. If Enel masters Armament Haki and improves his physical skills, his strength could reach the level of a Quasi-Admiral, surpassing all Vice Admirals. This isn't underestimating Enel, it's recognizing his potential. Compared to the current 3 admirals, Enel is still very young. He still has plenty of time to improve. If Enel can catch up, then the 3 admirals are too weak. Now that you've surrendered, I'll stay on Sky Island for a week to teach you Armament Haki. By the way, your ability called the Heart Network is actually an advanced version of Observation Haki. A week later Lynch left Enel in charge of Sky Island while he worked on building the Arc Maxim. There are also 2 other ships, the Arc Maxim, which is powered by electricity to fly. If Enel can drive it, he can also pilot the ship. A flying ship would be pretty cool, don't you think? When the time comes, Enel will attack enemies one by one, scaring them to death. Sky Island has quickly become Lynch's personal base. Meanwhile, on the other side, on a small island in East Blue, in the Aishin dojo, Zoro looked panicked as he hurriedly opened the dojo door. Teacher, teacher. Kuina fell down the stairs and fell unconscious. What? Koshiro immediately stood up. Take me there quickly. After arriving at the rear warehouse, after some inspections, Koshiro breathed a sigh of relief and felt strange at the same time. It turned out that she just fainted, nothing serious. But what kind of stairs could knock Kuina unconscious, especially after she ate a zone fruit model, peacock? They were just wooden stairs. Even if Kuina had fallen from a 5-story height and hit her head on a rock, it wouldn't be so serious. An ordinary person, even without training, wouldn't be able to die from such a fall on these stairs. Suddenly, Koshiro remembered something and broke into a cold sweat. If Kuina could be hurt this badly after eating the zone devil fruit, what if she hadn't eaten it? It reminded him of the day Lynch gave her the devil fruit. Koshiro had a strange feeling, as if Lynch had known this would happen. Was it just his imagination? Regardless, Lynch had saved Kuina's life, and she would need to thank him in the future. Looking back at the strange staircase where Kuina fell, Koshiro issued a stern order, burn it for me. In this way, because of Lynch's butterfly effect, another person in this world had his tragic fate changed. The gears of the world have entered a moment of its turning point. This way. Lynch had just acquired an admiral like Enel, and immediately headed to the capital of Seven Waters non-stop. Pluton, one of the top 3 ancient weapons, was bound to be a great asset. Lynch hadn't taken it before because he knew the blueprint was secure and he couldn't escape with it. Secondly, he was also too weak, and obtaining Pluton's plans would have been more of a curse than a blessing. Now, he felt it was the right time to take Pluton and make the drawings. A few days later in the capital of Seven Waters, Lynch took advantage of the darkness to locate Tom the Fishman, who had been sentenced to death and was under strict surveillance by the world government. Good evening, Mr. Tom. Lynch, having changed his appearance, appeared behind Tom like a ghost. Tom stopped his work, turned around slowly, and said calmly, "What do you want from me? If I send signal, dozens of world government agents will rush in here at any moment." "Really? Don't you think Mr. Tom should be more concerned about me killing Frankie and Iceberg?" Lynch said with a hint of a joke. Realizing that the visitor had already investigated him clearly, the fishman Tom clenched his fist and suddenly opened it with a punch. Fishman karate. Same Gawara Seiken. Tom attacked, but Lynch blocked it with a single finger. "Mr. Tom, if you make too much noise, you'll attract the world government, which is bad for both of us," Lynch said. "What exactly do you want?" Seeing his attack easily blocked, Tom the Fishman realized the visitor was no ordinary person and decided to stop resisting. "It's simple. Hand over Pluton's production drawings, and I'll leave immediately without causing any trouble." Tom's eyes widened in shock. "What are you talking about? I don't know anything about Pluton's production drawings." "Don't play dumb. If I'm here asking for it, I've already investigated everything," Lynch said calmly. "Tom might be a good man, but kindness doesn't control soldiers, and righteousness doesn't control wealth. Lynch is not only a Marine but also a king, and his actions and decisions affect countless lives. In the future, he will inevitably have to confront the world government and the celestial dragons. If he fails, everyone close to him, including his citizens, could die. Lynch doesn't mind becoming a villain, even if it means harming some good people, as long as he can protect those who believe in him." "I really don't know what you're talking about." "You must have the wrong person," Fishman Tom said, then turned away from Lynch. "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." Lynch threatened, "Either give me the Pluton blueprint now, or I'll kill Frankie and Iceberg. Your choice." Lynch knew very well that no matter how hard he tortured Tom the Fishman, he wouldn't get the Pluton blueprints from him. The only way to get the information is by threatening Tom through the people around him. That's his only weakness. Chapter 61:061 Pluton Blueprint. "You ask me to come up with something I don't have, and there's nothing I can do about it." Fishman Tom didn't look back, shrouding himself in shadow. "Since you want to kill, then go ahead and kill." "Okay, this is what you said, don't regret it." Lynch snorted and disappeared into the night. After confirming that the visitor had left, Tom the Fishman suddenly collapsed on the ground as if he had lost all his strength, and big tears fell from the corners of his eyes. "I'm sorry, Frankie. I'm sorry, Iceberg. I hope you can forgive me," Tom said. Meanwhile, Lynch didn't give up on obtaining the Pluton production drawings. As soon as Lynch saw the situation, he quickly located Frankie's position at the abandoned shipyard. Without warning, Lynch appeared behind Frankie, knocked him unconscious, and carried him away before anyone could react. The next day, Fishman Tom heard from Iceberg about Frankie's disappearance and was heartbroken. He didn't tell Iceberg all this, but kept it deep in his heart. That person's strength is too strong. Not telling Iceberg was the best choice for him. Otherwise, if Iceberg wanted revenge, he would be putting his own life at risk. That night, Lynch found Mr. Tom again. But this time, he was holding a gift. "Hee, Mr. Tom, do you like the gift I brought?" "Frankie!" Tom exclaimed, rushing over and breathing a sigh of relief when he saw Frankie was only unconscious and not seriously injured. "What do you want?" "It's simple. You said you don't care about Frankie's life or death." "I want to see if that's true," Lynch said, tightening his grip on Frankie's head. "Asshole! What are you doing?" "Stop it." Fishman Tom, his eyes wide, rushed forward, punching and kicking Lynch. However, Lynch remained unmoved. Crack. Lynch's palm applied more pressure, and suddenly there was the sound of bones breaking. Blood began to trickle down Frankie's temples. "Stop. Stop. Please, stop." Mr. Tom was always in tears. He had never been so weak as he was today. This was the real world, where cruelty often outweighs beauty. "That's enough. Why are you willing to let Frankie go?" Seeing Frankie's tragic situation, Tom the Fishman's inner defense was instantly broken. Lynch's palm suddenly stopped. "It's very simple. As long as you hand over the Pluton drawings, I will leave immediately and I will never hurt you." Seeing that Fishman Tom was already hesitant, Lynch clenched his hands tightly and said, "Otherwise, you'll have to say goodbye to Frankie tonight." "I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over, just don't hurt him anymore," Tom the Fishman nearly shouted. If he weren't afraid of being discovered by the world government, he might have shouted out. "Very good. It would have been better if it had been this way earlier." Lynch released his grip, letting Frankie fall to the ground. "I'll give you 5 minutes. Don't overestimate my patience." Tom the Fishman walked to a corner of the room and slapped his hands on the ground. A safe rose up from the floor. He entered the combination, and after a complex process, a thick roll of drawings appeared in his hand. "Here you go. Now let Frankie go." "Okay." Lynch took the Pluton production blueprint and, as promised, let Frankie go. "Holy crap, what kind of blueprint is this?" Lynch looked at the drawings and felt dizzy from the complex structural components. No wonder the world government couldn't build Pluton without the blueprints. Even with these blueprints, it might still be impossible to create it. "If I find out you're lying, I'll come back and take Frankie's life," Lynch warned, concerned that Tom might have tampered with the blueprints. "Don't worry, I won't play any tricks," Fishman Tom said, shaking his head as he sealed the safe back underground. "I don't even want to think about you," Lynch said as he carefully put away the drawings and disappeared into the night. Frankie, wake up." After Lynch left, Tom the fishman hurriedly knelt beside Frankie to help him wake up. "Ahem. Teacher Tom, why am I here?" After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Frankie woke up groggily and looked around in confusion. He clearly remembered being at the abandoned shipyard just moments ago. Why was he suddenly here with Teacher Tom? "Don't worry about that. I have something more important to tell you." As a responsible teacher, Tom chose not to pass on his hatred to the next generation. What happened today would be buried with him. Tom walked to another corner of the room, repeated the previous steps, and retrieved a copy of Pluton's production drawings. "Frankie, I can't leave anymore. These are the production drawings of the famous ancient weapon Pluton that I copied. I'm giving them to you today. You must protect them as you would protect your own life." Fishman Tom shoved the second Pluton drawing into Frankie's arms. "Go. Get out of here and never come back." As Frankie looked at the Pluton drawings, he was shocked and overwhelmed. "Teacher Tom, I will never abandon you." "Idiot, do you want me to die with my eyes open?" Fishman Tom glared at Frankie. After getting the Pluton drawings, Lynch quickly left. The rookies sent by the world government were dreaming if they thought they could find that blueprint. He returned to Sky Island first. There are many shipbuilding masters in Sky Island, otherwise Enel's golden spaceship would not be built. "How about it? Is the blueprint real or fake?" Seeing a group of gray-bearded scholars studying the blueprint for a long time without any progress, Lynch couldn't help but ask. "Well, this drawing is absolutely real. I have lived for 82 years and have never seen such a stunning battleship. What wonderful craftsmanship, what wonderful craftsmanship. Whoever designed this battleship is a genius." Several old scholars were fascinated. "Then can you build it?" After confirming the blueprint were genuine, Lynch quickly asked the most critical question. "Forehead." The leader, an old man with a white beard, took off his glasses. "With all due respect, we can't build it. There are two main problems." "What are the two problems?" Lynch asked. "He isn't afraid of problems, just make sure they stay hidden. Now that he found the blueprint, it is a waste if he's not build it. The first problem is the material for this ship. Legend says that Roger's ship, the Pirate King, is invincible on the sea because its keel was made from Adam, the treasure tree. I've studied this battleship, Pluton. Its weapons and sophisticated design are at least 1,000 years ahead of our time." Chapter 62, 62 Poison Dragon Fruit. If you want to build this warship, you must use the Atom Tree as the material to build it successfully. Otherwise, once Pluton's weapons are launched, the ship's hull will be destroyed before it can even attack the enemy. PFFT. "What did you say?" Lynch nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He understood that the hull must be strong. A weapon that can destroy an island with one shot would have extraordinary recoil. But using all the atom would seem too exaggerated. Hina, the small amount Luffy bought cost $1 billion. The most important thing is that atom wood has no market price. He can't buy it even if he want to. Of course, it doesn't necessarily have to be all atom wood. I'm just making an analogy. Actually, the proportion of the atom tree can be within 30%. The other parts are made of other woods and metals of the same value, which will have a better effect than using all atom trees. Yes. You should stop it first. Lynch finally understood that this so-called Pluton cannot be built by humans at all. It's estimated that even the Marines couldn't build one if they drained all their resources. Only the world government has that kind of strength. But it's not impossible for him. Lynch already had two solutions in mind. First, purchase a treasure tree atom from System Mall, and then wait to summon a ninja with wood style through a lottery. Through the continuous growth and maturity of the wooden shield, there will be an endless supply of atom trees. Second, find a few top scientists to use scientific research to artificially create similar materials to build Pluton. This is a bit difficult, as top scientists are all controlled by the big forces. Unless Lynch can recruit Orochimaru, there is little hope. However, since Orochimaru specializes in biology, it's uncertain if he can help. What about the second point? The second point is that we old people don't have enough technology available and can't build it even if we have the materials. Forcibly building it will only cause problems. The old man told the truth. Lynch. This old man can really pour cold water on people. Did he need to wait for Orochimaru to recruit first before even thinking about this? Suddenly, the old man changed the subject, but we can still build a simplified version of the Pluton battleship. Get rid of the parts that are too complex and transcendent, and then simplify the rest. I can guarantee that with common materials, we can build a warship that can defeat all other ships that exist. Wipe it. This old man, can you stop sighing all the time? This old man should have told him this good news earlier. Lynch's mood suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. According to your standards, how long will it take to build a simplified version of Pluton battleship? The old man stroked his beard and smiled. That depends on how many people are involved in the construction. If I let everyone on Sky Island participate, how many could be built in a month? Sky Island has a large population, with the combined total from several islands reaching into the millions. In that case, I'm confident we can produce 10 ships in a month. All right. Lynch said seriously, I'll leave it to you. In the coming days, Lynch plans to stay on Sky Island for a month. During this time, he will also work on developing techniques like flame cloud. Kaido can create a flame cloud that lifts an island, so Lynch hopes to develop similar abilities. However, things didn't go as planned. After only 2 days at Sky Island, the System Mall gave him a big surprise. In recent months, Lynch checked the System Mall every day but found nothing good, until today. Marine 6 Styles Training Book, price, 3,000 points, 3 Sword Style Experience for a year, price, 7,000 points, Panda Brand Leather Jacket, price, 30 points, Lifespan Fruit, increases lifespan by 1 year. Price, 10,000 points, Zone, Phantom Beast Species, Fish Fruit, Poisonous Dragon Form, price, 255,555 points. The last item is the main focus. Whenever Lynch changed his shape or transformed into a human animal form, his swords, which were previously well-suited, would become useless. Not only would they no longer fit, but they would also make him unable to use it. It caused great inconvenience to him fighting. Lynch has long thought about how to solve this problem. And finally got the answer. That's giving the weapon a devil fruit. If he wants weapons that can change size, most Logia and Zone fruits can do it, and a few Parimsha fruits can as well. But after all, his Long Yuan is also a supremely sharp sword. Using an ordinary devil fruit would be a waste. So Lynch held back his thoughts for the time being. Until today, the poison dragon fruit appeared in the mall. This is the mythical beast poison dragon fruit, which is on the same level as Kaido's blue dragon fruit. It's perfect for his demon cutter to have that ability. In this world, Lynch might be the only one who thinks it's just right. If others knew about his plan, they would criticize him violently. Eating the fruit could make someone as powerful as an admiral or even one of the 4 emperors, just like Kaido. System, You did this on purpose. The poison dragon fruit is way too expensive, 250,000 points. Lynch winced at the price. He had been catching pirates and doing missions almost every day this year, and he had just enough points to buy it. After buying it, Lynch went back to before the purchase. Bought it. In the end, he was determined and made the purchase. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mythical beast poison dragon fruit. As the points were spent, a strange, green devil fruit appeared in Lynch's hand. Another fruit not listed in the devil fruit encyclopedia. This was great because he didn't have to worry about being recognized. After getting the fruit, he headed straight to the Marine headquarters. Infusing weapons with devil fruit powers is a technique currently mastered only by the world government. So he found Kizaru, Luffy's second uncle, who was responsible for protecting the science division. Admiral Kizaru, could you help me infuse a devil fruit into a weapon? Sure, I'll bring you to the experimental base. Only those scientific madmen can do it, Kizaru said without thinking. Everyone in Marine knows that Lynch is a rising star in Marine. Given time, let alone Admiral, even the high-ranking fleet admiral position would not be impossible. I want to bring the weapon that will eat the fruit with my own eyes. Is that okay? Hearing that Kizaru was going to take Demon Cutter and the poison dragon fruit, Lynch felt very reluctant. These two are his lifeblood. If he loses them, he will regret it to death. Yes, the poisonous dragon fruit is extraordinary. What if something goes wrong after being eaten by the supreme sharp sword? If he's not around, what if the scientific research department refuses to return the weapon? Chapter 63, 63 Marines Research Institute, Kingdom Development. I need to get approval from higher-ups for this, Kizaru said. Though he leads the escort force, he's just a guard and needs authorization to bring others in. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Admiral Kizaru, Lynch said. Kizaru waved his hand and vanished in a flash of golden light. After a short while, he returned with a warrant in hand. Let's go. Institute of Science. After passing through multiple layers of security, fingerprint scans, password entries, and several large iron gates, Lynch finally reached the interior. It can be seen that the world government pays great attention to this place. If Lynch hadn't been a Marine Vice Admiral, he would have had to fight hard to get in. In fact, he might not even be able to get in. Several Admiral-level combatants could arrive within minutes. Why does the world government want to arrest rare races from all over the world? What are they planning? As Lynch walked, he saw all kinds of strange and new things. What caught his attention the most were the rare races being held captive and having their blood drawn: giants, minks, dwarves, and fishmen. Seeing the rare races held captive and their blood drawn, Lynch felt a chill. It seemed true that one of the three calamities from the Beast's pirates had escaped from a marine lab when he was young. I don't know, this involves the world government's top secrets, Kizaru said lazily. We've arrived. In a room, two scientists took the demon cutter and poison dragon fruit from Lynch. One of the scientists placed the demon cutter into a black coffin. The other scientist put the devil fruit into a juicer, then placed both the juicer and the devil fruit into the coffin. The coffin was covered and Lynch noticed it was made of sea stone. Giving devil fruit powers to items is actually quite simple, Kizaru explained. You just need to put them in a sealed sea stone box together and then destroy the fruit. Don't look at Kizaru's easy words. As we all know, sea stone is much harder than steel. Only the world's top swordsman can cut sea stone. It shows how difficult it is to process it. Handling such a large piece, while ensuring precision, makes it even more challenging. If there's a gap in the stone boxes, the devil fruit's energy will escape, causing failure. Buzz buzz, the scientists remotely started the juicer, crushing the poison dragon fruit inside, and then the juicer dissolved itself. Without a carrier, the energy from the devil fruit floats in the air, trying to find a new carrier. It tried several times but couldn't get out. The sea stone was made into a coffin. The fruit's energy then had no choice but to attach itself to the demon cutter. Roar. When they heard the sound from the coffin, everyone knew it was done. As soon as the coffin was opened, a small dark green dragon flew out and circled around Lynch. So good, so good. Lynch touched the dragon's head. The next moment, the dragon coiled around Lynch's waist like a belt. Lynch Vice Admiral, did you really feed the mythical beast fruit to a weapon? Seeing this, Kizaru's mouth twitched in disbelief. He had never seen such extravagance before. What a luxury. Ha ha ha, Kizaru Admiral, I'll give you a raise when I become Fleet Admiral. Lynch couldn't wait to try out the new demon cutter, and disappeared before Kizaru could ask any more questions. Training course. Here comes the sword. Lynch stretched out his arm, and the small dark green dragon flew into his hand with telepathy and transformed into a long sword. He returned to his true form, and his figure quickly grew larger. At the same time, the demon cutter grew proportionally, eventually becoming a 5-meter-long sword. You mentioned you have other abilities? Lynch asked, gripping the sword handle. He rotated the blade, causing dark green venom to flow down its edge. The venom dripped onto the ground, corroding a 3-meter-tall boulder weighing dozens of tons in seconds. Lynch gasped, impressed by the venom's potency. This was excellent, he'd never have to worry about a lack of effective weapons again. After all this, Lynch returned to Sky Island and began a new phase of research and development. A month flew by in no time. One day, while Demon Cutter was playing with Tom in the open space, it was suddenly startled by laughter coming from a nearby cave. Ha 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 ha. I've finally developed a move similar to Kaido's Flame Cloud. Realizing that the master had left the cave, Demon Cutter and Tom ran over quickly. Lynch looked excited. Since he couldn't create clouds like Kaido, he had found another way to achieve a similar effect. Hard work pays off. He had figured out how to use electromagnetic forces to create a biological stance with electromagnetic nets, allowing objects to float. The transportation problem for the Pluton battleships was solved. Lynch, along with Tom and Demon Cutter, went to the shipyard, loaded 10 simplified Pluton warships, and flew them towards West Blue. Lord God. Long live. The residents of Sky Island at the shipyard watched in awe, seeing Lynch as a true god. This was the power of a god. With 10 battleships, using transfer scrolls wasn't an option. Lynch had to float in the sky for over a month to reach his kingdom. With a loud bang, he dropped 10 simplified Pluton battleships into the country's inner harbor. The inner harbor is much safer and more secretive than the outer port, especially at night. Greetings, my lord. Yakushi Kabuto, who had a feeling that Lynch would arrive soon, was already waiting. He quickly stepped forward and saluted respectfully upon seeing Lynch. It's you, Kabuto. You've grown much stronger over the past year. Lynch gave a few words of encouragement, making Yakushi Kabuto's face flush with excitement. Yes, Mr. Lynch, it's all thanks to you. Well, where are Shikamaru and Robin now? After spending a year together, Robin eventually revealed her true identity to Lynch. Lynch also looked like he was surprised at first, and then completely accepted Robin. Recalling Robin's enthusiasm that day, Lynch touched his cheek, lost in thought. Master Robin should be handling tasks in a palace, while Mr. Shikamaru has been managing black market matters recently. I understand, Lynch nodded. These are 10 Pluton battleships. You're responsible for recruiting elite soldiers and getting familiar with them as soon as possible. Yes, Master Lynch. After more than a year of development, the kingdom has changed significantly. Lynch took out the report Robin had given him. Report summary: Inhabitants, 3.95 million, National Treasury, 9.5 billion belly, 20 large chests of treasure, Army, 30,000 soldiers, weapons, 50,000 precision-forged steel swords, 15,000 AK-47s, 950 cannons, and various ammunition, battleships, 100 clippers ship, 1 large battleship, 5 medium battleships, 25 small battleships, 7 assault ships, and 10 simplified plutons. Specialties: iron, copper, wood, aquatic products. Chapter 64, 064. Madam, you wouldn't want your child to suffer, do you? 1 year is short, just over 300 days. However, under Lynch's leadership, the kingdom has undergone earth-shaking changes. Among them, Secretary Robin played an important role. Shikamaru and Yakushi Kabuto worked tirelessly every day, contributing to this impressive outcome. He remembered when the national treasury was so poor that it couldn't afford even a single belly. A year has passed, and now the national treasury is so rich it could buy the heads of 3 pirate kings. Among them, it is all thanks to the kingdom's vigorous development of mineral enterprises, which plays an indispensable role. The kingdom's copper and iron resources are even more abundant than initially expected. If he were willing to sell the AK-47s, the national treasury could increase several times over. But Lynch is not that stupid. He only sold the ordinary weapons and flintlock guns stored in the warehouse. The AK-47 is a military secret, only an idiot would sell it. The army expanded from 3,000 to 30,000, a tenfold increase. Shikamaru often led these 30,000 soldiers out to sea in batches to gain experience by fighting pirates. Therefore, these 30,000 soldiers are battle-hardened and experienced, having been on the battlefield and seen blood. There is absolutely no hesitation in a fight. They are also fully prepared for any fight. In terms of weapons, shotguns were replaced with cannons. The swords used are all high-quality, exquisite long swords. The firearms are AK-47s, which are so powerful they can disorient the enemy with a single shot. The cannons are average at best, there's nothing better available right now. A year ago, the kingdom didn't even have basic warships. Now, it has a massive fleet capable of rivaling a small marine branch. The reason for the large fleet is that, over the past year, most pirates in West Blue have been wiped out. In the kingdom, anyone who encounters a pirate will not only be killed but also have their ship seized. As a result, there are fewer pirates at sea, and security has improved. This is notable in the notoriously chaotic West Blue. Later, Lynch found Robin working in the palace. She looked even more beautiful and captivating than usual when focused on her tasks. Lynch walked over quietly, suddenly hugged Robin from behind, and lowered his voice and said, "Guess who I am? Careful. It's going to fall." A small hand appeared on the ground at some point and grabbed Lynch's crotch. Robin slowly turned around, gave Lynch a playful roll of her eyes, and her beautiful eyes were filled with emotion. "You're a king, can you be more serious?" Robin said. Lynch grinned, "Hey, I'm right here in front of you. You used devil fruit to catch me, didn't you feel it yourself? No wonder you grabbed me so accurately." "Your sweet tongue." Robin rolled her eyes at him angrily, but the redness on her cheeks revealed her true thoughts. "It's been a while. Why haven't you come closer?" Lynch leaned in, his face close to hers. Without hesitation, Robin tilted her head and kissed Lynch on the cheek. "I should be able to stay a few more days when I return this time." "All right, stay a few more days. I have something important to do when I come back this time. I'll explain later, I have something to take care of now." After kissing Robin, Lynch hurried into the room. Faith points have been accumulated for more than a year. Except for one draw in the middle, they have been accumulated all the time. Now, the total had reached over 120,000, enough for more than 100 draws from the Naruto lottery pool. This is an impressive result from just 1 year of self-growth. Most of his time was spent at Marine Base, so the nation's awareness of him spread mainly through word of mouth. Faith value grows slowly. If he stayed in the kingdom every day to show his holiness, he could easily reach 1 million instead of just 100,000. System, let's start with a 10 draw Naruto lottery pool. Ding. Faith value successfully deducted. The lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the item. Seal scroll. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the item. Random A-level ninjutsu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the item. Rockley's tights. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the character. Sasuke Uchiha, young. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the character. Mikoto Uchiha, Lynch looked at the results with surprise and excitement. Drawing out the second male lead from the Naruto world was a huge win. Although this Sasuke has only one Magatama, the Sharingan is here. Mangekyo can't be far behind. Lynch's gaze lingered on the final prize. Mikoto Uchiha. Isn't that Sasuke's mother? With a thought, Mikoto Uchiha appeared in front of him. Lord. Mikoto Uchiha was kneeled in one knee and bowing respectfully. Looking at the beautiful lady in the kimono, Lynch thought he wouldn't guess she had a child if he didn't know the detail. Madam, I also got Sasuke. Would you like to see him? Sasuke? Really, sir? Mikoto exclaimed with excitement. In her memory, Sasuke was still a toddler. But, madam, I have a condition. Lynch suddenly took a step forward, pressed Mikoto Uchiha against the wall, and said in a deep voice, Madam, you wouldn't want your child to suffer, do you? I agree to any condition you have. Mikoto Uchiha, not daring to look at Lynch, bit her lower lip and rested her head on his collar. For the sake of her children, she would agree to any condition, no matter how excessive. Even if it meant. Mikoto glanced at Lynch. If Sasuke could have a stepfather in this world, their lives would be much easier. Very good, Lynch said solemnly. Promise me you'll educate him well and not let him show off in front of me every day. After all, Sasuke, the Pose King, was well known throughout the world. If Sasuke turned out to be the kind of young boy who would show off and then get easily beaten up, Lynch wouldn't be able to tolerate it. I will educate him well, sir. Realizing her mistake, Mikoto's cheeks flushed as she agreed. System, summon Sasuke. With a flash of light, Sasuke appeared on the scene. He crossed his arms across his chest and snorted coldly when he saw Lynch. You summoned me here? The corners of Lynch's mouth twitched, and he was worthy of being the king of pose. Snapped. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, Mikoto slapped him on the head and scolded, Be respectful when talking to your king. Mother. Mother. Is that you, mother? Sasuke was about to get angry but was stunned when he saw Mikoto Uchiha. He rubbed his eyes, fearing that what he saw was an illusion, and shouted cautiously again. It's really you? Who else could I be, silly boy? The Sasuke in front of her was different from the child she remembered, but Mikoto Uchiha could tell at a glance that this was her grown-up son. Chapter 65, 065 Naruto Lottery Pool, New Summon. At the same time, Mikoto felt guilty. She wondered how he would teach her children in the future, thinking he becomes so rude. Mother. Sasuke rushed into Mikoto Uchiha's arms, all his years of pain overwhelming him. His eyes suddenly turned red. Mother, Itachi Uchiha. He killed you and father. You've been through so much these past few years, Sasuke. Mikoto was shocked by what her son had said. However, she knew her eldest son and believed he must have had his own reasons for his actions. She gently stroked the top of Sasuke's head, unable to believe how much he had suffered. Sir, I will take care of Sasuke first. With Lynch's permission, Mikoto Uchiha pulled Sasuke away, tears streaming down her face. With Mikoto's guidance, this child should behave better. Lynch watched the two mother and son leave, shook his head, and continued on to the lottery. The last lottery was a big success, and he hoped the next one would be just as good. System, you mentioned before that a new lottery pool would open after a certain number of draws. How many are left? Ding. There are 40 draws remaining before the new prize pool opens. Alright, help me draw 40 rounds from the Naruto lottery pool. Ding. Faith value successfully deducted. Drawing rewards, ding. Congratulations, host. You received, assembled pistol, ding. Congratulations, host. You received, Chakra Pills X10, ding. Congratulations, host. You received, Detonating Talismans X10, ding. Congratulations, host. You received the character, Sanin, Tsunade, ding. Congratulations, host. You received the character, Adult, Shikamaru, ding. Congratulations, host. You received the character, Adult, Ino. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received the character, Adult, Choji. After drawing 40 rounds, he didn't get Orochimaru but did draw Tsunade, whom he had been hoping for. And it was still a younger version of Tsunade. If he remembers correctly, Tsunade was in her 20s during the Sannin period, right? The character Tsunade is extremely popular in Naruto. As for why it is so popular? Of course, it's not just because she's older, has a bad temper, loves to gamble, and becomes crazy when drunk. It's mainly because she has a pair of epic, big breasts. System, summoned Tsunade. The command was given, and the result appeared on the other side. In the world of Naruto, Hanzo Salamander, give up. You won't be able to advance unless we die. Heavy rain poured down over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, in their younger forms, faced off against Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod. Corpses were scattered all around them. Tsunade, why is your body disappearing? Orochimaru suddenly noticed something was wrong. Damn it. Hanzo, what did you do to Tsunade? Jiraiya yelled. Tsunade watched her body become transparent and tried to say something, but she couldn't. Eventually, she completely disappeared from the Naruto world. Here, Lynch looked at the pair of epic breasts in front of him and confirmed. This is definitely Tsunade. Asshole, you dare to look at me leeringly, you must be Hanzo's companion. Tsunade was furious and punched him. Her powerful strength was well known, and if this punch landed, it would probably destroy the entire palace. Lynch stepped forward and firmly grabbed Tsunade's fist. Calm down. You should have information about me in your mind. Think carefully. Tsunade was surprised that the plain-looking man in front of her could actually catch her punch. After hearing what he said, she realized there was some strange knowledge in her mind. She frowned and asked suspiciously, "Did you summon me here?" "Yes." "Can you summon people from any timeline in my world?" "Very smart." "Great, please summon my eldest grandfather, second grandfather, and my younger brother over here," Tsunade said with expectation. These three are the most important relatives to her. The last one is a shadow that will never go away for her. "Sorry, I can summon them, but I can't guarantee when." "Does that mean they could be summoned in the future?" Tsunade asked. Lynch nodded. "Okay, kid." Tsunade patted her chest confidently. Waves of energy radiated from her as she declared, "From now on, this sister will protect you. Summon Grandpa and the others as soon as you can. By the way, do you have a tavern here?" She hadn't drank for several months on the battlefield, and now that she thought about it, she suddenly wanted to drink alcohol. "Ask the guard when you go out." Lynch was very tolerant of this big sister in every sense of the word. Having Tsunade is like having a second chance at life. Her medical skills are so extraordinary they can be described as bringing the dead back to life. After Tsunade left, Lynch summoned Ino and Choji. With them, he had now collected the legendary Inoshikacho trio. However, something went wrong when he tried to summon adult Shikamaru. Ding. The system has detected that the host already has a Shikamaru and now faces two options. 1. Use one Shikamaru as the main body and fuse the other Shikamaru. This will greatly increase strength. 2. Keep both Shikamarus at the same time. Lynch thought for a moment and decided to call Shikamaru over to get his opinion. "Sir, to help you better, please let me fuse. My current strength is too weak," and I feel powerless. Okay, I'll do as you say. With the current Shikamaru as the main body, Lynch chose to proceed with the fusion. He watched as Shikamaru rapidly grew up before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he appeared to be in his 20s. My lord. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji all kneeled down on one knee at the same time and said respectfully. I'm sure you three have a lot to talk about. Go ahead and reminisce about old times. Yes, sir. Just as Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were about to leave, the door was pushed open, and Sasuke ran in. Sasuke, don't bother Mr. Lynch. Come back to me quickly. Mikoto Uchiha chased after Sasuke, but the little brat ran so fast that she couldn't catch up. Mr. Lynch, please summon Itachi too. I have something to ask him. After Mikoto's enlightenment, it was clear that Sasuke had also figured something out. Are you Sasuke? Ino asked softly. Sasuke then noticed the three people standing next to him and realized they looked strangely familiar. He struggled to recognize them and said in disbelief, Are you Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji? You've all grown so much. Ha ha ha, it's really Sasuke. He was so cute as a child, Ino said, her girlish heart overflowing. Ha ha ha, Sasuke was much cuter as a kid than he is now, Choji added, laughing and eating potato chips. Asshole. Me is me, no need for small talk. And you, Ino, you're more annoying now than you were as a child. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Sasuke has always looked the same since he was little. No. Sasuke has become even more annoying as he's grown up. Chapter 66, 066 Attack on Titan Lottery Pool. I'll summon your brother later. Lynch rubbed Sasuke's head affectionately. I'm sorry, my king. I didn't teach Sasuke much, Mikoto Uchiha said as she bent down and apologized while holding Sasuke. Ahem. No need to be so formal, madam. Please, get up. Lynch couldn't keep his eyes open because of the sight before him, a double snowy white thing. He quickly looked away. After sending everyone away, he was alone in the room again when the system's voice sounded. Ding. The system has detected that the host has reached the required number of draws. Please proceed to the next lottery pool. An oversized carousel appeared in Lynch's mind. As he clicked to open it, the huge roulette wheel spun at a high speed, so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Each small grid on it represented a world. Stop. The huge turntable gradually slowed down, and finally stopped at the grid where Attack on Titan was written. Attack on Titan? Lynch recalled the world of being dominated by Titan. The world of Attack on Titan has many great things, with the most famous being the power of the 9 Titans. After use, one can become a Titan ranging from 10 to 80 meters tall. Even ordinary people can instantly gain strength comparable to a vice admiral. At the same time, the shortcomings of the world of Attack on Titan are also obvious. The upper limit of strength is not very high. The most famous 9 Titans are only as strong as vice admirals. Competing with admirals would be a mere fantasy. Fortunately, he can obtain 9 Titans comparable to vice admirals with little effort. Oh, how embarrassing. How can you be on the same level as the Naruto world? A draw from the Titan World lottery pool cost 1,000 points, making Lynch curse the system's greed. Ding. Host, please don't scold me. The chance of getting good items in the Attack on Titan world is higher than in the Naruto world, which is why the price is so high. After hearing the system's explanation, Lynch nodded. That makes sense. After checking his remaining faith points, he saw he could still draw 50 times. He decided to use them all. System, Attack on Titan lottery pool, 50 draws in a row. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received apple pie. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received grilled pork chop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received steamed sweet potato. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received power of the Ancestral Titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received power of the Colossal Titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received power of the Armored Titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received power of the Female Titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received power of the Jaw Titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received power of the Beast Titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received power of the War Armor Titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received power of the Cart Titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You received power of the Rogue Titan. Ding. The system has detected that you have gathered the power of all 9 Titans. The Attack on Titan World Lottery pool is now officially closed. They said the chance of winning was high, but this is too much. Lynch felt like hugging and kissing the system. 50 draws for 9 Vice Admiral level combat powers might seem like a bargain, but don't be fooled. Vice Admiral level strength is formidable no matter where it's used. It's a pity that the faith points are used up. I don't know what the next lottery pool will be. Lynch clicked on the introduction to the power of the 9 Titans. Power of the 9 Titans. Even if a fly obtains it, it will immediately gain the full strength of the Titan, but the strength will be permanent. Note, not everyone can handle the power of a Titan. The introduction shows that the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. With 9 Vice Admiral level powers for free, what more could you ask for? This is a level of strength that many people can't achieve even after a lifetime of training. If Lynch could keep getting stronger, he would want to use it for himself. The system. What happens if someone can't withstand the power of a Titan? Death by explosion. Lynch understood that gaining Vice Admiral level power all at once comes with a lot of risks. He soon called Shikamaru back over. I have a task for you. Select death warriors from across the country. They must be absolutely loyal. Explain the consequences of success and failure clearly, and let them decide whether to participate. By the way, let them know that if they succeed, they will join the Special Operations Team. Although they won't have command authority, their rank will be equivalent to a Marine Rear Admiral. Not only does it offer money for housing, but the state also provides free wives. Lynch had earlier adopted a similar military rank system to that of the Marines. Naturally, he, as the king, held the highest rank. It's a pity that Lynch has always been too ambitious, holding himself to Marine standards. As a result, his country still doesn't have a Vice Admiral. There is only one visible Rear Admiral, but that's a start. After this lottery draw, the kingdom's strength has increased dramatically. He calculated that combat prowess below Admiral level doesn't count. There can be up to 3 people with Rear Admiral level combat power. They are Adult Shikamaru, Adult Ino, and Adult Choji. These 3 also have combined attack skills. Together, they are capable of handling a Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral level combat powers include the 9 Titans and Tsunade. Tsunade is still young, and with effort, she might reach the strength of an elite Vice Admiral. However, there is still a long way to go to match an Admiral. Lynch is satisfied with having a powerful Vice Admiral level fighter like Tsunade. As for Admiral level combat power, that's only him. Robin, Little Sasuke, Yakushi Kabuto, and Mikoto Uchiha are still far from reaching Admiral level combat power. Their current level doesn't have much impact. Robin and Yakushi Kabuto are more useful for domestic affairs and don't need to participate in battles. I understand, sir. Shikamaru was very trustworthy at work. After bowing, he went down and started taking action. 3 days later, in a huge square, Shikamaru is waiting in the square with 1,000 citizens who volunteered to participate. Although there were over 1,000 people, the scene was surprisingly quiet. With not a single sound. You all understand the consequences of failure, right? Lynch descended from the sky and landed in front of everyone. We do, Your Majesty. We are here voluntarily. Let's get started, Your Majesty. Okay, form teams of 9 and follow me to the house over there. To avoid unnecessary panic, Lynch led the recipients of the Titan's power to a different location. Get ready, I'm about to start. In the room, Lynch waved his hand and activated the power of the 9 Titans. Ah! The muscles of several people began to swell instantly, tearing their skin and exposing the bright red muscles underneath. They screamed in agony, as if they were in intense pain. Bang! 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 After several explosions, no one in the group survived. They were all blown to pieces by the Titan's power. Lynch, prepared for the outcome, waved his hand to have the bodies removed and buried. Inform the next group to come in. Chapter 67, 067 Kingdom Expansion. It wasn't until the 126th person that someone finally succeeded. Roar. The man let out a low growl, and his body instantly swelled, his scarlet muscles bursting through his skin. A terrifying Titan more than 80 meters tall appeared in everyone's sight. The other Titan, known for their huge bodies, looked more like a child compared to him. Sir, this is his background report. Shikamaru handed Lynch a piece of information. Name, Edel age, 29 years old. Background, lost his father at a young age and was raised by his mother. He had a younger sister. His mother passed away due to illness the year before last. A week ago, his younger sister was assaulted by a group of gangsters and took her own life the next day. Seeing this report reminded Lynch of a saying, hemp ropes always break at the thinnest places, and bad luck seeks out the miserable. It was a tragic story. Lynch's brows furrowed. Have those gangsters been caught yet? Shikamaru shook his head. It was dark that night, there were no witnesses, and Edel didn't cooperate with the investigation. The culprits are still not captured. He didn't cooperate with the investigation? Lynch pondered. As her brother, refusing to help suggests he might have his own plans. If someone is charged with rape, they'd be jailed for 10 or 20 years at most. The man probably felt that such a punishment was too light, so he hid it and wanted to take revenge himself. After thinking it through, Lynch understood what was happening. The giant was clearly startled by his own transformation. After a moment of panic, he managed to control his body and slowly shrink back to normal size. Lynch threw him a piece of clothing. Very well, from today on, you are a glorious rear admiral of our country. Also, starting today, you will leave your past behind and no longer use the name Edel. You now belong to the Special Forces. From now on, you'll be known as Number 1 Inch. You are the captain of this special combat unit. This man inherited the power of the strongest ancestor giant. It makes sense to make him the captain. As you command, Your Majesty the King. After being transformed by the power of the Titan, Number 1 is now 100% loyal to Lynch. He looked at Lynch adoringly, knelt down on one knee, picked up the clothes beside him and put them on. Your Majesty, before I officially join the army, may I take care of something? He asked earnestly. Go ahead, but don't cause any panic. Lynch knew what he wanted to do. It is only natural for the brother to avenge his sister. He also felt that the punishment given to those gangsters was too light. It would be better for future rapists and human traffickers to be punished by death in his country. Thank you, sir. Number 1 bowed twice to Lynch and then turned to leave. I understand. To inherit the power of the 9 Titans, mental strength is just as important as physical strength. Number 1's determination stemmed from his belief in avenging his sister. Number 1, now in his giant form, was seen by everyone outside. They eagerly anticipated this new power. The selection process continued. After a day and the loss of 972 people, the 9 Titans were successfully created. The sun sets. These 9 people kneeled down on one knee in front of Lynch with great loyalty and declared, Number 1, Number 2, Number 3. Number 9, we are willing to serve as the king and expand the territory, even at the cost of our life. All right, Lynch said, helping them up. "From now on, the country will rely on you." Another half-month has passed. The Pluton battleships, trained by Yakushi Kabuto, are now complete. Each ship can hold 1,000 soldiers, so with 10 ships, the total capacity is 10,000 soldier. One Pluton is worth several battleships of the same level. This level of military power is simply invincible in West Blue. This day, for the first time, Lynch called all senior executives for a meeting. "After a year of preparation, we've built up enough strength. Next, I want you to lead the army and quickly conquer other countries. Remember, you must be quick. The world government won't tolerate West Blue creating a dominant force. We need to strike as many kingdoms as possible before they issue a warning. The world is the back garden of the world government. Forget about it on ordinary days. If there's a unifying trend in any sea, they might not even be able to sleep. In this expedition, Tsunade will be the chief commander and Shikamaru will be the strategist. It goes without saying that Tsunade, who grew up in the war, has a good grasp of the war situation. With Shikamaru's high IQ as the military advisor, Lynch can manage things from a distance. The expedition will be led by Inoshikacho, Tsunade, the 9 Titans, and supported by 10,000 soldiers and 10 Pluton battleships. There are 10 people with Vice Admiral level combat power alone. Who can defeat West Blue? Then, for what reason should we go to war with the surrounding countries? Ino was born in the world of Naruto, where the emphasis is on having a good reputation, so she asked. "Fool, we're the strongest power in West Blue. We don't need a reason. If anyone asks, just say our soldiers got lost in their territory." Ino's expression showed disbelief, but she understood. In the following days, the kingdom expanded quickly. In naval battles, the 10 Plutons easily crushed the armies of other kingdoms. If an encounter occurs, either the entire army will be wiped out or there will be heavy casualties. Once the battlefield changes from sea to land, they will be able to experience the terror of Titans. Kingdom of Columbia. It is one of the kingdoms closest to Lynch. Not long ago, their king led an army that suffered a devastating blow at sea. The army was thrown into chaos, and the old king was killed on the spot. The grief-stricken eldest prince had no time to mourn and was quickly forced to take the throne to stabilize the situation. No, that's not good, prince. There are 9 monsters approaching in the direction of the royal city. What? The eldest prince took the telescope from his subordinates, climbed up the city wall and looked into the distance. He saw 9 skinless giants, dozens of meters tall, landing from the coastline and charging towards the city quickly. Crack. The telescope fell from his hand with a crack as the eldest prince collapsed to the ground. In just 1 month, the kingdom's territory expanded rapidly. 7 countries were added, increasing Lynch's rule from 1 kingdom to 8. On this day, while attacking the 8th kingdom, the world government sent a warning. They instructed him not to send troops to any more countries. Lynch had anticipated this warning. He knew it would come eventually. Swallowing 7 countries was already a limit for the kingdom, and it would take time to consolidate and digest them. If the kingdom overextended itself, it could be more harmful than helpful. As a result, under Lynch's leadership, the kingdom continued to grow steadily, 1 day at a time. Chapter 68, 0687 Warlords of the Seas System holding 8 kingdoms in hand. Currently, 1/7 of West Blue's territory is in Lynch's controls. The terrifying expansion speed makes the world government feel afraid. Fortunately, Lynch decided to pause his expansion and focus on consolidating his gains. The world government was relieved to see Lynch being so understanding. 1/7 West Blue is not unacceptable. The original Germa 66 also ruled the entire North Blue for 66 days, and repeatedly ignored the warnings of the world government, and was finally eradicated. If the world government hadn't been so ruthless, Germa 66 might have survived longer. After conquering the 7 kingdoms, Lynch's population now numbers an impressive 39 million. With a sudden increase of nearly 20 times the territory, Lynch was once again faced a severe shortage of manpower. Helpless, Lynch can only ask Robin to select some trustworthy people and send them to take over important positions in the kingdom. The rest of the work will be done step by step. The kingdom's expansion was so massive it was like a snake swallowing an elephant. The territory, nearly 20 times larger, will take some time for the kingdom to fully integrate. There are many issues to deal with, such as transferring the army, managing the nation, and dealing with the previous government. Fortunately, Robin and Shikamaru can handle the trivial matters here, otherwise Lynch would be bored to death. Time passed to see Circle Calendar 1511. During this period, Lynch, the fierce war king, came under investigation by world government spies. If he were from this world, even the 18 generations of his ancestors would have been investigated. At the same time, a special report was sent to Sengoku. Angrily, Sengoku slapped the table and stood up. This bastard! After disappearing for so long, he's become a king. Does being a king offer a better future than being a marine? Vice Admiral Tsuru, lighting a cigarette, took a deep breath and exhaled gracefully. When someone is a king, a whole country must obey him. That's even more powerful than being fleet admiral. And I want to correct you, he's not just the king of one country but 7. His future definitely looks better than that of an admiral. Thinking of Momozagi's relationship with Lynch. Today's Vice Admiral Crane is quite a bit like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she looks at him, the more satisfied she becomes. Sengoku moved his lips, but was speechless for a moment, his face red and neck thick with anger. Lynch is his candidate for the next Marine Fleet Admiral, but now he had abandoned his role to become a king instead. Among the middle-aged Marines, Kizaru, Aokichi, and Akainu were capable of carrying the banner. However, among those under 30, only Lynch was fit to be Fleet Admiral in the future. Sengoku had to admit he had no successor. This isn't about lacking combat power at the middle or senior levels but about having leaders who can guide a generation. The mythical beast fruit, Conqueror's Haki, and a great swordsman could challenge an admiral equally a year ago. All these qualities come together in one person. Apart from Lynch, no one in the younger generation has this ability. After careful consideration, he is the only one who can handle such a big responsibility. That's why Sengoku is so angry. Damn it, why haven't you sent someone to call him back? Sengoku shouted in frustration. His adjutant, terrified by Sengoku's anger, hurried off to find and bring Lynch back. More than 10 days later, Lynch came back belatedly. As soon as he walked in toward the Fleet Admiral office, he sensed that something was wrong. Murderous, Lynch remarked as he followed the source of the intense hostility. He saw Sengoku feeding sheep at the same time. He received the glance from Vice Admiral Tsuru. Lynch understood it almost instantly. Ha ha ha, Fleet Admiral, you seem younger after I haven't seen you for a few days. Lynch carried 2 boxes of gifts and placed them on the table. These are the souvenirs I brought to you from my country. You must accept them. Sengoku straightened up, without even looking at the gifts on the table, and said with a straight face, I heard that you are living a good life recently, and even the world government has been alarmed? No, where did you hear such things? It's definitely not true. Just kidding, although everyone knows what's going on here, but if he really dares to admit it, he'll really die. Really? Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Absolutely. Lynch said sincerely. Well, since you've been idle recently, I have 2 tasks for you. Hearing this, Lynch looked at the smiling Sengoku and knew he had been fooled. Which 2? The first thing is that the world government has established a new organization called 7 Warlords of the Seas to maintain the balance of the sea. The idea is to use evil to fight evil and use pirates to control other pirates. We selected the 7 most powerful pirates to join the 7 Warlords of the Seas. In return, they can legally plunder while serving the world government. After Sengoku finished speaking, he put his hands on the table and looked at Lynch with bright eyes. What do you think of the 7 warlords of the seas system? Seek the skin of a tiger, chase the tiger to devour the wolf, and kill the donkey by throwing off the grindstone. Lynch used 3 idioms in succession to express his views on the 7 warlords of the seas system. After hearing this, Sengoku exclaimed, Okay, you are not a blind and righteous person. We at Marine need talents like you. More than half of our Marine generals oppose the 7 warlords of the seas system. I'm glad you understand. It's right to entrust this task to you. You need to invite Gecko Moria to join 7 warlords of the seas. Here's the location pointer. I understand. Taking the positioning pointer, Lynch said goodbye to Sengoku and left Marine Base. After Lynch left, Vice Admiral Tsuru said quietly, Isn't it a bit dangerous to send Lynch to invite Moria? Vice Admiral Tsuru's concern was valid. At this time, it had only been a year and a half since Moria was defeated by Kaido. He had not yet become the fat Moria who would later do whatever he wanted and eat whatever he pleased. In the current Moria, the unpredictable Haki is still there, and his fruit abilities cannot be underestimated. His ability to escape without a trace after challenging Kaido, the pinnacle battle, is a remarkable achievement. Few on the sea have accomplished such a feat, and it's enough to last a lifetime. Don't worry, Moria will not be in danger. Lynch is well prepared. Sengoku said, looking grim. If Moria dares to refuse Marine's invitation, he'll find out why the flowers are so red this time. It turned out that Moria had no intention of joining the 7 warlords of the seas and even attacked Lynch the messenger. How could the vengeful Sengoku let him go? Typically, you have to join if you ask to join, and if you don't join, you will be beaten until you join. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at this old comrade with disdain. You misunderstood me. I was afraid that Lynch would be in danger. Sengoku laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. You are worrying too much. There was a time when even I couldn't see through that boy's strength. Chapter 69, 069 Zombie and Ghost Girl. Vice Admiral Tsuru was extremely shocked. As a Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku is a man who stands at the top. If even he can't gauge Lynch's strength, then Lynch's power must has reached such a terrifying level. Look, what is that? Oh my god. Sea Kings are flying into the sky. There were exclamations from outside Marine Base. To save time, Lynch transformed into a nearly 100-meter-tall sun candle beast and flew into the sky. Idiot, that's Vice Admiral Lynch, a veteran Marine said, recognizing the scene and informing those around him. Vice Admiral Lynch? I think I've heard that name before. Idiot, you don't even know Vice Admiral Lynch? Don't mess with me in the future, the officer said with admiration. He's a legendary figure who was promoted to Vice Admiral in just 5 years. Not only is he blessed with Conqueror's Haki, but he also ate the mythical beast Devil Fruit. He is Marine's hope for the future. So, the 7 warlords of the seas system is being established now, Lynch mused in midair. Does this mean that Marine Hunter Hawkeye, Sand Crocodile, Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote da Flamengo, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, and Sea Knight Jinbai will also officially appear on the stage of history? The intricate relationships behind them cannot be underestimated. Behind Don Quixote da Flamengo stands Kaido. Hawkeye and Red Hair are good friends. Bartholomew Kuma is a spy for the Revolutionary Army. Behind Boa Hancock is Rayleigh. Crocodile has an unpredictable relationship with Whitebeard. Behind Jinbai are Princess Atohime and the ancient weapon Poseidon. Thinking about it, the members of the 7 warlords of the seas are all connected to powerful figures. Unfortunately, Moria seems to be the only honest one. When I think about what happened later, Moria first became a fat house, was brutally beaten by the new pirate Luffy, and was stabbed in the back by the world government. After barely surviving to save his teammates, Moria was stabbed in the waist by Blackbeard's men. It was a truly miserable fate. Lynch felt sorry for him. Honest people will not end well. Thinking that if Moria had some powerful backing, his end might have been different. A few days later, Lynch appeared in a thick fog. As the name suggests, this sea area was shrouded in mist, with visibility no more than 10 meters. Every year, many ships accidentally enter this area and never escape. They are lost here forever. The horror of this place is evident from the fact that Brooke has been lost here for 50 years without finding a way out. But none of this is a problem for Lynch. With the special pointer, he successfully landed on Moria's terrifying thriller bark. The massive three-masted ship was so large it could be compared to a small country. He landed on it, and where to find Moria was the question. The massive three-masted ship exuded an aura of terror. The trees grew in strange shapes, and numerous tombs dotted the landscape. Oh, horrible groans came from the ground. A skinny, dry palm slowly emerged from the ground. 1, 2. Countless arms pierced the soft soil as terrifying stitched zombies crawled out of the underground tombs. So ugly, Lynch muttered, frowning. They were even uglier than he expected. Gee, a fresh human. I want his arm, I want his bones. Mine have been rotting for too long. A horde of zombies, straight out of a horror movie, slowly approached Lynch. But just as they were about to reach him, they suddenly stopped. You. Aren't you scared when you see us? Anyone who had stumbled into Thriller Bark in the past would have been terrified at the sight of them. This man was good. Not only did he stay calm, but he didn't seem afraid at all. It was an insult to their zombies. It's you who should be afraid. Lynch threw a punch, creating a sonic boom. The grave where the zombies had emerged looked like it had been plowed by ancient bulls. The tombstones were broken, and no coffins remained, just a deep ditch. In his memory, these zombies were all cowardly. Seeing the power of this punch, the zombies turned to stone. They knew if they were hit, they might all be wiped out. Terrified, they looked at each other and decided to surrender. They knelt on the ground and raised their hands in submission. Brother, we surrender. Ha, take me to Moria. Yes, follow us. The zombies led Lynch to a castle. Boss, help, there are intruders. As soon as they entered the castle, the zombies screamed and fled in all directions. Lynch ignored the escaping zombies, and his goal was achieved. Moria should be on the top floor of the castle. When Lynch reached the second floor, he suddenly reached out his palm, grabbed something in the air, and threw it to the ground. PFFT Absalom coughed up blood and fell out of his transparent state. No, it's impossible. I'm a transparent person who ate transparent fruit. How could you see me? He looked horrified. I can't see you, but I can smell you from far away, Lynch said. He then kicked Absalom and knocked him unconscious. If Moria hadn't been the goal, Lynch might have taken Absalom to boost his own performance. The smell of caramel cake. On the third floor of the castle, Lynch moved his nose and walked in one direction. No, don't come to me. A little girl with pink ponytails and hanging legs looked horrified, hugging a freshly baked cake, huddled under the bed, shivering. She had heard the alarm from the zombies. Perona sent out her negative ghost to attack, but saw Absalom get knocked out instantly. She was so frightened that she simply gave up the idea of a sneak attack and hid in her room. Of course, even so, she couldn't bear to leave her beloved dessert behind. Squeak! Perona's body trembled when she heard the door being pushed open. Isn't it the man who came in? No, it can't be. It must be a zombie maid. Perona clutched the small cake and huddled under the bed, ignoring the dirty clothes and holding her breath in fear. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed her arm, and a deep voice said, "Got you." Ah! Perona screamed in terror and kicked the foot of the bed with her tiny feet, trying to resist the man's grip. Unfortunately, compared to a man, she was as strong as a kitten and was easily pulled out by Lynch. Ooh, please don't kill me. Perona was held by Lynch's arm and hung in the air. Her face was so frightened that she rolled her eyes and almost cried. "Cake, here's the cake. Please don't kill me." In her desperation, Perona offered her beloved cake. Compared to the cake, she still thinks her life is more important. Chapter 70, 070 Electric Grill. Moria, who wants your cake? Lynch's face turned dark. Did he look like someone who'd steal a little girl's cake? Then you want me? Perona was stunned and said cautiously, "No, I'm not even an adult yet." "Shut up." Lynch took a deep breath to suppress his rising blood pressure. This girl, at such a young age, already knew too much. He came specifically to capture Perona, not for anything else but because her devil fruit was too tricky. Her negative ghost ability is like a cheat code. No matter how powerful the enemy, they give up resistance and become helpless once hit. Although the speed of the negative ghost made hitting Lynch nearly impossible, he preferred to eliminate all dangers. Raising a finger, he released a trace of Conqueror's haki, and the overwhelming killing intent enveloped Perona. "If you dare to sneak attack me, don't blame me for killing you." The killing intent hit Perona's mind. Already terrified, she rolled her eyes and fainted instantly. Perona's limp body fell into Lynch's hands, and the small cake dropped to the ground. "I can't believe she fainted from fear." Lynch shook his head, threw the now 15-year-old Perona on the bed, and turned to leave. Arriving at the top floor of the castle, Moria was already waiting here in advance. "Shh, intruder, tell me your name." Moria, who is nearly 7 meters tall, gives people a strong sense of oppression. Among all the 7 warlords of the seas, Moria is the tallest. His body is covered with well-defined muscles, a stark contrast to the fat Moria Lynch remembers from the future. "Go to hell." Shh. Before Lynch could speak, Moria used his shadow to switch positions and instantly appeared behind Lynch, aiming his large scissors at Lynch's shadow. If the shadow were cut, Lynch would be in immediate danger. Ah! A blazing flame erupted from Lynch, and his shadow vanished without a trace. Not all situations will have a shadow. For example, as in very dark places, very bright places, or if the person is the light source. If Lynch had known about Moria's shadow fruit power beforehand, he would have prepared a plan to counter it. Moria was scorched by the flames and quickly retreated from Lynch, clearly distressed. This Moria is quite cunning, Lynch thought. From the moment Moria spoke to when the shadow attacked, he had been caught off guard. Most people would be thrown off by such tricks, failing in the recruitment attempt. Who really pays attention to their own shadow? If Luffy were to attack Moria now, he might be defeated in an instant. Bah. Moria spat out the ash from his mouth and finally looked at Lynch. Moria, don't kill unknown people. So, why don't you tell me your name? Moria, I am here to invite you to join 7 warlords of the seas on behalf of Marine. I hope you'll be respectful, Lynch said calmly. Shh. 7 warlords of the seas? Sorry, I won't join. Moria laughed. So you're just a Marine lackey. You seem familiar, though. After hearing that it was Marine, Moria immediately chose to take action. Shadow box, shadow house. Moria's shadow spread rapidly across the floor like ink. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was wrapped in shadows, airtight and without any sunlight. Moria, I advise you not to seek death. With a burst, flames ignited beneath Lynch's feet, illuminating the space. You're kidding. I am Gecko Moria, can do whatever I want. It's not up to you. Shadow Bat. Moria seemed to merge with his surroundings, and a sharp, echoing sound came from all directions. Hundreds of fierce black shadow bats swarmed toward Lynch. Damn it, you still don't have a shadow. The plan to use the bats to attack Lynch's shadow failed. Moria redirected the bats to attack Lynch while switching places with a shadow bat, instantly appearing in midair. What's your relationship with Kaido? As the shadow bats attacked Lynch without causing any damage, Moria remembered Kaido. Moria had once roamed the seas and fought Kaido, and only when facing Kaido did the shadow bat struggle to devour its target. Moria's eyes suddenly turned red when he thought of Kaido. "What, are you afraid of Kaido?" Lynch sneered. "Damn it. I'm going to kill you." Shadow Mage. Shadow cut. A shadow of Moria appeared, and both Moria and his shadow wielded 10-meter-long swords. "Moria, your shadow fruit is good, but it's a shame your minions are so weak. The shadow fruit is not inferior to Fujitori's press fruit, but it was developed like this by Moria. If it is developed well, even if it cannot defeat Kaido, it will not be so miserable. Why is shadow fruit the top Paramsha? The shadow mage summoned by Moria has the unique trait of being invincible. It cannot be harmed by any attack. This makes the shadow fruit exceptional, as few devil fruits offer such complete invulnerability. With Moria's ability to switch places with shadows and teleport, he's incredibly hard to kill. His powers make it nearly impossible for someone like Kaido to corner him. When it comes to survival, few devil fruits offer better protection. Lynch, who knew the shadow fruit thoroughly, ignored the shadow mage and punched Moria. He, do you think you can make me laugh to death? Go ahead, hit me, Moria said, his entire body covered in haki, almost amused. But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. He saw the weapon on Lynch's arm, black and purple, and realized it was far stronger than his own. Transposition. In an extremely critical moment, Moria and the shadow mage changed places. What a strange feeling. Lynch felt that when he hit the shadow mage, he felt like he had hit something, but also like he was not hit anything. To defeat Moria, you need to catch him off guard. With his ability to switch places with shadows, hitting Moria's actual body is tough. Noticing the sealed environment around him, Lynch suddenly had an idea. You asked for this. Thunder territory. Lynch unleashed a storm of lightning that filled the entire room. Since Moria can hide, Lynch aimed to cover every corner and force him out. What the hell, what kind of devil fruit did you eat? It's fire and thunder. Moria has 10,000 things he wants to say. After being hit by multiple lightning strikes, he couldn't take it anymore. His hair stood on end, and a meaty smell filled the air. Chapter 71, 071 Long Lost Ambition, Moria Shadow Asgard. To withstand the continuous thunder strikes, Moria waved his hand, summoning a swarm of shadows and absorbing them into his body. The more shadows he absorbed, the more Moria's size, strength, and defense increased. He didn't stop until the thunder and lightning struck his body without causing any pain or itching. At this time, he suddenly became a chubby man 13 meters tall. It looks a bit like Moria from the future. Shishi, go ahead and attack me if you can. Let's see you try to kill me. Shadow Asgard is Moria's strongest move. When he reaches his peak, he instantly forgets the beating from before and becomes as arrogant as possible. I tell you, boy, I once split an island with one pum in this state. Becoming my subordinate and joining me to seek revenge on Kaido is your only way to survive now. Idiot, Lynch muttered, slowly drawing Dragon Slayer from his waist. You are looking for death. Shadow Warrior, Gale Palm. Moria's swelling body was not slow, and she quickly came to Lynch and slapped him down with a palm. Lynch's long sword, Dragon Slayer, gleamed as he brought it up to meet the attack. 3000-Hora Purgatory, Emission, Hueco. Shadows of evil ghosts appeared behind Lynch, and blossoming sakura flowers floated in the air. Indescribable wind blades clung to the surface of the Dragon Slayer sword. This sword is already close to the peak of Lynch's strength, probably 70%. It combines ghost energy, the emission of Armament Haki, and the giant's unique skill Hueco. He once used this move to split a 1,000-meter-long Sea King in two. No. This moment gave Moria the feeling that he had once again encountered the blow he received from Kaido. His instincts told him that being hit head-on, he would definitely die. He couldn't muster any courage to resist, so he gave up the attack and exchanged positions with the Shadow Mage. "I expected you to do this," Lynch said. His blade whirled, and his arm extended, creating several after images. Just as he was about to hit the Shadow Mage, he redirected his strike to Moria again. "Shadow Mage!" Moria shouted. Recognizing Lynch's technique, he quickly switched places with the Shadow Mage again. At this moment, the sword slash that had changed direction to attack Moria started to turn transparent. One of the other afterimages suddenly solidified. It turned out that Lynch's target hadn't changed. The second time Moria saw the dragon's lair, it was just an afterimage of the sword slash. The goal was to deceive Moria into switching places with the Shadow Mage again. Hitting Moria's actual body was hard, so targeting the heart was the best option. "You didn't expect it. I predicted your prediction." PFFT. The long sword slashed through, leaving a several-meter-long gash on Moria's body and causing blood to spurt out. His defenses were shattered. Moria's body was severely injured. The shadow he had absorbed earlier could no longer be controlled and poured out of the wound. The sword slash had cut deeply, reaching the bone. What's even worse is that Dragon Slayer sword, who disliked Moria, took the opportunity to spit out a mouthful of venom, which was so painful that Moria sweated profusely, felt worse than death, and almost fainted. "Ah! It hurts so much." Moria writhed in agony on the ground, using his shadow to try and close the wound. Despite his efforts, the injury bled profusely. Lynch looked astonished. Despite being stabbed in the back numerous times and managing to escape with heavy bleeding, he was surprised that Moria wasn't cut in half. So that's it." Lynch noticed a deep gap on the Shadow Mage, which had never been injured before. He immediately understood what had happened. The reason Moria can still scream is that his injuries were transferred to the Shadow. However, it seems there's a limit to how much injury the Shadow can handle. Gulialu. Just as Moria nearly finished transferring the wound, the poison from Dragon Slayer took effect. His face turned green, and he started foaming at the mouth. "Help! Help! Hang in there and don't die. I've controlled my strength." After kicking Moria, who had turned green, Lynch kicked Dragon Slayer again. "Look at the mess you've made. Why don't you help yourself quickly?" The Dragon Slayer sword, now in dragon form, let out a frustrated cry and flew to Moria's head, spitting at him. However, the poison was too strong. Even after receiving the antidote, it took Moria a while to recover due to his strong body. "I think I just saw my grandma waving at me," Moria said, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling death was near. "You don't need to ask, I'll join 7 warlords of the seas." Moria, defeated in both strength and strategy, agreed. He couldn't die yet, he still wanted revenge on Kaido for his fallen crew. Once, Moria was a passionate young man, the proud son of a powerful figure, and a formidable pirate. But everything changed the day he faced Kaido. He watched with his own eyes the crew members who had followed him for more than 10 years and were like family members died in front of him one by one, but he was unable to do anything. In the end, he could only run away like a coward. From that day on, Moria hated Kaido and himself. While thinking about revenge, in order to escape the pain in his heart, he overeated and degenerated himself. "What, you still want revenge on Kaido?" Lynch sneered, stepping on Moria's belly. "A loser who just eats and sleeps all day, and has let himself deteriorate, thinks he can seek revenge on Kaido? I suggest you just go to sleep. Everything you want is in your dreams." "You!" Moria glared at Lynch, furious. "You defeated me, so kill me if you want, but don't question my determination to kill Kaido." "Really? Then look at yourself now. How far have you fallen compared to when you lost to Kaido a year ago? You're only getting worse while Kaido keeps getting stronger. Why do you still want revenge?" Lynch moved a large mirror from the room and placed it in front of Moria, asking him to look at himself in the mirror. Moria looked at the embarrassed man in the mirror, fascinated. Shishi. Moria suddenly burst into laughter, tears of blood streaming down his face. He grabbed Lynch's ankle with his bloody hand and said firmly, "What should I do to kill Kaido? As long as I can kill Kaido, I'm willing to pay any price." Looking into Moria's firm eyes, Lynch leaned down to him for the first time and sent a permanent pointer. "Congratulations, you've found yourself. Go to this location and find a man named Enel. He will help you." Moria gripped the permanent pointer tightly. With trembling legs, he managed to stand up, despite his severe injuries. The wound was torn open again, and a large amount of blood turned Moria into a bloody man. Contrasted with the pale complexion were Moria's bright eyes. Gecko Moria, on this day, regained his lost ambition. Chapter 72, 072 Old Fox Sengoku, New Task Shishi, Drink up. There's plenty of wine. Moria laughed, raising a glass despite his bandaged body. At the banquet, all three of Moria's major cadres were present. Absalom was knocked unconscious by Lynch, Verona was fainted by herself, and the strange Dr. Hogback was also present. A swarm of zombie maids twisted their sutured bodies as they danced in the hall. Lynch took a sip from his glass, watching the scene unfold. He had personally experienced this kind of banquet culture that was unique only among pirates. It is said that there are only three most important things in a pirate's life: women, fighting, and having banquets. Pirates drifting on the sea all day had few entertainment options, so banquets became their favorite pastime. Whenever they had free time, they would hold banquets for various reasons. If they win, they will have a banquet. If they lose, they will have a banquet. If it rains today, they will have a banquet. If it is sunny, they will have a banquet. Among them, the one who loves having banquets the most is the red hair pirates of the Four Emperors. For a period of time, they had banquets 6.5 days a week and spent the remaining half day traveling to the next one. "Boss, thank you for not killing me. I respect you." Absalom, with his neck wrapped in thick bandages, carefully picked up his cup and leaned over. "Cheers." The wine glasses were touched lightly. Lynch just took a symbolic sip, but Absalom seemed to have received a great honor and drank it all in one gulp. Being able to toast with a big boss is a life worth living. "Humphrey bad guy." Verona bowed her head and drank the juice angrily. It was this bad guy who came to bully her. The little cakes were gone too. She wouldn't admit that she had wet her pants in fear. Lynch watched the scene with amusement, knowing he wouldn't lose his temper with a little girl. "Gulililu, Master Marine, do you also like zombies? How about I give you some zombie maids? They'd be very useful," Hogback offered shamelessly, but Lynch's glare made him retreat. He stayed away from the disgusting, greasy uncle. Does he look like someone who needs a zombie figurine? He also has a wife, you know. After 3 drinks, Lynch recalled something. "Moria, do you have Ryuma's body?" "I have it," Moria replied, startled. "You knew right after I dug him up. The Marine's intelligence network is impressive." Moria's eyes widened in a slightly frightening manner. "Don't get me wrong, it has nothing to do with Marine, it's just me who has some special means." Moria breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, I have Ryuma's body, but unfortunately, I don't have a shadow to match him. Otherwise, he would make a great subordinate. How about giving me his sword?" "That's a small problem. We don't know how to use it, so it would be a waste to keep it." Moria replied proudly, "I'll have someone bring it to you right away." Great atmosphere. "Come on, have a drink." Umto's sword of great grade sword was handed over by Moria as soon as he said the word hey. Cheers. The night continued with a lively party. The next day, Lynch took the famous sword Shushui and left the big thriller bark. Marine headquarters. Bang. Lynch threw Moria's petition onto the fleet admiral's desk. "Here, Moria has requested to join the 7 warlords of the seas. Please approve it as soon as possible." Ha 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 ha, Alright, alright. Sending you was definitely the right choice. Not long ago, Moria had refused to join the 7 warlords of the seas, but now he was actively requesting to join. There is a big difference between inviting someone to join 7 warlords of the seas and asking someone to join 7 warlords of the seas. It can be said that Marine regained the face he had lost. In his excitement, Sengoku said good several times in a row. Vice Admiral Lynch, you did a great job this time. We Marines will remember your service. Sengoku stood up and patted Lynch on the shoulder encouragingly. Keep it up, Vice Admiral Lynch. It won't be long before I call you Admiral. Lynch pouted. We hadn't seen each other for a few days. When did Sengoku learn to flatter so well? Huh? What's with that expression? Sengoku asked, looking displeased. No, thank you to the organization, and thank you, Fleet Admiral, for your guidance, Lynch said seriously. Well, very good. I'm optimistic about your future. Don't disappoint me. By the way, you boy returned just in time. Someone just came in to report, and you returned right on time, Sengoku said with a smile, patting the documents on the table. Lynch's face twitched in response. Look at what you said before, do you believe it? It was clearly planned for a long time. Lynch learned something today. If he wants to be a fleet admiral, he must first have a thick skin. With this, I've fulfilled both promises I made to you. Don't look for chances to exploit me. What are you talking about, you brat? Sengoku said depressedly. You are also a Marine Vice Admiral after all, but you're rarely here. Is it too much to ask for your help with 2 things while you're out? If I don't give you something to do, everyone at Marine will think you're my relative. Sengoku's comment made Lynch a bit embarrassed. Normally, Marines get only 1 month of vacation per year. Saying he wouldn't come back for half a year or even a year seemed a bit much. Humphrey, you know you've gone too far. I promise you that as long as you complete this task, I will let you rest for a few months. Okay, deal. Lynch picked up the information from the table and walked out of the room. After Lynch left, Sengoku smiled like a cunning old fox. Humphrey, young people are easy to tease. Is this what they mean by old fox? Sengoku mused. Outside, Lynch opened the envelope and was stunned. The Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates compete for ownership of Fishman Island, and King Neptune asks the Marines to intervene to protect the royal family. There was a line of small text below. Celestial Dragon Saint Joskrid intervenes, requiring the Marines to send at least 1 Admiral-level combat force to protect Princess Atoheim, etc. etc. There was a lot of information. He knew that Princess Atoheim did not die because of his butterfly effect. Saint Joskrid seemed to be the celestial dragon saved by Princess Atoheim, who then changed his ways. If he remembered correctly, in the original story, the Whitebeard Pirates won the battle for Fishman Island. But Big Mom had always coveted Fishman Island and its sweets. After Whitebeard died, she revived the idea of taking over Fishman Island. If it weren't for him, Princess Atoheim wouldn't have died. This time, the Marines would send at most 1 Vice Admiral as a signal. The clash between 2 Emperor-level pirates and Marines' intervention would be a thankless task. Chapter 73, 073 Sabati Archipelago, to Fishman Island once a too strong Marine intervenes. The Big Mom Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates might join forces to wipe out the Marine presence first. As for why the Marines don't take over Fishman Island themselves? That's because they don't have the resources, manpower and time to do so. The situation on Fishman Island is so complex that even the Marines can't fully intervene. After closing the file, Lynch immediately set out for Fishman Island. Fishman Island is located beneath the Sabati Archipelago, very close to the Marine base. Lynch arrived at the Sabati Archipelago in almost no time. Ding. New choices triggered. Task Choice 1, say to the ordinary old man in front of you, are you good at coding? Being able to code is of no use. When you're out here, it's all about connections. Reward, Rayleigh's favorability +5, task choice 2, old man, you can code you just by looking at you. Come over here and give me a coating. I'll pay you well. Reward, risk of being ambushed by Rayleigh while walking at night, task choice 3, old man, you look really old, but let's see if you can still do a coating. If you can, help me with the coating. Reward, Rayleigh's favorability +10, Lynch's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to run into the local legend, Pluton Rayleigh, as soon as he arrived at the Sabati archipelago. This was Luffy's mentor, the future Pirate King's teacher, and a master known to countless time travelers. So he strode over. Rayleigh was lying on the shore, basking in the sun, when he suddenly felt someone take away the straw hat shading his eyes. In the bright sunlight, Rayleigh squinted and saw an annoyingly handsome young man. He wasn't exaggerating, he'd never seen anyone so damn handsome. Old man, you look like a coding master. But with that white beard, can you still manage it? You look a bit pitiful. If you can do it, help me with a coating. Rayleigh stood up and stretched. All right, of course. But young man, where's your ship? By the way, I don't have one yet. Wait here. Lynch leaped onto a nearby pirate ship on the sea. You guys all scram, this is robbery. What did you say? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Who dares to rob a pirate ship these days, and alone at that? Boy, I'm a pirate. A group of pirates on deck laughed, with several advancing, steel knives in hand. But the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. Thunder Fist. Lynch's punch unleashed a storm of thunder, stunning all the pirates. He then carried the ship and its people to Rayleigh's side. Younger people are impressive, they're so strong, Rayleigh murmured, his eyes widening. Uncle, some of the pirates on that ship have bounties. I've handed them over to you. You can claim the rewards from the Marines. Doesn't this make me fall into a trap? Rayleigh shook his head and concentrated on coating the ship. Half a day later, the pirate ship was successfully coated. Brother, I'm not bragging, few people in the Sabati archipelago are better than me at coating. After not doing anything for a long time, Rayleigh wanted to drink again after doing his job. For the coating, it's 300,000 Baileys. Here, what a deal. It usually takes 2 or 3 days to apply a coating, but Rayleigh did it in half a day. It was both economical and efficient. As the pirate ship was about to sink completely into the sea, Lynch shouted, Crocus asked me to help him bring you something. What did you say? You want to have a barbecue tonight? Rayleigh smiled as he watched Lynch sink into the sea. After checking that no one had heard Lynch, he turned and left. Diving all the way to Fishman Island, 10,000 meters deep, sunlight doesn't reach here. Instead, light filters through a massive tree called Sunlight Tree Eve. The mermaid lady inside is absolutely amazing. Hot and enchanting, the tempting fish tail makes people fall in love with it. This beautiful lady, how do mermaids go to the toilet and give birth without a lower body? On the street, Lynch stopped a mermaid and asked the question he had been wondering about for 2 lifetimes. Yee. Rogue. The mermaid blushed and quickly swam away. What's with the shyness? Really, Lynch said, shaking his head as he continued walking toward the palace. In addition, Lynch noticed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere on the Fishman Island. Most shops had their doors and windows tightly closed, and only a few mermaids were out buying food. There were surprisingly many pirates around. The alleys and eaves were filled with fierce-looking pirates, preparing for the upcoming battle. They glanced briefly at Lynch but ignored him. As long as he wasn't a member of the Whitebeard pirates, they wouldn't bother with him. Big Mom had instructed them not to harm the island's innocent residents but to keep them safe to make desserts for herself. So, the mermaids are safe. That night, in the palace at the center of Fishman Island, Lynch received a warm welcome. King Neptune, Princess Atoheim, and their 3 sons all attended the dinner to honor the guest. Looking at Neptune, who was 12 meters tall, and then at Princess Atohime, who was only a little over 2 meters tall. Lynch's brain seemed to be on fire. Therefore, a six-fold difference in body size is equivalent to a man who is 1.8 meters tall marrying a wife who is only 30 centimeters tall. How did they have 3 sons and 1 daughter? He wondered if he could even enter. Hoo, guests from afar, please enjoy our unique wine from Fishman Island. Neptune's booming voice echoed through the banquet hall. A mermaid poured wine from a bottle into Lynch's glass. Thank you, King. Lynch picked up the glass and took a sip. I didn't expect Brother Lynch to have such strength at such a young age. You truly are a hero, Princess Atohime said with a soft smile, covering her lips with her long sleeves. Princess, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary marine, Lynch said modestly. TCH, he seems about the same age as us. What kind of ability could he have? This is clearly just a marine they sent at random to help us. The 3 princes looked at Lynch, who was almost the same age as themselves, with dissatisfied expressions on their faces. Apparently they don't think they need to be protected. Hey! You are not allowed to be rude to guests, Jaemon. Neptune scolded sternly. Aren't we right? Father, you're just showing favor to the world government. What's the point of giving them heavenly gold every year? If something really happens, you send a young man like this to handle it. The 3 princes threw down their chopsticks, turned away angrily, and left the banquet. Bastards! These 3 bastards are making me so angry. Neptune looked painful and covered his heart, slumped in his seat. Quick, get the medicine for the king. The attendants rushed around, eventually bringing Neptune his medicine. Chapter 74, 74 Neptune is poisoned. Cough. Neptune coughed violently but started to recover as the medicine took effect. Sorry, I was rude. A concerned mermaid swam up and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Mr. Lynch, please forgive Fukaboshi and the others for their offense. I apologize on their behalf. Princess Atohime leaned down to apologize, fully aware of the situation on Fishman Island and the importance of not offending Marine. It would be good if this young man was strong, but it would be problematic if he was weak. Princess, please get up. Don't worry about these small matters, Lynch said, his frown still in place. He remembered that in the original story, Neptune, known as the Great Knight of the Sea, was in excellent health. Now, why does he look like a starving ghost? Princess, do you remember when the king started having this problem? Princess Atohime lowered her eyes, thinking for a moment. It started about 3 months ago. It's strange, Neptune was in good health before, but suddenly he became like this. Have you seen a doctor? I consulted one, and the doctor said it's nothing serious. It might just be from overworking and needing more rest. Princess, if you trust me, have someone you trust check on the king's personal attendant. When the sun shines, it reveals changes in balance. Lynch noticed that Neptune's condition seemed linked to his kidneys, which represent water in the 5 elements. It seemed that something was wrong with the water Neptune drank, leading to kidney failure. Only the guards who handle Neptune's drinking water could have been involved. You mean? Princess Atohime's expression changed, as if she had just realized something. Yes, I suspect someone poisoned the water. Princess, you must keep this matter private. Find someone you trust to handle it discreetly to prevent any unexpected events. Princess Atohime, convinced by Lynch's words, agreed to keep the matter secret. Princess Atohime had also suspected something unusual about Neptune's illness. Despite consulting many doctors, the results were always the same. I have a person I absolutely trust here, and he saved my life during an assassination. Not long after Princess Atohime said these words, Lynch saw Fisher Tiger whom he hadn't seen for many years. So he's not dead after all. Fishman Tiger didn't recognize the current Lynch, he only knew him as the masked Nighthawk from before. Seeing Lynch stare at him, Tiger thought his identity as a wanted criminal had been discovered and nearly took action. Fortunately, Princess Itoheim intervened. "I see that Your Excellency has a righteous heart, and I hope that Tiger's affairs will not be revealed." Princess Itoheim also asked Tiger to come out without any hesitation after seeing Lynch's warning. In addition, Princess Itoheim has a very special observation haki. She has the ability to sense the feelings of all things to some extent. For those who have strong desire or good observation haki, she can also perceive their intentions, both good and evil. Her intuition told Princess Itoheim that Lynch meant no harm. But this man seems very interested in her daughter, Princess Shirahoshi. "I will, Princess." Lynch smiled and nodded at Tiger. Tiger muttered to himself, "Have I seen him somewhere before?" and then went off to carry out the task. The life of Fishman Tiger can only be described as legendary. He was born in the most chaotic slum and could not even eat enough every day, but he was able to become the fishman he is today. Even the royal family treats him with courtesy. Over the past few decades, Fisher Tiger has been a slum boss, founded a pirate crew, and traveled the seas. He fought Marines, rival pirates, the world government, and even boarded Maijos. Fisher Tiger was the first hero to rescue slaves from Maijos. With his rich life experience, having encountered both evil and good people, he quickly identified the poisoner under his torture. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have poisoned the king. Please spare me. I didn't want to do it. Hode Jones forced me. My family is in his hands. I had no choice. I'm sorry, Your Majesty." Neptune sighed deeply as he looked at the servant who had served him for over 10 years. "It's that bastard Hode Jones again." Tiger's face shook with anger. They didn't know that Hode Jones was also behind the assassination of Princess Itoheim, but they did know he had betrayed the Fishman Island out of his extreme hatred for humans. The massive weapon frequently inserted into Shirahoshi's special door was created by Hode Jones and his ally, Vanderdecken 9, using the target fruit. "Tiger, don't be angry. Let him finish." Princess Itoheim calmed everyone present with a gentle tone. "I know that you are also a victim in this matter. As long as you tell the truth, I will ask Neptune for leniency." Thank you, Princess." The fishman kowtowed several times and then revealed the truth. It turns out that after Hode Jones' failed attempt to assassinate Princess Itoheim, he began plotting to turn the Fishman Island against humans again. During a black market deal, he got his hands on a strange drug similar to evil medicine. Unlike the vicious medicine that trades short-term strength for a shortened lifespan, this drug is colorless, odorless, and harmless to other races, but it's deadly to fishmen. The worst part is that it's undetectable by doctors. If anyone could stir up hatred against humans, aside from Princess Itoheim, it would be Neptune. So Hode Jones devised a meticulous plan. Hode Jones planned to wait until Neptune was near death before stepping in with the antidote. This would earn him the royal family's trust while blaming humans for the poisoning. With his reputation greatly increased on the Fishman Island, he could manipulate events without suspicion. Even if Neptune is in trouble again, there will be no doubt about him. The servant, being just a pawn, only knew part of the plan. However, it wasn't hard for everyone to figure out the rest. Hode Jones and his group would earn the royal family's trust, then hire pirates to assassinate Neptune, just as they had tried with Princess Itoheim. With Hode Jones on the inside, the plan becomes easy. He could stir up hatred against humans on Fishman Island and even position himself to become the new king by marrying Shirahoshi. From the start, Hode Jones appeared to outsiders as an extreme fishman with deep resentment toward humans. Compared to saving Neptune's life, what happened before was nothing. Damn it. I'm going to kill that bastard sooner or later. Tiger was furious. Fortunately, we met this marine. Princess Itoheim said, casting a wary glance at Lynch. It would be disastrous if Hode Jones ever made it into the palace.